She is a divine healer of the 24th century, wielding a silver needle to revive the dead and mend shattered bones. One fateful night, she finds herself transported to a realm where she is the much-maligned young lady of a royal mansion. Devoid of a protective spirit and lacking in both arrogance and capability, she, the legitimate heir of the royal lineage, faces the humiliation of being confronted by her fiancé and his new love. Once a paragon of excellence, she would not allow such insolence to persist. With a silver needle in hand, the world is at her command. Heavenly treasures lie within her grasp, and unparalleled techniques come effortlessly to her. Prepare to witness the art of retribution. As the divine healer traverses the land, souls are severed from the mortal realm. Unexpectedly, she rescues a pesky little follower. He is strikingly enchanting, ruthless in his methods, yet he finds himself inexplicably drawn to this chance savior of his life. "We are not acquainted," she retorts coldly. With a devilish smile, he counters, "Is it that you no longer recognize me once I don my attire? Shall I disrobe so that you may remember?" Nightfall blankets the forest, as blinding flames engulf a villa perched upon the mountain, the wails of vengeful spirits echoing in the silent valley. A girl of 14 or 15 stands expressionless before the inferno, clutching the torch that ignited the blaze. The wooden villa, soaked in gasoline, is powerless against the flame's relentless advance, as everything once cherished is consumed, leaving only the sound of crackling embers. "Burn it all, reduce it to ashes. This malevolent cage shall vanish forever." Tilting her head slightly, she gazes at the masterpiece she has wrought. The prison that had confined her for over a decade now becomes a sea of fire, thanks to her own hands. Alongside it, the demon is also buried. "Where shall we go?" A youthful voice queries from the cat perched upon her shoulder, its small form bearing eyes that gleam with clarity. It licks its paw, observing the girl's icy profile. "Anywhere, as long as it is away from here." The girl casts one last glance at her creation before turning to leave the forest, the sound of clinking chains accompanying her steps as the broken shackles cling to her slender ankles, her unfeeling feet traversing the uneven terrain of the dense woods. At the moment she turns to advance, a man engulfed in flames bursts forth from the inferno, his eyes, aflame with fury, fixated on her retreating silhouette, his voice tearing through the heavens. "Wuxia, come back. You can never leave this place. You belong to me." Years of effort dissipate in a single night, as the flawless creation she had nurtured becomes the harbinger of this nightmare. The girl halts, turning her gaze toward the man slowly being consumed by flames, her calm black eyes revealing no trace of emotion as she states, "You are dying, while I shall live." The man wails amidst the flames, and she casts one final glance at her nightmare, coldly declaring, "Farewell, grandfather." The cat on her shoulder scoffs derisively, "Grandfather? A madman who lost himself in the pursuit of medicine, treating his own granddaughter as a mere experiment in seclusion. Does he truly deserve such a title? Master, what are your plans?" Ignoring the fading cries swallowed by the fire, the cat shakes its fluffy body, directing its inquiry at the girl. The girl lowers her gaze to her slender hands. "I shall obtain a veterinary license." "Huh, that old fool. If he knew that the genius healer he painstakingly cultivated wishes to become a veterinarian, he would surely rest in unrest." The enigmatic cat chuckles, shaking upon her shoulder. "Rest in unrest?" The girl's eyes dim as a nearly imperceptible smile graces her lips. A year later, having settled in City A, the girl acquires a veterinary license, embarking on the path of a morally dubious veterinarian. Life and death alternate mere moments ago. She was in the operating room of the organization, only to be thrust into an unfamiliar world in the wake of an explosion. A torrential downpour cascades from the heavens as Wuxia lies upon a bed of jagged stones, calmly assessing her circumstances. She has entered a new world, assuming the identity of a soul on the brink of death, ironically sharing the name Wuxia, albeit with an added surname, Junjun Wuxia. The granddaughter of the Lin King of the Qi Kingdom, she is showered with adoration, yet her character is one of arrogance and unruliness, a true embodiment of entitlement. She brazenly assaults princes and bullies the common folk, her grandfather being a sworn brother to the founding emperor of the Qi Kingdom, holding the title of duke. The Lin residence is a place of dread. Even the current emperor must tread carefully around it. The Lin King has 2 sons, yet Jun Wuxia is the sole third-generation descendant, and the affection showered upon her knows no bounds, to the extent that her interest in the current second prince prompts her grandfather to boldly pressure the emperor for a marriage decree, disregarding royal dignity. Yet this once favored daughter now lies breathless among a heap of rubble. Had Wuxie's soul not supplanted her, she would be but a pitiful corpse abandoned in the wilderness. Severe fractures in both legs, 3 broken ribs on the left side, dislocated wrist on the right hand after falling from such a height. It's remarkable this body remains intact. Another voice resonates within Jun Wuxie's being, the black cat that has accompanied Wuxia throughout her adolescence, seamlessly merging with this new vessel. I'm still alive. Jun Wuxia, lying amidst the debris, displays no visible pain upon her pallid face, as though the excruciating agony of her body bears no relevance to her. Congratulations, Master, you have once again evaded death. Black smoke emanates from Jun Wuxie's chest, coalescing into the form of a cat that flits around her. Not dead, yet death is ever so close. The passage of time brings her nearer to oblivion, as the cold rain washes away the last vestiges of warmth from her body, hastening her demise. First, she must find shelter from the rain to preserve her body. Heat, Wuxia searches through the downpour for anything that may provide refuge, eventually discovering a cave at the base of the cliff, not far away. Crawling on her hands, Jun Wuxie's calm gaze betrays no sign of turmoil as she calculates her chances of survival. Her clothes are thoroughly soaked, indistinguishable from the rain or her own sweat, droplets clinging to her entire being, while the wounds on her legs leave a long trail of crimson behind her as the rain swiftly washes it away. The black cat leaps ahead, gradually drawing closer to the cave with each step she takes. No one can fathom the immense fortitude required for this brief crawl. Every fiber of her being is racked with splintering pain, enough to render even the most resolute spirit unconscious countless times. By the time she reaches the pitch-black cave, Jun Wuxie's face has drained of all color. Leaning against the cold stone, she finally escapes the relentless rain, when suddenly, a ghostly voice echoes from the depths of the cave. Who goes there? The cautious black cat, startled by the voice, arches its back and positions itself protectively in front of Jun Wuxia. Go investigate. Jun Wuxia speaks, coldly. Her condition is dire, and without a medical environment, she cannot tend to her own injuries. She must seek other possibilities. A living soul may be able to assist her. Guided by the black cat, Jun Wuxia inches closer to the source of the voice, sensing an unfamiliar aura in the darkness. You are on the brink of death. A deep voice, laced with mockery, reverberates from above her, husky yet rich with a masculine timbre. Chapter 0003. Self-Rescue 2. In the depths of the cavern on the precipice, Wuxia could not discern the man's appearance. Yet the crisp sound of clashing iron chains resonated clearly in her ears. Was this man shackled? Here, in the dark recesses of the cliff. At the moment the man spoke, the black cat transformed into a wisp of smoke and darted into Jun Wuxia's body, sensing the danger he posed. Are you bound? Wuxia disregarded his mocking tone, her mind consumed by a singular thought. This man might be able to assist her, provided he had the freedom to act. Is it these little things? The man in the darkness tugged at the chains, their sporadic clinking echoing throughout the pitch-black cave. I suppose so. I will free you, and in return, you shall save me. Wuxia gritted her teeth, her body trembling from the cold. As a trained physician, she surmised that her time was running short. The loss of heat and the decline of her body were inexorably dragging her towards the abyss of death. The man remained silent, seemingly astonished that this half-dead little creature would utter such words. His silence was interpreted by Wuxia as acquiescence, regardless of his response. She was determined to make an attempt. Supporting herself with her hands, she edged closer to the man in the shadows and fumbled through her hair until she retrieved a slender hairpin. She was a healer, not a thief. Her skills in lock-picking were rudimentary at best, learned from a foolish soul who had once perished for her. She was uncertain if those skills would still serve her now. In the darkness, her small hands found the chains binding his limbs, and from a healer's perspective, his physique was undoubtedly robust. After struggling for an extended period, she managed to unlock one chain, expending all her strength in the process. As you wish. The man, who had been silent for a considerable time, spoke again, his voice deep and resonant, reverberating throughout the cavern. Before Wuxia could fully comprehend his words, she heard a series of cracking sounds. The man, now unshackled, exerted his strength and broke free from the remaining 3 chains, swiftly enveloping Wuxia in his powerful embrace as he surged forth from the cave. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, illuminating everything in its path. In the brightness, the mysterious man's visage was finally revealed to her. His chiseled features were striking, akin to a divine creation. His long, raven hair cascaded carelessly over his shoulders, and glistening raindrops traced the elegant curve of his neck down to his chest, resembling a masterpiece crafted by the heavens. Gazing up at the sky, the man seemed to sense the presence of the little one's gaze. He lowered his head slightly, his violet eyes narrowing, and the corners of his lips curled into a devilish smile. Wu Xie regarded those enchanting purple orbs with an expression devoid of emotion. The rain fell softly upon her pale cheeks, dampening her long eyelashes, yet she remained composed, almost unfeeling, as she stared at the alluring man before her. The little one's unusually calm demeanor prompted the violet-eyed man to raise an eyebrow. She was the first to meet his gaze without a scream of terror. "Are you not afraid?" His low, husky voice carried a seductive allure, whispering in Wu Xie's ear. "I am dying." Jun Wu Xie reminded him of their agreement, her dark, tranquil eyes fixed unwaveringly on his violet gaze, devoid of plea or dread, only an imperturbable calm, as if her words about death were detached from her essence. Chapter 0004. The Lin Wang Mansion 1. The violet-eyed man raised an eyebrow, observing the icy demeanor reflected in her gaze, which ignited within him an impulse to shatter her tranquility. Even in the face of death, this fragile girl remained so composed, inciting a desire to disrupt her peace. "I shall not allow you to perish." The violet-eyed man spoke gently. "Take me home." The man before her could not heal her wounds. His sole purpose was to return her to the home of the original owner of this body. The violet-eyed man slightly raised his brows and unexpectedly placed a kiss upon her forehead. "As you wish." The black cat concealed within Jun Wu Xie was rendered utterly petrified. "Mama, my master has been violated by this terrifying man." Jun Wu Xie was unaware of when she had succumbed to slumber. When she awoke again, she found herself in an opulent chamber. An elderly man with white hair sat at her bedside, and upon seeing her awaken, a warm smile spread across his aged features. "My dear, you have finally awakened. Were you trying to frighten your grandfather? You silly girl, is it not merely a spirit ring? If it is absent, then so be it. My granddaughter, even without a spirit ring, is of no consequence. With grandfather here, what is there to fear?" Jun Xian gazed at his granddaughter with deep compassion. "Grandfather?" Jun Wu Xie furrowed her brow slightly as memories of this body resurfaced. The elder seated beside her was none other than the Lin Wang of Qi Kingdom, her grandfather, Jun Xian. The spirit ring mentioned by Jun Xian was a unique power in this world. It lay dormant within the soul of every individual from the moment of birth, awakening at the age of 14 and manifesting as a ring upon the fourth finger of the right hand. The spirit ring is not a physical entity. Rather, it resembles an evolution of the soul. Although it can condense into a tangible form, its appearance varies greatly. Some spirit rings can coalesce into formidable weapons, while others can transform into powerful beasts. As fate would have it, Jun Wu Xie had just turned 14. Mere days ago was her birthday, the anticipated day of her spirit ring's awakening. However, on that day, her body exhibited no signs of abnormality. The revelation that her spirit ring was, in fact, a death spirit struck Jun Wu Xie deeply. In this world, the strength of a spirit ring directly correlates with the prowess of its owner. The occurrence of a death spirit is exceedingly rare, and when it appears, the individual is deemed worthless, a worthless being without a spirit ring. Upon learning that her spirit ring was a death spirit, Jun Wu Xie was profoundly affected. 2 days prior, she had left home, returning only to find herself in dire straits, which startled Jun Xian, who feared his once proud granddaughter had taken to despair over her lack of a spirit ring. The Jun family had once assisted the emperor in expanding territories, and the Rui Lin army under Lin Wang was Qi Kingdom's most elite force, directly subordinate to the Lin line and a battalion feared by many nations. Even the current sovereign treated Jun Xian with deference. However, with Jun Xian's 2 sons, one deceased and the other incapacitated, there was no longer a possibility for leadership. His granddaughter, Jun Wuxia, arrogant and lacking a spirit ring, posed a precarious future for the Lin Wang mansion. It could be said that the Lin Wang mansion was now akin to a paper tiger with only Jun Xian, an elderly man in his 70s, capable of maintaining its facade. Jian Xian's health deteriorated year by year, and in the past year, he had been beset by serious illnesses, seemingly on the brink of death. As a result, the royal family's actions grew increasingly audacious. The plight of Jian Wuxia might very well be a harbinger of the royal family's intentions towards the Lin Wangfu. Clearly, the second prince dares to strike at Jian Wuxia. The female bandit, because he sees the Lin Wangfu on the verge of collapse, whispered the little black cat. Initially, it had hoped that its master had been reborn into a virtuous family, but it soon realized that this grandeur was but a fleeting illusion, and danger lurked at every corner. Jian Wuxia raised an eyebrow slightly. The little black cat, in her soul, immediately buried its head in its fluffy paws. It had erred. It should not have forgotten that its master was now called Jian Wuxia. Noticing that his granddaughter remained silent, perhaps frightened, Jian Xian ceased his chatter and looked at Jian Wuxia with deep affection, saying, "Never mind. As long as you are back, rest well. If anything arises, just call for your brother." Brother? Jian Wuxia found no memory of any brother in this body. The Lin Wangfu was sparsely populated. Jian Xian had only 2 sons, Jian Wuxia's father and an injured younger uncle, who had lost the use of his legs in the same battle that claimed Jian Wuxia's father. Apart from Jian Xian, Jian Wuxia found no recollection of brother. "Muyao, you come in to take care of your sister. I must step out for a moment," Jian Xian said, his smile fading as he called out to the door. The tightly shut door swung open, revealing a tall figure. Upon seeing someone resembling a brother, Jian Wuxia froze. The man's strikingly handsome face appeared as if crafted by the divine, with captivating eyes that sparkled like black diamonds. Indeed, the charming man smiled slightly. Jian Xian nodded in satisfaction and, after repeatedly reminding Jian Wuxia to rest, departed. In the room, only Jian Wuxia and Jian Muyao remained. In the next moment, a shadow darted past Jian Wuxia, and the black cat stood guard at the foot of the bed, baring its sharp teeth. Jian Muyao, observing the vigilant black cat, leisurely sat down in a nearby chair, crossing his long legs while regarding the expressionless Jian Wuxia lying in bed. Chapter 6. Lin Wangfu. 3. Jian Wuxia calmly scrutinized the man, exuding an aura of danger. The Lin Wangfu had no Jian Muyao, nor did Jian Wuxia possess any brother. The man seated before her was unmistakably the one she had released from the cave. However, the enchanting violet eyes had vanished, replaced by deep black orbs. "What have you done?" Jian Wuxia fixed her gaze upon the enigmatic man before her. Jian Muyao rested his chin on one hand, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he appraised the composed girl before him. "Repaying kindness. Unnecessary. Regrettably, this is a one-sided affair." Jian Wuxia furrowed her brow slightly. This man was peerless. She could not fathom how Jian Xian had come to regard him as his own grandson. "What have you done to those here?" Jian Muyao regarded Jian Wuxia with a smirk, raising a hand as a slender black snake coiled around his finger. "Do not fear. I merely allowed these little creatures to enter their bodies and made minor adjustments to their memories. I will not harm anyone here. You can rest assured." The black cat was thoroughly astonished. What kind of monster had its master rescued? The snake instinctively emanated an aura of danger, capable of entering a person's body and altering their memories. "This little cat is your spirit companion?" Jian Muyao observed the dazed black cat. "That is irrelevant to you," Jian Wuxia replied. "How cold you are, sister," Jian Muyao retorted with a malicious smile. "This is not a place for you. You may leave." Jian Wuxia frowned. This man was far too dangerous, and allowing him to remain in the Lin Wangfu was unwise. Jian Muyao chuckled softly, the black snake on his finger suddenly bursting forth. "Do not be so heartless. You saved me, and I merely wish to repay your kindness. If you cannot fulfill such a humble request, I shall regrettably have to destroy those little creatures residing in the bodies of the Lin Wangfu's inhabitants. However, if they're disposed of so brutally, it may cause significant harm to their hosts. Are you threatening me?" Jian Wuxia narrowed her eyes. "No, I am making a request. Jian Muyao maintained a smile. A request? If I refuse, you'll kill everyone in the Lin Wangfu? That is a request? Do not be so tense. I merely have nowhere else to go for the time being. When I can leave, I will. Until then, I hope you will allow me to stay here to repay your kindness. I assure you, I will not harm anyone here. Jian Muyao stated with a smile. And once you leave, you will still kill them? Jian Wuxia scoffed. No, when the time comes for me to leave. I guarantee that no one here will come to any harm, Jian Muyao assured. I have no other choice. Jian Wuxia gritted her teeth. Jian Muyao shrugged. Aware that she could not expel this dangerous man, Jian Wuxia simply closed her eyes to rest, ignoring him. The little black cat, sensing that Jian Muyao posed no threat to its master, relaxed its stance slightly, moving to curl up beside Jian Wuxia's pillow. Though its vigilant gaze never strayed from Jian Muyao, this man was exceedingly dangerous, more so than anyone it had ever encountered. Chapter 7. An Unexpected Visitor. 1. Seeing that Jian Wuxia was reluctant to converse further, Jian Muyao understood that she had acquiesced to his request. Regaining freedom was an unforeseen turn of events, but now that he had emerged, he would naturally reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. The day of vengeance was approaching, and before it arrived, he required ample time to restore himself to his peak. This little creature that had inadvertently entered his life was far from dull. Perhaps remaining here would provide him with some amusement. In the following 2 days, Jian Wuxia remained in her room, recuperating. All manner of elixirs were sent to her chamber, and the finest doctors in the city were summoned to treat her. If possible, Jian Wuxia would have preferred to tend her own injuries. Watching the elderly physicians tremble under Jian Xian's authoritative gaze as they examined her wounds, she could only think of 2 words: quacks. Had her injuries been in her care, she would have healed in less than 10 days, but according to this group of incompetent doctors, the recovery time was no less than a month. Unfortunately, her injuries were too severe for her to take matters into her own hands. For a month, Jian Wuxia was confined to her room, apart from Jian Xian's daily visits. Jian Muyao seldom made an appearance. Finally, when she was able to get out of bed, Jian Muyao's figure appeared at the door. Is your body feeling better, Wuxia? The handsome man leaned against the door, smiling as he looked at Jian Wuxia, who was struggling to stand, his half-closed eyes exuding an indescribable charm. I need a change. Jian Wuxia shot him a cold glance, her message clear: get lost. Unfortunately, Jian Muyao seemed to misunderstand. Striding to Jian Wuxia's side, he effortlessly lifted her in his arms. The black cat fluffed up its fur in indignation. Release my master, you brute. Your sister has yet to fully recover. Such matters are naturally for her brother to handle. Jian Muyao declared, disregarding the black cat's fiery gaze. He carried the slender Jian Wuxia to the bedside, picked up the clean clothes set aside for her, and began changing her attire. Throughout this, Jian Wuxia maintained a cold expression, watching as Jian Muyao stripped her down to a pink undergarment and pants. In this lifetime and the last, Jian Wuxia has never had any intimate contact with the opposite sex. Thus, when faced with the unabashed frivolity of a certain individual, his calm mind encountered a moment of paralysis. Is he serving me? Yun Wuxi fool his plaus, gazing at Yun Wu's profile, lacking any experience in matters of love. Jian Wuxia instinctively interpreted the other's actions as acts of gratitude. Meanwhile, the anxious black cat beside him was nearly in despair, helplessly watching its master being taken advantage of, yet showing no reaction. Master, please wake up. Please reclaim your aloof demeanor and slap this lecherous man. Silently allowing someone to assist him in dressing, Jian Wuxia wore a serene expression, while Jian Wuyo's gaze was laced with a mocking amusement. Before Jian Wuxia could make any further moves, Jian Wuyo had naturally taken him in his arms and walked towards the door. Where are we going? Jian Wuxia waved at the black cat, which, in a state of distress, reluctantly transformed into a cloud of black mist and returned to his body. Guests have arrived. Chapter 0008. The Uninvited Guest. 2. In the grand hall of the Lin Wang mansion, 2 men and 1 woman were seated, sipping tea. The man in the main seat, appearing to be in his early 30s, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, enhanced by a light blue robe that flattered his figure. However, the wheelchair he sat upon was a glaring contrast, making his admirable presence somewhat jarring. Such a remarkable man, yet he was a cripple. To his right sat a pair of equally attractive individuals. The man donned a pale yellow long robe, his handsome features carrying an air of indifference, while the woman beside him, clad in white, exuded an ethereal beauty that made her seem particularly aloof. "Your Highness, please take a seat for a moment. Wuxia is still recovering, so it would be prudent to delay your visit," spoke the man in the wheelchair, who was Jun Qing, the youngest son of Jun Xian. The second prince, Imo Xuani, nodded slightly, his expression remaining impassive. He was Jun Wuxia's fiancé, yet he only made his first appearance a month after Jun Wuxia's incident. Accompanied by a stunning beauty, it was evident that Jun Qing was displeased by this. Before long, Jun Wuyo entered the hall. Imo Xuani's indifferent gaze landed on the newcomer, but as soon as he recognized him, his brows knitted together in surprise. Though Imo Xuani's looks were among the finest in the entirety of the Qi kingdom at that moment, his fiancé, he was being carried by a young man whose beauty far surpassed his own. The frail Jun Wuxia, having suffered from prolonged illness, had lost the rosy hue of her cheeks, rendering her features pale and delicate, akin to a white lotus plucked from the mountainous peak. She leaned quietly against the unfamiliar man, her usual arrogance replaced with a sense of vulnerability. It was well known throughout the Qi kingdom that Imo Xuani harbored no affection for Jun Wuxia. His agreement to their engagement was merely a matter of military necessity. However, this did not imply that he would tolerate his fiancée openly bestowing her affections upon another. "Who is this?" Imo Xuani inquired, his brow furrowing. "Yun King replied, "This is Jun Wuyo, Wuxia's brother." Influenced by the Black Serpent, Jun Qing instinctively recognized Jun Wuyo as Jun Wuxia's sibling. "What?" A hint of shock finally crossed Imo Xuani's cold visage. The Linwang mansion only had Jun Wuxia as its third generation. Where did this Jun Wuyo emerge from? Is it possible that the Linwang had long been wary of the royal family, concealing Jun Wuyo's existence? Imo Xuani narrowed his eyes slightly. "Wuyo is an orphan, raised by my father after being found abandoned. During this time, with Wuxia injured and my father's health deteriorating, I had no choice but to bring Wuyo back to care for her," Jun Qing recounted, following the Black Serpent's insinuations. It turned out they were not blood relatives. Imo Xuani finally breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout this encounter, he had shown no concern for Jun Wuxia. As Jun Wuyo took a seat opposite Imo Xuani and the woman in white, Jun Wuxia cast a casual glance at the pair, stifling a cold laugh. The man before her was none other than the second prince, who had captivated the original owner of this body to the point of obsession, while the woman beside him was a stranger to her memories. The emperor has learned of Wuxia's injury and sent some tonics. By chance, Yun Xian was also present, so I invited her to examine Wuxia's condition. Yun Xian's skills are exceptional, far surpassing those of ordinary physicians. It is prudent to have her take a look to avoid any lingering repercussions. At the mention of the woman seated beside him, Imo Xuani's previously stoic demeanor softened, revealing a glimmer of affection in his gaze, evidence that he regarded her as someone special. Chapter 0009. The Uninvited Guest. 3. Scoundrel. The Black Cat, nestled within Jun Wuxia's being, witnessed the entire scene unfold. Right before his fiancée, Imo Xuani flirted with another woman. He was nothing short of a rogue. Jun Wuxia, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. There is no need. She had grown weary of the torment inflicted by this unqualified physician from another world. Her rejection caused subtle shifts in the expressions of Imo Xuani and the woman beside him, Yun Xian. Imo Xuani, slightly displeased, stated, "Yun Xian is a disciple of the Qingyun sect." Qingjun sect. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow, her surprise mirrored on Jun Qing's face. Beyond the powers of the various nations, this continent was home to several formidable forces revered by all, with the Qingyun sect being one of them. Renowned for its medical prowess, all the world's great healers hailed from the Qingyun sect, and it was said that its leader possessed the ability to resurrect the dead. Monarchs from various kingdoms held them in the highest esteem. A nation like Qi would never dare to provoke the Qingyun sect, for such an affront would spell disaster. Being a disciple of the sect was a status unmatched by ordinary folk. After Mo Xuanyi spoke, Yun Xian tilted her chin slightly, her expression becoming increasingly aloof, as if she were untouched by the world. Yun Xian rarely intervenes to save lives. It took considerable effort to persuade her this time. Wuxia, lacking a spirit bond, could face dire consequences if her condition were to worsen. Although I have no personal ties to her, we are acquainted. As a friend, I felt compelled to assist. Seeing that Jun Xing had accepted the situation, a hint of a smile finally appeared on Mo Xuanyi's face. Yet, Jun Xing's expression darkened significantly. He had sensed trouble as soon as Mo Xuanyi arrived with Yun Xian. Mo Xuanyi's willingness to accept Jun Wuxia as his fiancé had been merely a matter of military necessity, but now that he had allied with the Qingyun sect, he no longer needed the Lin Wang mansion. Regardless of Jun Xian's military power and qi, it could never match that of the Qingyun sect. Mo Xuanyi's intentions were abundantly clear. He had come to dissolve his engagement with Jun Wuxia. Is the second prince suggesting that he wishes to annul the engagement with Wuxia? Jun Xing's grip on the wheelchair's handle turned white with tension. This is a reluctant decision. Wuxia and I have never shared any feelings. It was only due to her misguided affections that I considered giving it a chance. However, after all this time, we have not developed any bond. And with Wuxia's spirit bond now confirmed as a dead spirit, our connection has reached its end. Mo Xuanyi dismissed it nonchalantly. A spoiled and willful woman, devoid of a spirit bond, cannot be my partner. His words trampled all of Jun Wuxia's dignity and self-respect, subtly implying her obsession with him and the worthlessness of her spirit bond. He distanced himself completely from her. Jun Xing's expression turned a deep shade of anger. He loathed his disability, feeling like a burden, and now he could do nothing as others bullied his family. Was the Lin Wang mansion truly on the brink of decline? He looked at Jun Wuxia, who had devoted her affections to Mo Xuanyi and possessed an arrogant disposition. How could she endure such humiliation? Yet when he glanced at her, he was taken aback. Instead of the expected outrage, Jun Wuxia appeared utterly calm, her eyes unfazed as they swept over Mo Xuanyi and Yun Xian. Chapter 0010. The Uninvited Guest 4. She is not angry? Is this the end? Jun Wuxia's serene demeanor astonished both Jun Xing and Mo Xuanyi. To comprehend the depths of her devotion, one must recall that Jun Wuxia went to great lengths to be with him. Now, faced with his public renouncement of their engagement, how is it that she exhibits no trace of indignation? Jun Wuxia, let us part amicably. Allow Yun Xian to intervene and save your life. Consider it a clean break between us. Unable to decipher Jun Wuxia's intentions, Mo Xuanfei furrowed his brow. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow slightly, her indifferent gaze appraising by Yun Xian from top to bottom. The world is vast. Do you not wish to explore it? Yun Wuxi nevo teis. What does that mean? Mo Xuanfei blinked in confusion. A light laugh escaped Jun Wuyao's lips. Wuxia's meaning is for you to leave. Jun Wuyao kindly clarified. Mo Xuanfei's complexion darkened. Jun Wuxia, regarding the annulment of our engagement, your consent is irrelevant. My father has already drafted the imperial decree to be proclaimed tomorrow. I suggest you act wisely. It was then that by Yun Xian, who had remained silent, finally spoke, her soft voice tinged with a hint of arrogance. Miss Jun, my master once said, what is destined will come to pass. What is not destined should not be forced, given your current circumstances. It is indeed inappropriate to pursue matters beyond your reach. In essence, she was advising Jun Wuxia to cease her unyielding cling to Mo Xuanfei. Master, this woman is insulting you. The little black cat fumed. This shameless couple was insufferable. I am weary. Jun Wuxia, disregarding the pair, turned her attention solely to Jun Wuyao. Naturally, Jun Wuyao rose, enveloping Jun Wuxia's petite form in his embrace, and without a backward glance, exited the hall. Mo Xuanfei's expression grew increasingly grim. Jun Wuxia had never before ignored him so completely. Yet today, she offered him not a single glance, maintaining an unwavering indifference throughout. The hour grows late. I must ask you both to leave. Jun Xing, his demeanor displeased, issued an expulsion. Had it not been for their unique status, he would have long since instructed the Rui Lin army to remove this shameless couple. Mo Xuanfei wished to retort, but by Yun Xian rose, her face betraying her dissatisfaction. Yunxian, I apologize for the indignity you've suffered. Mo Xuanfei, oblivious to the affairs of the Lin Wang mansion, gazed tenderly at Bai Yunxian, feeling deeply the ungratefulness of Jun Wuxia. Bai Yunxian, her expression taut, left the Lin Wang mansion in silence, with Mo Xuanfei following closely behind, the two soon vanishing from Junqing's sight. In the now quiet hall, Junqing's face was as pale as a sheet. When had the Lin Wang mansion endured such humiliation? With his father aging and no suitable heir to command the Rue Lin army, the royal family increasingly disregarded them. Observing Mo Xuanfei's demeanor today, it was evident that with the backing of the Qingyun sect, the Qi kingdom had little need for the Lin Wang mansion any longer. As he carried Jun Wuxia away from the hall, a subtle, mocking smile lingered on Jun Wuyao's face. Are you not angry? Jun Wuyao gazed down at Jun Wuxia, well aware of the earlier scene in the hall, where Mo Xuanfei had brazenly paraded his new love before her. Remarkably, Jun Wuxia displayed not a hint of wrath. Jun Wuxia slightly lifted her head, her calm eyes filled with questions. The smile in Jun Wuyao's eyes deepened, yet beneath that joy lay a profound seriousness. Wuxia truly possessed an admirable temperament. Chapter 0011. The Attack. I am hungry. Uncertain of Jun Wuyao's intentions, Jun Wuxia merely wished to restore her strength, so she could personally mend her frail constitution and prevent the quacks from further tormenting her. Otherwise, her health would surely deteriorate. After entrusting Jun Wuxia to a maid for her meal, Jun Wuyao's figure vanished from the Lin Wang mansion. Once outside the Lin Wang mansion, Bai Yunxian wore a perpetual frown, ignoring Mo Xuanfei's attempts to placate her. If it weren't for your sake, do you think I would have gone to such a place? Just a mere miss from a princely family, and she believes she is worthy. Bai Yunxian bit her lip. As a disciple of the Qingyun sect, many sought her healing, yet she had always rebuffed them. This time, out of deference to Mo Xuanfei, she had condescended to visit the Lin Wang mansion, only to be unceremoniously dismissed. Such humiliation was unprecedented for her. Yunxian, do not be upset. There is no need to lower yourself to the level of that worthless individual. Montag Xuanfei patiently Zust. You, as a prince, bowing to a mere subject. What a fine disposition you have. Bai Yunxian scoffed, and Mo Xuanfei's face bore an awkward expression. Do not be angry. I shall help you exact revenge. It was imperative to calm Bai Yunxian. Indeed, Mo Xuanfei's words slightly improved her mood. Remember your promise to me, Bai Yunxian stated. I would not forget, Mo Xuanfei replied, relieved. To elicit a smile from Bai Yunxian, Mo Xuanfei delayed his return home, instead taking her in a carriage. Escorted by a retinue of guards, outside the city to a field of flowers to delight his beloved. It was not until nightfall that Bai Yunxian finally smiled again, prompting Mo Xuanfei to lead the group back to the city. In the carriage returning to the city, Mo Xuanfei held Bai Yunxian's hand, the two nestled closely together. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. The sudden stop nearly caused the two within to tumble. What is happening? Mo Xuanfei snapped impatiently. Yet, outside there was no response. The night's insect chorus now sounding particularly jarring. Frustrated by the silence, Mo Xuanfei exited the carriage. In the darkness, all the guards stood still, holding torches aloft. Why have we stopped? Mo Xuanfei demanded, but the guards remained silent. By the light of the torches, Mo Xuanfei observed a dark figure standing at the front of the group, cloaked in shadows, the dim light failing to illuminate the figure's features. Who goes there? Mo Xuanfei took a defensive stance, and Bai Yunxian stepped down from the carriage beside him. The shadow at the front slowly raised a hand, fingers slightly splayed, before abruptly clenching into a fist. In an instant, all the guards exploded simultaneously, scalding blood splattering everywhere. Ah! A piercing scream escaped Bai Yunxian's lips as nearly 100 guards detonated at once, their blood and flesh staining her exquisite gown. The fallen torches ignited the area around the carriage, engulfing Mo Xuanfei and Bai Yunxian in flames. Amidst the chaos, the tall figure retreated, whispering softly in the moonlight, "Alas, I do not possess Wuxia's patience." With a smile, the shadow departed, leaving the flames to dance in its wake. Chapter 0012. Being Disdained 1. The little black cat lay upon Jun Wuxia's lap, reveling in her caresses. Master, this Lin Wang mansion is not safe. Should we not leave? The black cat squinted contentedly, having grasped the depth of the day's events. It was clear that its master's rebirth was not as serene as it appeared. The Lin Wang mansion relied solely on Jun Xian, and given his age, he might not endure much longer. The royal family had begun to eye them with hostility. While Jun Xian still lived, the second prince dared to confront Jun Wuxia. Should Jun Xian pass, the Lin Wang mansion might struggle to protect itself. Given the dire history of this body, a tragic fate surely awaited. Not leaving, Jun Wuxia absent-mindedly played with the little cat. This world was unlike her previous one. The imperial power reigned supreme. Although the Lin Wang mansion teetered on the brink, it remained the best refuge. Despite her unparalleled medical skills, she could not alter the fact that she was powerless. To leave recklessly would expose her to the myriad dangers of this unfamiliar realm. The Lin Wang mansion's support was Jun Xian. Now that she was here, she would not allow him to perish easily. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow. Her medical expertise not to be underestimated. Anyone she wished to protect would remain safe. This body's aptitude was woefully inadequate, lacking even a spirit ring. If only she had one, she could cultivate in accordance with this world's customs. What exactly is a spirit ring? The black cat, oblivious to the circumstances of this world, inquired. Jun Wuxia extended her right hand, raising only her ring finger, delicate and pale as jade. If one were a normal individual, a ring conjured by a ring spirit would manifest on the fourth finger of the right hand upon reaching the age of 14. Yet, upon her finger, there was naught but emptiness. Meow. The black cat extended its fluffy paw, playfully clinging to Jun Wuxia's delicate fingers, and gently licked with its soft pink tongue. Its pupils suddenly narrowed. Master, it appears there is some peculiar power residing in your finger. Are you certain it is not a ring spirit? The cat's tongue was remarkably sensitive. It was no ordinary feline, but one intricately linked to Jun Wuxia's soul, possessing an extraordinary awareness of all spiritual forces. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow slightly, caressing her right hand's fourth finger, where no foreign object was visible. However, as she grazed her fingertip, she distinctly felt an unusual fluctuation swirling around it. Her heart skipped a beat as the sensation intensified beneath her fingertip. Suddenly, a silvery light burst forth from her ring finger, illuminating the entire room. A pristine white lotus gracefully ascended into the air, enveloped in a silvery halo. A flower? Meow. The black cat blinked, casting a hesitant glance at Jun Wuxia. There were two types of ring spirits. One could manifest as weapons, while the other took on beastly forms. There were no others. Yet the ring spirit manifesting from Jun Wuxia was a white lotus. A botanical ring spirit was truly unheard of. Jun Wuxia lifted her hand slightly, and the white lotus floated gently into her palm. Before she could examine the lotus closely, a sudden knock echoed through the room. With a slight clench of her hand, the lotus vanished without a trace. Come in. Jun Wuxiao entered, lazily leaning against the door, holding a bowl of medicine. It's time for your medicine. Chapter 0013. A sense of disdain. 2. Jun Wuxia glanced at him, allowing him to present the medicine before her, personally feeding her. Regarding his earnest care, she felt no discomfort, naturally assuming he was merely fulfilling a debt of gratitude. In her previous life, Jun Wuxia had been confined within a secluded villa from birth, spending years growing from an innocent infant into a naive young woman. The closed-off world denying her the opportunity to truly experience life. Social interactions were beyond her contemplation. For over a decade, only countless medical texts and knowledge filled her mind, imprisoned by her only family in the depths of the mountains. One could not expect her to grasp the nuances of human relations. Jun Wuxiao slightly bent over, one hand supporting Jun Wuxia's back, while the other held the medicine to her lips. However, as he prepared to feed her, she frowned slightly. The smell of blood. I dislike it. The familiar scent mingled with a medicinal aroma wafted into her nostrils. His hand, which supported Jun Wuxia, stiffened slightly, a trace of tension appearing on Jun Wuyao's previously smiling face. Jun Wuxia merely muttered this remark before swallowing the medicine. After consuming it, Jun Wuyao exited with the empty bowl, and once outside the room, the smile in his eyes vanished entirely. He raised a hand to sniff his sleeve, faintly detecting a subtle scent of blood, though not overwhelming. He had ensured that not a drop of blood clung to him during his actions. Yet the gruesome scene had left a trace of that odor. It seemed he would need to bathe and change clothes next time. A playful smile crept back onto Jun Wuyao's handsome face, his dark eyes obscured with an inscrutable emotion. The next morning, a sensational piece of news swept through the imperial city. The second prince had ventured out with a lady into the flower fields last night, only to be ambushed on their return by a group of mysterious assailants, resulting in the fall of all his guards. The second prince fought valiantly to protect himself and his companion, prompting the current emperor to order a thorough investigation, vowing to capture the audacious attackers. The city buzzed with excitement. The implications of this news were profound. Everyone knew that the second prince was betrothed to Jun Wuxia of the Lin Wang mansion. Yet the woman accompanying him during the ambush was not Jun Wuxia. The fact that the second prince had sought pleasure with another woman, away from his fiancé, only to be attacked en route back, stirred considerable gossip. Jun Wuxia's reputation in the city was formidable. The eldest daughter of the Lin Wang mansion was known for her arrogant and haughty demeanor, having caused her fair share of trouble within the city. Speculation arose as to whether the attack on the second prince was orchestrated by this female bandit, for which woman could tolerate her betrothed cavorting with another, especially one as prideful and tempestuous as Jun Wuxia. By midday, rumors had spread that the second prince, unable to endure the female bandit's tyranny, had secretly rendezvoused with a lady, only to be discovered and retaliated against by the female bandit, who had the Rue Lin army masquerade as mysterious assailants to eliminate the second prince and his new love. The details were vivid, as if the witnesses had seen it unfold firsthand. This narrative added further embellishment to Jun Wuxia's already formidable reputation as a female bandit. Chapter 0014. The Three Become a Tiger. The tale of love turned to hatred was still gaining traction when, the following day, an even more explosive revelation rocked the imperial city. The emperor issued a decree, declaring the betrothal between the second Prince Mo Xuanyi and Jun Wuxia of the Lin Wang mansion null and void, severing all ties henceforth. Just yesterday, people were speculating whether Jun Wuxia had any involvement in the second prince's ambush, and today, the emperor's decree effectively suggested a connection between the two. Discussions about Jun Wuxia reached a fever pitch, painting her as a morally corrupt and malevolent woman in the eyes of the populace. Many young ladies in the city, enamored by the second prince's beauty, rallied to denounce Jun Wuxia. In an instant, her reputation plummeted to an all-time low. Unbeknownst to her, Jun Wuxia was still engrossed in her unique lotus ring spirit, having not ventured beyond her home since returning to the Lin Wang mansion, blissfully unaware of the scorn directed at her. In the study of the Lin Wang mansion, Jun Xian sat with a somber expression behind his desk, struggling to suppress the impulse to tear the imperial decree to shreds. Good, good, good. I am growing old and ineffectual. Now anyone can bully my granddaughter. His teeth clenched as he tightened his grip on the decree, his weary face reflecting deep concern. Upon returning home the previous day, he learned from his younger son of Mo Xuanyi's visit and had already deduced that, with the support of the Qingyun sect, Mo Xuanyi's engagement with Jun Wuxia was unlikely to last. He had anticipated the decree regarding the annulment of their betrothal, but he had not expected it to come at such a time. With the second prince's ambush, the public already suspected Jun Wuxia's involvement. Though Jun Xian recognized his granddaughter's arrogance, he knew she would never resort to murder, especially given her prolonged recovery at home, having not left the premises. How could she be implicated in an attack on Mo Xuanyi? While the Rue Lin army belonged to the Lin Wang mansion, Jun Xian was forthright, never permitting Jun Wuxia to engage with them. The notion that she would incite the Rue Lin army to commit wrongdoing was utterly absurd. The circumstances surrounding Mo Xuanyi's attack were still unclear. Yet the emperor chose this moment to issue the annulment, clearly directing public sentiment towards blaming Jun Wuxia, further tarnishing the Lin Wang mansion's reputation. Father, should we inform Wuxia about this? Jun Qing's expression was equally grim, lamenting his impotence to alleviate his father's worries or protect his niece. Jun Xian shook his head. If Wuxia were to learn of this, with her temperament, it would surely cause an uproar. She has yet to fully recover. It is best not to tell her. The emperor had entrusted him with the investigation into the ambush on the second prince, and he vowed to uncover the truth and restore Jun Wuxia's honor. Generations of loyalty had led to such treatment. Jun Xian felt a chill in his heart. 2 sons, one perished on the battlefield in defense of the homeland, and the other returned, forever crippled. Only Jun Wuxia remained unscathed, but now, this imperial decree has irreparably tarnished her reputation. It is futile to speak of rekindling past relations with Mo Xuanfei. With such a notorious name, which respectable family would dare to accept her? The emperor's heart is truly ruthless. Jun Xian's heart ached as he contemplated the demise of his family's hopes. The emperor even sought to push his only granddaughter into despair. Jun Qing lowered his head in silence, his hands clenching his insensate legs. Chapter 0015. Grandfather 1. If he could return to the battlefield. Even with the support of the Qingyan sect, the emperor would not be so intent on annihilating the Lin Wangfu. Over the years, fearing his military achievements would overshadow him, Jun Xian had continuously reduced the numbers of the Rue Lin army. At the founding of the nation, 70% of soldiers in Qi came from the Rue Lin army. But now, reduced to 50%, had Jun Xian desired the throne, the imperial lineage would not bear the surname Mo. His continuous concessions did not diminish the emperor's wariness. Instead, they rendered the Lin Wangfu more precarious. Regardless, I shall not allow anyone to harm Wuxia. As long as I draw breath, no one shall touch my granddaughter. This conviction would never waver. Having lost one son, he could not afford to lose his sole granddaughter. In the study, the two contemplated the dark future of the Lin Wangfu, while 2 figures quietly stood at the door. Jun Wuxia, expressionless, stared at the tightly shut door, absorbing every word spoken by Jun Xian and Jun Qing. Her bright eyes lowered slightly, and she furrowed her brow as she focused on the door's crack. Grandfather. For many years in her previous life, she was governed by the man whom she could claim as her grandfather by blood. She had deeply experienced what madness and extremity entailed during that time. The term grandfather had been synonymous with nightmares for a long stretch before she escaped. In this life, the first family member she encountered was this very same grandfather. Unlike the sealing elder from her past life, Jun Xian's care for Jun Wuyao was meticulous. Any good thing he acquired would first be delivered to her room, and even the slightest frown from her would elicit his utmost efforts to soothe her. This was a life Jun Wuxia had never known, and Jun Xian's affectionate gestures left her somewhat bewildered. Instinctively, she would shy away from his touch, unsure of how to reciprocate his kindness, for he was entirely different from the grandfather she remembered. Yet, she had not anticipated that this elder could extend such devotion toward her. Though the Lin Wangfu had long been suspected by the royal family, Jun Xian remained loyally devoted to the emperor. However, today the emperor's focus shifted to his granddaughter, and this man, who had been foolishly loyal all his life, finally felt anger. For his granddaughter, he was willing to sacrifice everything. A sharp pain pierced Jun Wuxia's heart as she instinctively clutched her clothing. Grandfather, is it truly like this? Furrowing her brow, her heart ached with each beat. Standing beside her, Jun Wuyao observed her pale face, puzzled by her sudden agitation. Should we go in? No. Jun Wuxia shook her head, a hint of unprecedented irritation appearing on her otherwise indifferent countenance. She had intended to discuss her health treatment with Jun Xian, but had not anticipated hearing such revelations. Her past understanding had been utterly overturned. Her once frosty soul was now enveloped in an overwhelming warmth. Turning away from the study, she needed a moment of solitude. Watching her retreating figure, Jun Wuyao's narrowed eyes glimmered with a dark purple hue. The human monarchs are truly laughably foolish. Truly, I wish to eliminate them all. Jun Xian and Jun Qing's conversation struck him as utterly absurd. A dangerous flame ignited from the depths of his half-closed eyes. These ignorant fools could be easily eradicated with a mere grasp, simplistic to the extreme. However, such actions would only embroil Wuxia in further trouble. The notion of regicide. Perhaps it could wait. Chapter 0016. Little White Lotus 1. Upon returning to her chamber, the black cat instantly appeared, leaping onto her shoulder and affectionately nudging her cheek. Grandfather, was it supposed to be like this? Jun Wuxia sat before the bronze mirror, gazing at the unfamiliar yet familiar visage reflected back by the norms of human relationships. Blood relations should indeed be thus. The black cat swayed its fluffy tail, fully aware of Jun Wuxia's complex feelings towards the term grandfather. Is it so? Jun Wuxia lowered her gaze, gently pressing her hand against her chest. Jun Xian's words ignited a warmth within her that she had never experienced before. It was somewhat bittersweet, yet comforting. Jun Wiao had once asked her if she felt anger in the face of Mo Xuanfei and Bai Yinxin's insults. Her response had been one of indifference. She felt no anger because the past of this shell held no relevance to her, nor did the Lin Wangfu hold much significance. Thus, she remained unperturbed. However, now something had shifted. Jun Xian's words echoed in her ears, and the familial affection she had never known left her somewhat unmoored. He's my grandfather. The small face in the bronze mirror suddenly broke into a faint smile, one that could melt the frost. Whether as a recompense or a blessing, the heavens had allowed her to experience familial love anew, and she would not allow anyone to destroy it. I will not let the Lin Wangfu fall in peril. For my own sake and for grandfather's. In the past, there was little worth her concern, but now, Jun Wuxia had resolved to hold Jun Xian and Jun Qing dear. The Lin Wangfu now teetered on the brink. Its ostensible might could dissipate at any moment, and securing its survival would not be a simple task. The lotus ring spirit, what could it be? Jun Wuxia raised her jade-like finger, a faint glow emanating from it, as the white lotus materialized before her once more. Meow? Should we give it a try? The black cat wagged its tail, tilting its head at the lotus. Jun Wuxia cradled the lotus in her palm, her fingertips brushing against its petals, releasing a delicate fragrance that filled the room. How delightful! Perhaps it was not mere illusion. Jun Wuxia felt as though the fragrance was gradually easing the stagnation within her. In her previous haste, she had not taken the time to study the lotus spirit closely. The scent was peculiar, seemingly capable of regulating one's vital energy. If that were indeed the case, perhaps the lotus held further potential. Jun Wuxia pinched a petal, intending to pluck it for further examination. Yet, as she tugged gently, the lotus began to tremble violently, and with a muffled sound. It transformed into a cloud of mist in her palm. Pain, pain, a soft cry of distress suddenly rang out, and the dispersing mist coalesced into a hazy figure before her. As the mist gradually cleared, a small creature with 3 heads sat on the floor, teary-eyed, clutching its tiny hands and casting a forlorn gaze at Jun Wuxia. Meow! The unexpected appearance of the rosy little figure startled the black cat, which promptly leaped onto Jun Wuxia's shoulder, its fur bristling. Jun Wuxia stared speechless at the chubby little toddler seated on the ground, clad only in a white diaper adorned with a silver-threaded depiction of a vivid white lotus, akin to her own lotus spirit. Chapter 0017. Little White Lotus 2. Where did this little one spring from? Jun Wuxia was utterly bewildered. On the delicate visage of the little child, those large eyes brimmed with a sense of grievance, gazing up at Jun Wuxia as if she had committed an unspeakable misdeed against him. Monster! The black cat meowed, fixating on the little one in accusation. I am not a monster. The child pouted, clutching her tiny paws, looking reproachfully at the black cat. Who are you? Jun Wuxia asked with an impassive expression. Quickly throw him out. This fellow is undoubtedly a monster. The black cat lamented, feeling numb to the bizarre occurrences since it had followed its master into this otherworldly realm. Upon hearing the black cat's intent to discard him, the little one burst into tears. I am not a monster. Please don't throw me out. I am your spirit ring. The spirit ring. The self-proclaimed spirit ring cried, tears cascading from its big eyes, and in an instant, the fragrance of lotus in the room intensified. Is it true that a spirit ring can transform into a human? Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow, her exquisite features betraying no hint of compassion. The little child opened its mouth, looking pitifully at Jun Wuxia. I am truly your spirit ring. If you don't believe me, I can show you. With that, the tearful child slowly stood up, and in a flash, it vanished without a trace, transforming into a beautiful white lotus suspended in midair. Jun Wuxia found herself at a loss for words to express her current thoughts. With a sudden sound, the lotus disappeared again, and the child reappeared in its original form. In that moment, visions of magicians from her past life performing grand illusions flooded her mind. Do you believe me now? The little one asked, raising its tiny hands in front of its chest, lowering its head to sneak a glance at Jun Wuxia's reaction. Although it was aware that it was an unusual existence among spirit rings, it genuinely was a spirit ring. Jun Wuxi scrutinized her spirit ring. A lotus that was already challenging for her to accept now had transformed into a living being. If it had morphed into something else, it might have been more acceptable, but instead, it had taken the form of a small child with a disproportionate body. With such frail limbs, it was hard to imagine it could defend itself. A mere punch from someone else could potentially endanger its fragile existence. Indeed, it appears to be of little use, Jun Wuxia mused, gently stroking her chin, a frown creasing her brow. This was certainly not the ideal spirit ring she had envisioned. Lost in contemplation, she failed to notice that after her remark about its ineffectiveness, the little lotus boy, already anxious, was on the verge of tears. Wah, please don't abandon me. I am useful, I truly am. Realizing its master's disdain, the little lotus could no longer contain itself and rushed to Jun Wuxia's side, pitifully clutching her leg, wiping tears all over her. I'm very useful, really. Please don't send me back. The little lotus clung tightly to her, fearful of being rejected again. Send you back? To where? Jun Wuxia finally came to her senses, puzzled by the little lotus's words. Chapter 0018. The Little White Lotus 3. In this realm, every individual is born with a spirit ring, which remains hidden within their body until it awakens. The spirit ring cannot be separated from its host. Thus, unless one meets their demise, a person's life is inextricably bound to their spirit ring. Hence, no matter how much she lamented her spirit ring's ineffectiveness, she could never discard it, as it was simply impossible. The spirit realm, the little lotus grimaced. Is that where you reside? Jun Wuxi, hearing those words for the first time, questioned. The little lotus nodded, seeming anxious that Jun Wuxia might reject him. Before awakening, spirit rings stay in the spirit realm. If the master dies, we return there. It's a terrifying place, and I barely managed to escape. Please don't send me back. While she wished to comply, could she truly do so? Jun Wuxia sighed in resignation. I can prove my usefulness. Just wait. Seemingly resolute, the little lotus finally released her leg, trembling as it stood, raising its soft, delicate arm before Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia regarded him with curiosity. The little lotus sniffed, its cherubic face displaying an odd determination, and dramatically declared, Eat. Eat what? Jun Wuxi inquired. I am the Tsangyu snow lotus. Consuming my petals grants the effect of body cleansing. The little lotus proclaimed with righteous fervor. Jun Wuxia's eyes sparkled. No one understood better than her how rare body cleansing was. Although her medical skills allowed her to save lives, they had limitations. While she could enhance one's constitution, true rebirth was unattainable. However, body cleansing was entirely different. It meant reshaping an individual's body, eliminating impurities and flaws while preserving their essence, akin to resetting one's physical form. In her previous life, science and medicine had advanced significantly, yet countless scientists struggled to find methods for altering human genetics. If what the little lotus said was true, it could indeed be profoundly useful. To ascertain the little lotus's claims, Jun Wuxia reached out to grasp its tender arm, the soft sensation evoking a peculiar feeling within her. Although she was aware that the little being was a transformed white lotus, the sight of such a chubby little limb made it hard for her to bring herself to consume it. The thought of devouring human flesh felt barbaric. Jun Wuxia opened her mouth, but could not go through with it. However, when she looked up, she found the little white lotus, who had once boldly urged her to eat, now reduced to a weeping mess, its face streaked with tears, its tiny mouth bloodied, trembling like a willow in the wind. She was not a cannibal. With a soft sigh, Jun Wuxia released the plump little arm. The little white lotus, prepared for sacrifice, did not encounter the anticipated pain. Instead, its tiny limbs regained freedom. Though elated to have escaped being devoured, it feared that its master might deem it utterly useless and abandon it. I'm not afraid of pain, the little white lotus declared weakly. Jun Wuxia cast a glance at its tear-filled eyes. The little white lotus immediately deflated. Chapter 0019. The little white lotus, for alright, it may hurt, but it will grow back after some time, it murmured, head bowed. Are your petals your body? Yun Wuxi inquired. The little white lotus nodded. So when I intended to pluck a petal, I was essentially trying to take your hand? The little lotus nodded again. Jun Wuxia was utterly speechless. A seemingly useless spirit ring had finally revealed its value, yet had to resort to a cannibalistic approach, rendering it no better than before. She reassured herself that she was not overly sentimental, but the notion of consuming flesh was untenable for someone who frequently performed surgeries. Moreover, the subject appeared to be a mere child of 3 or 4 years old. "Oh, I have this," the little white lotus suddenly exclaimed, rummaging through its small pouch. As if it had discovered something valuable, it proudly presented a tiny fistful of 5 jade-like, translucent seeds, extending its palm toward Jun Wuxia. "What is this?" Yun Wuxi asked. "These are lotus seeds," the little white lotus blinked. Though they are not as effective as directly consuming the petals, they possess cleansing properties. However, they can only alter bone structure and cannot change flesh or tendons. The little white lotus's voice grew softer with each word. "Only 5? Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow slightly, acknowledging that the ability to alter bone structure was already commendable. Presently, there were merely 5. I can only produce 1 each month. The rest have been consumed by them. I have managed to save these 5, Bai Lian whispered. Them? Jun Wuxia found Bai Lian's manner of speaking quite perplexing. Nevertheless, if he could generate 1 every month, that would be quite satisfactory. Upon receiving the 5 lotus seeds, Jun Wuxia contemplated her plans. Although Bai Lian possessed no combat capabilities, his inherent abilities were rather remarkable in a certain sense. While these seeds could not resurrect the dead, they could enhance a person's constitution, which was precisely what Jun Wuxia urgently required. Both she and Jun Xian and Jun Xing needed to improve their physical conditions, although medicinal treatments could yield some effects. Achieving significant results on the bones remained challenging. With the lotus seeds provided by Bai Lian, this concern would no longer be an issue. With strong bones, the task of conditioning the body, a trivial matter, would not pose a challenge for her. Possessing a ring spirit meant that Jun Wuxia could cultivate the techniques of this world, even if Bai Lian couldn't be relied upon for combat. She could at least depend on herself. As Bai Lian waited anxiously, Jun Wuxia finally nodded in agreement. Upon realizing she would not be abandoned, Bai Lian instantly transformed her tears into a smile, vowing to be good to Jun Wuxia and to be a well-behaved ring spirit. After accepting Bai Lian as her ring spirit, Jun Wuxia began her research. Bai Lian was the embodiment of the Tsang, Yu Snow Lotus, and every part of his being possessed unique effects. His flesh could fundamentally transform a person's constitution. His lotus seeds could refine bone marrow. And even his tears had excellent properties for regulating qi and blood. It could be said that, aside from his inability to fight, Bai Lian was a treasure in every regard. Chapter 20. A treasure in every respect. 1. In order to obtain tears. The little black cat bit down on Bai Lian's delicate skin, causing the poor creature to cry uncontrollably. However, this time, all of his tears were collected by Jun Wuxia in a vial, intended for future use on Jun Xian and Jun Qing, until she grew strong enough. The safety of the Lin Wang mansion would have to rest on their shoulders. Exhausted from crying, Bai Lian returned to his ring, quietly resting on Jun Wuxia's finger. Jun Wuxia carefully stored away the lotus seeds and tears, then settled down for a peaceful sleep. Early the next morning, she knocked on Jun Xian's door. Jun Xian looked at his granddaughter with surprise. It seemed like after Jun Wuxia was injured, he rarely saw her face. On the rare occasions they met, she no longer clung to him as she used to, which saddened him. Wuxia, why are you out? Come, sit down. Jun Xian urged as he pulled her to sit and rest. With Jun Qing's lower body disabled, he had no hope of further progeny. Jun Wuxia was his only granddaughter, and he cherished her dearly. Jun Wuxia silently complied, feeling a peculiar closeness with her new grandfather. At the very least, she did not dislike it. Grandfather, I have something I wish to discuss with you today. Jun Wuxia gathered her thoughts and broached serious matters with Jun Xian. Yun Xian is hot-faced. The Lin Wang mansion had been tumultuous lately, and the public opinion of Jun Wuxia was at an all-time low. Had she heard something? Whatever it is, do not hesitate to speak. As long as it is within my power, I will do it for you, he said, looking at her with concern. Jun Wuxia cleared her throat, realizing it was her first formal conversation with a family member. You already know about my lack of a ring spirit, grandfather. As soon as her words left her mouth, Jun Xian's heart sank. I am aware that I cannot cultivate spiritual power. During this time, I have been bedridden, constantly consuming medicinal concoctions. With little ado, I have also perused some medical texts. I am no longer a child. I must acquire some skills. Since I cannot cultivate spiritual power, I intend to learn medicine. Jun Wuxia was not skilled with words, yet she articulated her intentions and changes plainly. This statement was something she had contemplated all night. Her original demeanor was not particularly endearing, and she had no prior interest in medicine. So her sudden declaration felt somewhat odd. Fortunately, her recent illness had led her to be surrounded by various medicinal brews, providing her with a flimsy justification. Jun Xian looked at her in astonishment, completely unprepared for her to seek him out with such a request. Though he loved his granddaughter, he knew her capabilities were limited. Besides causing trouble and enjoying a life of luxury, her thoughts were solely occupied with Mo Xuanfei. Today, her unexpected maturity left him somewhat bewildered. Noticing Yun Xian appear seeking the beck, Yun Wuxi placed onste. I am aware of some affairs within the mansion. This injury has opened my eyes to many things. You need not worry for me. I genuinely wish to change. Jun Xian fell silent. The situation in the Lin Wang mansion was dire. The matter of Mo Xuanfei's visit to break off their engagement had occurred right before Jun Wuxi's eyes. Even if he intended to conceal it, it would likely not remain hidden for long. Chapter 21. A treasure in every respect, too, seeing his carefree granddaughter become so sensible amidst all the upheaval. Jun Xian felt a bittersweet sense of relief. Ultimately, it was his failure as a grandfather. Wuxia had lost her parents at a young age, and now he could not provide her with a stable life. It was truly, very well, if you're interested, pursue it as you wish. Just remember, as long as your grandfather is alive, no one shall bully you. Jun Xian sighed, pleased that Wuxia sought to change. Thank you, grandfather, Jun Wuxia nodded. Family members need not engage in formalities. As long as you are happy, I can rest easy. If Wuxia truly had an interest in medicine, it would be preferable, sparing her from dwelling on that scoundrel Mo Xuanfei. In that case, I will have someone gather medical texts and herbs for you. If there is anything you lack, do not hesitate to inform Uncle Fu, Jun Xian declared. Uncle Fu was an official in the Lin Wang mansion. Before Jun Xian's rise, he had been by his side. After Jun Xian entrusted the Rui Lin army to Wuxia's father, Uncle Fu retired from military service to manage the affairs of the mansion. It was not yet lunchtime when Uncle Fu sent several crates of medical books and a collection of herbs. Jun Xian even arranged for a room in Wuxia's courtyard to store the medical texts and herbs. After Uncle Fu departed, Jun Wuxia casually flipped through the medical books. However, after perusing only a few, she locked the books away in a chest. Given Jun Xian's capabilities, the medical texts he procured for Jun Wuxia, even if they were not extraordinary tomes, were still quite valuable. Yet, in her hands, they appeared utterly useless, merely picking one at random. She could recite the medical techniques verbatim with her eyes closed, and she could even conceive more advanced treatment methods than those recorded in the books. Having lost all hope in the medical practices of this world, Jun Wuxia turned her attention to the herbs, which differed from those in her previous world. To familiarize herself with the effects of the herbs in this world as quickly as possible, She diligently studied 5 books detailing various herbs over the course of a day and night, thoroughly memorizing most of their applications and effects. When shall we begin? The black cat inquired elegantly as it walked through the apothecary, the aroma of herbs evoking memories of a long-forgotten cell. In that very room, filled with various medicines and medical texts, the former Jun Wuxia had spent over a decade. No rush. Jun Wuxia retrieved the lotus seeds from Bai Lian, knowing she must grasp the effects of these treasures before attempting to regulate Jun Xian and Jun Qing's health. The translucent lotus seeds were delicately held between her fair fingers, their beauty enhanced by the flickering candlelight, making them appear far from ordinary, resembling precious gems instead. Swallowing a seed whole, Jun Wuxia conducted her initial experiment. A fine, persistent itch emanated from her bones, causing her to squint her eyes as she placed her hands upon the desk, acutely aware of every change within her skeletal structure. The itch, penetrating to the marrow, was unbearable, akin to ants burrowing into her very bones, gnawing away inch by inch. This vivid sensation coursed through her entire being, and soon, a light sheen of sweat formed upon her fair skin. This itch was more torturous than a wound inflicted by a blade. Chapter 0022, Treasures Within, 3. This overwhelming sensation persisted for a full hour before gradually subsiding. By then, Jun Wuxia's garments were drenched in sweat, mingled with dark impurities expelled from her body. Finally liberated, she exhaled lightly, raising her hand to examine the expelled contaminants upon her skin. The little creature had not deceived me. As the discomfort receded, she distinctly sensed changes within her bones. Her joints had become more flexible, and her body felt considerably lighter. Although she had not achieved complete transformation, the effects of the lotus seeds were indistinguishable from a thorough cleansing of the marrow. In this realm, aspiring to cultivate advanced techniques required an exceptional physique. Jun Wuxia refrained from rushing into the cultivation of spiritual energy, intending instead to refine her body to its optimal state, ensuring that her future endeavors in spiritual cultivation would be more effortless. After experimenting with the effects of tears, she began formulating a plan to alter Jun Xian and Jun Qing's constitutions. The royal family's disdain for the Lin Wang mansion stemmed from the belief that it had no successors. With Jun Xian's health steadily declining and Jun Qing being a mere invalid, they deemed the Lin Wang mansion devoid of any chance for resurgence, emboldening their audacity. Should Jun Xian and Jun Qing reappear in vibrant health, even the Qingyun sect and the royal family of Qi would think twice before crossing the Lin Wang mansion. After all, the Rui Lin army in Jun Xian's command was not to be trifled with. During this time, Jun Wuxia busied herself concocting medicinal meals while also nurturing her own body. Though still frail, her complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, banishing the pallor of yesteryears. Jun Xian had previously worried whether his granddaughter would truly appreciate the tediousness of medical practice. Yet witnessing Jun Wuxia's flourishing spirit reassured him. In the imperial city, the outcry against Jun Wuxia showed no signs of waning. The emperor seemed to delight in this outcome. The trio of Jun Xian and his sons had amassed countless military achievements on the battlefield, with the common folk of Qi privately venerating the Jun family as a lineage of military gods. Such renown was unwelcome to any ruler. To tarnish the Lin Wang mansion's reputation, the only avenue was through Jun Wuxia. How could the emperor let this rare opportunity slip by? With the imperial family's machinations, Jun Wuxia's infamy began to spread beyond the capital, reaching other cities within the Qi kingdom. Jun Xian remained preoccupied with uncovering the assailants of the second prince, and by Yun Xian, eager to clear Jun Wuxia's name. Mo Xuanyi merely mentioned that the attackers were a group of cloaked individuals who had launched a sudden assault. He had exerted tremendous effort to repel them and escape with by Yun Xian. Yet Jun Xian found the entire situation highly suspicious. That night, all the guards assigned to protect Mo Xuanyi perished, their bodies left mangled beyond recognition. Although Mo Xuanyi claimed to have sustained injuries, Jun Xian remained in the dark regarding the specifics of those wounds. Clearly, the royal family had no intention of divulging the complete truth. Yet Jun Xian was compelled to pursue the culprits with scant clues, as this was pivotal to Jun Wuxia's reputation. Day after day, Jun Xian toiled from dawn till dusk, while Jun Weiyao was seldom seen, leaving only Jun Wuxia and Jun Qing to manage the affairs of the Linwang mansion. Chapter 0023. The Poison Emerges. 1. Jun Qing was wheeled to the edge of the lotus pond in the courtyard by a servant, gazing at the sea of lotus flowers. Yet he had no interest in their beauty. A faint sound of footsteps reached his ears, and he turned his wheelchair to see Jun Wuxia approaching with a smile. "Have you finally decided to step out today?" he inquired with a chuckle, since Jun Xian had permitted her to study medicine. Jun Wuxia had spent most of her time in the apothecary, rarely making appearances. Observing Jun Qing's smile, she felt a flicker of surprise. Her body, having been nourished by the lotus seeds and the tears of the little white lotus, had become remarkably light. Though she had yet to cultivate spiritual energy, her steps had grown considerably quieter, to the point that unless one was directly facing her, they would hardly notice her presence until she was within 5 paces. Yet, as soon as she entered the courtyard, Jun Qing seemed to sense her arrival. Was his hearing that keen? Yun Wuxi pondered. Her uncle's leg had been injured on the battlefield. From the memories of this body, she had gleaned only fragments regarding Jun Qing's injury. In her recollections, he had been in a wheelchair for as long as she could remember, with Jun Xian and Jun Qing seldom discussing the matter of his leg. Only once, during a family feast, had it been mentioned in passing that the injury had occurred in battle. Indeed, Jun Qing replied, showing no signs of hesitation. It was no ordinary wound, was it? Jun Wuxia was certain that his injury was far from simple. A mere injury could not have rendered Jun Qing an invalid. At the height of the Lin Wang mansion's prestige, Jun Xian could have summoned the kingdom's finest physicians to treat him. It should be noted that after her rebirth, Jun Wuxia had suffered severe injuries, with nearly all the bones in her legs fractured. Yet, after a month of recuperation, she was able to regain her vitality. Jun Qing had no reason to succumb to disability over a minor injury. It was poison. I was struck by an enemy's concealed arrow. The toxin was ferocious. Had it not been for your grandfather's efforts to enlist the aid of the Qingyun sect, I fear I would not have survived, Jun Qing stated, lifting his garment to reveal a gruesome scar on his waist, a mark of a nearly decade-old injury, still dark and bruised. The Qingyun sect, Jun Wuxia murmured, her brow furrowing slightly. Your grandfather exchanged our family's heirloom for their assistance, leaving both parties with a debt, Jun Qing replied nonchalantly, knowing that the complexities surrounding by Yun Xian and Mo Xuanyi would likely breed animosity in Jun Wuxia's perception of the Qingyun sect. Long before Jun Wuxia expressed her desire to study medicine, Jun Xian had contemplated sending her to the Qingyun sect, the sanctum of healing arts. Alas, the current standing of the Linwang mansion had diminished significantly, and with Mo Xuanyi entangled with the sect's leader's disciple, Jun Wuxia had no prospects of joining. "May I see your leg, uncle?" Jun Wuxia asked, her thoughts far from the troublesome couple. Of course, Jun Qing replied without pretense, permitting a nearby servant to roll up his trousers. Jun Qing's legs were long and elegant. Had he not been paralyzed, they would have captivated countless maidens. Yet now, those once vigorous limbs had grown slender and frail from a decade of immobility, the muscles having withered significantly, creating an imbalance with his robust upper body. Chapter 0024. The Poison Emerges. 2. Jun Wuxia knelt, her delicate hands casually pressing against Jun Qing's leg. "Is there absolutely no sensation?" "Occasionally, I feel a slight chill, but it is not pronounced," Jun Qing replied. After observing for a while longer, Jun Wuxia released his trousers. "Do you trust me, uncle?" Her cool gaze met his smiling face. Naturally, he assured her with a smile. Not in haste to speak, she lifted her eyes to the blooming lotus flowers, a flicker of thought crossing her mind. "These lotus blossoms are exquisite. I wonder if you enjoy lotus seeds?" Yun Wuxi suddenly inquired. Jun Qing chuckled. "They're quite pleasant. I picked some yesterday and found them delicious. Would you care to try?" Jun Wuxia casually spoke. "Since I picked it myself, I naturally want to taste it." Her little niece had become increasingly sensible, which delighted Jun Qing. In the past, even if Jun Wuxia had plucked a lotus pod, she would have immediately given it to that mischievous boy, Mo Xuanfei. When would it be his turn to enjoy it? The young uncle opened his mouth, but Jin Wuxia calmly replied. Jun Qing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what this little girl was up to, but assuming it was meant to cheer her up. He complied. Just as he opened his mouth, Jin Wuxia's small hand swiftly followed suit. With a flick of her fingertip, a crystal-clear lotus seed fell into Jun Qing's mouth. Before he could react, she lifted his chin with her hand, abruptly forcing him to swallow it whole. Jun Qing was nearly brought to tears by Jin Wuxia's rather unrefined method. He thought she had finally matured, yet her approach remained so simple and direct. It was no wonder Jin Wuxia's method of administering medicine was so harsh. She simply lacked the gentle disposition. When dealing with reluctant patients, she was always straightforward, leaving no room for resistance. Was it good? Jin Wuxia asked after seeing Jun Qing swallow it down. Jun Qing, somewhat speechless, looked at her, having swallowed so hastily. How could he truly savor it? It was good, he replied, resorting to the tactics used to appease children. Well then, I shall take my leave. After completing her task, Jin Wuxia waved her sleeve and departed without taking a single cloud with her. As he watched her retreating figure, Jun Qing felt a bit helpless. This little girl had suddenly come to him and talked for so long. Was it merely to make him eat a lotus seed? The residual poison within the young prince has not been fully cleared. Lotus seeds are cold in nature. Should we prepare some ginger soup for the residents? The man who had been standing behind Jun Qing finally spoke. He had a strong, imposing figure, quite unlike ordinary servants. Jun Qing raised his hand, indicating that there was no need for such alarm. It was just a lotus seed, and he was not so fragile as to be affected by it. The man ceased his insistence, noting that the young lady seemed different from before. Ever since Jun Qing returned to the Linwang mansion after his injury, he had been by Jun Qing's side, taking care of him, and had essentially watched Jin Wuxia grow up. To be honest, he had never had a favorable impression of the haughty young lady, so when Jin Wuxia appeared, he did not even bother to greet her. Do you feel the same? As he mentioned Jin Wuxia's changes, a broader smile spread across Jun Qing's face, tinged with nostalgia. He sighed. Seeing her like this, she truly resembles her elder brother somewhat. The aura of a jade-faced Yama is unmatched. The man frowned slightly, seemingly unconvinced by Jun Qing's words. Chapter 0025. Poison Erupts 3. Jun Qing chuckled and shook his head. Only her brother can handle that temper of hers. Do not forget that child is the biological daughter of the Yama you speak of. Should there come a day when my father and I are no longer here, that child will still be entrusted to you. Before Jun Qing could finish his sentence, a sudden itch spread through every inch of his bones, abruptly interrupting his words. Young prince. The man nervously observed Jun Qing's face turn pale. The poison Jun Qing sustained years ago had never been completely eradicated. The residual toxicity had penetrated deep into his marrow. Even the leader of the Qingyun sect had been powerless against it. Over the years, Jun Qing had been cautious in his care, even being careful with his diet. Just moments ago, he had been fine. How could it suddenly? The man suddenly recalled something. Is it that lotus seed? Impossible. Despite his disdain for Jin Wuxia, he knew she and Jun Qing were blood relatives, so he had not been on guard when she approached. Could it be that Jin Wuxia truly intended to harm Jun Qing? Jun Qing gritted his teeth, the itch deep within transforming into an excruciating pain, as if his bones were being crushed piece by piece. The overwhelming agony caused him to break into a sweat. Seeing Jun Qing's condition deteriorate rapidly, the man immediately lifted both him and his wheelchair, rushing him back to his room. Jin Wuxia, of course, was oblivious to all that transpired. Having personally experienced the benefits of lotus seeds on bone health, she knew that while the sensation was uncomfortable, it was not overly dramatic. With Jun Qing's temperament, he would surely not have a significant reaction. However, what Jin Wuxia did not realize was that the effects of lotus seeds on a healthy person's bones were entirely different from those on someone poisoned. At that moment, Jun Qing's courtyard had descended into chaos, with numerous doctors being summoned to the Linwang mansion to treat him. Yet, in the face of Jun Qing's condition, all the doctors felt helpless. Jun Qing's body became feverishly hot, lying in bed, convulsing continuously. His remaining sheets soon became soaked with sweat, which was not clear, but rather dark and foul-smelling. This sight left the doctors dumbfounded, trembling like frightened quails as they knelt beside the bed. Upon hearing the news, Jun Xian rushed back to the mansion and was met with the sight of his son lying half dead in bed, sending a chill down his spine. What on earth happened? Jun Xian's furious roar nearly shattered the roof, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the doctors kneeling by the bed. We truly do not know. The doctors cried in despair. The young prince's vital energy is in turmoil. The toxins accumulated in his marrow have inexplicably spread, now affecting his entire body. We have done our utmost. Please spare us, Lin Wang. The doctors pleaded for mercy, for based on their diagnosis, it was clear that Jun Qing was suffering from toxic heart syndrome and had little time left. Their words struck Jun Xian like a bolt from the blue, nearly causing him to faint. Was he to lose his last son as well? No, absolutely not. Jun Xian could not afford to waste another moment and immediately made his way to the palace, seeking the intervention of Bai Yunxian. After all, Bai Yunxian was a disciple of the Qingyun sect's leader, yet she avoided him, claiming she was still recuperating from the shock of being attacked that day. The emperor found himself in a difficult position and could only dispatch all the imperial doctors to the Lin Wang mansion to save Jun Qing. Chapter 0026. Poison erupts. For an entire day and night, Jun Qing lay in bed, struggling on the brink of death. The imperial doctors exhausted all their methods, yet none proved effective, their words subtly suggesting an inevitable demise for Jun Qing. Jun Xian appeared to age a decade overnight, and the next morning, looking at his son, who lay limp in bed, he commanded that all the doctors be sent back to the palace. He sat despondently at Jun Qing's bedside, burying his face in his hands, his shoulders trembling slightly. Is it true? The emperor of the Qi kingdom sat in the imperial study, having heard the report from the doctors, his solemn expression betraying no hint of emotion. I do not dare speak recklessly, but the young prince is indeed afflicted by toxic heart syndrome, the doctor reported truthfully. Such a pity, the emperor sighed, ordering Snow Mountain Ginseng and Rui Lingji to be sent to the Lin Wang mansion. He was deeply moved, recognizing that both Snow Mountain Ginseng and Rui Lingji were antidotes, and it was evident that everyone believed Jun Qing was on the verge of death. Yes, dismissed. I obey. The doctors respectfully exited the study. Inside, the emperor sat at his desk, gazing at the mountain of memorials, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the Lin Wang mansion, a pall of gloom hung heavy. Jun Qing, utterly exhausted, lay motionless in bed, his breathing barely perceptible. Jun Xian, with red-rimmed eyes, sat by the bedside. Why did this poison suddenly erupt? Jun Xian pondered, unable to grasp why Jun Qing's previously stable condition had spiraled into such chaos. The man standing beside him wore a grave expression, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Have any suspicious individuals entered the residence? Yun Xian inquired. The man shook his head, silently observing Jun Qing on the bed, internally conflicted. Before Jun Qing fell unconscious, he had instructed him never to mention Jin Wuxia's visit. He could not bring himself to believe that she would wish him harm. He thought it was merely his fate drawing near. Yet now, with Jun Qing's life hanging by a thread and all the doctors having predicted his death, could he continue to keep the secret? The man's heart was filled with turmoil. If it were anyone else, he could easily bring them in for questioning, but that person was Jin Wuxia. If Jun Qing were to perish, then the Lin Wangfu would indeed be devoid of hope. What has transpired? A voice filled with confusion suddenly resonated. Both the man and Jun Xian turned their gazes toward the doorway, where Jun Wuxia stood, clad in light garments, cradling a black cat. Wuxia. Jun Xian's hoarse voice brimmed with profound sorrow. The man clenched his fists, yearning to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. Your uncle has succumbed to poison. Jun Xian closed his eyes in despair. Poison? Jun Wuxia paused momentarily, then approached the bedside, disregarding the astonished expressions of Jun Xian and the man. She placed her hand upon Jun Qing's pulse. The thrum beneath her fingertips was faint, nearly imperceptible. Observing Jun Qing's pallid visage and the dark sweat covering his body, it indeed resembled the effects of poisoning. While outsiders might conclude that Jun Qing had no chance of survival, Jun Wuxia perceived something different. Although his pulse was weak, It remained remarkably stable. Without hesitation, Jun Wuxia removed the thin blanket covering Jun Xing and took away his pillow. Jun Xian, observing her relentless actions, was momentarily taken aback. Wuxia, what are you doing? Your uncle is fine. Jun Wuxia was wholly focused on treating Jun Xing, oblivious to the impact her actions had on Jun Xian and the man. Chapter 0027. A Marvelous Revival. 1. Jun Xing's condition was not dire. His current state was likely due to the poison having penetrated his very marrow. The function of the lotus seed was to regenerate bones, simultaneously expelling the toxins that had accumulated within. These toxins would be expelled alongside perspiration, and during the process of complete elimination, they would temporarily accumulate within, creating the illusion that Jun Xing was suffering from poisoned energy. In truth, the situation was not as perilous as it appeared. Jun Wuxia positioned Jun Xing horizontally to facilitate the detoxification process. She deftly retrieved a needle pouch from her waist, extracting a slender silver needle, and skillfully inserted it into a crucial acupuncture point on Jun Xing's body, invigorating his vital energy to hasten the end of his suffering. Immersed in her medical practice, Jun Wuxia entered a state of utter oblivion, as if the world around her had vanished, leaving only the patient she was determined to save in her heart and mind. Unbeknownst to her, as she withdrew the silver needle, the man standing nearby could no longer contain his impatience and approached to intervene, only to be halted by the equally astonished Jun Xian. The two stood at the bedside, quietly observing Jun Wuxia's adept technique, both having watched her grow up, yet astonished by her remarkable skill. Prepare 10 stoves and seal the room. Jun Wuxia remained entirely rational during her treatment. What are you attempting to do? He is your uncle. Can you not see he is on the verge of death? The man's dissatisfaction could no longer be restrained. Jun Xing was already in such a frail state, drenched in sweat, yet she still intended to bring in stoves. Jun Wuxia regarded the man coldly, her voice dripping with icy disdain. I do not converse with fools. With that, she disregarded the man's stormy countenance and departed with the black cat. Jun Xing's detoxification was entirely appropriate. His body was merely weakened, the years of paralysis having severely impaired his bodily functions. Should the toxins remain in his system for too long, even if his bones were reformed, his organs would sustain damage. What Jun Wuxia sought was to expel the toxins from Jun Xing's body in the shortest time possible. She hurried to the pharmacy, swiftly concocting remedies to stabilize his bodily organs. Inside Jun Xing's chamber, the man wore a face as dark as thunder, while Jun Xian appeared deeply troubled, observing the ailing Jun Xing on the bed. He hesitated for a moment before instructing a servant standing outside, prepare 10 stoves immediately and ensure the doors and windows are tightly shut. Lin Wang, do you truly wish to allow the young lady such reckless freedom? The man gazed at Jun Xian incredulously. Jun Xian sighed, having heard the physician's words. Jun Xing has no other recourse. Regardless of how absurd Wuxia's methods may seem, I am willing to try. He is my only son, and even if there is but a sliver of hope, I shall pursue it. Driven to the brink of despair, he had no other options. Moreover, Jun Wuxia's needle technique had sparked a strange fascination in him. In his desperation, he had to place his last hope in the hands of his granddaughter. How long has the young lady been involved in medicine? This is sheer recklessness. The sect leader of Qingyun Zone is right in the palace. Even if his majesty disapproves, I will forcibly bring her here. The man ground his teeth. Jun Xian shook his head. The toxins within Jun Xing were beyond the means of even Baiyun Xian's master to resolve. Even if she were brought here, it would be too late. Chapter 0028. A Marvelous Revival. 2. The man despondently leaned against the bed, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Soon, the stoves were brought into the room, and the atmosphere became stiflingly hot, compelling both Jun Xian and the man to release their spiritual energy to envelop themselves. Lying on the bed, Jun Xing sweated profusely, as though he had been pulled from water, his dark sweat saturating the entire bed, dripping onto the floor. Under the heat of the stoves, the perspiration quickly evaporated, and steam filled the room. With a creak, Jun Wuxia pushed the door open, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup, the black cat nimbly following at her feet. Without acknowledging the reactions of others in the room, Jun Wuxia approached the bedside. Suddenly, the man standing nearby grasped Jun Wuxia's wrist forcefully. "He is your uncle." The man fixed his gaze upon Jun Wuxia, unwilling to disclose to Jun Xian that Juanqing's poisonous affliction had occurred after consuming the lotus seeds she had provided. He still could not believe that Jun Wuxia would genuinely wish harm upon Juanqing, yet her actions continuously fueled his suspicions. "Release me." Jun Wuxia frowned, irritably shaking off the man's grip. She detested being interrupted and questioned during her treatment. The man silently stepped aside, observing as Jun Wuxia administered the herbal concoction to Juanqing. After consuming the medication, Juanqing displayed no immediate reaction, simply lying still on the bed. Time ticked away, and the oppressive heat in the room was an immense trial for Jun Wuxia, who had yet to cultivate her spiritual energy. Perspiration streamed from her skin, her thin garments thoroughly soaked. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, cautiously placing her hand on Juanqing's pulse to monitor the changes within him. The black cat leaped onto the bed, observing the unconscious Juanqing before looking up at Jun Wuxia. "Meow. It seems the bodily condition has stabilized." Jun Wuxia nodded slightly. An hour passed, and the sweat expelled by Juanqing no longer appeared murky. Jun Wuxia rose, opened the doors and windows, and commanded the servants outside to remove all the stoves from the room. "Prepare warm water to cleanse the young prince." Yun Wuxi ordered decisively. The servants outside exchanged puzzled glances, utterly unsure of what the young lady was attempting. Juanqing's condition had deteriorated to the utmost extreme, and both the town's doctors and the palace's imperial physicians had issued a death notice. What could the young lady possibly intend with such actions? The servants instinctively glanced toward Jun Xian, who nodded slightly, prompting them to comply with Jun Wuxia's instructions. "You, go to my pharmacy and fetch the medicinal pot from the table. Dissolve it in warm water and allow my uncle to soak for 3 hours." Jun Wuxia directed the man standing nearby. Throughout this process, Jun Xian made no attempt to intervene, watching as Jun Wuxia orchestrated everything with precision, a glimmer of pride mingling with his fatigue. Regardless of whether Wuxia's methods yielded results, she had undeniably changed. The flurry of activity left Jun Wuxia somewhat agitated. Her garments bore numerous stains, remnants expelled from Juanqing's body, exuding a nauseating odor. Once she had delegated all tasks, she hurried back to her room to wash up, unable to endure the filth clinging to her. Chapter 29. The Miraculous Revival. 3. Juanqing was led into the medicinal bath by a man. Though she remained in a deep slumber, the man distinctly sensed that her breathing was no longer feeble. Her complexion, while still pale, had begun to show a hint of vitality. Jun Xian had been following closely, and upon observing signs of improvement in his son, he finally exhaled in relief. Wuxia was after all his daughter. She may have been somewhat immature in the past, but she had grown now. He hoped that any biases against her might dissipate, as she would surely require the protection of these individuals to navigate adulthood safely. Jun Xian regarded the silent man, recognizing that he harbored no fondness for Jun Wuxia. The man remained quiet, merely observing Juanqing in the medicinal bath, as her color gradually returned. Eventually, he turned and exited the room. Freshly bathed and dressed, Jun Wuxia seemed revived, seated in the apothecary, one hand grasping a teacup, while the other diligently scribbled the names of various herbs on paper. Juanqing was no longer critically ill. The toxins had been entirely expelled. Yet regaining her peak condition would require time for recuperation. Acknowledging the potency of medicine, Jun Wuxia was determined to prevent any side effects from afflicting her family. Thus, she had commenced preparations for Juanqing's medicinal cuisine, harmonizing the nourishment of herbs with wholesome food. A knock at the door interrupted her train of thought. "Gumin." The door swung open to reveal a tall man standing before her. Jun Wuxia's brow furrowed slightly. She was not fond of this individual who frequently disrupted her. "Speak if you have something to say. Otherwise, leave." Her words were sharp, particularly towards those outside her family. As soon as she finished speaking, the man at the door knelt down with a thud, one knee on the ground. "I, Long Qi, a major general of the Rue Lin army, have offended the young lady. I beg for your punishment according to military law." Long Chi's imposing figure knelt before Jun Wuxia, his tense back outlining a resolute silhouette. A major general of the Rui Lin army. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes at Long Qi. She had always sensed that his demeanor was not akin to that of a servant or guard, but she had never imagined he was a major general. Is everything all right? Jun Wuxia inquired with a furrowed brow. Long Qi remained silent, not denying his long-standing biases against Jun Wuxia. He even harbored an inkling that Jun Qing's poisoning was somehow linked to her. However, upon witnessing Jun Qing's gradual recovery under Jun Wuxia's care, he recognized his folly. As a member of the Rui Lin army, accepting punishment for one's mistakes was customary. You may leave now. Jun Wuxia had little interest in Long Chi's identity or his apology. She had gleaned some understanding of his disdain for her. It was indeed rare for a hardened soldier emerging from the military to regard her favorably, considering the previous actions of this shell. While Long Qi had repeatedly interrupted her treatment, his intentions stemmed from genuine concern for Jun Qing's safety. Therefore, she dismissed his rudeness. After a while, Long Qi, not receiving a further response, rose to depart, this time adopting a demeanor of utmost respect, bowing as he closed the door behind him. During my absence, it seems little Wuxia has accomplished something remarkable. A low, magnetic voice filled with seduction resonated from the back of the apothecary. Chapter 30. The Miraculous Revival. 4. Jun Wuxia paused momentarily, frowning as she glanced over. A tall figure lounged lazily on a soft couch in a back room. His long legs casually crossed, one hand supporting his head. His silky black hair cascaded alongside his face, and the wicked smile that graced his thin lips painted a picture of a true seducer. After several days of absence, she had nearly forgotten about Jun Wuxiao, never expecting him to appear here so unexpectedly. With his arrival, Jun Wuxia faintly detected a familiar metallic scent in the air, though masked by the herbs. The odor was subtle, yet provocative to her senses. Jun Wuxiao noticed Jun Wuxia's frown as she wrinkled her nose in distaste. His enchanting countenance momentarily faltered. Next time, you're not permitted to enter the apothecary until that scent is eliminated, Jun Wuxia warned, her forehead creased. She was indifferent to Jun Wuxiao's origins, as long as he did not provoke anyone from the Linwang mansion or her. He was free to amuse himself as he pleased. Jun Wuxiao rose slowly, feigning distress as he regarded the disdain emanating from Jun Wuxia. The scent had nearly dissipated, yet in this room brimming with herbs, how keen was her sense of smell to detect it? Do you truly dislike this scent so much? He inquired with a soft chuckle. Indeed. As Jun Wuxia watched Jun Wuxiao approach, she instinctively took a few steps back, outside of treatment hours. That odor was enough to make her nauseous. Apologies. Jun Wuxiao observed her continued avoidance with a mischievous grin, and before she could react, he swiftly enveloped her in powerful arms. Her delicate face was pressed against his broad chest. The metallic scent now intensified. Jun Wuxia instantly flared with anger. Let go. Be good. I promise I won't let you smell that again. Jun Wuxiao not only refused to release her, but tightened his embrace further. She was so small and soft, meant to be sheltered like an innocent creature, yet she bore sharp fangs, ready to bite when danger approached. Caught in the clutches of a madman, Jun Wuxia felt her freshly changed clothes absorb the scent of blood anew. As soon as he finally released her, she bolted from the apothecary, rushing to bathe and change. The black cat, abandoned in the apothecary, could only exchange glances with Jun Wuxiao. As it watched him bid farewell to Jun Wuxia, a genuine smile graced his face. The cat shivered, sensing the danger of this man, and hastily followed its master to escape the apothecary. Master, there's a pervert here. Don't leave me behind. When Jun Qing awoke from his stupor, he found his father anxiously seated at his bedside. Father? Jun Qing struggled to rise, but his entire body felt as if it had been shattered and reassembled, pain rendering him immobile. Stay still. Don't move. Jun Xian urged. What has happened to me? I feel as if my bones are about to fall apart. Jun Qing lamented, discomfort mingled with a strange sense of relief. You nearly frightened me to death. Jun Qing felt a tinge of helplessness. Chapter 31. The Secluded Expert. 1. Stop dawdling. Come eat something. Jun Xian hastily summoned someone to bring in the kanji he had prepared in advance. As the kanji entered the room, a faint medicinal aroma wafted into the nostrils of the father and son. The scent was subtle, neither overpowering nor harsh like the herbs, mingling with the fragrance of rice, tantalizing their appetites. Though Jun Qing had little inclination to eat, the enticing aroma kindled his hunger. He forced himself to sit up and consumed a bowl of kanji in a few swift bites. Once his body received nourishment, he regained some strength and leaned against the bed to converse with Jun Xian, learning just how perilous his condition had been during his unconsciousness. Even the imperial physicians declared that your chances of survival were non-existent. If it weren't for Wu Xie, Yun Xian sighed deeply. Years ago, he had buried Jun Wu Xie's parents, experiencing the heart-wrenching pain of a parent burying a child, nearly costing him his life. He could scarcely imagine enduring such a loss again. Wu Xie has only recently begun her studies in medicine. How could she possibly know that I still had hope? Jun Qing was filled with confusion. During this period, Jun Wuxia had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once willful and headstrong little girl seemed to have vanished without a trace. Even when confronted with the humiliation from Imo Zhuafiai, Jun Wuxia remained unperturbed. Now, she had demonstrated an extraordinary ability to rejuvenate, truly leaving them astounded. The child had changed significantly lately, becoming increasingly sensible. I suspect her previous injuries may not have been as simple as we imagined. If it weren't for a major upheaval, she wouldn't have experienced such a profound transformation in such a short time. Although Jun Xian did not voice his thoughts, he harbored suspicions regarding Jun Wuxia's injury. All of Jun Wuxia's changes began from that injury. What exactly had she encountered? After a moment's hesitation, Jun Qing finally disclosed that Jun Wuxia had visited him before his poisoning and had fed him a lotus seed. Lotus seed? Jun Xian furrowed his brow. Jun Qing's poisoning was inexplicable, and he initially thought someone had acted in secret. However, it now seemed that it was inextricably linked with Jun Wuxia. Perhaps the child acted inadvertently, or perhaps my body was unable to withstand the poison. In any case, I believe Wuxia would not harm me. Moreover, although I feel exhausted, my spirit is quite invigorated. Over the years, the poison within me has not taken my life, but my mental and physical state has deteriorated. Jun Qing feared that the matter would genuinely implicate Jun Wuxia, and hurriedly began to explain. Yet, he was not speaking carelessly. Despite still being somewhat weak, his spirit felt remarkably good. The spiritual energy that had been depleted by the toxins seemed no longer so obstructed. Is that true? You must not deceive me. I certainly trust Wuxia, but if you feel any discomfort, do not hide it. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Jun Xian's greatest wish is for neither Jun Qing nor Jun Wuxia to come to harm. Jun Qing smiled and nodded, stretching his body to demonstrate that he was in good health. However, just as he sat up straight, an unusual sensation caused him to stiffen. What is it? Jun Xian observed Jun Qing's strange expression. Jun Qing swallowed hard and looked at Jun Xian. My leg. What is wrong with your leg? Jun Xian asked anxiously. It feels a bit sore. Jun Qing's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Chapter 0032. The Master from Beyond the World 2. Since being poisoned, his legs had nearly lost all sensation, only occasionally responding to the cold. Yet just as he attempted to sit up, he suddenly realized that those numb legs, which had been insensible for a decade, were now sending clear signals of soreness for the very first time. Even in pain, this revelation left Jun Qing utterly astonished. Father, where is Wuxia? A bold hypothesis formed in Jun Qing's mind. He suddenly recalled something Jun Wuxia had said when she first appeared. Uncle, do you trust me? At that moment, Jun Qing had not paid it much heed, nor had he pondered why she would ask such a question. Yet now, it seemed that after posing that query, she had abruptly changed the subject and fed him a lotus seed. Following that, the poison within him had inexplicably flared up. This was all too coincidental. Yun Xian quickly summoned Yun Wuxi. She had been in the pharmacy, and, as she entered the room, a faint scent of medicine lingered around her. She cradled a black cat in her arms and walked calmly into the chamber. Uncle has awakened, Jun Wuxia remarked, glancing at Jun Qing, her eyes revealing no surprise. Wuxia, I must thank you greatly this time, Jun Qing said with a smile. Noticing the cat in her embrace, his eyes filled with warmth. Jun Wuxia had always adored fluffy creatures. However, her impatient nature made it difficult to raise young, mischievous animals. He had previously caught her several kittens and puppies, yet none had survived under her care. It was indeed a rare sight to see her quietly nurturing a pet now. There is no need. This was my oversight, Jun Wuxia replied. Stroking the sleek fur of the black cat, her gaze lowered. Her words prompted a shared glance of concern between Jun Xian and Jun Qing. Wuxia, what do you mean by that? Jun Xian gently inquired, wary of sounding too stern and frightening his granddaughter. Jun Wuxia raised her head, her bright eyes scanning Jun Xian and then Jun Qing. She began slowly, I did not intend to keep anything from you. But you both should be aware of the grave injuries I sustained upon my return to the residence, right? Jun Xian and Jun Qing nodded, their hearts racing at the memory of the horrific state in which Jun Wuxia had returned. On the day I fell from the cliff, nearly all my bones were shattered. Had I not encountered my master, I would have perished and never returned to the Lin Wang residence, Jun Wuxia stated calmly. Master? Yun Wuxi nodded. He found me at the bottom of the cliff and brought me back, but he wished to keep his identity concealed. Thus he entrusted me to Jun. Brother, during my recovery, my master noticed my interest in medicine and decided to take me as his disciple. Although I do not know who he truly is, he is my savior and possesses remarkable medical skills. My sudden desire to learn medicine is not a whim. It was my master who believed my frail body, lacking any protective spirit, necessitated such knowledge to ensure my self-preservation. Jun Wuxia paused, casting a casual glance at the attentive father and son of the Jun family, and continued. The seed I gave to uncle was not an ordinary lotus seed. It was a treasured item from my master, who claimed it could refine one's bones. Chapter 0033. The Master from Beyond the World 3. I noticed that although uncle's legs are disabled, there remains some sensation, and the meridians are intact. Hence, I hope to use that treasure to heal him. I have consumed it myself, and while it was somewhat uncomfortable, it did not elicit such a strong reaction as uncle's. I was quite surprised by uncle's poisoning. Fortunately, my master taught me how to handle it, preventing any catastrophic outcomes. Jun Wuxia's voice was calm and steady, her youthful timbre conveying an air of credibility. Her explanation, blending truth and fiction, was crafted after careful consideration to account for her newfound medical abilities. Otherwise, her proficiency would indeed seem inexplicable. Her intention had been to subtly alter the physical constitution of Jun Qing and Jun Xian without their awareness. Little did she know that Jun Qing's reaction to the lotus seed would be so pronounced, necessitating the revelation of her medical skills. Thus, through her collaboration with the little black cat, a mysterious yet highly skilled master was conceived. Jun Wuxia attributed all her medical prowess to this enigmatic figure. After hearing her explanation, both Jun Xian and Jun Qing were left in shock. They had never anticipated that Jun Wuxia had secretly taken on such a master. Upon Jun Wuxia's return to the residence, Jun Liao had manipulated certain details in the memories of Jun Xian and Jun Qing, leading them to believe that it was Jun Wuxia's brother who had brought her back. They remained unaware of the true events that had transpired. Although Jun Wuxia's explanation sounded somewhat far-fetched, it aligned perfectly with her recent changes. Otherwise, how could they rationalize Jun Wuxia's sudden shift in personality and her newfound interest in medicine? Ahem, Wuxia, has your master been meeting with you in the residence during this time? Jun Xian inquired, his expression slightly strange. Jun Wuxia nodded. Jun Xian exchanged a glance with Jun Qing, his brow twitching slightly. Although the Lin Wang residence appeared to have few guards, the hidden Rue Lin army monitoring the area was substantial. Due to the unique nature of the Lin Wang residence, the Rue Lin army had it under constant surveillance. Not only would they detect any unfamiliar presence, but even the slightest appearance of animals would not escape their notice. However, during this period, they had received no reports from the Rue Lin army regarding any unusual activity. Could it be that Jun Wuxia's master possesses such remarkable abilities that he can traverse freely in and out of the residence under the watchful eyes of numerous members of the Rue Lin army, without leaving a single trace? Both the Jun family father and son harbor immense curiosity about Jun Wuxia's master. Yet they are aware that this esteemed individual likely harbors no ill intentions towards their residents. After all, he did save Wuxie's life and imparted medical knowledge to her. To have such a master is indeed a blessing. If your master prefers not to meet others, then you may simply bring me and your uncle to express our gratitude for his assistance. Jun Xian, being of considerable age and experience, understands that some reclusive sages have long since seen through worldly affairs and choose not to engage, which is entirely reasonable. He does not intend to pry further. The existence of such a master is beneficial both for the Lin Wang residents and for Jun Wuxia personally, and thus, Jun Xian is more than pleased. Very well, Jun Wuxia replied calmly, while the small black cat in her arms let out a playful meow. Master, you've learned to deceive, haven't you? Understanding the cat's words, Jun Wuxia showed no reaction, maintaining her icy demeanor. As for the lotus seeds, you've consumed them too? Is there any issue with that? Jun Xian had witnessed the dreadful aftermath when Jun Xing ingested them, and the thought of Jun Wuxia having done so unbeknownst to him filled him with anxiety. Yun Wuxi shu hate. I am perfectly fine and feel no discomfort. Your uncle's strong reaction stems from the poison that has long dwelled within his bones. The lotus seeds can refine one's skeletal structure, and since your uncle's bones have essentially undergone a rebirth, the toxins compressed within them are released, causing intense pain. However, as he sweats, those toxins are expelled, and with proper care, he will encounter no further issues. She added, if even Jun Xing cannot be cured, I would indeed feel utterly ashamed to live in this world. Jun Xian found her explanation increasingly profound. When he heard Jun Wuxia state that the toxins within Jun Xing had already been expelled with his sweat, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. I too have felt this change. Upon waking, my body feels considerably lighter, and when I attempted to rise, I discovered some sensation in my legs. Jun Xing hurriedly shared his previous sensations. For many years, his legs had felt as though they were non-existent. Now, even the slightest hint of feeling brought him immense joy. My master said that once the residual toxins within your uncle are cleared with medicinal meals and herbal baths for rehabilitation, he can return to his former self in no more than 6 months. Bearing the false title of master, Jun Wuxia could freely showcase her medical skills. The room fell into a profound silence as Jun Xian and Jun Xing stared at her, their eyes filled with shock. After struggling in despair for a decade, it seemed they finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Wuxia, what does your master mean? Return to normal. Are you saying your uncle can stand again? Jun Xian could hardly contain his excitement. Had he not feared startling his granddaughter, he might have leaped with joy. Jun Wuxia nodded. He will be no different from a normal person, but given that your uncle has been confined to a wheelchair for 10 years, his leg muscles have atrophied completely. It will likely take at least a year of training for him to regain the strength to move as other soldiers do. What? He can regain his previous condition? My legs? Jun Xing was utterly bewildered, grasping the quilt tightly, his face a mixture of confusion and elation, as if he were dreaming. He had believed that he would never stand again in his lifetime. The mere possibility of standing once more felt like the greatest happiness. He could not even dare to imagine galloping across the battlefield as he once did, slaying countless enemies. Yet Jun Wuxia claimed not only could he stand again, but he could also return to his former state. Was this truly not a dream? Observing Jun Xing on the verge of tears from joy and glancing at the tears glistening in Jun Xian's eyes, Jun Wuxia momentarily paused in her thoughts. What was there to be so excited about? She found it difficult to comprehend. Jun Xing's legs were not a significant issue, merely a result of poisoning. The most challenging aspect was expelling the toxins, and for the current situation at the Lin Wangfu is precarious. Jun Wuxia's transformation presents an opportunity for the Jun family to turn the tide. Until Jun Xing fully recovers and can lead the Ruilin army, Jun Xian dares not take the risk of revealing the matter concerning Jun Wuxia, lest those with ill intentions strike before the Lin Wangfu regains its strength. Years ago, after losing one son and injuring the other, Jun Xian sensed that someone was targeting their family. Over the past decade, the Jun family has deliberately diminished its presence to ensure safety. Who knows how terrifying the reaction of their adversaries will be upon learning of the Jun family's impending resurgence. For now, safeguarding Jun Wuxia's secret is paramount. With Jun Xian's counsel, Jun Wuxian navigates her tasks at the Lin Wangfu with increased finesse. To prevent any adverse reactions after Jun Xian consumes the lotus seeds, Jun Wuxia decides to first use medicinal dishes to nourish his health. She personally prepares the herbal dishes for both Jun Xian and Jun Qing, incorporating beneficial herbs and adding a single drop of the little white lotus's tears to each dish, focusing on gentle nourishment. The herbal dishes for Jun Xian are delivered directly by Fu Bo, while those for Jun Qing are taken by Long Qi. Jun Wuxia places great importance on the safety of these two pillars of the Jun family. Under the regimen of Jun Wuxia's medicinal dishes, the vitality and spirit of Jun Xian and his son improve significantly, yet the little white lotus suffers. Each portion of the medicinal dish requires its tears, necessitating the little white lotus to appear every few days to contribute its essence. Each time it emerges, it is ruthlessly pounced upon by the black cat, followed by the sound of whimpering in the room. It is truly pitiful. The beleaguered little white lotus, having once again offered its tears, curls up in a corner, its delicate body trembling, gazing tearfully at the black cat calmly grooming itself beside the bed. As Jun Wuxia collects the freshly gathered tears, a knock echoes at the door. With a slight raise of her hand, the still-crying little white lotus instantly transforms into a transparent ring and returns to her palm. "Come in." The door swings open, revealing Long Qi standing at the threshold, holding two ornate boxes. "The young prince commands me to deliver these to the young lady." Long Qi speaks little, yet his tone is markedly different from before. Though cold, it carries a profound respect. Aware that Jun Qing's health is improving, Long Qi recognizes this as Jun Wuxia's achievement. "Place them there." Yun Wuxi tilts her teen slightly. Long Qi bows slightly, enters the room, and places the boxes on the table, his gaze fixed on the ground. He then turns to leave. "Wait." Jun Wuxia suddenly calls out. Long Qi halts. "Take the medicine on the table away." Long Qi glances at the small, white porcelain vial resting on the table and, with a measured tone, inquires, "How shall it be used for the young prince?" Jun Wuxia glances at this reticent man. "It is for you." Long Qi's tall figure stiffens slightly. "With an injury, how can you protect my uncle? In the future, refrain from such trivialities." As a physician, she could not miss the faint scent of blood lingering around Long Qi during this time, which, although masked by medicinal aromas, remains distinctly clear to her. Chapter 0037. Changes 3. Long Qi remains frozen for a moment, then stands upright, his right hand clenched against his left chest, bowing slightly as if performing a ritual before silently exiting the room. Jun Wuxia glances at the closed door and resumes her tasks. "Cold exterior, warm heart." That might just describe someone like you. A teasing voice floats in from the window. Jun Wuxia raises an eyebrow, turning toward the source of the voice. After a few days, Jun Weiyao leans casually against the window, arms crossed, a smirk gracing his lips as he assesses Jun Wuxia with half-closed eyes. This time, she detects no trace of blood on him. Suffering some consequences for overstepping one's bounds, isn't such a big deal. Who would have thought you'd be so kind as to prepare medicine for him? Jun Weiyao smiling gaze follows Long Qi's retreating figure. After Long Qi sought forgiveness from Shan Yanshao, though he faced no punishment from Jun Wuxia, this straightforward man imposed his own penalty, enduring 150 strikes that left his back bloodied without uttering a sound. Returning the next however, Jun Xian's temperament is exceedingly rigid, and he has always been rather brusque with King Wu, leading to a long-standing animosity between them. During the time when Jun Xian's two sons were still alive and well, King Wu dared not confront Jun Xian directly. Yet, following the ostensible glory of the Lin Wang mansion, which was secretly in decline, King Wu grew increasingly audacious. The news of Jun Wuxia and Mo Xuanfei's broken engagement spread swiftly throughout the imperial city, thanks in part to this very individual. A throng of ministers surrounded King Wu, grinning in anticipation of Jun Xian's embarrassment. This matter does not require King Wu's concern, regardless of how cunning that rogue may be. The Lin Wang mansion will pursue the matter to the end, ensuring the safety of the second prince, Jun Xian stated coolly. "It truly is a burden for you." Lin Wang, you're not young anymore. How can you bear such strain? Matters such as these should be entrusted to the next generation. King Wu laughed brightly, then shifted his tone, feigning embarrassment as he patted his forehead, saying, "Oh, how could I forget? Your two sons. One has already sacrificed himself for the nation, and the other." King Wu did not finish his sentence, but cast a mocking glance at Jun Xian. Not long ago, the events surrounding the Lin Wang mansion had spread throughout the court. Jun Xian's younger son suddenly succumbed to poison, despite summoning every doctor in the imperial city. None could save him. The imperial physician returned with the most disheartening news, which should have been concealed, yet somehow the information leaked. And now everyone knows that Jun Qing's days are numbered. I sincerely apologize. I'm not one for words. King Wu chuckled insincerely, the mirth in his eyes betraying no hint of sincerity. Jun Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Years of leading troops had imbued him with an unintentional air of martial authority. He coldly regarded the circle of ministers and fixed his gaze on the gloating King Wu. Chapter 39. The Court too. King Wu felt a shiver run down his spine under Jun Xian's stare. In his youth, Jun Xian was a formidable warrior, the mightiest general of Qi Nation. Even though he had aged, tales of his prowess still circulated along the borders of neighboring nations. Under Jun Xian's piercing gaze, King Wu instinctively swallowed hard. "The affairs of the Lin Wang mansion need not concern you all," Jun Xian declared, as the laughter among the ministers subsided, allowing him to retract his gaze. "Ahem, I am merely concerned for the nation's pillars." Seeing that Jun Xian had not lost his temper, King Wu finally grasped the situation. The once fearsome general had grown old, a hero in the twilight of his years, like a toothless tiger. "By the way, I have heard that your Jun Wuxia has not been seen much lately. Alas, she is still young. Even if she is not destined for Mo Xuanfei, there is no need for her to be so sorrowful. She ought to come out for some fresh air. We wouldn't want her to become ill at home." Realizing that Jun Xian was no longer the fierce tiger of yesteryear, King Wu felt emboldened. After mentioning Jun Qing, he again sought to irritate Jun Xian by bringing up Jun Wuxia. Jun Xian shot King Wu a glare. King Wu, smiling, said, "Next month is the Crown Prince's birthday. The Emperor has instructed me and the Ministry of Rites to prepare arrangements. I believe your Wuxia has been cooped up long enough and should come out to relieve her spirits." The Emperor also mentioned that he feels he owes her for the previous engagement and has specifically invited Jun Wuxia to the banquet. Understood. Jun Xian, wishing to avoid any further banter with these individuals, offered a few casual replies before hastily departing. Observing Jun Xian's retreating figure, King Wu's laughter grew increasingly unabashed. Still maintaining an air of superiority? Does he truly believe he remains the Lin Wang of old? King Wu scoffed, and the ministers around him chimed in agreement. The Lin Wang cannot see the reality before him. Jun Gu is dead, and Jun Qing is unlikely to last long. The Lin Wang mansion now consists only of him and that incompetent girl, Jun Wuxia. How long can they command the Rue Lin army? One minister laughed. Indeed, he still believes himself a grand commander, yet he has merely lost 2 sons, another mocked. King Wu scoffed a few times but said little more, reveling in the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot, oblivious to the fact that Jun Xian's departing figure had shed its former weariness, standing tall and proud, reminiscent of the hero who once commanded legions and shaped the realm. Upon returning to the Lin Wang mansion, Jun Xian wore a stern expression. He had witnessed such events countless times before. Once at home, however, his demeanor softened instantly. Before reaching the inner courtyard, he caught a familiar scent of herbs. Jun Wuxia emerged from her courtyard, holding 2 jars of freshly prepared medicinal herbs, just in time to encounter the returning Jun Xian. "Grandfather." She greeted him with a nod and a gentle call. "Still toiling away with these remedies? Have you grown weary of staying at home? Next month is the Crown Prince's birthday. Would you like to accompany me?" Jun Xian asked with a smile. "Yes," Jun Wuxia replied without much thought. Jun Xian patted her shoulder, said little more, and retreated to change his clothes. Jun Wuxia stood in place, watching Jun Xian's figure disappear before she continued on her way to Jun Qing's courtyard. Meow. The black cat rubbed against Jun Wuxia's leg as she walked. "Grandfather's expression seems a bit off." Indeed, Jun Wuxia noticed as well. Meow. Is it related to the Crown Prince's birthday? Chapter 40. The Ghost Market. 1. It's highly likely that the past deeds of this shell have left numerous stains. Grandfather would not voluntarily allow me to attend the Crown Prince's birthday. He has just returned from the court, and this notion must have originated from that fellow on the throne. Jun Wuxia conversed softly with the little black cat as she walked. Meow. The foolish monarch? What does he want you to attend the birthday banquet for? In their eyes, my little uncle is already dead. Among the younger generation of the Lin Wang mansion, I am the only one left. To them, I am merely a failed little wretch. With my uncle's demise and grandfather's advancing age, I cannot bear the weight of the Lin Wang mansion. Thus, they have no reason to worry. The Rue Lin army has achieved countless military feats, so even if they wish to dispose of me, they must maintain a facade. Furthermore, they cannot glean any information about my uncle from grandfather. They might find that I, a mere 14-year-old, am much more prone to loose lips. And besides, don't you find it quite abnormal to bring a woman, who has been cast aside by a man, to the birthday celebration of that man's brother, only to witness him being affectionate with other women before a multitude of ministers? Jun Wuxia, usually reserved, found her conversational abilities soaring in the presence of the little black cat, speaking freely without needing to organize her thoughts. Meow. The little black cat was furious. Shameless. This is utterly disgraceful. The foolish monarch is indeed of the same ilk as that scoundrel. He wishes to feign kindness to his loyal subjects while attempting to extract information about your uncle from you and, at the same time, to embarrass you. How can such shameless individuals exist in this world? What they desire is not for me to be humiliated, but for the Lin Wang mansion to be disgraced. Grandfather likely does not wish to reveal the current state of the Lin Wang mansion, which is why he reluctantly made this decision. Jun Wuxia felt indifferent toward these arrangements. Those who consider themselves clever often engage in self-deception. However, this is not a significant matter. Let them revel in their triumph for a while longer. I will eventually make them pay. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Jun Wuxia's calm eyes. If they seek to trouble her, she will not mind. However, those who dare to conspire against her grandfather and uncle should not blame her for being ruthless. The foolish do not deserve to live. They are destined to perish. Jun Wuxia's gaze dropped to the herbal jars in her hands. A healer can save lives, but they can also take them. She possesses the ability to pull the dead back from the gates of Yama, and she can also send the living into the abyss. Meow. Master, you are magnificent. Eliminate those idiots. Jun Wuxia remained silent, continuing her path with a tranquil demeanor, her mind already formulating more long-term plans. Her body had been nurtured to an exceptional state. Yet, Jun Xing realized that regaining her peak condition would require over a year. During this time, she would not remain idle. Having acquired her spirit ring, she intended to make the most of it, steadily growing stronger and eliminating all the bothersome obstacles in her path. To enhance her own power, rigorous cultivation of spiritual energy was imperative. The fact that she possessed a spirit ring was a secret known only to Jun Wuxia. After Jun Xian granted Jun Wuxia most of the authority within the Lin Wang, she had sought out suitable cultivation methods in the repository of techniques. Regrettably, she discovered that the materials available in the Lin Wang were not conducive to her cultivation. The methods of cultivating spiritual energy in this world were fundamentally based on the type of spirit ring one possessed. Those with weapon-shaped spirit rings practiced different techniques than those with beast-shaped ones. The former focused on external strength, while the latter emphasized internal power. However, Jun Wuxia's spirit ring did not conform to either of these conventional types, rendering both methods unsuitable for her. Without a proper technique, the enhancement of her spiritual energy would remain a distant dream. Thus, finding a suitable cultivation method became Jun Wuxia's most pressing dilemma, and she no longer held high hopes for the Lin Wang. Instead, she turned her attention to another location. Within the memories of this body, there existed a clandestine place hidden within the imperial city, unknown to many yet exceptionally prosperous. It was a concealed underground market nestled in a corner of the imperial city, where numerous rare items could be found, far removed from the ordinary. The trading methods employed there were also unique. The goods available could not be purchased with money, but rather exchanged for equivalent items. To acquire what one desired from others, one must provide something that the counterpart required, adhering to a barter system. The original owner of this body had only visited the market once, during a date with Mo Xuanfei. Prior to that, she had been entirely unaware of its existence, despite having grown up in the imperial city. The original owner had found the underground market dim and unappealing, leading her to avoid revisiting after that singular experience. However, it now represented Jun Wuxie's sole opportunity to discover a cultivation method, compelling her to embark on this journey. Given her notoriety in the imperial city, Jun Wuxie could not afford to venture out with such a conspicuous face. She concocted a mixture from 7 or 8 types of herbs, some crushed in a powder while others were pressed for juice, which she applied to her face to soften her facial bones and reshape her appearance. This method of disguise was more thorough than others, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to discern any flaws in her countenance. Dressed in a simple white robe, she transformed her exquisite features into a more androgynous visage, diminishing her beauty while adopting a more masculine appearance. In preparation for her visit to the underground market, Jun Wuxie also needed to gather currency, as ordinary silver coins held no value there. Only valuable items could secure what she sought. Fortunately, she had recently concocted numerous elixirs in the apothecary. With the intent of aiding Jun Xing and Jun Xian in their recovery, she had prepared ample, nourishing potions, selecting several vials to carry with her. She slipped out of the Lin Wang through the back door under the cover of night. The imperial city exuded an unusual tranquility at night. This marked Jun Wuxie's first venture beyond the Lin Wang since her reincarnation. Following the memory of the address, she made her way toward the underground market. The entrance was an inconspicuous loft, seemingly indistinguishable from other taverns, yet within, only a single waiter lounged in the main hall, indifferent to her arrival, his eyes half closed in drowsiness. The entrance to the underground market lay in the back courtyard of this loft. Upon traversing the hall and passing through to the courtyard, Jun Wuxie discovered a staircase leading downwards. A few young individuals emerged from below, pausing momentarily in surprise at the sight of her. A child wandering into the ghost market was indeed a rarity. One of them muttered something to a companion before departing. The underground market had earned its name from the locals. Jun Wuxie entered silently, and after descending the dim staircase, light once again illuminated her surroundings. The expansive underground market resembled an alternate world. In stark contrast to the serene quiet of the imperial city at night, this place buzzed with life. Crowds of people thronged throughout the market, where makeshift stalls replaced traditional shops, each crafted from low wooden frames displaying wares for sale. At the market entrance, 2 tall men stood vigil on either side, their faces obscured by grotesque masks, revealing only their calm yet piercing eyes. As Jun Wuxie passed, they did not even flinch. The little black cat trailed closely by her side, its feline eyes wide with wonder at the hidden splendor of this underground realm. "Master, how shall we find the techniques suitable for your cultivation? If they're viable, Xiao Balian will sense it upon proximity," the cat inquired softly. Jun Wuxie explained that the applicability of the techniques hinged entirely on whether the spirit ring responded to them. Spirit rings possessed their own souls, and the spiritual power cultivated by individuals was drawn from the strength of their spirit rings. If a technique could not be accepted by the spirit ring, it would be rendered useless, regardless of its potential. The little black cat scoffed at the clueless Xiao Balian. "Let us search for now," it suggested. Yun Wuxi fit on certain. She had scoured every technique in the Lin Wang, and Xiao Balian had shown no reaction. Her hopes now rested on this market. The vastness of the underground market overwhelmed her petite frame as she navigated through the throngs of people. Surrounding stalls failed to pique her interest. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would likely have been dazzled by the sights. However, Jun Wuxie's singular focus remained on finding a technique. Anything else, no matter how intriguing, could not divert her attention. Yet, being jostled by the crowd and surrounded by a cacophony of scents, sweat, perfume, only heightened her discomfort. In such a densely populated space, the mingling of human odors with perspiration created an unpleasant aroma, while others might overlook it amidst the allure of fresh novelties. For Jun Wuxie, Every sensation drove her closer to madness. Her elegant brows furrowed as she endeavored to avoid contact with anyone, but the pervasive odors were inescapable. She vowed never to return to such a place. The little black cat kept pace beside her, acutely aware of its owner's fraying nerves. For someone with a pronounced aversion to filth, this environment felt like a descent into hell. The little black cat attempted to soothe Jun Wuxie's taut disposition. However, the tension evident in her tightly drawn lips indicated little effect. The underground market was vast, yet the stalls offering cultivation techniques were regrettably scarce, scattered throughout the expanse, compelling Jun Wuxie to thoroughly explore the area. At last, she found herself in a relatively less crowded section, allowing her to relax slightly. Here, the stalls were sparse, many even vacant. As she scanned her surroundings, preparing to progress, she suddenly felt a warmth emanating from her fingers, where the spirit ring was worn. Could it be that there was a technique suitable for her here? This marked the first time that Xiao Bai Lian reacted while in the form of a. Jun Wuxie immediately became aware of her surroundings. There were only 10 stalls in this area, and as she scanned each one meticulously, she finally identified a suspicious target. At an inconspicuous stall, a few tattered books lay scattered. The covers of these ancient tomes were so worn that their origins were indiscernible. After observing for a while, Jun Wuxie confirmed that this was the only stall among the 10 that housed ancient texts, prompting her to approach. The vendor of these ancient books was a boy of around 15 or 16 years, whose once fair complexion was marred by dirt, and whose attire appeared somewhat shabby. Yet, the smile on his face betrayed no hint of negativity. The boy sat on a small stool behind a wooden stand, casually reclining with one leg crossed over the other, a bamboo leaf clamped between his teeth, engrossed in a severely worn ancient book. It wasn't until Jun Wuxie stood before his stall that he realized a customer had arrived. The seller remained unresponsive, and the buyer was silent. Jun Wuxie focused all her attention on the ancient tomes. The closer she approached, the more intense the reaction from Xiao Bai Lian became, further convincing her that these books contained what she sought. As she flipped through the volumes, despite the absence of covers, the contents remained relatively intact. However, after perusing the books several times, she found herself at a loss. Were these tomes truly martial arts manuals? These ancient texts were evidently intended for a gardener. They merely instructed on the cultivation of flowers and plants, devoid of any substantial content. Even Jun Wuxie could not suppress a twitch at the corners of her mouth in response to this outcome. Yet, Xiao Bai Lian, upon encountering these books, became increasingly agitated. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the setting, Jun Wuxie suspected he would have manifested into his human form to seize them. Unable to reveal himself or act independently, Xiao Bai Lian incessantly urged her through their connection, clamoring to take these books home. Jun Wuxie clenched her fists. He was merely a lotus spirit, yet she found herself yielding to his demands. However, what she truly needed were martial arts manuals, not a pile of gardening books. Though she contemplated leaving, Xiao Bai Lian relentlessly pressed her to acquire the tattered volumes. Meow. The little black cat tilted its head, observing Jun Wuxie's conflicted expression. The book-absorbed boy finally noticed the customer at his stall, lifting his head to lazily scrutinize Jun Wuxie. Buying something? Upon seeing a customer, the boy quickly tucked the book behind his waist, his grimy face breaking into an overly enthusiastic grin. Feel free to browse, and if you fancy anything, do speak up. He energetically promoted the pile of tattered books. Jun Wuxie's lips tightened into a thin line as she glanced at the boy, discreetly pressing her ring finger into her palm, her thumb firmly pressing against this position. What do you desire in exchange for these books? Jun Wuxie spoke coldly, arriving with high hopes, only to be thwarted by Xiao Bai Lian's antics, which further soured her mood. These? You want all of them? The boy's eyes sparkled as he looked at Jun Wuxie, as if beholding a plump sheep descending from the heavens. Jun Wuxie wished to conclude this quickly to spare herself from Xiao Bai Lian's incessant urging, as she intended to continue searching for other martial arts manuals. The boy, smiling broadly, extended his grimy fingers before her. 5 Eastern pearls. Jun Wuxie glanced at the boy's fingers and then at the worthless books, turning on her heel to leave. The eastern pearls were large and round, sourced from the eastern sea, each worth thousands of gold. The boy demanded 5 for a few books on planting flowers. Hey, don't go. The boy, seeing Jun Wuxie prepare to leave without a word, immediately panicked. Though she did not retreat, her ring finger gradually began to emit a faint glow. Don't go, don't go. The anxious, youthful voice echoed softly, causing Jun Wuxie to swiftly conceal her right hand within her sleeve, her heart racing. Was Xiao Bailian possessed? To desire those books so fervently that he would defy her will and attempt to manifest himself. Setting aside the fact that Xiao Bailian's appearance would attract considerable attention, the mere act of him revealing himself would unleash a wave of lotus fragrance that would overpower the other scents in the ghost market, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers who halted in their tracks, seemingly searching for something. If it were possible, Jun Wuxie would unhesitatingly return Xiao Bailian to the ghost realm from which he came. Silence. Stay put, she whispered, lowering her voice. No one knew of her connection to the. If it were exposed here, the consequences would be dire. As Jun Wuxie wrestled with Xiao Bailian, the boy had already caught up, clutching the tattered books in his arms. Don't go. If you think 5 is too many, I can reduce it to 4. The boy darted in front of Jun Wuxie, blocking her path and fervently promoting the books he held. At last, the boy's approach calmed Xiao Bailian somewhat. Jun Wuxie realized that if she did not take these books home today, Xiao Bailian might cause an uproar. I have no eastern pearls, only elixirs. Jun Wuxie informed the boy. Huh? Elixirs? The boy scratched his head, his smile fading as disappointment crept onto his face. In a place like this, what use would elixirs be? Never mind, if you lack eastern pearls, then forget it. With that, the boy began to sulk back. Just as tranquility settled for a few seconds, Xiao Bailian stirred once more. Jun Wuxie's expression darkened entirely. Wait. She had to call out to the boy to halt. The boy slowly turned around, his disinterest evident as he regarded Jun Wuxie. I'm truly sorry, but I have no interest in elixirs. I understand. The stark contrast in the boy's demeanor confirmed Jun Wuxie's suspicion. You may inform me if there is anything nearby that I can exchange for, and I shall procure it. Jun Wuxie spoke calmly, her clear gaze devoid of emotion fixed on the boy. He hesitated for a long moment before scratching his nose and returning. There is someone selling eastern pearls over there, and he does accept elixirs, but the ones he requires are probably beyond your reach. To be frank, the boy did not hold much faith in the young child before him. A child of such a tender age appearing in the ghost market was already astonishing. What could she possibly produce that was of any real value? Take me there, Jun Wuxie commanded. The boy pouted, glancing at his empty stall. If I accompany you, aside from the 4 eastern pearls you want, I can also add a bottle of elixirs. Seeing the boy's reluctance, Jun Wuxie raised her offer. I truly do not need your elixirs. If I desired elixirs, would I bother to come here? The boy mumbled to himself, his thoughts unclear. Yet as he gazed into Jun Wuxie's calm eyes, he sensed something different about her. At least, during his days in the ghost market, he had not encountered many children of this age. Even if there were, they were invariably surrounded by a throng, their gazes never as tranquil as hers. Very well, I will accompany you, he relented, shrugging as if he had come to a decision. In stark contrast to the desolation of the boy's stall, the area selling eastern pearls was bustling with activity, throngs of people crowding around, admiring the various treasures displayed at the stall. 9 large pearls were elegantly arranged within a black silk box, the dark velvet cradling the eastern pearls, enhancing their luminescent allure. Beyond the pearls, the stall was also adorned with numerous spirit stones. After the spirit transforms into a ring, it can be remade by specialized soul refiners using precious metals and embedded with spirit stones to enhance the power of the spirit. This allows the owner to better connect with the spirit during their cultivation process. Spirit stones are far more valuable than regular gemstones, which naturally attracts a multitude of buyers. Each spirit is no larger than half a fingernail, yet the spiritual energy they contain is profoundly potent. Often, a grain-sized spirit stone can fetch an astonishingly high price, making them accessible only to those of considerable wealth. The Lin Wang Mansion possesses several spirit stones, bestowed upon Jun Xian by the first emperor of the Qi Kingdom many years ago. Jun Xian and Jun Qing have had their spirits remade, adorned with high-quality spirit stones. Jun Xian had also prepared a spirit stone for Jun Wuxia, but alas, there was no opportunity to use it. Jun Wuxia has little interest in spirit stones, at least not at present. Selecting a spirit stone is a complex endeavor, and without having found a suitable cultivation method, seeking a spirit stone now would be premature. The stall owner is an elderly man, over 50, who leans on a smoking pipe, squinting at the crowd gathered around him. Occasionally, he grunts in response to inquiries, appearing rather unwelcoming. Yet the throng of people only seems to grow. Chapter 0046, A Narrow Path of Enmity. 1. What a disparity. The youth gazed sorrowfully at the lively scene before him, contrasting it with his own dismal situation, wiping away a tear. Is that what you want? Jun Wuxia asked, raising her hand to point at a few East pearls. The young man nodded affirmatively. As Jun Wuxia squeezed through the crowd and was about to speak, she suddenly recognized two familiar figures who had arrived there before her. A handsome young man clad in luxurious brocade stood out amidst the crowd, and beside him, a maiden in white exuded an ethereal grace that drew many glances. Here lie some fine treasures, the handsome youth remarked casually, his gaze fixated on the maiden. She nodded slightly, embodying an air of aloofness. The small black cat accompanying Jun Wuxia bristled at the sight of the couple. The pair standing there were none other than Mo Xianfei and Bai Yunxian, who had previously caused a commotion at the Lin Wang mansion. Jun Wuxia merely cast them a cursory glance and remained unperturbed. Those two spirit stones are quite commendable, as are the 9 East pearls, Mo Xianfei mused, eyeing the spirit stones, which he could share with Bai Yunxian. Ever since their last encounter, Bai Yunxian had been in a foul mood, and despite Mo Xianfei's best efforts to cheer her, he had yet to see her smile. It was then that he recalled this ghost market. Ordinary items would hardly capture Bai Yunxian's interest. As a disciple of the Qingyun sect, she had surely encountered countless treasures. After wandering the ghost market, they had found little to pique her interest until they arrived here, where Bai Yunxian's expression showed a glimmer of delight. The two spirit stones, though only the size of a pinky nail, were substantial, brimming with energy, and resonated with their spirits. The 9 East pearls, even Mo Xianfei, a prince, couldn't help but marvel at their quality, which would be remarkable even within the palace. These 9 East pearls would fit splendidly into the crown I prepared for you, Yunxian. Do you fancy them? Mo Xianfei inquired, his gaze tender. Bai Yunxian nodded slightly, a hint of a smile breaking the coldness that had enveloped her face for so long. While Mo Xianfei and Bai Yunxian flirted unceremoniously, onlookers began to whisper, having recognized their identities. If Jun Wuxia had previously drawn sympathy due to her relationship with Mo Xianfei, now, with his association with Bai Yunxian, he had become the object of envy and admiration. Who is Jun Wuxia? A notorious female bandit in the imperial city, renowned for her beauty, yet feared for her temper. Bai Yunxian, in contrast, was not only beautiful, but also possessed an extraordinary grace. Being the disciple of the Qingyun sect's leader, in every regard, she was the goddess of men's dreams, making Mo Xianfei's connection with her a source of envy. The adoration for Bai Yunxian only served to amplify the disdain for Jun Wuxia. Derogatory murmurs and scornful laughter reached her ears, but she remained largely unfazed. The cat at her feet, however, could hardly contain its fury, itching to pounce on these slanderous fools. What did these idiots know? That woman could never compare to its master. With such limited abilities, she was unworthy of even carrying its master's shoes. Chapter 0047, A Narrow Path of Enmity. 2. What is the Qingyun sect that it deserves such reverence? A disdainful snort emerged from beside her, and Jun Wuxia turned to see the young man who had followed her, hands clasped behind his head, lazily observing Bai Yunxian with a look of indifference. His voice was low, audible only to Jun Wuxia. Upon meeting her gaze, he paused for a moment, muttering a few words before cheerfully stating, "I shan't say more. I have no interest in pills or places like the Qingyun sect." The youth seemed eager to explain, yet Jun Wuxia had already turned away. He pouted and ceased further conversation. As for the 2 spirit stones and the 9 pearls, how could they be exchanged? To win a smile from the fair maiden, Mo Xianfei was prepared to part with his wealth. Previously, when he brought Jun Wuxia to the ghost market, he had merely stayed a short while before leaving, without even acquiring a trinket for her. Now, with Bai Yunxian, he was far more generous. The elderly vendor glanced at Mo Xianfei, exhaling a puff of smoke and casually stating, "I only accept pills." Mo Xianfei was taken aback. Though he was a prince with treasures galore, the pills that could be exchanged in this ghost market were far from ordinary. Truth be told, the medical practices of the Qi Kingdom were not advanced. Otherwise, he would not have been so enamored with Bai Yunxian. The precious pills of Qi Kingdom were now locked away in his father's storerooms, beyond his reach. "I'll trade you some jade," he declared, unwilling to lose face in front of Bai Yunxian and producing a palm-sized piece of exquisite jade, which, while not priceless, was certainly a rare treasure. Mo Xianfei was indeed making a substantial offer. Yet the old man scarcely glanced at it, continuing to puff away at his pipe, clearly uninterested in the jade. In any other place, who would dare disregard a prince? If a royal sought to buy something, it was a privilege, and to refuse would lead to immediate repercussions. However, this was the ghost market. Although it operated within the imperial city of Qi, it was not under the kingdom's jurisdiction. No one knew who truly ran the ghost market, and the unique trading methods and hidden areas piqued curiosity. Numerous burly men donned in ghostly masks maintained order within the market. Here, what one sold or exchanged was of no consequence, but should any trouble arise, the ghostly guards would swiftly eject the troublemaker. Once, those who relied on their family status to engage in strong-arm tactics in the ghost market were invariably expelled, never to return. The son of a former prime minister was thrown out onto the street in disgrace, with the prime minister himself coming to retrieve him. Yet he dared not confront the ghost market. Since then, it became widely understood that the shadowy figures behind the ghost market held considerable power, deterring any further disturbances. As a prince, Mo Xianfei may not have known the true identity of the ghost market's overseers, but he understood well that he could not wield his title to intimidate others here. Otherwise, he would follow in the footsteps of the Prime Minister's son. Chapter 0048. A Narrow Path for Enemies. 3. Mo Xianfei's expression darkened, and Bai Yunxian, standing beside him, furrowed her brows slightly. She stepped forward, retrieving a small vial from her bosom, and presented it to the elderly man. "Is this sufficient?" Bai Yunxian inquired, tilting her chin slightly. The old man accepted the vial, raising an eyebrow at her. The onlookers eagerly craned their necks, eager to discern the contents of what the disciple of the Qingtian sect had produced. Surely, it must be something extraordinary. The elderly man unscrewed the cap and inhaled deeply, a fragrant aroma wafting from the vial, captivating the crowd. "Is this renowned?" he asked. Bai Yunxian replied, "This is the Qiyun pill, crafted by my master." At her words, gasps echoed around them. The Qiyun pill. It was said that only the sect leader of the Qingtian sect could concoct this elixir, a miraculous remedy that could prolong life even for those on the brink of death, provided they consumed it daily. Various nations, desperate for the Qiyun pill, had offered vast sums to the Qingtian sect. Bai Yunxian had come to the Qi Kingdom specifically to deliver a pill requested by its monarch, and this particular one was a personal gift from her master. The name of the Qiyun pill resonated profoundly across the realms. Truly, as a disciple of the Qingtian sect's leader, Bai Yunxian's offering was invaluable, leaving many envious of the old man, who had struck a remarkable deal. If Bai Yunxian were not of such a distinguished status, many would have rushed forward to trade their entire fortunes for it. Exchanging a single Qiyun pill for such items seemed a loss. What do you understand? The Qiyun pill is crafted by Miss Bai's master. If she runs out, she can simply request more. Do you think Bai Yunxian is an ordinary person? To her, this pill may hold little value, murmured a bystander enviously, casting glances at Mo Xianfei. Having captured Bai Yunxian's attention, the second prince surely had a bright future ahead. Bai Yunxian was indeed incomparable to that bandit, Jun Wuxia. Praise echoed around them, yet Bai Yunxian appeared unfazed, her expression remaining largely unchanged, while the smile in Mo Xianfei's eyes deepened. Regrettably, the elderly man dismissed the vial with a smirk, returning it to Bai Yunxian without a moment's hesitation. Bai Yunxian's pride visibly faltered. I have no need for this. I will not trade, the old man stated, leisurely resuming his smoking pipe. In an instant, all eyes fell to the ground. Was the old man out of his mind? He refused the Qiyun pill? Bai Yunxian's countenance darkened as she could hardly believe someone would reject a pill crafted by her master. Old man, this is the Qiyun pill. Are you truly not interested? Mo Xuanfei's momentary pride was instantly shattered. If you don't wish to trade, then do not linger here without other pills. The old man replied impatiently. The public humiliation left both Mo Xuanfei and Bai Yunxian severely displeased. They began to suspect that the old man was intentionally causing trouble. If he looked down on the Qiyun pill, what other elixir would suffice for a trade? If you do not wish to sell, just say so, Mo Xuanfei scoffed. The old man shot him a glance, sneering before turning away. Chapter 0049. A series of slaps. 1. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a diminutive figure emerged from the crowd. A young boy, around 14 years of age, held a white porcelain vial in hand and approached the stall, offering the item to the elderly man. I say, little brat, do not interfere. He even turned down the Qiyun pill. Be cautious, or you may find yourself rebuffed, the bystanders commented. Still frustrated by the old man's earlier actions and keenly aware of Mo Xuanfei and Bai Yunxian's displeasure, Jun Wuxia ignored the onlookers, focusing solely on the old man. The elder glanced at Jun Wuxia, rising to accept the porcelain vial. What do you wish to exchange for this? He inquired. East Pal, Yun Wuxi replied. Oh, the old man remarked nonchalantly as he opened the vial, releasing an aromatic fragrance into the air, mingling with a subtle scent of lotus, making all who inhaled feel remarkably refreshed. Even the onlookers let out sighs of contentment as the aroma enveloped them, as if every pore in their bodies opened to the delightful scent. The old man's previously dull gaze brightened, his casual demeanor evaporating as he looked at the unassuming Jun Wuxia with newfound astonishment. Child, what kind of medicine is this? Does it have a name? It has no name. It is merely a tonic for regulating qi and blood, Jun Wuxia replied indifferently, having no desire to give the concoction a formal title. It was merely for the health of Jun Xian and Jun Qing, not requiring such gravity. How many of these do you possess? If you provide me with one more, I will let you choose 3 items from everything else I have here, in addition to these 9 East pearls, the elderly man proposed, his eyes gleaming as he carefully cradled the vial in his arms, clearly unwilling to return it to Jun Wuxia. His words left the crowd in disbelief, staring at Jun Wuxia in astonishment. The old man had rejected the Qiyun pill, yet now he cherished an unnamed tonic? What was happening? Could it be that this child's elixir surpassed even the Qiyun pill? I do not require anything else. I only want the East pearls, Jun Wuxia declared, showing no interest in the other items. Will you not reconsider? The old man eyed her reluctantly, wishing he could extract another unnamed elixir from her. No, Jun Wuxia replied with a slight frown, finding his persistence tiresome. Then tell me what you need. I am willing to trade for anything I possess, he insisted, pulling out a cloth bag and dumping its contents onto the stall. Glistening spirit stones spilled forth, filling the small stall to the brim, their quality evidently superior to those previously displayed. In an instant, all present widened their eyes, questioning their own vision. I only want the East pearls. Jun Wuxia remained unyielding, barely sparing a glance at the dazzling spirit stones. The old man opened his mouth, eager to negotiate further, but another figure stepped forward. Chapter 0050. A series of slaps. 2. Esteemed young sir, do you possess any of this kind of elixir? I am willing to exchange anything for it. I simply wish to find a meaningful gift for my beloved. Mo Xuanfei approached Jun Wuxia, exuding an air of nobility and arrogance as he articulated his intentions. Uncertain of the elixir's origins, he was determined to win by Yunxian's favor. Failure would render his efforts futile. The old man, failing to recognize the value of the Qiyun pill, now clung to this child's unnamed elixir as if it were treasure. He aimed to see how many fools there might be in the world, believing that with his status and wealth, nothing was beyond his reach. Jun Wuxia regarded Mo Xuanfei with cold eyes, her gaze narrowing. Royalty, the very ones who bullied her grandfather and uncle. They deserve their fate. She would not part with her elixir, even to feed it to dogs. I will not trade, Jun Wuxia stated coldly. You desire the elixir? If the timing were right, I would not hesitate to offer you poison, free of charge. Humiliated once more, Mo Xuanfei's expression darkened completely. However, his arrival prompted Jun Wuxia to reconsider. I can provide you with 2 more elixirs if you trade me spirit stones of the same attributes as these 2. She pointed to the 2 stones hidden beneath the pile. The crowd's gaze followed her gesture, and upon seeing the 2 spirit stones, they fell silent in astonishment. The 2 spirit stones were indeed coveted by Mo Xuanfei and by Yunzian. This sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. The little ghost had just rejected the old man's proposal and dismissed Mo Xuanfei's words. How could she suddenly change her mind? Could it be? The curious gazes of the crowd swept over Mo Xuanfei and by Yunzian. The little ghost was quite clever, seemingly intending to offer the stones as a gift. It appeared she had discerned Mo Xuanfei's intent and wished to acquire the spirit stones for free to present to him and by Yunzian. Her rejection of Mo Xuanfei's suggestion likely aimed to make her plan more impressive. Mo Xuanfei realized this as well, and his expression softened slightly. The old man, however, was indifferent to Jun Wuxia's motivations for accepting his proposal. All he cared about was obtaining what he desired, and now he had even more. All right, I'll fetch them for you, he said without hesitation, swiftly selecting several spirit stones and cheerfully handing them to Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia then produced 2 small porcelain vials from her pocket and offered them to the old man. As the spirit stones were placed in her hands, she secured the box containing the eastern pearls at her waist, glancing at the stones before turning her gaze towards Mo Xuanfei and by Yunzian, who stood 5 paces away. Their expressions had improved somewhat as they looked at her, seemingly awaiting her next move. All eyes were on Jun Wuxia, anticipating her offering. With a decisive snap, one of the spirit stones was crushed between her fingers under the watchful gaze of the crowd, shattering into sparkling dust that cascaded to the ground. Jun Wuxia maintained an impassive expression as she continued to crush each stone in her grasp, turning the invaluable gems into mere powder. She gently raised her hand, allowing the beautiful dust to slip through her fingers and vanish among the crowd. Those spirit stones were rarer than gems. They lacked their durability, and a firm grip was sufficient to shatter them, which explained their diminutive size. Chapter 0051. A series of slaps in the face 3, like stars slipping through her fingers. Jun Wuxia squinted slightly, her face devoid of emotion. The onlookers were stunned, unable to believe her audacious act. Mo Xuanfei and by Yunzian's faces turned ashen. This little ghost had no intention of making a gift. She was blatantly slapping them in the face. As the powdered remains of the spirit stones gradually dispersed, Jun Wuxia brought her hand close to her neck, lightly tracing her ringed finger across her skin, defiantly gazing at Mo Xuanfei. Mo Xuanfei's eyes reddened. Had it not been for the ghost market, he would have surely dealt with this audacious little ghost. Bai Yunzian bit her lip, fixated on Jun Wuxia with a steely glare, satisfied by the sight of Mo Xuanfei's darkened expression. Jun Wuxia turned and handed the box containing the 9 eastern pearls to the boy behind her. My books, she stated. The boy appeared taken aback for a moment before handing her a few books, his eyes fixed on Jun Wuxia, seemingly deep in thought. Witnessing this exchange, the crowd was driven to madness. Was this little ghost truly foolish? She had casually smashed spirit stones worth a fortune, and now she was trading a box of precious eastern pearls for a few worthless books? The crowd was incredulous. With wealth comes recklessness. Mo Xuanfei nearly choked on his own blood upon witnessing Jun Wuxia trade the box of eastern pearls for a handful of discarded books that no one would bother to pick up. His expression darkened as he pulled Bai Yunzian and swiftly left the crowd. Today he had truly lost all face. After obtaining the books, Jun Wuxia felt the joy of the little white lotus within her, securing the books before promptly departing. Little one, come again whenever you can. There will be plenty of eastern pearls. The old man at the stall called out loudly. As Jun Wuxia walked away, she noticed a figure following her closely. Turning around, she saw an innocent-looking boy trailing behind. When he noticed her gaze, he blinked innocently and offered a somewhat mischievous smile. "What do you want?" Jun Wuxia inquired. About that elixir you taught me. Do you still have any?" The boy scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "You said you didn't want it." Jun Wuxia frowned, recalling that had it not been for the boy's insistence, she wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. I didn't know you had such quality elixirs. I thought there wouldn't be anything good in a place like this." The boy initially had no intention of asking for Jun Wuxia's elixirs, not even valuing the Qi Yundan. He never expected to find anything worthwhile in the hands of such a little ghost. However, when the old man opened Jun Wuxia's vial, he realized he had made a grave error. "Didn't you say you would give me one after the task was completed?" The boy looked at Jun Wuxia, his face slightly flushed beneath the grime. "There are 9 Eastern pearls in that box," Jun Wuxia reminded him. She had indeed mentioned that she would give him an elixir upon completion of the task, but now that the number of Eastern pearls had doubled, she felt no obligation to provide one. Moreover, he clearly didn't want it, did he? "I can return 5 to you," the boy hurriedly interjected. "I don't need them." With that, Jun Wuxia turned to leave, as she still sought a genuine cultivation technique. Watching her depart, the boy dejectedly scratched his head, glancing at the box in his hands with a sense of helplessness. Chapter 0052. Following 1. Alas, he had made another mistake. He would surely be scolded by that group upon his return. Sighing in frustration, the boy ambled away with the box in hand, feeling dispirited. Jun Wuxia's luck was lacking. After circling the entire ghost market, she had found no suitable cultivation techniques. Aside from a few worthless gardening books, her trip could be deemed a complete failure, costing her 3 elixirs. Disheartened, Jun Wuxia's sole gain was those few worthless books. By nightfall, the streets of the imperial city were devoid of any presence, shrouded in darkness. The solitary street was silent, with only Jun Wuxia and her cat, the moonlight casting a long shadow behind her, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility. As she approached a dark corner, a hand suddenly reached out from the shadows, pulling her into the obscurity. Meow! The piercing cry of her cat erupted in the night. Jun Wuxia was enveloped in a warm embrace from behind, the person gently placing their long, elegant fingers against her lips, their low, husky voice brushing past her ear. "Shoo!" The shadow addressed the startled black cat, which went rigid in response. "Venturing out alone at night is not a wise choice." The warm voice, laced with laughter, wafted over Jun Wuxia, sending a shiver down her spine. Jun Wuya let go. Jun Wuxia didn't need to turn around to know the identity of the voice's owner. The teasing tone was all too familiar. "Not letting go. It's cold tonight. You must be freezing. Let me warm you up." In the darkness, Jun Wuyao smiled, holding her even tighter. For reasons unknown, he particularly relished the feeling of embracing her, her petite frame fitting perfectly in his arms, as if he could meld her into his very being with just a bit of pressure. "I'm not cold," Jun Wuxia asserted. "Really? I'm cold. Warm me up." Jun Wuyao chuckled mischievously, leaning slightly, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Your vigilance is quite low. You've been followed all night without realizing," he remarked, his violet eyes narrowing slightly in the darkness, enjoying the fragrance of her presence, a blend of medicinal herbs and youthful innocence. Her soft, delicate form nestled in his embrace felt just right, making it hard for him to let go. "I thought you weren't human," Jun Wuxia calmly replied, harboring no belief that Jun Wuyao was a normal human being. "What I meant was not." Jun Wuyao raised his hand, his fingertips cool against her skin, gently tilting her chin to face the street. In the desolate street, a tall figure suddenly emerged, appearing somewhat anxious as they searched for something in the emptiness. The moonlight illuminated the figure, revealing his features. Long Qi. Jun Wuxia recognized the identity of the person. The Lin Wangfu had many hidden guards. Your late-night escapade would undoubtedly cause them great concern. By the time you left the Wangfu, the news likely reached Jun Xian's ears. Jun Wuyao indulged in Jun Wuxia's softness, his tone reflecting a rather pleasant mood. Longqi, on the other hand, showed gratitude by personally coming out to ensure your safety. Jun Wuyao squinted, his eyes obscured with an inscrutable expression. Chapter 0053. Following 2. Longqi was specifically responsible for taking care of Jun Qing and had never involved himself in other affairs of the Lin Wangfu. When Jun Wuxia left the residence at midnight, the hidden guards naturally followed her for protection, so it was unnecessary for Longqi to take matters into his own hands. However, Longqi's presence here signified that he was finally willing to act for someone other than Jun Qing. The little fellow's medicine seemed to have won over significant hearts. Jun Wuxia furrowed her brow, and before she could articulate her thoughts, Jun Weiyao had already turned her around, one hand clasping her waist while the other held her chin, lifting her delicate face. Under the moonlight, the visage that was supposed to be captivating had been replaced by an unremarkable countenance. Jun Weyao's rough fingertips gently brushed against Jun Wuxia's tender lips, a wicked smile curving his mouth. Truly unsightly. The unfamiliar features incited a desire within him to erase them completely. Therefore, do not gaze upon them. Yun Wuxi faunil, otively plixbu Yun Wui's. He seldom lingered at the Lin Wangfu, often appearing like a fleeting shadow, and when he did show up, it was always unexpected. Just as he stated, he bore no animosity towards the others at Lin Wangfu. He merely altered their memories. This alteration ensured that when they saw him, they remembered his identity. And in his absence, Jun Xian and Jun Qing would hardly recall such a figure existed. I wish to return, Jun Wuxia stated abruptly, hinting for him to release her. Very well, we shall go together. Jun Weiyao raised an eyebrow, lifting Jun Wuxia effortlessly into his arms. Jun Wuxia stared wide-eyed at him, while Jun Weiyao remained oblivious, carrying her out as the little black cat hurriedly trailed behind. On the street, Longqi was vexed at having lost track of Jun Wuxia, but soon he spotted Jun Weiyao emerging from a nearby alley with her in tow. Young master, young miss, Longqi greeted with a solemn expression. Yet he was astounded by the fact that he had not sensed Jun Wuyao's presence before he revealed himself. Jun Weiyao did not even glance at Longqi, joyfully carrying Jun Wuxia back to the Lin Wangfu. Longqi silently followed behind them. As for Jun Wuxia's late-night escape from the residence, it seemed as if the entire Lin Wangfu was oblivious. The following day, neither Jun Xian nor Jun Qing mentioned the incident, and Longqi continued to attend to Jun Qing. After preparing the medicinal meal, Jun Wuxia returned to her room and summoned the little white lotus. Dressed in a tiny belly band, the little white lotus stood with its head bowed in the room, quietly fidgeting with its fingers. Yun Wuxi closed her eyes, narrowing her eyes as a chilling aura emanated from her. The little white lotus trembled slightly. The room fell silent. After a tense half-hour, the little white lotus could no longer endure the suffocating atmosphere and burst into tears, its big, watery eyes gazing pitifully at Jun Wuxia. No, please don't send me back. Tears streamed down the little white lotus's cheeks as it trembled, sensing that its actions in the ghost market the previous night had displeased its master. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes, her gaze icy. The little white lotus's short legs began to quiver. To say you are useless is an understatement. What purpose did you have in bringing back these tattered books? The little black cat leaped onto the table, poking at the worn-out ancient tomes with its paw, casting a glance at the little white lotus. Chapter 0054, Strange Techniques 1. The little white lotus sobbed, "They are not just tattered books." Oh. The little black cat swatted a book off the edge of the table with a loud thud. No, no, no. The little white lotus's face turned pale, and it valiantly sprinted with its short legs to catch the ancient tome, clutching it tightly to its chest. The black cat squinted, watching the little white lotus's pleading eyes. With another swat, another book went tumbling off the table. In the room, the little white lotus cried, its eyes glistening with tears, as it repeatedly dashed to save the falling books, while the little black cat appeared to be having the time of its life, truly tormenting the little white lotus. Enough! Jun Wuxia finally intervened, breaking the playful ruckus between the cat and the flower. The little white lotus, now disheveled, sat on the floor, hugging the tattered books, its mournful eyes gazing at Jun Wuxia. What do you need these books for? Jun Wuxia leaned back in her chair, propping her chin up with one hand. It isn't for me. They are meant for the master. The little white lotus sniffled. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow slightly. She had perused those books at the ghost market yesterday, noting that they primarily taught how to cultivate flowers and plants. Did this little fellow expect her to become a gardener? This This is what you often refer to as techniques, the little white lotus said, slowly lifting its hand to present the stack of books to Jun Wuxia like a treasure. Technique? Jun Wuxia paused in surprise. The little white lotus nodded eagerly. Indeed, I'm a plant-type spirit, so ordinary techniques do not apply to you. Do not underestimate these books. They are exceedingly rare. My previous master could never find them, which is why they could not cultivate spiritual power. You are truly fortunate. The little white lotus fervently explained to Jun Wuxia. Yet its bashful demeanor left much to be desired in terms of persuasion. As Jun Wuxia flipped through the ancient tomes, if not for the little white lotus's revelation, she would never have imagined these materials could be techniques. Cultivating plants could enhance spiritual power? She examined a page, reading the contents. The little white lotus nodded firmly. What should I plant? Jun Wuxia inquired, noting the plants listed in the book, none of which she had encountered before. The little white lotus immediately pointed at its own nose. Me? Plant me. Jun Wuxia felt somewhat speechless, a bizarre image surfacing in her mind. In spring, she would plant the little white lotus in the ground, and by autumn, she would harvest numerous little white lotuses. The thought of burying the little white lotus entirely in soil, leaving only its head exposed, was indeed quite visually striking. Look, it says here that as long as you plant me in a watery place, it's not exactly planting me, but rather my seeds, nurturing them into lotus flowers. During their growth, they will produce a significant amount of spiritual power, which only you can absorb. Moreover, once they bloom, although they cannot reach my original effect, consuming them will yield far better results than eating the seeds, the little white lotus explained, its tear-streaked eyes sparkling with delight. Jun Wuxia observed that if the little white lotus had a tail, it would surely be wagging joyfully. Thus, it appeared that cultivating this method was simpler than ordinary techniques. Jun Wuxia had perused numerous texts on techniques, each fraught with difficulty, yet the methods contained in these ancient tomes were remarkably straightforward. Simply plant flowers. Chapter 0055. Strange Techniques. 2. Jun Wuxia continued to scrutinize the techniques at hand. Beyond planting lotus flowers, there were many other cultivable items that could also yield spiritual power. But none of those peculiar plants were familiar to her. Aside from your lotus seeds, where can I procure the others? Jun Wuxia inquired. The little white lotus furrowed its brow, hesitating for a moment before responding. Many of the items in here, I do not know where to acquire them, but some I do know their origins. However, Master, you currently cannot obtain them. What do you mean? Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow. Xiao Bailian, with an air of peculiarity, lowered her head, her chubby hands tugging at her little belly pocket, murmuring, "Those fellows cannot come yet, hence, we cannot obtain them." Jun Wuxia found herself perplexed by the cryptic words of Xiao Bailian. Upon her arrival, she had mentioned that her lotus seeds had been consumed by some beings, and now she alluded to them again, provoking Jun Wuxia's curiosity. Who were they? The Xiao Bailian muttered. We must wait until they find their master before we can retrieve them? Jun Wuxia inquired. Xiao Bailian nodded, then shook her head, furrowing her brow as she struggled to articulate her thoughts to Jun Wuxia. They have found their master, but they cannot emerge now. Jun Wuxia was even more bewildered. Oh, well, actually, Master, if you diligently cultivate, you will surely find other things. For now, wouldn't it be better to plant their lotus seeds? Xiao Bailian hesitated, her expression taut with anxiety as she took a few steps forward, gazing up at Jun Wuxia with tearful eyes. Master, please do not rush to seek other plants, all right? I will certainly assist you. Just plant me first. Jun Wuxia sensed that if she declined, Xiao Bailian would undoubtedly burst into tears. All right. Instantly, Xiao Bailian beamed, filling the room with the fragrant scent of lotus flowers. Jun Wuxia retrieved an ancient tome detailing the cultivation methods for aquatic plants. Initially, she had believed these volumes to be mere herbariums. However, inspired by Xiao Bailian, she soon realized that the water referred to in the book was far from ordinary. The lowest grade was termed rootless water, which was described as rainwater that had yet to touch the ground, not water from lakes. The text detailed various aquatic plants, including the cultivation method for the Tsang Yushuelian. Upon reading the instructions, Jun Wuxia's expression darkened. The water required for planting the Tsang Yuxuel Yin could not simply be called water. It explicitly stated that heavenly spring water was necessary. Yet, what was this heavenly spring? Jun Wuxia had never even heard of it. Initially, she thought this method of cultivating spiritual energy would be far easier than others. But it seemed that while the process was simplified, the prerequisites had become outrageously demanding. Who can tell me what heavenly spring is? Jun Wuxia frowned at Xiao Bailian. Xiao Bailian shook her head decisively. Chapter 0056. The Birthday Feast. 1. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Jun Wuxia's mouth as the book stated that the Tsang Yuxuel Yin could not be cultivated with ordinary water. If raised with mundane means, the lotus seeds would perish upon contact with water, devoid of any vitality. Indeed, lotus spirits could not thrive in just any water. Besides heavenly spring water, Jun Wuxia noted another liquid capable of nurturing the Tsang Yuxuel Yin, known as jade liquid and xiong juice. In this realm, these four characters represented an extremely precious wine, which even Jun Xian had only tasted a small cup of during the celebratory feast hosted by the first king of the Qi Kingdom after its establishment. Since that occasion, Jun Xian had never encountered this wine again, and it was merely a legend among the common folk, never seen in any locale. Astonishingly, it could be used for cultivation. Jun Wuxia rubbed her temples. Although the jade liquid and xiong juice was rare, at least she knew of its existence, whereas the heavenly spring was entirely unfamiliar to her, since the jade liquid and xiong juice was used at the banquet of the founding heroes. It implied that it might still be present within the current palace. Jun Wuxia recalled Jun Xian's words that she would be invited to the palace to celebrate the prince's birthday soon. This was an excellent opportunity for her to search for this elusive substance. With a miraculous technique now at her disposal, the stringent requirements forced Jun Wuxia to postpone her cultivation plans. Just as she was fretting over the cultivation water for the Tsang Yuxuel Yin, Mo Xian Fei and Bai Yun Xian, returning dispirited from the ghost market, were utterly frustrated. The enigma of the ghost market prevented Mo Xian Fei from expressing his anger publicly, yet he meticulously noted the appearance of the mischievous spirit who had repeatedly provoked him. After finally calming Bai Yun Xian, he eagerly sought out a court painter to illustrate the mischievous spirit he had described. If he could not handle the spirit in the ghost market, he would surely make him pay once he left. Mo Xianfei secretly directed his subordinates to search the entire imperial city for traces of the boy from that night. Strangely, since that evening, the boy had not reappeared within the imperial city. Even with his men stationed outside the ghost market, no leads had emerged. The little spirit seemed to have vanished without a trace from the imperial city. Time passed swiftly, and the prince's birthday approached. The night before the celebration, Jun Xian summoned Jun Wuxia and Jun Qing to the study. This year, not only Jun Xian and Jun Wuxia received invitations to the prince's birthday feast, but even the ailing Jun Qing was included. Tomorrow is the prince's birthday. You too will accompany me. Dragon Qi cannot enter, Jun Xian stated. Wuxia, I will trouble you to take good care of your uncle. He looked at Jun Wuxia, reassured by her transformation, confident that with her presence, no issues would arise. Alright, Yun Wuxi nodded. There is one more thing. The people outside are unaware of your uncle's current condition until he fully recovers. I do not wish for anyone to suspect any signs of improvement, so, Wuxia, could you ask your master if there are any methods to make your uncle appear terminally ill? Jun Xian expressed his concerns, as initially, Jun Qing had not been on the invitation list, only being added 5 days prior. Chapter 0057. The Birthday Feast 2. In past years, during the prince's birthday, the Lin Wang mansion was generally represented solely by Jun Xian. Yet this year, 2 additional guests have been added, causing him some trepidation. Jun Wuxia was less of a concern, merely a token gesture from the emperor. However, Jun Qing was an exception. It had been over a month since his poison had manifested, and given his condition at the time, many believed he would perish during this period. Yet, the anticipated news of his death had not arrived, leaving some individuals restless. Tomorrow, Jun Qing would go to the palace, and it was likely not merely to attend the birthday feast. Some sought to exploit the occasion to probe into Jun Qing's condition. How has your uncle been recovering during this time? Jun Wuxie refrained from answering Jun Xian's question directly and instead inquired about Jun Qing. The residual poison within Jun Qing had been entirely expelled, and under Jun Wuxie's care, the sensation in his legs had fully returned. Just days ago, he had begun to use a cane to attempt walking. Although movement remained somewhat laborious, it was a significant improvement compared to before. I feel much better now. I believe I will fully recover within half a year. Jun Qing beamed, his smile illuminating his face. This period had been the happiest of his decade. One must not rush. Even in recovery, patience is essential, Jun Wuxie advised, recognizing that Jun Qing was a formidable character. Despite his gentle appearance, he exhibited remarkable tenacity, evident during his rehabilitation sessions, where he would only cease once utterly exhausted. On several occasions, he had to be carried back to his room by Long Qi after collapsing from fatigue, and Jun Wuxie had frequently checked on his condition. The duration of rehabilitation was closely tied to the diligence exhibited by the patient, and Jun Qing was undeniably a relentless warrior, being scolded by his own niece. Jun Qing felt no embarrassment. He chuckled softly, his hands resting on his thighs, his eyes gleaming with excitement and innocence. I understand what you mean, uncle. However, it has been 10 years, a full decade. I have been a useless person for 10 long years, and now I can finally rise again. The emotions I feel are truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. 10 years ago, he had plummeted from the heights of power, from a vice commander of the Rue Lin army to a crippled individual. Throughout this decade, he had endured countless ridicule, sarcasm, and insults. Jun Qing could hardly recall the specifics. He had been on the brink of despair until Jun Wuxie brought him hope. The dragon that once swam in shallow waters would one day soar into the sky, and all the pent-up frustrations of the past decade would surely be repaid in full. I will instruct Uncle Fu to procure more nourishing herbs. Jun Wuxie had encountered fervent patients before, but in the past, no matter how extreme their actions for recovery, she had remained indifferent, focusing solely on treatment, without concern for their fates afterward. However, Jun Qing was different from those individuals. She would not allow his body to suffer any setbacks, no matter how minor. You have worked hard. Jun Qing looked at Jun Wuxie with gratitude. If in the past his care for her was merely due to their shared bloodline, now he genuinely cherished this little niece from the depths of his heart. He wished to recover swiftly, to support his father and Wuxie, and uphold the Jun family's legacy. Chapter 0058. The Birthday Banquet. 3. Grandfather's words have been anticipated by my master, and he has already provided me with what I need. Tomorrow, I will use it for Uncle. At that time, regardless of how it appears on the surface or in his pulse, Uncle will seem to be nearing the end of his days, yet it will have no actual effect. Yun Wuxie tus enselt Yun Xian is questing. She had already thought of everything Jun Xian considered, and not just for the Crown Prince's birthday, even on ordinary days. She prepared similar measures for Jun Qing to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Both Jun Xian and Jun Qing grew more curious about Jun Wuxie's master, wondering how capable he must be to prepare so thoroughly for everything. More remarkably, that esteemed individual genuinely wished to assist the Jun family. During this period of recuperation, not only had Jun Qing been revitalized, but Jun Xian's health had also remarkably improved, free from signs of aging, with an aura reminiscent of a valiant warrior who had slain countless foes in his prime. Your master has done a great service to our family, Jun Xian remarked, acknowledging the assistance rendered to the Jun family, noting that the esteemed figure had never sought recognition or made demands, truly a benefactor to them. He is unbothered. Jun Wuxie lowered her gaze, gently stroking the cat in her arms. What she could do now was to make Jun Xian and Jun Qing stronger, but that was not enough. She aspired to grow even more formidable herself, powerful enough to annihilate all the enemies of the Jun family from existence. The days swiftly passed, and on the following evening, the most luxurious carriages in the imperial city arrived at the palace gates, where all the high-ranking officials of the Qi kingdom gathered, bringing treasures to celebrate the crown prince's birthday. The Jun family's carriage encountered that of King Wu at the city gates. Longqi sat outside the carriage, coldly observing the procession of opulent carriages. The King Wu's carriage was extravagant, adorned with crystals that jingled melodiously as it moved. "Oh, Prince Lin, what a coincidence!" King Wu poked his head out from the carriage, a disingenuous smile plastered across his plump face. Jun Xian lifted the curtain of the carriage and nodded slightly to King Wu. The keen-eyed King Wu noticed the other two occupants in the carriage, his smile widening. "The young prince and Wuxia are here too. How lively! I wonder if the young prince can withstand the fatigue of travel. However, Prince Lin need not worry. Given our relationship, I have already instructed the palace attendants to ensure that the young prince is well taken care of at the banquet and will not suffer from exhaustion." "That is truly kind of you," Jun Xian replied with a forced smile, promptly dropping the curtain to shield himself from that loathsome face. "Umph." King Wu smugly retreated his head. Inside the carriage, Jun Wuxia slightly raised her eyes. What foul substance had this man consumed? His words were truly base. The father and son of the Jun family had already grasped Jun Wuxia's subtle method of insult, instantly understanding her meaning. He was King Wu, lacking significant abilities, merely relying on his noble bloodline. Such a blatant individual, who spoke without thinking, was hardly worth their attention. "Wuxia, remember this. The truly dangerous ones are those who appear overly attentive to you. They're often the ones who strike hardest from behind." Jun Qing cautioned, concerned for Jun Wuxia, knowing she was still young and had yet to fully comprehend the depths of human nature. Chapter 0059, The Linyuan Hall, 1. A barking dog seldom bites. Jun Wuxia absently stroked the cat in her arms. If someone wishes to stab her in the back, they must first see if she grants them the opportunity. In her past life, Jun Wuxia would only entrust her back to one person, but in this life, apart from the Jun father and son, she would not offer that chance to anyone else. Seeing that Jun Wuxia understood his meaning, Jun Qing smiled. Sometimes he felt that his little niece was maturing too rapidly. Her mind seemed to have undergone a dramatic transformation overnight, and fortunately, it was a positive change. Carriages continued to enter the imperial city, and the atmosphere of jubilation enveloped the surroundings as the crown prince's birthday banquet approached. The Jun family's carriage halted at the second gate of the palace, where all carriages and attendants were required to remain, unable to enter the crown prince's Linyuan Hall. The three members of the Jun family had no choice but to disembark. Longqi assisted Jun Qing from the carriage and settled him into his wheelchair, placing a thin blanket over his legs. The appearance of the three generations of the Jun family immediately attracted attention at the second gate, with all the noble lords and ministers turning their gaze towards them. Jun Xian resembled a weary yet fierce tiger. Though his face bore the marks of time, his piercing gaze commanded respect. The little girl accompanying Jun Xian possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Even before fully maturing, she was already extraordinarily captivating. One could only imagine the extent of her allure upon reaching adulthood. In terms of appearance, few in the Qi kingdom could rival the Jun family's girl. Yet beneath that enchanting beauty lay a temperament that elicited no admiration. Jun Wuxia's notorious reputation was well known throughout the imperial city, and no one dared to perceive her as an innocent lamb. Among the trio, the most striking was the handsome young man seated in the wheelchair. He sat quietly, his pallid face devoid of color, his elegant form leaning somewhat awkwardly against the back of the chair, his labored breathing causing concern among onlookers. Everyone was aware of Juanqing's recent poisoning incident, initially believing he would not survive long, yet the prolonged silence from the Lin Wang residents had left them puzzled. Upon seeing Juanqing's current condition, many understood that he appeared to be on the brink of death, likely owing his continued existence to the countless precious herbs Jun Xian had procured. However, judging by Juanqing's current state, it seemed he would not endure much longer. Observing Jun Xian's heavy expression, many concluded that the reality was grim. Some ministers approached to offer their condolences, encouraging Jun Xian to remain hopeful, expressing their concern for Jun Qing and empathy for Jun Xian. After a few exchanges filled with worry, they departed. Throughout this journey, the father and son of the Jun family played their roles with great effort, while Jun Wuxia was remarkably overlooked. Compared to Juanqing's impending demise, Jun Wuxia's abandonment by Mo Xuanfei seemed trivial. After all, the Jun family was on the verge of collapse, and that arrogant girl would not enjoy her triumph for long. Had they not noticed how she had lost her former pride? Regardless of outward appearances, most were secretly reveling in the downfall of the Jun family. The Jun family has held power for an extended period, overshadowing all others. It is time for them to witness their own downfall. After passing through the second gate, the palace attendants of the Lingyuan Hall guided the esteemed ministers into the banquet. Chapter 60. Lingyuan Hall 2. The prince's birthday banquet is of utmost importance to the emperor. The Lingyuan Hall serves as the prince's sleeping quarters, which has now been transformed into a grand banquet hall. The opulence displayed throughout the Lingyuan Hall, coupled with the lavishness of the feast, left many in awe, pondering the vast amount of silver that must have been spent on such a celebration. Yun Wuxi, pushing Jun Qing's wheelchair, followed closely behind Jun Xian as they entered the Lingyuan Hall. In the past, before this place changed hands, the original owner had attended a birthday banquet for the prince alongside Jun Xian, during which she encountered the superficial Emo Xuanfei and was drawn in. The princess life is not easy, Jun Wuxi remarked, observing the extravagant decorations. Yun Xian and Yun Qing extended sorts glances. Just as Jun Qing was about to speak, Jun Xian suddenly inquired, Wuxia, why do you think so? Jun Wuxia replied, if the emperor truly favored this prince, he would naturally craft a persona of virtue and humility for him in public. However, what I see is quite the opposite. The extravagance of this banquet, held in the prince's sleeping quarters, serves only to expose his indulgence to all. Tilting her head, she perceived the flourishing scene as a form of shackles. Jun Xian widened his eyes slightly, surprised that the young Jun Wuxia could see through the underlying intricacies. He glanced at the attendants ahead and spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to the three of them. The current prince is the offspring of the empress, whose maternal family wields considerable influence. Her ascent to the throne was largely due to her family's power. However, a few years ago, the empress passed away, and her family suffered a calamity, diminishing their might. Jun Xian's words were deliberately vague, yet Jun Wuxi understood. The prince's position was a result of his maternal grandfather's influence, not the emperor's regard. With the prince's support now faltering, it seemed the emperor had long harbored dissatisfaction with him. Interestingly, the prince's current predicament resembled that of their Lin royal family. Without a formidable backing, the emperor, previously compelled to rely on him, had finally turned his heart. However, the emperor was cunning, executing his plans with meticulous precision. Even if he intended to depose the prince, he would do so while showering him with affection, as if he favored him. Whom does the emperor truly favor? Yun Wuxi whispered. Jun Xian's expression grew colder. The second prince. Understanding dawned upon Jun Wuxia. It was no wonder Emo Xuanfei was so fervently pursuing Bai Yunxian. With Bai Yunxian's status, a union with the prince would be ideal, yet he was paired with the scoundrel Emo Xuanfei. There must certainly be the emperor's machinations at play. The emperor's series of actions seemed to indicate his intent to dethrone the prince and elevate Emo Xuanfei instead. What a blind fool, Jun Wuxia scoffed. Despite not knowing the princess' character, in her eyes, Emo Xuanfei was as foul as refuse. Even a pile of dung would be preferable to him. Jun Xian chuckled softly. The little girl spoke little, yet her tongue was quite sharp. The ministers had gathered and settled within the grand hall of Lingyuan. The emperor had already taken his place, turning to speak in a low voice to a handsome youth seated to his right. Chapter 61. Lingyuan Hall 3. The youth was exceptionally handsome, bearing some resemblance to Emo Xuanfei, yet with a more unruly demeanor. As the emperor conversed with him, the youth's brow was furrowed. Dressed in a silver brocade robe with the collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of white undergarments, he appeared somewhat casual compared to the neatly attired guests. He lounged languidly, holding a glass of crystal wine, having already consumed a considerable amount before the banquet had even commenced. His eyes, slightly glazed from the alcohol, still held a glint of sharpness. At first glance, Jun Wuxia sensed something amiss with the prince, though she chose to remain silent and simply took her seat. On the emperor's other side, Emo Xuanfei sat composedly. In contrast to the disheveled prince, his gentle smile elevated his demeanor. Bai Yunxian, clad in white, sat beside him, exuding an ethereal quality, and the two appeared a perfect match, like celestial beings. Whether intentional or not, The positioning of the prince and Mo Xuanfei created a stark contrast from either side of the hall. As the music filled the air, the emperor raised his cup in a toast, inviting the ministers to join him. Mo Xuanfei obediently stood, expressing his congratulations to his elder brother and gratitude to the assembly, flawlessly embodying a respectful demeanor. Meanwhile, the true protagonist of the evening, Prince Mo Qinyu, sat silently, observing the actions of his father and brother. Qinyu, today is your birthday. Recall how perilous it was when you were born. Had it not been for the young Lord Jungu's intervention, both you and your mother would have been in grave danger. Today, Lord Lin and the young Lord Junqing, along with Wuxia, are here, so you should take this opportunity to raise a toast to them. The emperor, in high spirits, turned to the quiet Mo Qinyu with a few words of encouragement. Mo Qinyu's frown deepened. After a pause, he rose unsteadily, his steps faltering as if he were already inebriated. His demeanor prompted several ministers to shake their heads in disapproval. Such a feeble air truly inspired little confidence. With unsteady steps, Mo Qinyu approached the table of the Jun family, clasping his cup with both hands. "Thank you for the life-saving grace of the Lin royal family," he uttered. Before Jun Xian could respond, he suddenly tilted his head back and downed the contents of his cup in one swift motion. His abruptness caused him to lose balance, stumbling toward the table. Jun Xian reacted swiftly, steadying him as the heavy scent of alcohol wafted over, prompting a silent sigh from Jun Xian. "My apologies." Mo Qinyu straightened himself, his brow knitted, muttering a few words before turning back, falling silent thereafter. Jun Wuxia observed Mo Qinyu closely, her dark eyes flickering with curiosity. "Mew." A faint meow emanated from beneath Jun Wuxia's sleeve. Before entering the Lingyuan hall, she had concealed the little black cat within her voluminous sleeve. Fortunately, its small size went unnoticed. "Master, that person carries something." The little black cat, as keen sense of smell, unparalleled by ordinary beings, detected something amiss beneath the alcohol-laden scent of Mo Qinyu. Indeed, Jun Wuxia remained poised in her seat, her heightened sense of smell owing to her bond with the little black cat. This was a result of extreme measures taken by her past life, enhancing her olfactory perception several-fold. While it did not rival the cat's superior nose, it allowed her to detect scents invisible to others. Chapter 62. Lingyuan Hall 4. At the moment Mo Qinyu collapsed, she caught a whiff of a faint floral scent emanating from him, one she recognized well. In her previous life, a particular flower could be refined to extract a substance that dulled the senses, leaving those who ingested it enveloped in a haze of intoxication. Individuals under the influence of such a drug bore that elusive floral aroma. Consuming this substance induced a state of euphoric detachment, and prolonged use could alter one's psyche irrevocably. Even the most brilliant minds could be reduced to mere shadows of their former selves in a brief span after ingestion. This poison not only ravaged the nerves, but also eroded the very essence of one's being. Furthermore, once addicted, withdrawal brought about excruciating discomfort, akin to ants gnawing at one's insides, often resulting in drastic shifts in temperament. Jun Wuxia was astonished to discover such a malevolent substance existed in this world, and even more so that this scent would linger on the body of the crown prince of Qi. Observing Mo Qinyu's erratic movements, she suspected his agitation stemmed not merely from overindulgence in alcohol, but also from the influence of that floral scent. It seemed he had been using it for quite some time. Junixi gently stroked her chin, and from her experience, it was evident that Mo Qinyu had been consuming the extract of that flower for at least several years. Such prolonged usage had undoubtedly hollowed him out from within. If this continued, it was likely that he would meet his demise in no more than 2 years. Whether Mo Qinyu lived or died held little significance for Junixi. However, his death would provide the emperor with a legitimate reason to install Mo Xuanfei as the new crown prince, a prospect that Junixi found utterly undesirable. This man could not be allowed to perish. Narrowing her eyes, Junixi contemplated that Mo Qinyu's presence might offer an exceptional opportunity. An isolated and defenseless crown prince. if utilized wisely, could potentially alter the landscape of the Qi kingdom. Anything that could bring discomfort to the enemy was worth her involvement. Grandfather, did my father save the crown princess' life? Junixi inquired nonchalantly. That was a long time ago, Jun Xian replied casually. Your father had just taken command of the Rolin army, and the crown prince had only just been born. The empress took him to her family's home when they encountered bandits. It was your father who happened upon them and provided rescue. Yun Xian sighed, reflecting on how Mo Qinyu had once been quite promising, but in recent years, his temperament had inexplicably changed. If he could become the ruler of the Qi kingdom, perhaps our Jun family would not have to live in constant fear. Junyixi's gaze fell upon Mo Qinyu. From the memories of the original owner, she discerned scant details about him. Mo Qinyu was born 6 months prior to Mo Xuanfei, the emperor's firstborn, who was designated as crown prince at birth. In his youth, tales of his brilliance and courteous nature circulated among the populace, adorned with commendations and praises. The emperor favored him greatly, and his reputation soared high among the people. However, this was predicated upon the empress's family still being in power, as she maintained control over the harem. When the empress passed away, the nation mourned deeply. Mo Qinyu fell gravely ill for 3 months, and upon his recovery, his personality underwent a drastic transformation, shifting from a future virtuous ruler to a potential tyrant. Chapter 0063 Linyuan Hall 5 Junqing has arrived today. How is your health? The emperor inquired with a warm smile directed at Junqing. Junqing, pale and seated in a wheelchair, attempted to speak but faltered, gasping for breath as if something were choking him. The emperor's expression shifted instantly, and he urgently called for the imperial physician. At his command, 2 attending physicians hastened to examine Junqing. Throughout the process, Junqing's breath remained faint, his complexion ashen. Junyixi silently sipped her tea, allowing the physicians to assess Junqing's condition. Her uncle was astute. The emperor summoned him here specifically to evaluate Junqing's state. The moment the emperor spoke, he seized the opportunity. Junqing showed no signs of improvement. His condition had long since deteriorated. The physicians, trembling as they felt his pulse, recognized that the young prince was on the brink of death, clinging to mere remnants of life. After repeated examinations, the physicians exchanged grave glances. We lack the ability to alleviate the young prince's suffering. We implore him to rest and avoid undue worry. Their words were veiled, yet few in the grand hall were oblivious to the implications. With both physicians at a loss, it was nearly certain that Junqing's fate was sealed. While the crowd outwardly expressed sorrow, their internal sentiments varied. Prepare some ginseng soup, the emperor sighed, embodying the demeanor of a helpless sovereign. He turned to Jun Xian, saying, If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask. Since Yundan is here, perhaps she could examine Junqing? Jun Xian rose respectfully, thanking the emperor. The emperor nodded slightly, and Bai Yundan, seated beside Mo Xuanfei, stood to check Junqing's pulse. Junyixi propped her chin on her hand, observing the approaching Bai Yundan with a glint of coldness in her eyes. This insufferable old wretch truly disgusted her. If he genuinely wished to save her uncle, he should have summoned Bai Yundan long ago. Now, it was too late to be of any use. The little black cat huffed in displeasure, as Junyixi regarded the Jun family as her kin, and thus the cat naturally followed her. She was not here to ascertain whether her uncle had a chance of survival, but rather to confirm if he was indeed nearing death. With her gaze lowered, Junyixi reflected on how the emperor, in his arrogance, believed himself to be clever, yet in truth, he was hopelessly foolish. Did he think to use Bai Yundan to determine Junqing's fate? He vastly overestimated that woman, the disciple of the Qingyun sect. In her eyes, that was nothing more than a farce. Bai Yundan, with her haughty demeanor, placed a delicate veil over Junqing's wrist while gently resting her fingers upon it as she examined his pulse. Jun Xian silently watched her profile, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Bai Yundan was no ordinary physician. The stature of the Qingyun sect loomed large, and Jun Xian was uncertain whether she would detect the abnormalities in Junqing's condition. Feeling uneasy, Jun Xian instinctively glanced at Junyixi. only to see her granddaughter gazing with a tranquil demeanor, seemingly uninterested in by Yundan. Junyixi's calmness provided a slight comfort to Jun Xian. After a moment, Bai Yundan straightened, her lofty visage devoid of any smile. The imperial physician's diagnosis is accurate. My master exerted his utmost efforts in the past, but was unable to purge the remaining poison from the young princess' body. It is likely that no one in this world can eradicate this toxin. Upon hearing this, the emperor felt a weight lift from his heart. Yun Xian, with a pale complexion, expressed his gratitude before returning to his seat. Observant eyes noted that Jun Xian's grip on his cup had begun to tremble. It appeared that Jun Xian was truly beyond saving, as the sight of Jun Xian's trembling hand suggested. In truth, Jun Xian's hands shook not from despair, but from the effort of suppressing laughter. If the timing were appropriate, he would have leaped at the chance to reveal to everyone here that the poison afflicting his son had already been entirely purged by his granddaughter. Not only was there no threat to his life, but soon enough his son would be able to move with vigor. And as for the Qingyan sect, it was utterly laughable. His granddaughter could eliminate the poison under her master's guidance. Yet Bai Yundan had the audacity to claim that the poison was beyond anyone's ability to resolve. Once, Jun Xian had held the Qingyan sect in high esteem. But ever since Junyixi remedied the affliction that even the sect's master could not address, he had come to scoff at the so-called sacred medical institution. His own granddaughter surpassed them, and they dared to proclaim themselves the best in the world. Jun Xian observed the reactions of those in the grand hall, silently vowing that when the Jun family rose to prominence, he would ensure that these gloating individuals would see their comeuppance. For now, he continued to play the part of a heartbroken elder. Junyixi secretly applauded her grandfather and uncle's performances. Bai Yundan completed her task and returned to sit beside Mo Xuanfei, who incessantly offered his concern for her efforts. Bai Yundan smiled faintly. Truly, the youth of today are quite charming. Brother, your affection for Miss Bai is quite profound. Suddenly, Mo Qianyu, who had remained mostly silent, interjected. Brother, you jest. He raised his cup, his brow slightly arching, his piercing gaze fixed upon Mo Xuanfei. How dare you say such a thing? I merely do not comprehend whether your charm is perhaps a tad irresponsible. The royal family does not condone fickleness. As you sit here in such affection with Miss Bai, have you considered the feelings of others? Mo Qianyu's cold laughter echoed. Mo Xuanfei's expression stiffened. Even a fool could discern the implications of Mo Qianyu's words, and all eyes instinctively shifted to the previously overlooked Junyixi. In the imperial city, the female bandit, unexpectedly quiet today, seemed to have slipped from the minds of the people, had it not been for Mo Qianyuan's words. Mo Xianfei had previously been betrothed to Jun Wuxia, yet ever since Bai Yunxian's arrival in the imperial city, Mo Xianfei lost interest in engaging with Jun Wuxia, culminating in the recent dissolution of their engagement. This event stirred a considerable uproar both within and outside the imperial city. While everyone anticipated Jun's wrathful retaliation, she instead adopted an unexpectedly low profile, remaining absent from all gatherings until today, her first appearance since the incident. Though her visage remained unchanged, an inexplicable aura hinted at a transformation in Jun Wuxia. Renowned for her beauty in Qi Kingdom, Jun Wuxia's former arrogance had instilled fear in many. However, as her tumultuous nature settled, she now sat quietly in a corner, seeming like an entirely different entity. Chapter 0065. The Crown Prince 1. Seated in silence, her gaze lowered and devoid of the presence of others. She appeared untouched by the clamor of the grand hall, lost in her own realm. Graceful, ethereal, and aloof. These terms, once fitting for Bai Yunxian, now seemed more appropriate for Jun Wuxia. Stripped of her previous agitation, she radiated a breathtaking beauty, her serene demeanor surpassing that of Bai Yunxian, emanating an aura so natural that it deterred others from approaching, lest they disturb her tranquility. One could honestly assert that the subdued Jun Wuxia had elevated her charm and poise to unprecedented heights. Her previous low profile had caused her presence to be nearly overlooked, but once noticed, her transformation captivated all. Comparing Jun Wuxia to Bai Yunxian, Bai Yunxian no longer seemed as enchanting as they had once imagined. Indeed, when it came to the true embodiment of a high and cold goddess, Bai Yunxian could easily be outshone by Jun Wuxia. Qian Yuan, you are intoxicated. The emperor frowned, puzzled by the usually reticent crown prince's sudden defense of Jun Wuxia. He distinctly recalled that this was only their second encounter, and Mo Qian Yuan had held no favorable impression of her during their first meeting. Yes, I'm indeed intoxicated. My tolerance for alcohol is poor. I beg your pardon. Father, as I take my leave to rest. Mo Qian Yuan forced a smile, revealing a semblance of composure. Go, the emperor commanded sternly. Without hesitation, Mo Qian Yuan rose to depart, brushing aside the servants who sought to assist him, gruffly stating, I am perfectly capable of walking. Do not trouble me. His abrupt exit left the onlookers dissatisfied. Jun Wuxia observed Mo Qian Yuan's retreating figure and, while others engaged in lively conversation, leaned closer to Jun Xing and whispered, Uncle, I wish to take a stroll. Startled, Jun Xing assumed her desire stemmed from heartache over Mo Xian Fei and Bai Yunxian's affection. With a gentle sigh, he replied, Then go for a walk, but do not stray far from the Ling Yuan Hall. Return promptly. Understood. Jun Wuxia. Mo Xian Fei is unworthy of you. Do not let yourself be saddened by such a person. Jun Wuxia's foot faltered at his words. What made her uncle believe she was heartbroken over that scoundrel? Under the luminous moon, in the rear garden of Ling Yuan Hall, Mo Qian Yuan sat at a stone table in a pavilion, holding a wine jug with a bitter smile, drinking deeply from it. If you wish to die sooner, perhaps you should drink more. A youthful voice, tinged with coldness, shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Mo Qian Yuan turned in surprise to see a little girl in a pale yellow dress, cradling a black cat amidst the flowers, the moonlight casting an ethereal glow upon her delicate features. Jun Wuxia? Mo Qian Yuan smirked, drunkenly regarding her. Who do you think you are? Daring to wish for the crown prince's early demise? As she approached the pavilion, the scent of wine lingered around Mo Qian Yuan. Her steps hesitated, and ultimately, she did not enter. If I do not speak, you will die anyway. Furthermore, how long do you think you can remain the crown prince? Chapter 0066. The crown prince, too. Mo Qian Yuan's expression shifted abruptly, his once dazed eyes now sharp and commanding, dispelling the hall's earlier restlessness. In that moment, he resembled a panther lurking in the shadows, poised for the hunt. What nonsense are you spouting? His gaze turned dangerously intense. Jun Wuxia absently stroked the black cat in her arms, her eyes not lifting. Yet her voice, icy yet piercing, resonated. Some wish to see you relinquish your title, hoping for your swift demise. If you desire liberation, perhaps you should end it all here, sparing yourself the time. Montag Qian Yuan's lips twitched. He had initially regarded her as merely unreasonable, but now he felt compelled to label her with a sharp tongue. Can you not speak sensibly? I will pretend I heard nothing. He rubbed his furrowed brow. Is that so? Then allow me to elaborate. If you wish to survive, to avenge your mother and maternal family, you must find a way to preserve your life and your status as crown prince. Jun Wuxia raised her gaze slowly, her bright eyes striking Mo Qian Yuan like a bolt of lightning. What do you know? He appeared startled. I know you are a coward, a waste of potential. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow. You. Mo Qian Yuan felt exasperated, realizing his mistake in defending her at the banquet. If he was unwilling to accept his fate, he should strive to live. If he refused to submit, he must seize control of his destiny. Mo Qian Yuan inhaled deeply as Jun Wuxia's words pierced his heart, and with his intoxicated mind clouding his judgment, he stood abruptly, smashing the wine jug to the ground. The shattering sound echoed, releasing a fragrant wave of wine. Do you think I choose this? Do you believe I want this? What nonsense, crown prince? I'm nothing at all. My life, my identity, do not belong to me. My own father wishes to see me dead. My brother seeks to harm me. Everyone believes me a useless prince. Who in this world can save me? How can I accept my fate? How can I not resent my circumstances? What can I possibly change? His eyes bloodshot. The pent-up emotions that had long been suppressed erupted forth. You are correct. I am on the brink of death. What can I do? What can a dying person accomplish? Yun Wu Si Igis coldly and mo Kinyunis Filintelsbrust. What if you could avoid death? What? He stared blankly at her. More precisely, not avoiding death, but rather, for the next few years or decades, you could remain alive. She corrected herself. What do you mean? Monta Kian Yuan's Anxiti Haiktinet. Without hastening to clarify, Jun Wu Xie inquired, have you been poisoned? How do you know? He paused, taken aback. Raising an eyebrow, Jun Wu Xie expressed her preference for action over words. Little Black, restrain him, she commanded, tossing the small black cat into the air. In an instant, the petite black cat elongated under the moonlight, its small form transforming into a formidable black panther, pouncing towards Mo Qianyuan. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief at the spectacle before him. Chapter 0067. The Crown Prince 3. A mere black cat had, in an instant, morphed into a black panther. The imposing figure of the black panther loomed over Mo Qianyuan, and for the corner of his eye, he noticed Jun Wu Xie had approached him. I am not one for idle chatter. If you are not a fool, you will soon comprehend the situation. Jun Wu Xie crouched down, her delicate hand unexpectedly clasping Mo Qianyuan's jaw. Though her fingers appeared feeble, they adeptly pried his jaw open with surprising force. A small pill was tossed into Mo Qianyuan's mouth, and she swiftly closed his jaw, delivering a punch to his chest. Mo Qianyuan let out a muffled groan as the pill was propelled down his throat by the force. What exactly are you trying to do? Mo Qianyuan glared at Jun Wu Xie with crimson eyes, finding her presence somewhat intimidating. Little Black, keep an eye on him. Jun Wu Xie did not respond to his query and casually sat on a nearby stone bench. Mo Qianyuan attempted to struggle, but the Black Panther opened its jaws, issuing a warning growl. It lowered its head, its mouth firmly pressed against Mo Qianyuan's throat, sharp teeth digging into his neck. Dare make a sound, and I will end him. Jun Wu Xie commanded the panther coldly. The Black Panther remained motionless, its gaze fixed on Mo Qianyuan. Mo Qianyuan felt that this night was undoubtedly the most frustrating of his life, being outwitted by a girl several years his junior. Under the panther's threat, he dared not move, tightly closing his eyes, resigned to his fate. Indeed, he felt utterly useless, so easily manipulated by Jun Wu Xie. As time ticked away, Mo Qianyuan soon sensed a change within his body. The long-standing irritability that had plagued him seemed to dissipate under a refreshing wave, and the persistent discomfort that had taken residence in his body gradually faded. His eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Jun Wu Xie. You! Growl! The Black Panther emitted a low growl of warning, its teeth tugging painfully at his neck. Jun Wu Xie glanced over Little Black, let him go. As her words fell, the Black Panther immediately leaped away from Mo Qianyuan, its massive form launching itself into Jun Wu Xie's embrace, transforming into an innocuous little black cat upon landing. Meow. The scent of alcohol is overwhelming. Jun Wu Xie raised her hand to smooth the cat's fur. What? No, what did you make me consume? Why do I? Mo Qianyuan's mind had never felt so lucid, yet everything happened too quickly, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Something that could save your life. Jun Wu Xie found this method of handling matters quite convenient. Mo Qianyuan stared blankly at her, his fingertips trembling slightly. Why are you helping me? Jun Wu Xie replied. I want you to contend with the emperor and Mo Xianfei, to ascend to the throne and ensure the safety of my Jun family. This throne should have changed hands long ago. The current emperor will perish, as will Mo Xianfei. Qi country needs a new ruler, one who can protect the Jun family. You want me to usurp the throne? Mo Qianyuan was utterly shocked, never expecting such a treasonous proposition to come from Jun Wu Xie. Jun Wu Xie raised an eyebrow. Do you not desire that? Chapter 0068. The Crown Prince 4. Mo Qianyuan looked at Jun Wu Xie, his shock gradually morphing into a manic smile. Of course. Why would I not want to kill those who seek my demise? Can you truly save my life? He fixed his gaze on Jun Wu Xie, now unable to reconcile her with the domineering young lady from his memories. I can. Jun Wu Xie's response was succinct and resolute. But that is not enough. Mo Qianyuan furrowed his brow. I currently lack any backing. Even if I recover, I cannot seize the throne from that person. He has countless ways to eliminate me. You will have support. Jun Wuxie replied calmly. The Jun family will be your backing, and the Rue Lin army will aid you in ascending to the throne. But remember, I can save your life, and I can also take it. The Jun family can elevate you to the throne, but they can also cast you down from it. Qi country is due for a change. It requires a ruler of legitimate royal blood to undertake this. While the Lin Wangfu will remain the unseen hand, its reputation untarnished. But the Rue Lin army, Monta Qian Yuan hesitated. Can the Jun family truly maintain its current power? You need not concern yourself with that. If you wish to live and seek vengeance, then accept this. If you wish to die, I will not force you. The pill I gave you merely temporarily purges the toxins from your body. A permanent cure is not so simple. Yun Wu seized it. Mo Qin Yuan inhaled deeply. He had no other choice. He did not desire death, nor could he forget the bitter blood feud that awaited him. Even if Jun Wuxie offered him a path to the underworld, he would walk it, even if on his knees. I agree. Mo Qin Yuan made a decision that would alter his life's course. Excellent. From now on, find a way to meet with me. I will ensure your transformation. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes, cradling the black cat as she slowly turned away. Mo Qin Yuan, you will be grateful for your choice today. With that, Yun Wuxie departed. Watching her retreating figure, Mo Qin Yuan clenched his fists, the long-suppressed fervor within him beginning to awaken deep in his soul. Yun Wuxie, whatever it is you desire, as long as you assist me in achieving my goals, I shall offer you my life. Cradled in Jun Wuxie's arms, the little black cat flicked its tail. I haven't transformed in ages. It feels quite unfamiliar. By the way, Master, how did you know the Emperor killed the Empress? And how did you know that the Emperor destroyed Mo Qin Yuan's maternal family? The little black cat was certain that Jun Wuxie had not gleaned such confidential information from the Jun family. I do not know. Huh? I simply mentioned it casually. Jun Wuxie maintained a calm demeanor. Upon returning to the banquet, no one noticed her absence. The Emperor sat high above, engaging in grandiloquent discourse with the ministers. The prince's birthday celebration had devolved into a meaningless gathering. Mo Qin Yuan, the true protagonist, had left midway, inadvertently granting Mo Xian Fei the stage to shine. Observing Mo Xian Fei and Bai Yun Xian exchanging glances, Jun Wuxie felt no emotion, while Jun Qing occasionally cast worried glances her way, as if fearing she would be affected. Ultimately, Jun Qing's concerns proved unnecessary. Jun Wuxie did not spare a single glance at the pair until the end of the banquet. Chapter 0069, Infatuation 1. Mo Qin Yuan's efficiency was commendable. The day after the banquet, he invited Jun Wuxie to the Lin Yuan Hall under the pretense of a newfound camaraderie. This invitation elicited a significant reaction from the Jun family, as they could not comprehend why Mo Qin Yuan would suddenly extend such an invitation to Jun Wuxie. However, Jun Wuxie was inclined to accept, leaving Jun Xian and Jun Qing with no choice but to acquiesce. At noon, Jun Wuxie sat in Mo Qin Yuan's study, one hand resting on his wrist as she took his pulse. Your grandfather truly allowed you to come here? Mo Qin Yuan supported his chin with one hand, watching Jun Wuxie, who was focused on her examination. The royal family's actions against the Lin Wangfu had been quite underhanded, and Jun Xian's decision to permit Jun Wuxie into the palace was indeed surprising. Jun Wuxie replied without lifting her eyelids, the crown prince, who is on the verge of being discarded, has little to fear. Mo Qin Yuan's lips twitched slightly. This girl spoke with such sharpness. He glanced at the black cat lounging at Jun Wuxie's feet, still haunted by the events of the previous night. Indeed, if my position were stable, the Lin Wang would surely avoid letting you have too much contact with me. Yet, it is clear to all that my position as crown prince is precarious. No wise individual would seek to associate with a prince who is unloved by the people. The Lin Wangfu commands half of Qi country's military forces, and being close to the crown prince appears to be a formidable alliance at first glance. Upon careful reflection, one realizes they are merely two terminally ill tigers, congregating together to await their demise. Speaking of which, Do you know the excuse I used to persuade him to grant you entry into the palace? Mo Qian Yuan gazed at Jun Wuxia. Privately, he had long ceased to wish to address that person as Father Emperor. Jun Wuxia remained indifferent to him. Mo Qian Yuan continued unabated. I told him that I am infatuated with you. At last, Jun Wuxia lifted her head. Yet there was no trace of astonishment in her eyes. She merely regarded Mo Qian Yuan with her clear gaze. So, you intend to make that fellow believe that you have taken a liking to someone abandoned by Mo Qianfei? Jun Wuxia's words left Mo Qian Yuan momentarily breathless, and he found himself at a loss for how to respond. You speak with such cruelty, don't you? Is this how you treat yourself as well? What do you mean by someone abandoned by Mo Qianfei? Mo Qian Yuan mused that his foolish younger brother's act of pushing Jun Wuxia away had undoubtedly been a grave error. Although Jun Wuxia may not have been remarkable in the past, the woman she had become now was the most intriguing he had ever encountered in his lifetime, more precisely, a young lady. What audacity it must take to compel the crown prince to submit, to force him to usurp the throne. I am merely stating the facts, Jun Wuxia replied. Mo Qian Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. He found himself increasingly perplexed by her. On your birthday, I spoke on your behalf, intending to create discomfort for that fool Mo Qianfei. Yet unexpectedly, I have laid the groundwork for today's meeting with you. Mo Qian Yuan recalled the emperor's wondrous expression when he had mentioned his feelings for Jun Wuxia. Beneath that seemingly benevolent visage lurked a chilling mockery. The two individuals he longed to eliminate, the two factions he wished to suppress, had inadvertently come together. He must be quite pleased, as this would facilitate his schemes. Mo Qian Yuan smirked, finding the entire situation remarkably ironic. Chapter 70. Infatuation. 2. You are quite noisy. Yun Wuxi is plaus fools lightly. Mo Qian Yuan's expression stiffened. Jun Wuxia withdrew her hand from his pulse, leisurely observing him. The toxins within you are deeply concealed. They have accompanied you for quite some time. I can heal your body, but if you fail to identify and eradicate the source of the poison, you will fall victim to it once more. How is it that one on the brink of death harbors so many thoughts? After a lengthy discourse, Mo Qian Yuan felt exasperated, believing that his previous words had become foolishness in Jun Wuxia's ears. What is wrong with her? She clearly desires him to usurp the throne, yet she seems utterly unconcerned about it all. How you proceed is your own affair. I am merely a physician. Yun Wuxi gazed at him calmly. Monta Qian Yuan chuckled. Indeed, the eldest daughter of the Jun family is an extraordinary individual. Despite her youth, her thoughts run remarkably deep. Yes, usurping the throne is his own matter. Even if the Lin Wang manor intervenes, they would do so under the guise of loyalty. Should he fail, all consequences will fall squarely upon his shoulders, leaving the Lin Wang manor and Jun Wuxia entirely unscathed. Jun Wuxia, you are truly astute and quite ruthless. Monta Qian Yuan remarked. Jun Wuxia cast a glance at him, her tightly furrowed brow remaining unrelaxed. Meow. Master, he must have completely misunderstood your meaning. The little black cat, well acquainted with Jun Wuxia, understood her words were not part of a more elaborate plan, but rather a straightforward truth. She genuinely believed these matters were for Mo Qian Yuan to ponder, and her only responsibility was to ensure his recovery, enabling him to possess the means to contend. The crown prince, who had lived a life steeped in conspiracy, was evidently not on the same wavelength as Jun Wuxia. This disparity would lead to Jun Wuxia's image in Mo Qian Yuan's mind being that of a clever, deeply calculating strategist for a considerable time to come. Wishing to avoid dwelling on Mo Qian Yuan's peculiarities, Jun Wuxia spoke. Enough of this idle chatter. If you wish to live well, locate the source of the poison. Mo Qian Yuan responded. My body is gradually weakening. I can feel it, and I have a vague suspicion that I may have been poisoned. In fact, it was only when you inquired last night that I finally confirmed my suspicions. I have no idea where the poison originated. Mo Qian Yuan forced a smile. If he had known the source, he would not have placed himself in such peril. Jun Wuxia handed him a vial of medicine. The poison you are afflicted with is extracted from the night wheat flour. Drink this. If you come into contact with the extract again, you will exhibit a reaction. Jun Wuxia is more adept than Mo Qianyuan at identifying poisons, yet she was reluctant to use it herself because the reaction she described was simply too revolting. She absolutely refused to endure it. Trusting Jun Wuxia's judgment, Mo Qianyuan immediately consumed the contents of the vial, and after doing so, he sprang up to inspect everything in the room, yet found nothing amiss. Mo Qianyuan searched nearly every corner of the Lingyuan Hall, but yielded no results. Observing the crown prince scurrying about like a groundhog, Yun Wuxi fit somewhat speechless. Should she inform him that the extract from the night wheat flour cannot be preserved for long and is unsuitable for the items he was searching? Watching Mo Qianyuan rummaging through his garments, she callously averted her gaze, deciding not to disclose this information for the time being. Engaging in more physical activity may aid in detoxification. Yes, indeed. Chapter 71. Infatuation. 3. Mo Qianyuan thoroughly searched the Lingyuan Hall, but found no suspicious locations. Exhaustion began to set in. The poison from the night wheat flour had already invaded his body, and what should have been a robust physique now felt frail. Breathing heavily, he settled down, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. Is it truly here in my Lingyuan Hall? Yun Wuxi lisali siptietsie. Explaining that the poison derived from a night wheat flour only enters the body upon ingestion. Mo Qianyuan's expression froze. It seemed he had been searching in entirely the wrong direction, and she offered no guidance, simply watching him flounder. I am hungry, Yun Wuxi remarked, completely oblivious to the pallor of Mo Qianyuan's face. As the one who is at the mercy of others, Mo Qianyuan could only stifle his anger, requesting the palace servants to deliver lunch to the study. What? Does it want to eat? Mo Qianyuan stared at the little black cat lounging on Jun Wuxia's lap, a twitch of annoyance in his eye. The previous day, this black cat had left an enormous shadow over him, and he still could not ascertain its true nature. If it were a spirit companion, that would not be accurate. Jun Wuxia had shown no reaction during the awakening ceremony, and the news of her lacking a spirit companion had spread throughout the entire imperial city. What do you wish to eat? Jun Wuxia looked down at the little black cat. Meow. The black cat blinked its eyes, its fluffy tail curling around Jun Wuxia's arm, gently rubbing against her. Fish. I want to eat fish. Fish, Yun Wuxi replied. Mo Qianyuan's lips twitched slightly as he observed the bizarre exchange between the girl and the cat, feeling as though his worldview had been entirely reshaped. Moments later, palace servants entered the study, bearing an array of aromatic dishes, and the large table was filled with a variety of delicacies, prominently featuring the 8 treasure. The little black cat, unprompted, leapt onto the table and settled down, eagerly devouring the delectable offerings. Yun Wuxi quietly enjoyed her meal, while Mo Qianyuan, having found no source for the night wheat flour, lacked appetite, merely pouring himself a cup of wine and resting his chin in his hand as he observed her eat. Although Jun Wuxia had already reached the age of 14, her physique was smaller than that of her peers. Her notorious reputation often led others to overlook her age and stature, filling them with trepidation. Ultimately, Jun Wuxia was but a child, still in her adolescence. Were it not for her lineage from the Lin Wang manor, her life would likely have been exceedingly tranquil. Jun Wuxia's pace of eating was quite slow. She merely sampled each dish, consuming less than the cat. Mo Qianyuan found himself increasingly confounded by this infamous girl of the imperial city. This was only their 3rd meeting, yet each encounter left him with a distinct impression. The first time he encountered her was during his own birthday celebration. Her face, resembling a peach blossom, radiated a vibrant smile, while her bright eyes were fixated on his younger brother, revealing her youthful infatuation without reservation. When they met again yesterday, she bore the weight of scandal, overshadowed by the disgrace of being abandoned by Mo Xuanfei. Seated in the grand hall, she exuded a serene presence that rendered her almost invisible, unaffected by the affectionate scene between Mo Xuanfei and Bai Yunxian, appearing as if she were in a world of her own. It was only during their encounter in the garden that he realized this seemingly transformed young girl retained her inherent tenacity and strength. Today, however, she silently observed him bustling about, revealing a hint of a mischievous disposition. Chapter 0072. The Elixir of Life. 1. Despite being scrutinized, Jun Wuxia remained composed as she dined. Her gaze lowered, as though the crown prince seated across from her was merely a wisp of air. After a prolonged silence, Mo Qinyu grew weary of waiting for Jun Wuxia to lift her head. He lifted his cup and drank deeply, the fiery liquid igniting a tumult in his stomach. Before he could comprehend the sensation, he erupted violently, spewing the contents onto the table. At that moment, Jun Wuxia finally looked up, holding a glass bowl and ivory chopsticks. Her gaze calm as she regarded the retching Mo Qinyu. The little black cat froze, its meal splattered, a few droplets of questionable moisture dotting its fur. Monta Qianyu, aware of his blunder, attempted to explain, but was overtaken by another wave of nausea, clutching his mouth and rushing to the corner of the study, where he doubled over into a wooden bucket. Jun Wuxia calmly set down her bowl and chopsticks, distancing herself from the ruined feast. The little black cat regained its senses, arching its back and leaping from the table onto the soft carpet, frantically rubbing against the fibers. "Master, how could you do this? You know that consuming that medicine with the wheat night flour would cause vomiting. Why didn't you warn that fool?" It lamented, rolling on the carpet to salvage its shiny black fur. Jun Wuxia remained unfazed, watching Mo Qinyu as he continued to heave, casting a glance at the little black cat, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. After an hour of heaving, Mo Qinyu was utterly drained. Having consumed little prior, the relentless vomiting nearly took his life. The commotion drew the attention of the guards outside, who hesitated to enter, merely inquiring from the threshold, only to be met with Mo Qinyu's frustrated shouts. If earlier Mo Qinyu's complexion had been merely pale, now it could only be described as ashen. After downing 10 cups of water to quell the lingering taste in his throat, he slumped weakly against the soft couch in the study, his clothes askew, collar slightly undone, and traces of tears at the corners of his eyes, gazing forlornly at Jun Wuxia. Was it the wheat night flour? He gasped. "Yun Wuxi noted. Why didn't you say so earlier?" He retorted, incredulous. He could hardly believe that Jun Wuxia was unaware of the reaction to the wheat night flour. Given her calm demeanor during his ordeal, it was futile. Jun Wuxia, seated in a clean spot, produced a small porcelain vial from her pocket. The fragrant liquid slipped into her palm as she rubbed her hands together, masking the foul odor that permeated the room. Even had she informed Mo Qinyu beforehand, the inevitable would still transpire. He would have to vomit regardless. Mo Qinyu mused that aligning himself with such a girl was indeed a double-edged sword. He might perish at the hands of his father and brother before being undone by her antics. "What did you eat earlier?" Jun Wuxia inquired, her expression devoid of guilt. Mo Qinyu paused, suddenly fixated on the wine jug on the table. Chapter 0073. The Elixir of Life. 2. He had consumed nothing but a single cup of wine, and the moment it entered his stomach, was someone poisoning the elixir of life? His face drained of color, for he was not a glutton and had little passion for food, only relishing fine wine, which he sipped daily during meals. This wine he had partaken in regularly, albeit in small quantities, yet over time. Wait, Jun Wuxia's gaze shifted slightly. The elixir of life? Why does that phrase sound so familiar? Unaware of her thoughts, Mo Qinyu gritted his teeth and declared, "This wine was brewed by the late emperor with an intricate recipe. After his passing, only my mother could produce it. Since her death, the remaining elixirs in the Qi kingdom are all that she left behind, and following her departure, they were all bestowed upon me. I sip a few cups daily in her memory. They truly had the audacity to poison my mother's wine." His hands clenched tightly, veins bulging, betraying his fury. To poison his mother's memory was an act of utter cruelty. He had taken every precaution, never suspecting anything left behind by his late mother. How much elixir remains? "Yun Wuxi is come I spoke momentarily." "A few jars," Mo Qinyu replied through gritted teeth. "Take me there," Jun Wuxia stated, rising abruptly, the little black cat trotting closely behind. Mo Qinyu assumed she intended to investigate further and did not inquire further. He tidied the room slightly before leading Jun Wuxia out, chiding her for the day's unsatisfactory ingredients that had caused her discomfort. As he faced the guards at the door, He felt a chill run down his spine under Jun Wuxia's piercing gaze. He hurriedly led her to the wine cellar. Within, the aroma of wine was intoxicating. 5 large jars stood prominently, for sealed tightly, while one remained unsealed due to Mo Qianyu's daily consumption. The entirety of the Qi kingdom contained only these 5 jars of the elixir of life. Upon seeing the jars, Mo Qianyu's expression dimmed. He vaguely recalled the image of his mother brewing wine, memories of his childhood spent watching her work. Now, the elixir remained, yet his mother had departed forever. Jun Wuxia dabbed a fingertip in the elixir and inhaled, the rich fragrance devoid of the wheat night flower scent. There is no poison in this wine. It must have been added just before serving. The toxin from the wheat night flower does not linger long. If left here, it would swiftly dissipate with the fragrance of the wine. Her gaze remained fixed on the jars. Are you certain? Mo Qianyu's face brightened slightly. Could he still hold onto the wine his mother had crafted with her own hands? Jun Wuxia nodded, her cold eyes glimmering with warmth. She had indeed found the elixir of life. She could almost sense the exhilaration of the little white lotus forming within her, confirming that what lay before her was undoubtedly the elixir of life. I shall take this wine, Jun Wuxia stated, looking up at Mo Qianyu. Mo Qianyu was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you one to abstain from wine? He had observed her on 3 occasions, and she had not touched a drop. Yun Wuxi replied calmly, for medicinal purposes. Chapter 0074. The Elixir of Life. 3. To ordinary people, the elixir of life was a rare, coveted treasure, accessible only to the royal family, with Mo Qianyu and the current emperor being the sole individuals permitted to indulge, while Mo Xuanfei could only watch. Yet for Mo Qianyu, this wine served as a connection to his mother. Jun Wuxia's intention to utilize the wine for medicine genuinely astonished him. Can it be used for medicinal purposes? He inquired, not out of reluctance to part with the wine, for he was not a glutton. His daily sips were merely a tribute to his mother's memory. In the present moment, the knowledge that someone has tampered with the wine makes him wary of alarming the snake by shaking the grass. Even if he does not destroy the wine, he certainly will not consume it again. Very well, Jun Wuxia replied, her demeanor calm and composed. It is not that I am unwilling to give it to you, but if I were to offer you all this wine, who knows what they might use to poison me in return? The thought of the horrific reaction he had after drinking earlier made Mo Qianyu feel an overwhelming sense of agitation. Despite his usual reckless demeanor, he had never engaged in such outrageous behavior, and the memory of having spewed wine all over the table made him feel nauseous. Yun Wuxi never heis. The exquisite liquor was not an ordinary wine. If she were to take it all, it could potentially attract the attention of the one seated on the imperial throne. However, this substance was of utmost importance to her, as it could nurture lotus seeds. Apart from the celestial spring water, this exquisite liquor was the only other means available. Without it, when could she possibly begin cultivating her spiritual energy? From now on, every time I visit, you must prepare a small jar for me to take away. After some contemplation, Jun Wuxia decided to act discreetly. After all, the wine remained with Mo Qianyu, and others could not take it away. It could be considered as being stored in a bank. However, if they were to poison the wine, Mo Qianyu's expression tightened. Could the poisoned exquisite liquor still be used medicinally? There is no need, Jun Wuxia replied. After pondering, Mo Qianyu understood. The person who sought to harm him would naturally wish to preserve their own reputation and would not allow such matters to leak out. Even if he were to gift Jun Wuxia some wine, that person would not dare to poison her drink. Very well, I shall have someone prepared immediately. Mo Qianyu responded decisively. It was indeed laughable that he had been poisoned in his own palace without realizing it. The vast Lin Yuan Hall was essentially a cage that confined and monitored him, with those seemingly obedient palace attendants being accomplices of that individual. If one day he were to turn the tables, he would ensure that retribution was served in kind. Having identified the source of the poison, Mo Qianyu finally felt a sense of relief. Jun Wuxia left some medicinal herbs for him to restore his health. Having been poisoned for an extended period, a complete recovery would require considerable time. So Jun Wuxia reserved a lotus seed for him to use once he had regained his strength. She was quite generous towards those she deemed useful. Mo Qinyu accepted everything Jun Wuxia offered, and being as astute as he was, he naturally understood that her relentless efforts to save him stemmed from her ability to control his fate. As she said, she could keep him alive, but she could also take his life. After settling everything, Jun Wuxia took her leave from the Lin Yuan Hall. Mo Qinyu personally carried a small jar of exquisite liquor, escorting her out through the grand doors. Even after Jun Wuxia had boarded her carriage and its shadow gradually faded from view, he lingered at the palace gates for quite some time. He gazed up at the azure sky, his eyes brimming with delight. "Mother, I have found an extraordinary ally." A group of palace attendants hid within the Lin Yuan Hall, watching Mo Qianyu's uplifted expression with complex emotions. Given their master's situation, could it be that he truly had an affection for that female bandit? "Your Highness, you must remain calm." Chapter 0075. Rumors 1. Upon returning from Mo Qinyu, Jun Wuxia remained oblivious to the considerable stir her seemingly casual actions had caused. Within just half a day, a brand new piece of gossip had spread throughout the imperial city. After being cast aside by the second Prince Mo Xuanfei, the female bandit of the Lin Wang Manor had, on the night of the Crown Prince's birthday, engaged in a scandalous liaison with the Crown Prince. Early that morning, the Crown Prince had requested the Emperor's permission to meet with Jun Wuxia in the Lin Yuan Hall. Not only had they spent half a day alone together, but as she departed, the Crown Prince gifted her his cherished, exquisite liquor and personally escorted her out, lingering for quite some time. This news spread like wildfire throughout the imperial city. The current emperor had two sons. The eldest, Mo Qinyu, was the Crown Prince, and the younger, Mo Xuanfei. The Crown Prince's reputation had once far surpassed that of the second prince, but following the Empress's demise, the formerly wise Crown Prince had transformed entirely. Not only had his temperament become peculiar, but he also displayed a lack of decorum, resulting in a tarnished reputation that paled in comparison to Mo Xuanfei. In terms of appearance, Mo Qinyu was undoubtedly equal to Mo Xuanfei. However, his unpredictable nature caused people to keep their distance, while Mo Xuanfei frequently traversed the imperial city, often saving those in distress, thus earning considerable goodwill among the populace. Even on that day, when Mo Xuanfei had abandoned his engagement with Jun Wuxia to pursue a new romantic interest, many viewed it as a wise decision that did not tarnish his image at all. Now, the notoriously inept Crown Prince was rumored to be entangled with the infamous female bandit, leaving many astonished. Jun Wuxia's visits to the palace were infrequent, with only 2 occasions to attend the Crown Prince's birthday. On her first visit, she had set her sights on the second prince, relying on the Lin Wang Manor's support to establish an engagement. Yet, on the second visit, she had already begun an affair with the Crown Prince shortly after breaking her engagement with Mo Xuanfei. In no time, rumors of Jun Wuxia's promiscuity spread rapidly, dragging Mo Qianyu's name into ridicule, as if he had picked up his brother's discarded shoes. Some mocked Mo Qianyu for his lack of discernment, while others found amusement in the pairing of 2 fools. Within a mere half-day, the circumstances surrounding Jun Wuxia and Mo Qianyu became the talk of every street and alley. As Jun Xian observed Jun Wuxia returning home with the exquisite liquor, his expression darkened. The sudden invitation from Mo Qinyu to the Lin Yuan Hall had already raised eyebrows, and now he had further gifted Jun Wuxia the precious liquor left by the Empress. This was simply unacceptable. It was well known how fiercely Mo Qinyu cherished the exquisite liquor. Even the Emperor would face reluctance when requesting a sip. In fact, during a previous birthday banquet for Mo Qinyu, Mo Xuanfei had sought a cup of exquisite liquor, only to be ruthlessly rebuked by him. Since then, it became common knowledge that this unparalleled wine was exclusively for Mo Qianyu's consumption. Yet this priceless liquor, which even the second prince was unworthy of enjoying, Mo Qianyu had now bestowed upon Jun Wuxia. How could this be understood? After much internal conflict, Jun Xian wanted to inquire further, but upon seeing his granddaughter's clear, bright eyes, he swallowed his words. Having just been wronged by Mo Xuanfei, it would be better if someone else could divert her attention. Chapter 0076. Spiritual energy in order to help Jun Wuxia swiftly emerge from the shadow of Mo Xuanfei. Jun Xian refrained from saying much more, completely unaware of the thoughts of others. Jun Wuxia had no idea that this jar of exquisite liquor had already placed her under Mo Qianyu's wing. After successfully returning with the exquisite liquor, she wasted no time and promptly returned to her room, summoning the little white lotus. The small, plump creature scampered over to the table, its tiny bare feet pattering on the ground, fixating on the jar of exquisite liquor with an expression of longing. How fragrant! The little white lotus sniffed the intoxicating aroma wafting from the jar, salivating. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow, observing the little white lotus's eager expression. Can you also use it to grow? The little white lotus hesitated, swallowing hard, and shook its head. After a fleeting moment, it quietly retracted its outstretched paw. Aside from the reserved lotus seed for Mo Qianyu, Jun Wuxia had only one lotus seed available for use. She leisurely retrieved a palm-sized lotus water basin, pouring the exquisite liquor into the basin. The intoxicating scent filled the entire room, inducing a sense of inebriation merely by inhaling it. The wine, as radiant as shattered jade, flowed into the verdant basin, creating gentle ripples. The little white lotus gaped, a glimmer of liquid light sliding from the corner of its mouth. The black cat lounged on the table, leaning against the lotus water basin, leisurely grooming its paws, revealing its sharp claws while fixating its gaze on the little white lotus. The little white lotus shrank back, hastily wiping away the drool at the corner of its mouth. The text explained that in order to cultivate the Sanyu snow lotus, the exquisite liquor needed to be cooled. Since the liquor had not been heated, Jun Wuxia cautiously dipped her fingertip into the liquid, ensuring it was cool to the touch before placing the lotus seed into the wine. The emerald lotus seeds were cast into the clear wine, the fragrance of the lotus mingling with the rich aroma of the liquor permeating the room. Little Bai Lian merely inhaled the scent, her delicate face already slightly flushed. Jun Wuxia gazed at the lotus seeds in the wine for a long while, yet showed no reaction. The fragrance in the room only grew more intense. Sensitive to scents and averse to the smell of alcohol, she found that the combined aroma of lotus was not repugnant, but rather soothing. As if a warm spring flowed through her senses, coursing into her very being, enveloping her like a gentle soak in a hot spring. Initially skeptical of the bizarre technique, Jun Wuxia now felt reassured. Although she possessed no spiritual power, under the gentle embrace of the fragrance, she could distinctly sense the warm essence of the 5 elements flowing into her meridians. Perhaps this was the spiritual energy of this world. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she sat at the table, reveling in the delightful aroma. While it was challenging to find such nurturing water, the effects were simply exquisite. She pondered whether this jar of exquisite nectar could nurture the lotus seed, for Mu Qianyan had only a few large jars of this precious liquid. If consumed too quickly, she had no idea where to procure a substitute. Looking across the entirety of Qi Kingdom, it was likely a rare commodity. Experiencing the spread of spiritual energy within her body for the first time, Jun Wuxia found it indescribable, warm yet exceedingly gentle, gradually permeating her being and merging with her essence. Chapter 0077. Do not disturb me. 1. Jun Wuxia sat quietly at the table, oblivious to the passage of time. Outside, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, with only the moonlight casting a faint glow. How fragrant! She lifted her head, and before she could turn, she was suddenly enveloped in powerful arms. You delicate frame, and yet you wish to drink? Jun Wuxia, with a teasing smile, half closed his eyes as he regarded the little one in his arms. Even before entering, he had caught the rich scent of the wine, a fragrance both unfamiliar and familiar, the lotus aroma reminiscent of her. Delightful indeed. Jun Wuxia shot him a glance, having grown accustomed to his affectionate gestures upon arrival. Though somewhat disapproving, she did not mind enough to argue. Did that rascal Mu Qianyan send this to you? Jun Wuxia settled into a chair with Jun Wuxia in his embrace, a smile lingering on his lips, though his eyes revealed a chilling depth as they swept over the exquisite wine. Without waiting for her response, he seized the wine jar from the table, raising an eyebrow as he looked at her, the corners of his mouth lifting. Such wine is unworthy of your lips. With that, he turned his wrist, intending to pour out the entire jar. Jun Wuxia's expression turned cold, attempting to stop him, but the arm around her waist was as firm as iron, holding her firmly in place. "Put it back," she commanded in a frosty tone. Jun Wuya merely regarded her with a smile, showing no sign of anger. "Do not be upset. If you desire wine, I shall procure some fine varieties for you. This rubbish is unfit for your consumption. Put it back." Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes. Jun Wuya continued to regard her with a smile, motionless, his deep black eyes betraying a hint of dark purple, devoid of any mirth. "Release." "My master." A voice tinged with tears suddenly rang out. Little Bai Lian, nestled in the corner, blushed deeply, her half-closed eyes reflecting confusion as her tiny body swayed against the wall. "What is this?" Jun Wuya raised an eyebrow. Jun Wuxia felt vexed. She had not yet summoned Bai Lian back, and Jun Wuya's sudden appearance had caught her off guard. With his prowess, discerning Bai Lian's true identity would not be difficult. "I had assumed that black cat was your spirit, but it seems I was mistaken," he mused, looking down at Jun Wuxia, his eyes narrowing slightly with a smirk. "If you do not release my master, I shall not be so polite." Bai Lian puffed out her cheeks, her rosy face appearing exceptionally endearing. The little black cat sat silently on the table, raising a paw to shield its vision. It was not that it was too weak, but rather that the enemy was too fearsome. "Foolish child, you are courting death." "Oh!" A glimmer of coldness flashed in Jun Wuya's eyes as he raised a finger, a dark light hurtling towards Bai Lian's forehead. A sharp pain surged from her forehead, causing Bai Lian to curl up on the ground in agony. "Am I speaking to you? Do you have the right to interject?" Jun Wuya's smile was charming, seemingly unfazed. However, when he turned his gaze back to Jun Wuxia, he was taken aback. Her icy eyes were fixed on him, and the little one in his arms had drawn several silver needles, their tips poised against his throat. "I have no time for idle chatter. Do not disturb me again," Jun Wuxia warned, her eyes half closed. She was disinterested in Jun Wuya's usual antics, but if he dared to intrude on her, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Chapter 0078. Do not disturb me. 2. Jun Wuya stared in astonishment at the suddenly fierce little one, the coldness in his eyes dissipating in an instant. He showed no fear of the silver needles, merely letting out a low, deep laugh. The silver needles pressed against his life source, and with a mere thrust, they could inflict pain, if not death. Jun Wuya lowered his head, the silver needle piercing his skin, half of its length embedded in his throat. Crimson blood staining Jun Wuxia's hand. Her expression remained calm, devoid of any panic. "It is my fault. I should not have disturbed you. How would you like to punish me? I am at your mercy." All 4 silver needles had penetrated his throat, blood adorning his elegant neck. Yet he gazed at Jun Wuxia with a tender smile. "Put it back," she commanded coldly. Jun Wuya sighed softly, placing the wine jar back on the table. "Do not be upset. It was my error. If you wish to keep this rubbish for a while, do so, but remember, do not consume it. It is foul and will harm your throat. I shall find you something better tomorrow." His tone was soft, as if soothing the irate Jun Wuxia, showing no concern for the silver needles piercing his throat. "No need," she replied. Jun Wuya did not press further, seeing that Jun Wuxia had yet to calm down. He raised his hand and summoned back the dark object that had struck Bai Lian's forehead. "I was merely jesting. I had no intention to harm him. How could I truly lay a hand on your spirit?" he said with a smile. Bai Lian slowly rose, the previous agony having nearly shattered her spirit. The pain was something she had never experienced before. For spirits, human-inflicted harm usually bore little sensation, only depleting their strength. However, this time, Bai Lian felt as if her heart were being torn apart. Trembling, she regarded Jun Wuya, increasingly aware of his mysterious and terrifying nature. "You come here." Jun Wuya beckoned to Bai Lian with a finger. She quivered slightly, stiffly approaching him. "I was only teasing you. Do not be afraid. Here, take this as compensation," he said, tossing a verdant jewel to her, which she caught with trembling hands. He then turned his gaze back to Jun Wuxia. "Are you still angry?" "You are quite bothersome," Jun Wuxia replied. "Such words wound my heart," Jun Wuya said, frowning slightly, a hint of distress crossing his features. "If you enjoy self-harm, I have 108 silver needles here. Jun Wuya chuckled lightly, taking Jun Wuxia's small hand and kissing it near his lips. If it brings you joy, how about I double that? Jun Wuxia frowned slightly. She had encountered many desperate souls, but none as self-destructive as Jun Wuya. If you cease to bother me, I will be quite content. Should you dare to interfere with my spirit or the precious nectar again, I shall not hesitate to use those 100 silver needles. You may refrain from being bothersome, but do not stay away. Jun Wuyao smiled and spoke. Jun Wuxia cast him a sidelong glance, said nothing, and simply rose to her feet. This time, Jun Wuyao dared not exert force again, allowing her to stand up. It was quite unbearable. You may leave now. Jun Wuxia frowned as she gazed at her bloodstained hands, the metallic scent of blood mingling with the aroma of wine in the room, making her feel somewhat uneasy. She needed to wash up. Chapter 0079. Do not bother me. 3. Jun Wuyao, with a sense of helplessness, stood up and observed Jun Wuxia, who was avoiding him. He wiped the bloodstains from his neck, the vivid red staining his vision, yet he paid it no heed. I have broken my word again, allowing you to sense this scent. I shall take my leave now. With that, Jun Wuyao did not linger and departed directly. Once outside Jun Wuxia's door, the smile on his face faded entirely. He arched his fingers, pressing them against his throat, and with a subtle shift, drew 4 silver needles from his flesh. Your Grace. A shadow approached silently, kneeling beside Jun Wuyao under the moonlight. You are injured. The overwhelming scent of blood caused the shadow to momentarily pause. In such a place, who could possibly harm the noble lord? Injury? Is this truly an injury? Jun Wuyao looked at the bloodied silver needles in his hand, the darkness in his gaze gradually dissipating, revealing a strange purple hue once more. It was merely the bite mark of a small creature. He did not mind a little more. Have you found the ones you were instructed to seek? Yun Vuya inquired. They are ready. Those old fools think they can trap me there. How naive. There will come a day when they pay the price. A slight smile curved Jun Wuyao's lips as he regarded the silver needles in his hand, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. The little one who had never exhibited any resistance finally grasped the essence of anger today. The sight of her icy gaze tinged with fury was truly captivating, more alluring than any gem in the world. He longed to possess that fury for himself, but alas, if she were to leave her body, those eyes would lose all their beauty. Her treasures, indeed, were most exquisite only when they adorned her. Those foolish individuals could never be a match for the noble lord. The shadow murmured, his voice laden with reverence and adoration. Let them bask in their pride for a while longer. The destruction will be all the more satisfying. The higher they rise from the mud, the harder they will fall. Jun Wuyao's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. Yes, during this time, I shall remain here. Should you receive any news, send it directly. Understood. By the way, Jun Wuyao suddenly recalled something. Tomorrow, bring a jar of Baiyu. The shadow hesitated slightly, unsure why the Lord suddenly desired Baiyu, but without further thought, he promptly replied, yes. The jade-like liquid. Huh. Jun Wuyao narrowed his eyes. He wouldn't mind visiting the palace to eliminate that fawning prince. The shadow knelt silently beside him, not daring to ponder the meaning behind the Lord's words, merely following orders. After conveying his instructions, Jun Wuyao departed without further words, and the shadow melted into the darkness, vanishing completely. In the room, Jun Wuxia furrowed her brow, washing her hands repeatedly until the scent of blood was no longer present before approaching the table. Little Balian had remained silent since the earlier commotion, holding the green pearl and observing it with varying expressions. Does it still hurt? Jun Wuxia inquired, her tone devoid of inflection. Little Balian blinked in surprise, lifting his head and rubbing his forehead, a rosy smile gracing his face. It no longer hurts. The agonizing pain had vanished as swiftly as it had come. Once that dark object had been taken away by Jun Wuyao, leaving no trace of discomfort. Had it not been for the excruciating memories, little Balian himself would doubt whether he had truly been hurt by a human's attack. Chapter 0080. Runno Pearl 1. Come here. Jun Wuxia beckoned little Balian with an expressionless face. Little Balian scampered over eagerly. Jun Wuxia raised her hand, brushing aside the bangs from little Balian's forehead, inspecting the smooth skin that bore no marks before retracting her gaze. Whatever he does in the future, do not concern yourself with it. Jun Wuxia sensed that Jun Wuyao was not as gentle as he appeared. Whether it was his actions towards Mo Xuanfei or the lingering scent of blood from their previous encounters, it all hinted at an underlying danger. Jun Wuyao was formidable, stronger than anyone she had encountered since her rebirth, enveloped in mystery and peril. Unless absolutely necessary, Jun Wuxia did not intend to confront him. As long as he did not provoke her, she had no desire to meddle in his affairs. However, should Jun Wuyao overstep his bounds, she would ensure he understood that she was not to be trifled with. But little Balian bit his lip, his instincts as a spirit urging him to perceive that man as exceedingly terrifying. Just seeing him approach, Jun Wuxia sent shivers down his spine. His smile, seemingly gentle as jade, exuded an unsettling chill. He will not harm me. If Jun Wuyao intended to act against her, he would have done so long ago. Jun Wuxia could not fathom why Jun Wuyao continued to pursue her, given his capabilities. Even outside the Lin Wangfu, few could contend with him. Yet, he lingered there, claiming it was to repay a debt of gratitude, which she dismissed as mere folly. The little black cat lay quietly on the table, swishing its long tail as it observed Jun Wuxia's profile. The master's nature was typically aloof, and as long as others did not provoke her, she seldom concerned herself with trivial matters. Yet, should she become genuinely enraged, the consequences would be dire. That night, the inferno in the mountains consumed everything. Who would have anticipated that their usually reclusive master would distribute gasoline throughout the villa within a week, igniting it with a single match, ultimately incinerating the only family she had in her singular nightmare? Jun Wuxia's temperament was such that she seemed easygoing and forgiving, but once she chose to act, her adversaries would find no escape. "Master, may I use this pearl?" Little Balian inquired, uncertain of Jun Wuxia's thoughts, yet sensing a hint of concern in her actions. The master was caring for him. This was the first time. How wonderful! What is this? Jun Wuxia finally noticed the precious pearl in little Balian's hand. Rummu pearl. This item aids plant-based spirits in their cultivation. It is only the second time I've seen one, the first being in the ghost realm. I never expected it to exist here as well. Little Balian beamed with excitement. The appearance of the Rummu pearl overshadowed the pain he had just endured. It was essential to note that this item was specifically crafted for spirits, and it was a rare treasure even in the ghost realm. You can cultivate as well? Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow, realizing that while spirits could enhance their power, it typically occurred during their master's continuous cultivation of spiritual energy. According to Little Balian, this Rummu pearl would allow him to cultivate independently, which was indeed remarkable. The method by which Jun Wuyao trained Little Balian was astute. Chapter 0081. Rummu Pearl 2. Little Balian promptly explained the cultivation method for spirits. Spirits originally resided in the ghost realm, and upon the birth of a human, they would instinctively hide within the human soul. It was only after the human turned 14 and underwent the awakening ceremony that the spirits could truly enter this world. In the ghost realm, spirits could continuously cultivate and grow, but once they arrived here, they relied solely on the spiritual energy cultivated within the human body for their growth. Thus, after awakening from the human soul, the spirit's cultivation speed would significantly slow down. The Rummu pearl, a relic of the ghost realm, possessed no inherent power but held a unique ability, the power of purification. In the realm of human existence, the potential for cultivating the power of spirit rings is not absent. However, this power is intricately intertwined with numerous impurities, making its extraction and absorption exceedingly challenging. Yet, with the advent of the Rummu pearl, this predicament is destined to undergo a transformative change. The Rummu pearl possesses the unique ability to purify the murky energies, thereby evolving the portion that can be absorbed by the spirit rings, allowing them to be cultivated directly. Jun Wuxia stroked her chin, pondering the mystique of this item. However, its effectiveness, once employed, promised to be nothing short of extraordinary. The medicinal value of the white lotus was undeniably high, albeit its combat prowess was alarmingly low. Should it be able to cultivate through the Runmu pearl, the heights to which it could ascend in the future were beyond prediction. What a treasure! The white lotus beamed with joy as it cradled the Runmu pearl. Though it had endured a moment of pain, the acquisition of such a gem made the discomfort worthwhile. Keep this. As for your cultivation, you shall figure it out. Jun Wuxia nodded. Jun Weiyao, with his mysterious background and ruthless demeanor, had even tossed such a significant item to the White Lotus. While she had little knowledge of the ghost realm, had it not been for the White Lotus's mention, she would have never heard of such a thing. The nonchalance with which Jun Weiyao had handed it over raised doubts in her mind. If such a person were an adversary, they would surely be formidable, if a friend. Jun Wuxia frowned, struggling to reconcile the notion of friendship with Jun Weiyao. The term friend had only ever been reserved for one person in her past and present, that foolish individual. Clenching her fist, Jun Wuxia recalled how she had merely been living as a veterinarian in City A, only to be unearthed by a clandestine organization, which led her to wield her veterinary license in the service of saving lives. She vividly remembered the day the organization was ambushed by enemies, and a figure stood before her, shielding her from harm. You, with your tiny limbs, cannot be of any use here. Leave at once, and do not become a liability. That young girl's cunning smile lingered in her memory, yet the girl herself was now. Jun Wuxia rubbed her temples, having seldom reflected on her previous life. She had always been solitary, even willing to harm her own kin. Life and death held little weight for her. Yet that one individual, who had sacrificed everything to protect her, remained an indelible presence in her heart. Her aversion to the scent of blood was rooted in that day. The blood-red flower blooming upon that person's chest had seared her vision, and that familiar scent had been the first to evoke such a visceral pain within her. Those who rescue me are not worthy. Jun Wuxia lowered her gaze, ultimately unable to escape the shadows of death. Had that person disregarded her from the outset, perhaps her own skills could have allowed her to survive. Truly a fool. Chapter 0082. The Runmu Pearl 3. With the Runmu Pearl in hand, the White Lotus could now cultivate here. The source of cultivation for plant-type spirit rings comes from plants themselves. To avoid exposing the White Lotus, Jun Wuxia arranged for many potted flowers to be moved into her courtyard. The White Lotus embraced the Runmu Pearl and dove into the lotus pond within the courtyard, transforming into a beautiful white lotus amidst the myriad pink blossoms. Thus, it is said that plant-type spirit rings are remarkably easy to nurture. One merely needs to find a suitable spot to plant them. As the white lotus required cultivation, it could not remain by Jun Wuxia's side at all times, a fact that did not trouble her. She focused intently on the lotus seeds within the pond. In just one night, the precious elixir had diminished by more than half, leaving only a shallow pool at the bottom, where the emerald lotus seed showed signs of sprouting. This pace was astonishingly swift. Although Jun Wuxia had accumulated some spiritual energy, the consumption of the elixir was excessive. At this rate, in less than 2 days, her entire cask of the precious liquid would be depleted. A knock sounded at the door, and Jun Wuxia called, "Come in." After waiting for a while with no response, she rose to open the door, only to find no one there, but a beautifully crafted wine jar resting at the entrance. Jun Wuxia picked up the jar, and, upon removing its seal, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, overpowering the scent of the elixir that filled her room. This fragrance was richer and more robust than that of the elixir. Jun Wuxia mused, already knowing who had left it there. With the wine jar in hand, Jun Wuxia exited the room, where Jun Weiyao stood hidden in the shadows, a smile gracing his handsome features as he watched her retreating figure. Inside the study, Jun Qing was engrossed in writing, flanked by Long Qi. Upon Jun Wuxia's entrance, a smile brightened Jun Qing's face. "Wuxia, uncle, this wine is for you." Jun Wuxia placed the jar on the table. "The elixir?" Jun Qing inquired with amusement, already aware of the fine wine Jun Wuxia had obtained from Imo Qianyuan. "Not quite. Am I suited for drinking?" Jun Qing did not press further. "A few sips would do no harm. This wine is quite good." Jun Wuxia had little affinity for alcohol. The elixir was entirely for cultivating flowers. While the wine was splendid, it served no purpose for her in that regard. "Then I shall be grateful," Jun Qing replied. Nodding, Jun Wuxia exited the study, and Long Chi bowed respectfully as he watched her depart. Outside, a tall figure silently observed Jun Wuxia's act of offering flowers in gratitude, his handsome visage illuminated by a smile. Had he not seen her pouring the elixir into the lotus pond, he might have felt disheartened. The little one does not drink, but chooses to use the wine to cultivate a lotus seed. How amusing. Since it is meant for planting, it matters little. As for the superior wine, Jun Wuxia's decision to gift it away did not perturb him, and the mere acknowledgement that the wine was good lifted his spirits. Compared to the elixir meant for planting, gifting it was undoubtedly of a higher caliber, was it not? 2 days later, Jun Wuxia was once again invited to the palace by the crown prince. Upon her return, she brought with her another jar of the precious elixir. The crown prince seemed to treasure the elixir as if it were worthless, continuously presenting it to Jun Wuxia. After each visit to the Linyuan Hall, she invariably departed with a jar of the exquisite elixir. Consequently, the people of the imperial city began to pair Jun Wuxia and Mo Qinyuan together. With increased gossip came more spectators reveling in the unfolding drama. Mo Xuanfei, still brooding over a previous incident during the crown prince's birthday feast, entered the Linyuan Hall with Bai Yunxian in tow, determined to assert himself. Chapter 0083. An Unwelcome Visitor 1. Within the Linyuan Hall, Jun Wuxia was attending to Mo Qinyuan's pulse. The recent treatments had gradually cleansed the toxins from his body, and he was beginning to recover. Suddenly, the arrival of the second prince was announced, and a flicker of impatience crossed Mo Qinyuan's face. His arrival at this hour can only mean trouble, he remarked coldly. His relationship with Mo Xuanfei had always been strained. While his mother was the empress, Mo Xuanfei's was the favored concubine one. After the empress's passing, concubine one had assumed a position of prominence in the harem, enjoying the emperor's favor. With time, Mo Qinyuan had grown disillusioned. Jun Wuxia withdrew her hand from his wrist. As your health improves, some individuals may find it difficult to remain patient. Mo Qinyuan had not concealed his recovery, a detail Jun Wuxia had specifically advised. To usurp the throne, one could not rely solely on a foolish crown prince and the Lin Wang estate. Mo Qinyuan needed to re-establish his reputation among the officials and the populace to ascend the throne seamlessly when the time came. This understanding was mutual between them. I shall see what he dares to do to me. The crown prince, Mo Qinyuan's eyes gleamed with cold resolve. Though his position was precarious, the emperor would not dare take any drastic actions to preserve his own reputation, and even Mo Xuanfei would hesitate to confront him publicly for the sake of appearances. Before long, Mo Xuanfei entered gracefully, accompanied by Bai Yunxian. In terms of appearance and demeanor, Mo Xuanfei was undeniably the most distinguished prince of Qi country. Bai Yunxian, clad in white, resembled an ethereal being, her already captivating features enhanced by her attire, exuding an air of elegance and pride. Your Highness, it has been quite some time since we last met, and you appear to be in much better spirits. Mo Xuanfei strode in with a graceful demeanor, but upon catching a glimpse of Jun Wuxia, he momentarily faltered. Jun Wuxia's beauty was already unparalleled, yet what rendered her unappealing was her disposition. In the past, her gaze had been filled with admiration and warmth towards him, but now her eyes were cold and indifferent, scarcely lingering on him. The transformation in her aura gave Jun Wuxia an almost ethereal quality. Her breathtaking visage, under the chill of her demeanor, resembled a snow lotus growing atop a snowy peak, beautiful, pure, yet utterly unattainable. Clad in pristine white, she reclined casually in her chair, her autumn-like eyes cast down, engrossed in the book before her, displaying no inclination to look up. In stark contrast, the two women, both draped in white and possessing extraordinary beauty, evoked different sentiments. Mo Xuanfei found that after seeing Jun Wuxia, Bai Yunxian seemed less enchanting by comparison. Jun Wuxia's aloofness was so natural, as if she sat there in solitude, her gaze devoid of any acknowledgement of those around her, as though the mundane world held no significance for her. In contrast, Bai Yunxian's slightly raised chin and haughty eyes conveyed an air of superiority, yet this deliberate demeanor appeared somewhat out of place next to the effortlessly dignified Jun Wuxia. Mo Xuanfei felt he must be losing his mind, for he found Jun Wuxia far more captivating than Bai Yunxian. Impossible. This must be an illusion. Chapter 84. Unwelcome visitors too? Mo Xuanfei would never admit that such thoughts had taken root in his mind. I appreciate your concern, my second brother, replied Mo Qinyuan, his tone neither warm nor cold. I was unaware of your visit today. What brings you here? I merely came to see my elder brother, Mo Xuanfei replied politely, taking a seat beside Bai Yunxian. I heard you have been recovering well. I am genuinely pleased to hear this. This is the Yilu pill crafted by Yunxian, which nourishes the body. I hope you will accept it. Mo Xuanfei's words were pleasant, yet the timing of this courtesy felt rather belated. Jun Wuxia's gaze remained lowered, showing no interest in wasting time on such individuals. In the past, Mo Qinyuan might have been swayed by Yunxian's potion, but under Jun Wuxia's care, his health had markedly improved. Now, not even Bai Yunxian's elixir could elicit a smile from him, let alone one crafted by her master. In his eyes, Jun Wuxia was the true divine healer. Thank you, Mo Qinyuan responded impassively, not bothering to take the pills, leaving them unceremoniously on the table. Mo Xuanfei's expression darkened slightly as he instinctively glanced at Bai Yunxian, whose displeasure was evident at Mo Qinyuan's indifference. Does the crown prince look down on this Yilu pill? Bai Yunxian interjected suddenly, her demeanor frosty and devoid of humility despite the crown prince's status. As a disciple of the Qingyun's sex master, she was accustomed to reverence wherever she went, and the pills she held were sought after by many. However, in the royal city of Qi, she had faced repeated rebuffs. First, Jun Wuxia had coldly rejected her medical assistance, and then she encountered an ungrateful elder in the ghost market who dismissed her master's remedies. The series of setbacks had wounded her pride, and now, the crown prince's dismissive attitude towards her Yilu pill was intolerable. Miss Bai, what do you mean by that? My health is quite stable. I merely do not wish to squander such a treasure, Mo Qinyuan said, yet his expression belied any sincerity. Bai Yunxian clenched her teeth. She was not foolish enough to overlook Mo Qinyuan's mockery. As her displeasure deepened, Mo Xuanfei quickly shifted the topic. Elder brother, it seems you have been in good spirits lately, but I must advise you that becoming too close to certain individuals may not be wise. No matter how exquisite their appearance, they may be lacking in substance. Do not let yourself be deceived. As he spoke, Mo Xuanfei's gaze naturally drifted to Jun Wuxia. Since his arrival, she had not even spared him a glance, which irked him. It was one thing to ignore him, but her haughty demeanor was entirely another. Human nature often craves that which is unattainable. Once, Jun Wuxia had harbored deep affections for Mo Xuanfei, but he had cast her aside with disdain. Chapter 85. Unwelcome visitors 3. Yet now, with a different spirit inhabiting her form, Jun Wuxia regarded him with utter indifference, which left Mo Xuanfei feeling quite vexed. He had expected that after abandoning her for another, she would be heartbroken. However, contrary to his assumptions, she appeared unbothered and entangled with the crown prince. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. It was he who had discarded her, and she should be the one in despair. Why was she so composed? Mo Xuanfei's remarks caused Mo Qinyuan's expression to harden. Whom I associate with is none of your concern, second brother. Mo Xuanfei's gaze remained fixed on Jun Wuxia, noting her lack of response, which only fueled his irritation. Your Highness, I'm merely worried for you. As the crown prince, you are the future ruler of Qi. The woman you choose to marry must possess the virtue to match your station. Some may have beauty but lack substance, and I genuinely fear you may be misled. Mo Qinyuan bristled. Since when had it become Mo Xuanfei's place to lecture him in his own court? Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Jun Wuxia's head suddenly lift. Her eyes, as cold as autumn waters, were fixated on Mo Xuanfei, who had been silently deriding her. Is it amusing to make a fool of oneself? Jun Wuxia spoke, her calm gaze sweeping between Mo Xuanfei and Bai Yunxian. What did you say? Mo Xuanfei glared at her. Jun Wuxia cast a glance at the Yilu pill. Suddenly, a black cat leapt onto the table, its fluffy tail accidentally brushing against the vial. With a sharp crack, the vial shattered, scattering the precious pills across the carpet. Yun Vusi, look what you have done. Montauk Suan Fai exclaimed furiously, his eyes wide in disbelief as Bai Yunxian's concoction lay in ruins. Jun Wuxia did not acknowledge him, focusing instead on the black cat, which sniffed the fallen pills before she scooped it into her arms. Don't eat that. It's dirty. Her words turned Mo Xuanfei's, and Bai Yunxian's face is pale with shock. How dare she call Bai Yunxian's meticulously crafted pills dirty? Bai Yunxian's expression darkened. She was well aware of Jun Wuxia's identity and her past connection with Mo Xuanfei. How could a woman so persistently entangled with Mo Xuanfei dare to speak to her in such a manner? Just as Mo Xuanfei was about to retort, Bai Yunxian raised her hand to silence him. Miss Jun, Bai Yunxian began slowly, her voice icy with disdain. Do you not think it quite rude to belittle the crown prince's pill in such a manner? Jun Wuxia ignored her, continuing to pet the cat. The Yilu pill, though not particularly rare, was still quite valuable, and Bai Yunxian's current attitude towards the crown prince's medicine was rather unbecoming. Was it not? Bai Yunxian's irritation grew. The more she looked at Jun Wuxia, the more she found her insufferable. What was a mere noble lady from a royal household compared to her esteemed standing in the Qingyun sect? How dare she adopt such an attitude before her? Jun Wuxia raised her head, her cold eyes sweeping over Bai Yunxian's meticulously adorned face, a hint of amusement flickering in her expression. What kind of attitude was this? Bai Yunxian frowned. Jun Wuxia, if you do not comprehend, do not embarrass yourself. The Yilu pill is a secret elixir of the Qingyun sect, sought after by many. Mo Xuanfei could not help but interject, feeling a growing irritation at Jun Wuxia's indifference towards him. Even after he had cast her aside, she should continue to harbor admiration for him, yet her current disregard was utterly perplexing. Being treated so coldly by someone who once admired him stirred his agitation. Is it so hard to procure? Jun Wuxia observed the agitated couple with a detached demeanor. The words sounded familiar. During their time in the ghost market, had they not claimed that the Qiyun pill was unattainable as well? In the end, it had been rejected. A small black cat nestled in Jun Wuxia's embrace, casting a disdainful glance at the couple. How foolish to treat such elixirs as treasures. My master could casually concoct a pill far superior to yours in mere moments. Especially when it comes to you, you wretched woman. Bai Yunxian had never been so scorned, particularly by someone she deemed beneath her. A mere miss of the royal house, unworthy of even carrying her shoes. Miss Jun, do you disdain my elixir? However, this is not a gift for you. To so brazenly belittle the crown prince's elixir is surely inappropriate. Bai Yunxian cast a haughty glance at Mo Qinyuan. While the Lin Wangfu was indeed powerful within the Qi-Qin realm, it was as inconsequential as an ant before the Qingyun sect. Mo Qinyuan, not being a fool, understood the necessity of discretion. For the sake of a Jun Wuxia, offending the disciple of the Qingyun sect was not a wise choice. Mo Qinyuan surveyed Bai Yunxian and then Jun Wuxia. Bai Yunxian was correct. Anyone with sense would know how to choose wisely. Mo Xuanfei had indeed made his choice between the two. However, Montauk Qianyuan smirked. What belongs to me is also Jun Wuxia's. I have no objections to her desires. He looked at Jun Wuxia with a gaze filled with tenderness and infinite affection. What the Qingyun sect? It is common knowledge that Bai Yunxian is favored by Mo Xuanfei. Even if he chooses to support her now, what benefit does he gain? Mo Qinyuan is no fool. Jun Wuxia is his true ally. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Yunxian's face. It was evident that Mo Qinyuan stood firmly with Jun Wuxia. Mo Xuanfei gritted his teeth, utterly confused as to how Jun Wuxia could have become involved with Mo Qinyuan. They had only met a few times. If it were love at first sight, it should have been evident during their first encounter. Yet, at the crown prince's birthday celebration, Jun Wuxia had clearly favored him. How could it be so soon that Mo Qinyuan lavished such affection upon her? At first, he had offered her fine wines without hesitation. But now he was directly challenging Bai Yunxian. Had Mo Qinyuan lost his senses? Did he truly not fear offending the Qingyun sect for the sake of Jun Wuxia? After all, they were merely elixirs. Jun Wuxia spoke coolly, finding Bai Yunxian's antics laughable, treating stones as treasures and making such a fuss. Just elixirs? You speak so lightly. This is a creation painstakingly refined by Yunxian. If you allow your cat to knock them over, you must take responsibility. Since the crown prince has chosen not to pursue this matter, I shall remain silent. However, wrongdoings must be punished. The crown prince may not blame you, but the raucous beast must be dealt with. Mo Zhuofei scoffed, feeling irritated by the way Mo Qinyuan looked at Jun Wuxia, her calm demeanor only adding to his agitation. Oh, Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow. Bai Yunxian is a guest in my Qichin, a distinguished visitor indeed. Such an untamed beast causing trouble near her is a disaster. Eliminating it today would not only express our apologies to the Qingyun sect, but also prevent similar incidents from recurring. A glint of malice flashed in Mo Zhuofei's eyes. In the Lin Palace, he could not act against Jun Wuxia under Mo Qinyuan's watchful gaze, but eliminating the meddlesome black cat would pose no difficulty. He could see that Jun Wuxia held the cat dear, and tearing apart her calm facade was his current desire. Even if Mo Qinyuan protected Jun Wuxia, he could not possibly shield the cat. If he did, it would indeed be a slap in the face to the Qingyun sect. This was a trivial matter. Yet Mo Zhuofei was intent on dragging the entire Qingyun sect into it, clearly aiming to pressure Mo Qinyuan. Mo Qinyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of anger simmering beneath the surface. Jun Wuxia, cradling the black cat, regarded Mo Zhuofei's incessant chatter with a disinterested gaze. The black cat's eyes narrowed, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, its form subtly expanding. Jun Wuxia's hand instinctively rested on the cat's neck, calming its restlessness. Merely some trivial items. If you value them so highly, I shall compensate you. Yun Wuxi spoke suddenly. Compensate? With what? The Yulu pill cannot be purchased. Your thoughts are rather naive. Montauk Suafai retorted coldly. Bai Yunxian's expression soured. How could the Yulu pill, once in Jun Wuxia's possession, be reduced to mere trinkets? If this young lady of the royal house was not excessively arrogant, she was woefully ignorant. Although the Yulu pill could not compare to the Qiyun pill crafted by her master, it remained one of the Qingyun sect's closely guarded secrets, absolutely unobtainable outside their domain. Only a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and not just any disciple, could concoct the Yulu pill. Where could Jun Wuxia possibly procure a replacement? Unfazed, Jun Wuxia rose, still cradling the black cat, and addressed Mo Qinyuan. Is there an alchemy room? Mo Qinyuan hesitated momentarily, puzzled by Yun Wuxi's intentions. Though he harbored no fondness for Bai Yunxian, he was acutely aware of the Qingyun sect's might. Jun Wuxia, do not overexert yourself. I will not allow them to harm you. Is there one? Jun Wuxia persisted. After a brief pause, Mo Qinyuan summoned a palace servant. Following the death of his mother, his health had been frail. Years prior, the emperor had shown great concern for him, inviting numerous physicians to treat him. During that time, he seldom left the Lin Palace, mostly resting within. To aid in his recovery, the emperor had even constructed an alchemy room within the palace. Initially, he had been deeply touched by the emperor's arrangements, believing his father wished for his swift recovery. However, upon discovering the emperor's true intentions, he had caused chaos within the Lin Palace, driving away all the physicians and destroying the elixirs. Have them lead you there. If you require anything, simply inform them. However, the room has not been used in quite some time, so I cannot guarantee the alchemy furnace's functionality, Mo Qinyuan explained. Jun Wuxia nodded slightly and followed the servant away. Mo Qinyuan watched a retreating figure, silently clenching his fists. Why must your highness be so concerned? Mo Zhuofei remarked, observing Mo Qinyuan's profile with a sneer. Jun Wuxia's nature has always been reckless. Surely your highness is aware of this. How could the elixirs of the Qingyun sect be so easily refined? If my memory serves me right, Jun Wuxia has never practiced alchemy. Her actions today are merely an attempt to save face before you. When Jun Wuxia inquired about the alchemy room, Mo Zhuofei had laughed inwardly. Though he disliked her, he had indulged her for a time under the pressure of the Lin Palace. This period had granted him insight into her character and abilities. Jun Wuxia was merely a spoiled lady with beauty, but no skill. Had she not been born into the Lin Wangfu, she would have met her demise countless times by now. Alchemy? That was an even greater farce. Who did not know that the June family's eldest daughter was nothing but a reckless troublemaker, utterly devoid of talent. Today, she unexpectedly wished to personally concoct elixirs, intending to make amends with by Yun Xian, which could only be seen as a self-inflicted humiliation. In Mo Zhuofiai's eyes, this behavior resembled that of Jun Wuxia, the headstrong young lady who despised public embarrassment, especially in front of the one she admired. Mo Zhuofiai had often engaged in the folly of putting on a brave face. As thoughts of her beloved crossed his mind, his expression darkened further. What Jun Wuxia does is of no concern to you, he thought. Mo Qinyu cast a cold glance at Mo Zhuofiai, fully aware of how their relationship was perceived by outsiders as ambiguous, while in truth, they were merely allies. He recognized Jun Wuxia's talents, yet the elixirs of the Qingyun sect were not something outsiders could easily concoct. Jun Wuxia had never even touched the Jade pill. How could she possibly create it? If the emperor truly cared, he could simply eliminate that troublesome cat. Should Jun Wuxia be reluctant to part with it, he could always compensate her later. They could not allow others to claim that the royal family of Qi had slighted the Qingyun sect. Montak Suafai smirked, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. He intended to make Jun Wuxia realize that Mo Qinyu was not a worthy choice. And even if he were to forsake her, it would be impossible for her to seek refuge under the wings of the incompetent prince. A prince who could not even protect his own woman was utterly worthless. Mo Qinyu shot a glare at Mo Zhuofiai. The latter had become increasingly brazen since his association with Bai Yun Xian, forgetting even the most basic decency. Did this fool believe he was instigating discord between him and Jun Wuxia? How foolish! He recalled that night, the overwhelming dread that loomed over him like a colossal shadow. Mo Qinyu would never underestimate that palm-sized black cat. He secretly wished Mo Zhuofiai would act even more recklessly, so the strange cat might transform and bite his neck clean off. Meanwhile, Jun Wuxia followed the palace attendants to the alchemy room. As expected, Mo Qinyu had not lied. The chamber, although meticulously cleaned, bore evidence of long disuse as seen from the pristine state of the furnace below. Paper and pen, she instructed the attendant beside her. The attendant promptly delivered the items, and Jun Wuxia swiftly jotted down a list of medicinal ingredients to hand over. Fetch these. The attendant stared blankly at Jun Wuxia, bewildered by the long list of herbs. Jun Wuxia glanced at her, and the young maid, chilled by the icy gaze, hurriedly retreated. I will prepare at once. Am I frightening? Jun Wuxia pondered aloud, looking at the cat nestled in her arms. No, they're simply too fragile, came the response from the black cat, who no longer felt the need to conceal its ability to speak in the absence of others. The world did not comprehend Jun Wuxia's true nature. Only the black cat knew she was neither aloof nor arrogant. She simply lacked the understanding of how to interact with others in a conventional manner. Consider a person who has been isolated since the age of 1. Their social skills would inevitably be abnormal. Jun Wuxia had been confined for 13 years, her world having consisted solely of herself, accompanied only by a mountain of medical knowledge and cold, clinical instruments. During that time, she barely spoke more than 2 words a year. When the little black cat first encountered Jun Wuxia, it had assumed she was a mute, perhaps even a mute with autism. She appeared devoid of warmth, her eyes seemingly lacking any emotion. In her youth, she could dissect warm corpses with a blank expression, immersing the disassembled organs in formalin. The little black cat always felt that its master resembled an emotionless machine. It was not until she first grasped the concept of hatred and burned down her prison that she found liberation. Yet, the years of isolation had solidified her character and behavior. Even upon entering society, she remained out of sync with others, unable to integrate. What she preferred was to remain in an animal clinic healing creatures. Animals do not speak, and while Jun Wuxia struggled to understand the actions of normal humans, she possessed a keen sensitivity toward animals, knowing their pain and the assistance they required. During those times, Jun Wuxia also remained silent. It was only after she joined that organization and met her soul friend that she began to feel somewhat human. Unfortunately, time was too short, and before she could fully understand a normal life, everything came to an end. Those who regarded Jun Wuxia as an outcast were despised by the little black cat. It believed that its master was not abnormal, but rather that those individuals were too foolish to interact with her. The unscrupulous little thief from years ago had done exceptionally well, proving that its master was not devoid of emotion. She simply did not know how to express it, because no one had ever taught her. However, now with the June family father and son, the little black cat believed that its master would surely walk further down the path toward becoming a normal person. Before long, the attendants brought in a plethora of medicinal herbs, reigniting the furnace's flames, the heat enveloping the room. June Wuxia instructed everyone to leave the alchemy chamber, meticulously categorizing and processing each ingredient. Her lowered gaze was focused. At that moment, she seemed to return to those 13 years of confinement, with her eyes and hands consumed solely by matters of medicine. Juicing, grinding, pulverizing. June Wuxia's delicate hands appeared almost magical, processing everything with remarkable efficiency and precision. In essence, the elixirs of this world bore a striking resemblance to the traditional Chinese medicine of her past life. Though she could not create Western medicine here, Chinese medicine was well within her grasp. Observing the herbs being handled one by one, the little black cat swished its tail, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. For the past several years, had June Wuxia not spent her days in her room, toiling over countless medicinal materials? In the study, by Yunxian wore a cold expression, while Mo Zhuafiai and Mo Qinyu engaged in a verbal duel, heated and intense. As the sun waned, the evening glow enveloped the entire imperial city, casting a mesmerizing, intoxicating layer over the opulent palace. How long must they wait? Mo Zhuafiai glanced at the darkening sky, his patience wearing thin. After half the day had passed without June Wuxia's appearance, he began to suspect that Mo Qinyu had secretly whisked her away for her protection. Rising, he intended to investigate. Is my younger brother growing impatient? Mo Qinyu observed Mo Zhuafiai, a cold smile gracing his lips. Montauk Suafai, bolstered by the support of Bai Yunxian and the Qingyan sect, had grown increasingly presumptuous, treating the crown prince as if he were inconsequential. This is the emperor's Linyuan palace. If our brother wishes to take any action, we would be none the wiser. Let's hope he does not sacrifice the greater good for the sake of the trivial. The Qingyan sect is not one to be trifled with, Mo Zhuafiai remarked. Clinging to a woman's skirt, is that how one finds satisfaction? A chillingly youthful voice suddenly pierced the air, its tone somewhat immature, yet each word felt as though drawn from icy waters. Standing at the door was June Wuxia, the evening light cascading behind her, casting a gentle glow that surrounded her in an ethereal aura. Dressed in white, she appeared otherworldly, illuminated by the fading sunlight. The black cat perched neatly on her shoulder, its stark black contrasting against her white attire, while the porcelain vial in her fair hands seemed as though she had stepped straight out of a dream. Wuxia, Mo Qinyu instinctively rose. Under the twilight, June Wuxia possessed a beauty that rendered one unable to look away. This beauty was equally etched into Mo Zhuafiai's heart, causing him to shudder slightly. Bai Yunxian, seated beside him, noted Mo Zhuafiai's reaction and bit her lip. June Wuxia entered the room with an air of indifference, placing the white porcelain vial on the table before sitting down with the little black cat beside her. This is for you, she stated, directing her gaze not at Mo Zhuafiai, but rather at Bai Yunxian. Bai Yunxian frowned slightly. In a moment of distraction, Mo Xuanfei regained his senses and coincidentally caught the displeased gaze of Bai Yunxian, causing his heart to tense slightly. He immediately inquired, "What is this?" "Yulu pills," Yun Wuxi replied. Mo Xuanfei's lips twitched slightly. He had thought that June Wuxi had been sent away by Mo Qinyuan, yet she remained in the Linyuan palace, audaciously presenting a vial of pills as Yulu pills. June Wuxia, do not speak nonsense. Is this truly Yulu pills? Even if you were to kill Mo Xuanfei, I would not believe that you could concoct such elixirs. Bai Yunxian was well aware of this. June Wuxia could not be bothered to explain herself. Had it not been for the exaggerated reactions of these two, she would not have wasted her time. Mo Xuanfei opened his mouth, intending to say something further. But Bai Yunxian had already risen, seizing the vial from the table. "Miss June, I would not mind your indulgence of your pet ruining my elixirs. But now you casually present something to tarnish the reputation of my Qingyan sect. I cannot stand idly by. Bai Yinxian fixed her gaze on Jun Wuxia. Let us not mention that Yulu pills are a closely guarded secret of my Qingyun sect. Even the time required to concoct them is grossly inaccurate. To create Yulu pills, one needs at least 3 to 5 days. Are you attempting to fool us with this half-day effort, as if I were a mere child? Bai Yinxian scoffed, clearly unconvinced that the vial contained Yulu pills. The method of concoction was unique to the Qingyun sect, and others had no knowledge of the time required. The notion that Jun Wuxia could simply present any random pills in a vial and expect to deceive them was laughable. The discrepancy in the preparation time alone was glaring. Earlier, had you admitted your mistake and apologized, I would have let it go. However, to pass off inferior goods as quality and tarnish the name of my Qingyun sect is not so simple. If anyone could claim any rubbish as belonging to my sect, what would become of our reputation? Bai Yunqian's cold laughter silenced Mo Qianyuan, her words effectively stifling him. 3 to 5 days? Jun Wuxia raised her eyes to meet Bai Yunqian's aggressive stare. Bai Yunqian sneered. You might as well verify it before speaking, rather than engage in fruitless explanations. It is better to prove everything with facts. There is no need for that. With a cold huff, she pretended to throw the vial away. However, Mo Qianyuan suddenly stood, his deep-set eyes revealing resolve. Miss Bai, why be so hasty? The truth can be discerned with a simple verification. Are you perhaps worried that you might not recognize Yulu pills? With clenched fists hidden in his sleeves, Mo Qianyuan felt a twinge of concern at Bai Yunxian's comments regarding the time needed to concoct Yulu pills. Yet, upon seeing Jun Wuxia's calm demeanor, his heart inexplicably settled. Her expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had transpired, and there was no sign of panic from an exposed scheme. He must trust her, Mo Qianyuan reminded himself. Clutching his unwavering faith in Jun Wuxia, Mo Qianyuan interrupted Bai Yunxian, even questioning her with a tone that compelled her to verify. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Bai Yunxian's expression darkened further. The elixirs of the Qingyun sect are indeed remarkable, but I believe the sect is fair-minded. Regardless of whether Wuxia has truly concocted Yulu pills, Miss Bai should verify it. Otherwise, does it not imply that you cannot accurately discern the authenticity of the Yulu pills, thus hastily attempting to destroy evidence? Mo Qianyuan made his decision and resolutely followed through. Bai Yunxian found herself in a dilemma. If she chose not to verify, it would suggest the truth aligned with Mo Qianyuan's claims. Your Highness, do you intend to protect Jun Wuxia? Very well, I shall do as you wish. However, if this turns out to be false, then Your Highness, you too will be implicated in conspiring against my Qingyun sect, Bai Yunxian coldly stated. Agreed. Mo Qianyuan gritted his teeth, preparing to take a gamble. Mo Xuanfei internally scoffed. It was not his intent to provoke Mo Qianyuan, but rather, Mo Qianyuan had unwittingly walked into this trap. Regardless of the prince's power, the emperor and Mo Xuanfei could not act directly due to public perception. However, should Mo Qianyuan offend the Qingyun sect, they could easily leverage their name to crush the prince. Mo Qianyuan, you are truly foolish, daring to pressure Bai Yunxian for the sake of such a woman. No one believed Jun Wuxia could genuinely produce Yulu pills. The verification of the elixirs was inconsequential. Jun Wuxia observed Mo Qianyuan. If Bai Yunxian hesitated to verify, she had ways to compel her, but with Mo Qianyuan's intervention, she no longer needed to exert herself. With his insistence, Bai Yunxian had no choice but to verify the pills for the sake of Qingyun's sect's reputation. Yet secretly, she loathed both Jun Wuxia and Mo Qianyuan for daring to speak to her so boldly. Bai Yunxian smirked and opened the vial. As the lid came off, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, strikingly familiar and identical to the Yulu pills that had fallen to the ground earlier. Bai Yunxian's complexion paled instantly, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? As a disciple of the Qingyun sect, she had concocted Yulu pills numerous times and was intimately familiar with their scent. The fragrance emanating from this vial was unmistakably that of Yulu pills. Bai Yunxian's shock rendered Mo Xuanfei who had been anticipating the spectacle, stiff with surprise, causing him to sit up straight. Well, Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow, leisurely sipping from the cup on the table. Let me verify it first. By a Yunxian bit her lip. The pristine, white pills rolled out of the vial, indistinguishable from those scattered on the ground. Bai Yunxian examined the pills meticulously, her astonishment growing with each glance. They were undeniably identical to the Qingyun sect's Yulu pills. How could this be? Bai Yunxian's lips trembled, unable to accept the result of her verification. Seeing the shock in Bai Yunxian's eyes, Mo Xuanfei's heart raced, and he abruptly stood, casting insinuations. Even if they look and smell the same, this is ultimately a counterfeit. Yunxian, do not be angered. Jun Wuxia is merely trying to deceive you and tarnish the Qingyun sect reputation. I shall definitely seek justice for you. He could not allow Bai Yunxian to acknowledge these pills as Yulu pills. Bai Yunxian pauset, realizing Montag Xuanfei's insinuations. Indeed, the authenticity of the Yulu pills rested with her declaration. If she deemed them false, even if they were genuine, they would be considered counterfeit. At once, Bai Yunxian suppressed her shock, regaining her usual aloof demeanor. Miss Jun, this is not Yulu pills from my Qingyun sect. The disciples of Qingyun sect exhibit such disgraceful conduct? Jun Wuxia's chilling gaze swept over Bai Yunxian's facade of calm. Bai Yunxian felt a chill run down her spine under that piercing stare. If they were not Yulu pills, then what were they? Jun Wuxia tilted her head slightly, regarding Bai Yunxian. Merely something mixed with spices, hardly worthy of being considered an elixir. Bai Yunxian stiffened. Oh, a glint of coldness flashed in Jun Wuxia's eyes. Miss Jun, if you intend to pass off such items as genuine, you surely underestimate my discernment. Bai Yunxian scrutinized Jun Wuxia, her silence suggesting she believed she had the upper hand. Jun Wuxia, in a leisurely manner, stroked the black cat, and as Bai Yunxian prepared to continue her argument, she interjected, I have already submitted a vial to the emperor. Bai Yunxian's mouth, which had just opened, snapped shut in disbelief. What did she say? By now, it should have been verified by the imperial physicians and delivered to the emperor. Jun Wuxia slightly raised her eyes, observing Bai Yunxian's rigid expression. Bai Yunxian's lips quivered, her form wavering. Mo Xuanfei's complexion darkened entirely. He had never anticipated that Jun Wuxia had such a contingency plan. The lips of Bai Yunxian trembled slightly, and her figure swayed unsteadily. Mo Xuanfei's expression darkened profoundly. He could hardly fathom that Jun Wuxia had prepared such a contingency. The Yulu pill had been delivered to the emperor in several vials on the very day Bai Yunxian arrived at the imperial city of the Qi kingdom. Any medicine consumed by the emperor must pass through the scrutiny of all imperial physicians at the royal hospital, ensuring its safety before reaching the emperor's side. Although the imperial physicians may not comprehend the intricacies of crafting these elixirs, discerning their properties is not a daunting task. Mo Xuanfei had initially intended for Bai Yunxian to assert that this was not the Yulu pill, thus leaving Jun Wuxia without a leg to stand on. After all, the words of a disciple from the Qingyun sect would carry far more weight than the assertions of that uneducated female bandit, Jun Wuxia. However, no one expected that Jun Wuxia had already anticipated their slander before coming to be validated. Once this item reached the emperor, it would inevitably undergo examination by all the physicians who had already scrutinized the Yulu pills sent by Bai Yunxian. Discerning whether these were indeed Yulu pills would pose no challenge. From Bai Yunxian's earlier reaction, Mo Xuanfei deduced that the vial of elixir sent by Jun Wuxia was undoubtedly the Yulu pill. When had Jun Wuxia become so astute? Finally exhaling a sigh of relief, Mo Qianyuan wore a faint smile, casting a secretive glance at Jun Wuxia. This seemingly aloof young lady, when it came to matters at hand, was indeed swift and decisive. Jun Wuxia could have informed Bai Yunxian early on that she had sent the item to the imperial physicians for examination, yet she deliberately refrained, waiting for Bai Yunxian to claim that the elixir was not the Yulu pill before unveiling her preparations. If the physicians could ascertain that this was the Yulu pill, Bai Yunxian would be a loss to prove otherwise. Either she lacked the skill to distinguish the true from the false, or she was intentionally scheming. maliciously declaring the genuine as counterfeit. With those words spoken, Jun Wuxia's backup plan struck by Yun Xian like a resounding slap across the face, echoing loudly. This maneuver left not only by Yun Xian stunned, but also Mo Xuanfei taken aback. He stared at Jun Wuxia in disbelief, as if he had never seen her before. Was this still the woman who once trailed behind him, wagging her tail in supplication? Or was she the same ignorant, headstrong fool he had known? Why did the present Jun Wuxia feel so unfamiliar? He had thought that her apparent coldness was merely an act to attract his attention after he had cast her aside for by Yun Xian, believing she had modeled herself after by Yun Xian's demeanor, which he found appealing. Yet, it now seemed that the reality was far removed from his assumptions. The past Jun Wuxia would never have concocted any elixirs, let alone the Yulu pill. And secretly orchestrating a plan to deliver the elixir to the emperor was something he would not have imagined her capable of. But now, everything that transpired was akin to a series of resounding slaps to Mo Xuanfei's presumptions, shattering his self-assuredness. No, he absolutely could not allow this situation to persist. Yun Wuxi, you are truly reckless. How could you send such a thing to His Majesty? Are you attempting to poison the emperor? By Yun Xian, come with me to see the emperor at once. We cannot allow anything to happen to him. With his thoughts racing, Mo Xuanfei grasped by Yun Xian's hand and rushed out. He could not afford to give Jun Wuxia an opportunity to turn the tide. If he could reach the emperor first and persuade him to instruct the physicians to declare the Yulu pills as counterfeit, it would be Jun Wuxia who would face the consequences. By Yun Xian, being pulled by Mo Xuanfei, momentarily set aside any pretense. She understood all too well that if the physicians confirmed that Jun Wuxia's Yulu pills were genuine, she would be utterly humiliated. Jun Wuxia merely observed Mo Xuanfei's theatrics with a cold gaze, showing no signs of intervention. However, her inaction did not imply that Mo Qianyuan would remain idle. Why was his younger brother in such a hurry? If the elixir posed any danger, it would not pass the scrutiny of the physicians, who would never dare administer an unverified substance to the emperor. Mo Qianyuan watched with an amused smile as Mo Xuanfei's anxious demeanor unfolded. The pent-up frustration he had felt while being overshadowed by Mo Xuanfei had finally been released. Although he could not physically restrain Mo Xuanfei, witnessing him being so thoroughly outmaneuvered by Jun Wuxia was immensely gratifying. At that moment, Mo Xuanfei had no interest in engaging in a verbal spar with Mo Qianyuan. He only sought an excuse to depart hastily, regardless of whether he could stop the physicians, as long as he could leave the Linyuan Hall. Today's events could be dismissed as if they had never occurred, and by Yun Xian would not suffer too much disgrace. Unfortunately, fate seemed intent on thwarting Mo Xuanfei's plans. Before he could exit the Linyuan Hall, two eunuchs approached, bearing a trove of gold and jewels, and grinning widely. The second prince and Miss Bai are indeed here. The Yulu pills that were just delivered have already been received by His Majesty. These treasures are a gift from His Majesty to Miss Bai. We humbly request that you accept them. The words came from the emperor's senior eunuch, who wore a fawning smile as he spoke. What did you say? Mo Xuanfei could scarcely believe his ears. The eunuch paused, startled by the menacing expression on Mo Xuanfei's face. Your Majesty commanded me to deliver the items meant for Miss Bai. Did you just say that by Yun Xian sent the Yulu pills to the emperor? Mo Xuanfei's eyes widened in disbelief, and even by Yun Xian's complexion turned ghastly. The eunuch, confused, could not comprehend why this was shocking. The Yulu pill was an elixir from the Qinyan sect, and who else but by Yun Xian could have delivered it? Mo Qianyuan observed the standoff outside the door with a cold smile curling at his lips, glancing at Jun Wuxia, who was calmly sipping tea, feeling a sense of astonishment. Jun Wuxia had anticipated that Mo Xuanfei might falter at the crucial moment. So not only had she delivered the Yulu pills to the emperor, but she had done so under by Yun Xian's name. The emperor, eager to curry favor with the Qinyan sect, would undoubtedly bestow rewards, yet unbeknownst to him, this maneuver had completely cut off Mo Xuanfei and by Yun Xian's escape routes. Now that the items had been delivered, it served as proof that the Yulu pills sent by Jun Wuxia had already been verified by the imperial physicians and were now in the emperor's possession. The question of whether the elixirs were indeed Yulu pills had been resolved. The timing of the eunuch's arrival was so fortuitous that it left Mo. Xuanfei no room to struggle. Jun Wuxia, how dare you deceive the emperor? Those pills are clearly not by Yunxian's. Mo. Xuanfei's eyes were filled with a fierce rage. He could not abide by Jun Wuxia's mockery, nor could he endure being toyed with by the woman he had discarded. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow slightly. They are hers. What nonsense are you spouting? Yun Wuxi replied coldly, he compensated her. She stated she would repay by Yunxian with Yulu pills. The outcome is now evident. By Yunxian, what is your conclusion? Jun Wuxia's icy gaze fell upon Bai Yunxian's pale face. Bai Yunxian bit her lip, unwilling to concede. Yet, Jun Wuxia's clever ploy forced her to acknowledge that the elixir was indeed the Yulu pill. But how could this be? Jun Wuxia was merely a young lady from a royal household. She had no access to the Yulu pill's formula, so how could she possibly concoct it? She had only spent half a day on this. In such a short time, it was impossible to refine a vial of Yulu pill, let alone a second. Your alchemy chamber is too dilapidated, wasting my time for pill refinement, Jun Wuxia casually remarked, glancing at Mo Qianyuan. The long unutilized alchemy chamber lacked many functional items. Otherwise, she could have produced not just 2 vials, but 5 if given the right conditions. Mo Qianyuan felt a laugh bubbling within him. Recalling Bai Yunxian's claim that refining the Yulu pill required 3 to 5 days, he found Jun Wuxia's malice amusing. Not only had she completed her task in half a day, but she had also produced 2 vials. Now, she was audaciously suggesting that his alchemy chamber's condition had impeded her progress. This implied that, given better circumstances, she could have shortened her refining time even further. This seemingly subtle reproach was akin to delivering 2 more slaps to Bai Yunxian's face, bringing him immense satisfaction. Mo Qianyuan finally understood why Jun Wuxia regarded the Yulu pill with such disdain. In the presence of the elixir that Bai Yunxian incessantly extolled, Jun Wuxia toyed with it, transforming it into something almost whimsical, rendering Bai Yunxian's prior praises of the Yulu pill into mere stones that struck back at her face. Yun Wuxi, how could you possibly know the formulation of the Dan medicine from the Qingyan sect? Bai Yunxian glared at Jun Wuxia with gritted teeth, never having endured such humiliation before. Jun Wuxia replied nonchalantly, is such knowledge truly necessary? A mere whiff suffices. Bai Yunxian nearly fainted from the indifference in Jun Wuxia's tone. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Mo Xuanfei swiftly placed a hand on Bai Yunxian's shoulder. Today's affair was merely a jest. It is late, and we ought to take our leave. He spoke decisively, recognizing that their continued presence would only exacerbate the embarrassment. Why the rush, second brother? It seems Bai Xian hasn't yet verified the results with Wuxia, has she? Mo Qianxian deliberately sought to provoke Mo Xuanfei. Bai Yunxian, with fierce intensity, continued to glare at Jun Wuxia as if wishing to annihilate her with her gaze. After much struggle, her face pale, she uttered, what you concocted is the Yulu pill. Upon finishing her words, it was as though all strength had been drained from her, leaving her unable to stand. Yunxian, Mo Xuanfei quickly supported her. Gritting his teeth as he addressed Mo Qianxian, I apologize for the disturbance. Yunxian is feeling unwell. We shall meet again with His Highness another day. Without waiting for Mo Qianxuan's response, he hurried Bai Yunxian away. The eunuchs delivering the rewards, confused by the abrupt departure of the second prince and Bai Yunxian, hastily followed with the accolades in tow. Once everyone had left, Mo Qianxian could no longer suppress his delight and burst into laughter. Jun Wuxia, you truly are a source of endless surprises. The humiliation you inflicted upon Mo Xuanfei and Bai Yunxian today is simply delightful. I wondered why you didn't clarify things from the start. Turns out you intended for them to speak more and embarrass themselves further. You are truly wicked. Jun Wuxia cast a calm glance at Mo Qianxian, who was laughing to the point of tears. Was she truly wicked? She did not believe so. Were those not words spoken by Mo Xuanfei and Bai Yunxian themselves? They had brought this upon themselves. But doesn't this mean they will come to despise you? Mo Qianxian remarked. That is inevitable. Jun Wuxia's gaze lowered, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with a hint of malice. Chapter 0096. The Rue Lin Army. 1. Under the constant nourishment of the jade-like liquid, the lotus seed planted by Jun Wuxia sprouted and blossomed, its rich fragrance mingling with the aroma of wine, creating a lingering scent that enveloped her room. Even in slumber, the fragrance transformed into spiritual energy that flowed into her body. Though the plant-type spirit seemed inconsequential, its cultivation method was truly frenzied. Within a mere half-month, Jun Wuxia had already begun to gather spiritual energy within her. Observing the red spiritual energy in her palm, a hint of satisfaction finally surfaced in her tranquil gaze. In this world, spiritual energy is categorized into 7 layers, distinguished by the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Jun Wuxia had just begun to step into the first layer of spiritual energy, her palm glowing with red energy, signifying the red spirit. Spiritual energy can only be cultivated after the awakening of the spirit, implying that individuals in this realm typically commence their cultivation at the age of 14. Prior to that age, they must strengthen their physique and expand their meridians in preparation for the spirit's awakening. Although the original owner of this body had been somewhat reckless, Jun Xian had pushed Jun Wuxia from a young age to hone her physical form and meridians, making this body remarkably suitable for spiritual energy cultivation. From the age of 14 onward, individuals must rely on their spirits to continuously cultivate their energy. As their spiritual energy grows, the power gained by the spirit also increases, fostering mutual growth. Generally, once individuals begin cultivating spiritual energy, a small amount accumulates within their bodies, and it takes at least 6 months for that energy to manifest externally. Yet, Jun Wuxia had achieved external manifestation in just half a month, a feat that would likely terrify others if they were to learn of it. Suddenly, Jun Wuxia closed her fingers, retracting the red spirit into her body just as a knock echoed at the door. After reaching the point of external manifestation, her senses had significantly heightened. Enter. The door swung open to reveal Long Qi, bowing respectfully as he announced, "The young prince requests the presence of the young lady." Very well. Long Qi led Jun Wuxia to the underground training ground of the Lin Wangfu, a vast space surrounded by various weapons. In the center of the training ground stood a graceful figure wielding a sharp sword, executing precise moves, his attire drenched in sweat. Unfazed, his eyes radiated an unwavering determination. "Uncle," Jun Wuxia called out upon recognizing him. Upon hearing her voice, Jun Qing immediately sheathed his sword, twirling his wrist to place the blade behind him, his handsome face adorned with a bright smile. "Wuxia, you have arrived. Yun Wuxi is scrutinized Yun King." No one could have imagined that this striking man had once been deemed a cripple. Since Jun Qing regained his ability to stand, he had relentlessly trained his body, striving to make up for lost time while ensuring that no envious eyes caught wind of his efforts. "I called you here not for any particular reason, but simply because the spring scenery is delightful, and I wish for you to accompany me on an outing. You spend all your time either in the pharmacy or at the Lin Yuan Palace. Do not let the beauty of spring go to waste," Jun Qing said cheerfully, handing his sword to Long Qi. Chapter 0097. The Rue Lin Army. 2. Jun Qing intended to take Jun Wuxia for a stroll, and she had no objections. After changing in his suitable attire, Jun Qing returned to his wheelchair, with Long Qi pushing him out of the Lin Wangfu's gates and into a carriage. The carriage meandered through the royal city for quite some time, while Jun Wuxia sat silently inside, her gaze lowered as she stroked the cat resting on her lap, ignoring the bustling sounds of merchants and pedestrians outside. Jun Qing observed her, sighing inwardly. Although the current Jun Wuxia was not as she once was, it was concerning to see her so withdrawn at such a young age. After what felt like an eternity, the carriage finally halted. Long Qi assisted Jun Qing down, and Jun Wuxia followed suit. However, upon stepping out of the carriage, she was momentarily taken aback. A military camp loomed ahead, standing 10 meters away, and when she turned to look back, the royal city had slipped from her view, having unknowingly ventured beyond its borders. "My family is renowned for the Rue Lin Army. As the daughter of the Jun family, you are destined to come here, Jun Qing remarked, seated in his wheelchair, still being pushed by Long Qi. Young lady, please follow me, Long Qi respectfully instructed, guiding Jun Qing into the military camp. The Rue Lin army, known as the most formidable combat force in the Qi kingdom, had instilled fear in countless enemies across various battlefields, maintaining a long-term presence at the borders. Only in recent years, with the stabilization of the borders, had Jun Xian recalled the Rue Lin army, relinquishing most military power to avoid arousing the emperor's suspicions. The Rue Lin army's encampment was strategically located far from the royal city, ensuring that the emperor had little cause for concern regarding a potential rebellion, as he could easily leverage the lives of Jun Xian and his descendants against them. It was common knowledge that the only ones who could command the Rue Lin army were those of the Jun lineage. Controlling the lives of the Jun family meant holding the reins to the Rue Lin army. This was Jun Wuxia's first step into the Rue Lin army's encampment, a place that had previously been inaccessible even to the original owner of this body. At midday, under the blazing sun, the expansive camp was eerily quiet, save for a single patrol unit. Long Qi pushed Jun Qing deeper into the encampment, the silence enveloping them as Jun Wuxia silently observed every detail within the military grounds. In the barracks, there was no one present, and the absence of the formidable Rue Lin army sent a chill down one's spine, as if they had vanished from this military camp entirely. However, the moment Jun Wuxia arrived at the training ground, her eyes widened in astonishment. A multitude of soldiers, clad in uniform armor, stood resolutely under the blazing sun, their weapons slicing through the air with relentless vigor. An oppressive aura filled the entire training ground, and though the air was still, the synchronized movements and descending blades of the Rue Lin army stirred up a wave of heat. The warmth brushed against her face, carrying a suffocating sense of pressure. This was the Rue Lin army of the Jun family, the sharpest blade in their possession. Wuxia, remember, only those of the Jun family can wield this knife in the world. Jun Qing turned his face away, the smile fading from his features, replaced by a steely coldness and a chilling demeanor soaked in blood. The Rue Lin army was the greatest talisman for the Jun family, capable of ensuring their peace for a century while simultaneously making them a thorn in the emperor's side. Since her rebirth, Jun Wuxia had heard tales of the Rue Lin army's might. Yet today, she truly grasped the ferocity of this iron-blooded battalion. 100,000 troops trained under the scorching sun, yet not a whisper escaped their lips. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would scarcely believe that such a formidable force could be forged. The Rue Lin army was capable of repelling enemies and claiming the heads of their commanders. Wuxia, remember, no army from the Qi kingdom can compare to even a fraction of our Rue Lin army. The emperor hesitated to take significant action against the Lin Wang residents precisely because of this terrifying force at our disposal. Jun Qing's expression shifted from that of a doting uncle to that of a commanding general, resolute and proud. Each soldier in the Rue Lin army could easily take on 5 foes. The effort expended by the Jun family to cultivate such an iron-willed army was incalculable, and no one knew the methods that led these fierce warriors to willingly pledge their loyalty to the Jun family. Countless individuals attempted to undermine the Rue Lin army, only to meet their demise at the hands of these ironclad soldiers or to be cast aside. This was a blade that would never betray the Jun family. Uncle, I understand. Jun Wuxia concealed her astonishment. Today, Jun Qing brought her to the camp not merely for a leisurely outing, but because he truly believed she was worthy of engaging with this army. He no longer viewed her as a naive child, but as one of the pillars of the Jun family. Jun Qing's demeanor softened considerably as he nodded. The reason for your visit today is at the behest of your grandfather and me. There are certain matters that should be entrusted to you. He cast a glance at Long Qi, who promptly presented a brocade pouch to Jun Wuxia. The black pouch, embroidered with silver thread to depict a qilin, symbolized auspiciousness. Inside the pouch were 3 slender objects. Jun Wuxia looked at Jun Qing inquiringly. These are the Lingyun signals of the Rue Lin army. Once the mechanism is activated, a signal will soar into the heavens, and the Rue Lin army will arrive immediately. Wuxia, your grandfather and I were initially concerned about your youth and impulsiveness, fearing you might not grasp the gravity of this responsibility. However, your recent transformation has left us astounded, and we believe you are now qualified to possess the Ling Yun signals. The significance of the Ling Yun signals was profound for the Jun family. Once the signal was dispatched, the Rue Lin army would mobilize. This demonstrated the trust Jun Xing and Jun Xian placed in Jun Wuxia, as they entrusted her with the sharpest blade of the Jun family. Thank you, Jun Wuxia replied, though the weight of the 3 Ling Yun signals felt immense upon her heart. We are family, no need for formalities. Yun King smiled, knowing that Jun Wuxia understood how to wield this power. Recently, her close interactions with the Crown Prince had yielded positive results. His health improved, and his temperament had mellowed significantly. His reputation among both court and common folk had greatly improved, which was a positive development, but for some, it might not bode well. The Lin Wang residents had to ensure Jun Wuxia's safety. Anyone daring to threaten his niece would have to reckon with the Rue Lin army's fierce retribution. Having visited the Rue Lin army's camp, Jun Wuxia finally comprehended the immense strength of her family's backing. This blade had felled countless adversaries plotting against the Jun family, and it loomed ominously over the emperor's head. The leniency shown by Jun Xian and Jun Xing was merely due to the lack of suitable candidates to support the Rue Lin army. But now everything had changed. Upon returning from the camp, Jun Wuxia secluded herself in the apothecary. The Rue Lin army was the Jun family's sharpest blade, and she needed to sharpen it further. From that day forth, she never left the Lin Wang residence, dedicating herself to her work in the apothecary. Daily, vast quantities of medicinal herbs were delivered, and although she no longer visited the Lin Yuan palace, Missouri Qian Yuan sent her jars of exquisite elixirs every other day. The blooming lotus flowers were transported to the apothecary, and no one knew what she was diligently concocting. When Jun Weiyao pushed open the door to the apothecary, he found that petite figure nestled in a chair, soundly asleep. In slumber, Jun Wuxia appeared serene and beautiful, devoid of her usual cold demeanor. A glance at the stack of wooden crates in the corner of the apothecary prompted him to stride over to her side and lift her into his arms. The cat, resting on Jun Wuxia's lap, was startled awake, its wide eyes gazing at Jun Weiyao. After a moment, it shifted slightly, finding a comfortable position in Wuxia's embrace to continue its slumber. The cat's movement roused Jun Wuxia, and she opened her eyes to see Jun Weiyao's mischievous grin before her. Were you truly planning to reside in this apothecary? Jun Weiyao raised an eyebrow. How long have I been asleep? Jun Wuxia rubbed her eyes, the remnants of sleep glistening at the corners. Why the relentless effort? The Rue Lin army is already formidable. Do you truly believe your body is made of iron? Can one individual prepare elixirs for an entire army? Jun Weiyao seated himself with Jun Wuxia in his arms, tenderly smoothing her disheveled hair. What is wrong with that? Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow. The sheer number of 100,000 troops was indeed daunting, but with her speed in refining elixirs, it was not entirely unfeasible to supply them. Jun Weiyao chuckled softly, resting his forehead against hers. I thought you were indifferent to the lives of anyone outside the Jun family. In the span of a month, she had prepared over a dozen boxes of elixirs, each packed with those that could nurture the meridians. The soldiers of the Rue Lin army were all of age, having trained in spiritual power for years, and their bodies had become remarkably resilient through continual training. However, their meridians were immutable, which were crucial for cultivating spiritual energy. The stronger the meridians, the faster one could cultivate. This was common knowledge. Before one reaches adulthood, their meridians can be nourished and enhanced through medicine, but once they mature, altering them becomes difficult. Few possess the ability to improve an adult's meridians, yet the number of those capable of refining such elixirs is exceedingly rare. Bai Yunxian cannot do it, nor can her master. Even the head of the Qingyun sect cannot refine such elixirs, yet Jun Wuxia seems to be producing them in multitudes, intending to distribute them to ordinary soldiers. Listening to her actions seemed utterly insane. Jun Wuxia did not respond to Jun Weyao's inquiries. Instead, She extricated herself from his embrace and returned to the alchemical furnace to add more herbs. This furnace, which she had requested from Jun Qing after returning from the camp, was not only large but exquisitely crafted, making it ideal for mass potion making. 100,000 troops, seeking to refine an equivalent number of elixirs within a short span, would find such an endeavor akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, for Jun Wuxia, this posed no significant challenge. Ordinary alchemists refrained from mass production of elixirs, fearing the inability to meticulously control the proportions of each potion, apprehensive of potential errors during the refining process. This, however, is a trivial concern for Jun Wuxia. In her past life, her command over medicinal substances exceeded that of the most precise instruments. Anything that passed through her hands would be flawless. The Lin Wangfu required the prowess of the Rue Lin army, and she was determined to elevate their strength to new heights. Jun Wuyo rested her chin on her hand, lazily observing the industrious Jun Wuxia, her slender fingers gently rubbing against one another, still warm from Jun Wuxia's touch. The young one's work ethic was indeed formidable. While Jun Wuxia busied herself with preparations for the Rue Lin army, a different atmosphere enveloped the palace. Ever since Jun Wuxia had outwitted by Yun Xian at the Lin Yuan Palace, the latter's mood had soured daily. Mo Zhuafiai endeavored to lift by Yun Xian's spirits, yet his attempts were met with utter failure. Dismissed coldly by the enchanting beauty, Mo Zhuafiai sought out the emperor. Father, Jun Wuxia is becoming increasingly reckless in her actions. Must you continue to turn a blind eye? Mo Zhuafiai knelt in the imperial study, his expression laden with bitterness. The emperor looked up from a pile of memorials. I have instructed you numerous times not to approach the Lin Yuan Palace. Mo Zhuafiai gritted his teeth. However, the crown prince's recent changes are exceedingly peculiar. His health is improving, his temperament has returned to normal, and he frequently ventures out of the palace to extend his benevolence to the common folk. Clearly, he intends to make a move. How can I possibly remain at ease? With the poison from my Yehua eradicated, Mo Qianyuan was no longer under its influence. Given Mo Qianyuan's cunning, it would not be difficult for him to alter public perception, especially since the late empress's virtuous reputation had long been established among the people. Being the son of the late empress, Mo Qianyuan found himself afforded greater leniency. Witnessing the signs of Mo Qianyuan's resurgence, Mo Zhuafiai could no longer remain idle. The emperor sighed. You mentioned that the Yu Lu pill was crafted by Jun Wuxia. Is this true? Mo Zhuafiai was momentarily taken aback, then quickly affirmed, indeed. The formula for the Yu Lu pill resides with the Qing Yun sect. How could Jun Wuxia possibly have learned it? Moreover, you are well aware of her character. How could such an arrogant and foolish girl suddenly possess such remarkable capabilities? The emperor narrowed his eyes at his kneeling son. Your son truly does not know. I have heard that recently, Lin Wang has gathered numerous medical texts upon returning to the manor. Perhaps the Lin Wangfu is clandestinely in contact with someone who is instructing Jun Wuxia in medical arts. Mo Zhuafiai's brow furrowed deeper, finding it hard to believe that Jun Wuxia could concoct the Yu Lu pill. Father, Jun Qing had already suffered from the poison, and the palace physicians had declared his demise imminent. Yet now, after all this time, the Lin Wangfu has remained silent, and Jun Qing is still alive. There must be something amiss. Oh, are you suggesting that the Lin Wangfu truly has a skilled physician in its ranks? The emperor's gaze turned icy. I would not dare speak without basis, but it certainly appears plausible. Otherwise, why has Jun Qing not perished yet? Where did Jun Wuxia acquire the knowledge to concoct the Yu Lu pill? Furthermore, since the crown prince has been in contact with Jun Wuxia, his health has significantly improved. All of this cannot help but cause concern. Mo Zhuafiai prostrated deeply, the resounding thud of his head against the ground punctuating his words. The emperor remained silent, merely observing Mo Zhuafiai. What is the current state of your relationship with Bai Yunxian? He suddenly inquired. Mo Zhuafiai replied, immediately, she has developed feelings. Everything is under my control. However, Jun Wuxia's previous actions have displeased her greatly, resulting in her treating me with disdain in recent times. Her pretentious aloofness makes her even less approachable now. The emperor's brow furrowed. Mo Zhuofi pressed on. Father, the crown prince's frequent interactions with the Lin Wangfu suggest collusion. Should the events of the past come to light enough? The emperor slammed the memorials down on the table, fixing a fierce glare at Mo Zhuofi. This matter is mine to decide. How have you progressed with the investigation into the corruption of Lord Lin? The emperor's tone shifted abruptly. Mo Zhuofi was taken aback, uncertain why the emperor had brought up Lord Lin. Lord Lin, originally a border garrison officer, had discovered unusual movements during a battle and promptly relayed the intelligence to the commanding officer, Jungu, leading to a decisive victory against the enemy. Consequently, he had been promoted to a position within the imperial city. Lord Lin, whose real name was Lin Yiyang, was known for his straightforward, unpretentious nature, and had maintained a low profile in the capital. Despite his rise due to his timely message to Jungu, he had never interacted with the Lin Wangfu since arriving in the capital, even after Jungu's death in battle, only sending someone to pay respects. Lord Lin's position in the capital was modest, and his reputation for integrity was well known, yet his earnest demeanor had earned him the ire of several officials. I have dispatched someone to investigate, but although Lin Yiyang appears dull, he is cautious in his actions, and I have yet to find sufficient evidence, Mo Zhuofi reported. Fool! The emperor scoffed, narrowing his eyes. Zhuofi, you are still too young. Do you not realize that unfounded charges require no evidence? Mo Zhuofi's heart jolted as he looked up in surprise at the emperor's grim expression. If Lord Lin, who has benefited from the imperial favor due to the Jun family, were to betray the emperor and oppress the common people in the capital, would the Lin Wangfu remain indifferent? The emperor's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze sharp as a serpent lurking in the shadows. After a moment of realization, Mo Zhuofi's face broke into a malicious grin as he bowed deeply to the emperor. I understand, father. You shall go apprehend Lin Yueyang. Stop. The emperor raised a hand slightly. Lin Yiyang is highly skilled. Ordinary guards are no match for him. If he escapes during the capture, you must be cautious not to harm yourself. The emperor's implication was clear. Mo Zhuofi's smile grew broader. Thank you, father, for your guidance. Jun Wuxia, this time, you are doomed. In the tranquil imperial city, a storm of blood and chaos looms on the horizon. Jun Wuxia has finally completed the refinement of the elixirs for the Rue Lin army and instructed her subordinates to deliver them to Jun Qing's residence, intending to visit later. Before departing, she paused by the lotus pond in the courtyard, her gaze lingering on a solitary white lotus amidst the myriad of pink blooms, her icy demeanor softening slightly. The master of the white lotus transformed in the water into a chubby little child, splashing playfully as he swam to the pond's edge, his small arms resting on the smooth pebbles, gazing at Jun Wuxia with bright, innocent eyes, a cheerful smile gracing his face. How does it feel? Jun Wuxia inquired of the gleeful little white lotus. This pearl is truly remarkable. I used it to purify the energy here, and my cultivation speed is identical to when I was in the Phantom Realm, the little white lotus replied, his eyes crinkling with joy. Yun Wuxi nodded slightly. Both she and the little white lotus were secretly cultivating, albeit slowly, but one day it would surely prove useful. Continue your work. I'm heading to my uncle's place. With that, Jun Wuxia departed the residence, and the little child transformed back into a white lotus, nestling among the other flowers. Upon arriving at Yun Qing's courtyard, Jun Wuxia saw the boxes filled with elixirs that she had previously instructed to be sent, now placed outside. The servants who delivered the items immediately bowed upon seeing her, their expressions reflecting a mix of reluctance and resignation. Miss, the Wangye is currently in discussion with the young Wangye, and we dare not interrupt. As for this, one servant said cautiously. Jun Wuxia raised her hand, signaling them to remain calm, and proceeded to knock on the tightly locked door. Who is it? Came the voice of Jin Xian from within. Grandfather, it's me, Jun Wuxia replied. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Jin Xian with a kindly smile. Upon noticing the boxes outside, he couldn't help but express his surprise. These items are for my uncle, Jun Wuxia explained. You silly girl, always thinking of your uncle. Sending him gifts. I remember the last time you brought him a fine jar of wine. What about your grandfather? Jean Xian feigned anger, yet his eyes sparkled with amusement. Jean Wuxia blinked. If grandfather liked that wine, I could bring more. You foolish child. I was merely teasing you. Why did you take it seriously? With that, Jean Xian pulled her back into the room. Jean Wuxia glanced at Jean Qing, who was seated and smiling at her, feeling somewhat perplexed. Grandfather, didn't you want wine? Please sit down first, Jean Xian suggested. Obediently, Jean Wuxia took her seat. Now tell me, where did you acquire so many large boxes? What treasures do you intend to bestow upon your uncle? Jean Xian inquired, his laughter dispelling any worries he had felt upon seeing his granddaughter. They aren't for my uncle. They are for the Rue Lin army, Jean Wuxia clarified. Within the room, the smiles on Jean Xian and Jean Qing's faces froze, while Long Qi, standing nearby, wore an expression of astonishment. Wuxia, what are you saying? For the Rue Lin army? What does that mean? Jean Xian asked, bewildered, observing the reactions of her family. Jean Wuxia slowly elaborated. Those are the elixirs I have refined recently. They can enhance the meridians of adults. Jean Xian and Jean Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Elixirs that can improve the meridians of adults? How is that possible? Wuxia, are you serious? Is there truly a remedy that can alter the meridians of adults? Jean Qing's voice trembled slightly. Chapter 0103, Extraordinary Elixirs 2. Jean Wuxia looked at Jean Qing, then at Jean Xian, puzzled. But uncle, don't you and grandfather consume them daily? The expressions of the Jean family were even more animated. Jean Wuxia frequently prepared medicinal meals for them and provided various elixirs for their daily consumption. Their health had improved significantly, far removed from the frailty of their past. However, the sheer volume of what they ingested had led to substantial changes in their bodies, to the point where they were unaware of the extent of these transformations. They only recognized that their vitality and mental acuity had vastly improved, and even their cultivation speed had increased. They had never associated these changes with the enhancement of their meridians, as they were aware that once adulthood was reached, the meridians would stabilize. They could never have imagined that their accelerated cultivation was due to the fortification of their meridians through the medicinal meals and elixirs they had consumed. All of this seemed too incredible to believe. Wuxia, what you have provided us truly does improve. Jean Qing began to speak, but his voice faltered, realizing that he too had noticed a difference in his meridians after hearing Jean Wuxia's explanation. Chapter 0104, Extraordinary Elixirs 3. The Rue Lin army is too numerous. They can only consume elixirs. I would prefer for the Rue Lin army to be nourished gradually with medicinal meals, as it is gentler. But even selling the Lin Wang mansion wouldn't suffice to provide meals for 100,000 people. Jean Xian felt his heart racing. Can this truly accomplish what you claim? Jean Qing's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Such a discovery could incite excitement like no other. Jean Wuxia nodded. The Jean family exchanged glances, sensing something unusual in each other's eyes. Wuxia, is this knowledge imparted by your master? Jean Xian's tone turned serious. Yes, your master possesses remarkable medical skills and has rendered immense favors to the Jean family. The knowledge he has shared with you is unprecedented. If this were to spread, it could create considerable upheaval. While the Lin Wang mansion is powerful in Qi country, should this information leak, not only would the people of Qi country be affected, but other nations and factions would also be drawn to it. Jean Xian's tone was unusually grave. Having a master with such formidable medical prowess could be both a blessing and a curse for Jean Wuxia. The Qingyun sect is renowned among the nations, not for its martial might, but for its medical expertise, boasting the finest physicians and the most powerful alchemists. Thus, all manner of forces and kingdoms defer to it, hoping for assistance when needed. However, what Jean Wuxia has recently unveiled surpasses even the Qingyun sect. The elixir that enhances adult meridians is unheard of, since it is widely known that meridians cannot be altered after adulthood. People continually nourish their meridians before reaching maturity. Once they become adults, their paths are set, and they can only cultivate at a fixed pace throughout their lives. If they were aware of an elixir that could allow adults to reshape their meridians as children do, it would be nothing short of earth-shattering. Should this news spread, it would surely cause turmoil across the land. Though the Lin Wang mansion is formidable in Qi country, they would soon face scrutiny not just from their own nation, but from other factions and countries, putting Jin Wuxia in jeopardy. Aside from your master, who else knows you can refine such elixirs? Jin Xian asked sternly. Jin Wuxia scanned the room, her meaning clear. Long Qi, Jin Qing exclaimed. Long Qi suddenly knelt, declaring, Today, I have heard nothing. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The young lady might not realize the storm her elixirs could unleash. You have been by my side since childhood. I trust you. Remember, everything you have heard in this room must be taken to the grave. No one else must know, or it would spell the end for the Jin family. Jin Qing's voice was imbued with unprecedented severity. Understood. Jin Wuxia regarded the cautious demeanor of those around her with confusion. This elixir, doesn't he seem so significant, she pondered. Numerous more astonishing elixirs danced in her mind, one she could not produce due to a lack of materials. Why were her grandfather and uncle so serious about this seemingly trivial elixir? Wuxia, your master is undoubtedly powerful and mysterious. He does not fear the exposure of his medical skills. But you, on the other hand, must maintain utmost secrecy. Your grandfather understands that you act for the benefit of the Lin Wang mansion, but the information regarding your ability to refine this elixir must remain confidential. The formula cannot be disclosed to anyone other than you and your master. Understood? Jin Xian's tone was unusually stern as he counseled Jin Wuxia. Understood, she replied, albeit without full comprehension of why the Jin family was so tense. Should we still send these elixirs to the military camp? Jin Qing inquired with a slight frown. Of course. I have faith in every soldier of the Rue Lin army. They would never betray the Jin family, even unto death. Jin Xian held unwavering trust in the Rue Lin army and turned to Long Qi. You will handle this matter. Do not disclose to the Rue Lin army what these elixirs are. Simply ensure they consume them. Any questions following their consumption are not to be discussed, and they must forget they ever ingested the elixirs from that moment forth. Rest assured, my lord, I will complete the task, Long Qi vowed decisively, his heart ablaze with determination. He raised his gaze, his sharp eyes fixed on Jin Wuxia's profile. Jin Wuxia will be the little master to whom the Rue Lin army pledges their loyalty, a truth that will remain unchanged for all eternity. Due to the significance of this batch of elixirs, Jun Xian deliberately dispatched most of the guards from the Lin Wang mansion to assist Long Qi in their transportation. As the night fell, the carts laden with elixirs departed the imperial city, unaware that these seemingly unremarkable vehicles concealed treasures capable of driving the world to madness. After this night, the Rue Lin army would undergo a profound transformation. In the deep of night, the three generations of the Jun family were engaged in candlelit conversation, with Jun Wuxia mostly listening in silence. Wuxia, if you are tired, you should rest, Jun Xian said, his heart aching at the sight of her weary countenance, marred by faint dark circles from exhaustion. Yes, Jun Wuxia replied, understanding that her grandfather and uncle had matters they preferred to discuss in her absence. And she departed the room, cradling her black cat. Chapter 0105. The Storm Approaches. 1. Once Jun Wuxia left, the expressions of Jun Xian and Jun Qing grew grave. Is the matter concerning Lin Yang true? Jun Qing recalled what her father had mentioned before Wuxia's arrival. Jun Xian nodded solemnly, acknowledging the strangeness of the situation. Lin Yang, typically honest and unassuming, had recently faced an overwhelming number of impeachment petitions, prompting the emperor to order a thorough investigation. Lin Yang had once saved her elder brother's life. Had he not informed him of the enemy's hidden presence among their ranks, victory would have been exceedingly difficult. Jun Qing sighed, recognizing Lin Yang's loyalty to the Jun family. Indeed, he is an honest man, but not a fool. When he was promoted to the imperial city, he distanced himself from us, likely sensing something amiss. Though we have been in the same city for years, our encounters have been few. Who, then, would wish to frame him? Yun Xian pondered. Lin Yang occupies a mere idle position, devoid of power, and is not even part of the court. How could he have made enemies? Do you intend to investigate this matter? Jun Qing inquired. Jun Xian sighed. He has a debt of gratitude towards your brother and is a man of sincerity. If not for the events of the past involving our family, Why would the emperor suspect a border guard of collusion with us? Coming to the imperial city has ultimately been a burden for him. Jun Qing's expression darkened, realizing that there were many things they failed to comprehend when the Lin Wang mansion was still in its prime. It was only after its decline, and after her brother had sacrificed himself for the nation, that they could recognize the dangers lurking beneath their former glory. Let us investigate, she suggested. Jun Xian shook his head helplessly, unwilling to see a loyal man fall victim to deceit. Suddenly, a rapid knocking interrupted their conversation. Come Jun Xian commanded. A guard from the Lin Wang mansion knelt at the door, the chill of the night evident in his demeanor. Reporting to the Lin Wang, General Wei Wu seeks an audience. General Wei Wu? Li Ran? What brings him to our mansion at this hour? Jun Xian furrowed his brow. I do not know, but he has brought many soldiers and appears anxious, the guard replied. I shall see what is amiss, Jun Xian stated, but Jun Qing grasped his sleeve. Father, be cautious in this late hour, she cautioned, her tone laden with implication. Jun Xian nodded slightly. Outside the grand doors of the Lin Wang mansion, soldiers held torches that illuminated the dark night, while General Li Ran stood resolutely before his horse, his face etched with urgency. Upon seeing Jun Xian emerge, he rushed forward, kneeling before him. General Wei Wu, what is the meaning of this? Jun Xian queried. Lin Wang, I implore you to take action. Li Ran clasped his fists in supplication. Jun Xian's brow furrowed slightly. What troubles you to come at such an hour? There has been an incident at Lin Daren's residence, Li Ran responded. Jun Xian's heart raced, though he maintained an outward calm. What has occurred? By the emperor's command, I was to escort Lin Daren to assist in the investigation of corruption. However, when I arrived, tragedy had already struck. Lin Daren has slain his entire family of 36, and when I arrived, he was still madly clutching his sword, which was embedded in Madame Lin's chest. Li Ran's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he recalled the horrific scene. Chapter 0106. The storm approaches too. What did you say? Jun Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Daren would not commit such an atrocity without cause. Lin Daren must have known that the emperor was pursuing his misdeeds, and, perhaps having heard rumors, unleashed a massacre. I intended to subdue him, but his skill far surpassed mine, and he dispatched a dozen guards before fleeing. I am no match for him, and must request your intervention. Li Ran implored, bowing repeatedly. Jun Xian clenched his fists hidden within his sleeves, fighting to suppress his shock. A man as honest as Lin Yang would not kill his family without justification. Where is he now? He demanded coldly. I dispatched someone to follow him. He has fled the imperial city, heading southeast, Li Ran replied promptly. I must act immediately. Jun Xian could not reconcile the image of Lin Yang committing such a heinous act, yet given Li Ran's account of witnessing the murder, if Lin Yang were captured, he would likely meet his end on the spot. Jun Xian would not forget Lin Yang's loyalty to the Jun family. Therefore, he needed to personally intervene to bring Lin Yang back, so he could reveal the truth and save his life. Most of the guard from the Lin Wang mansion had accompanied Long Qi to transport the elixirs, leaving Jun Xian with only a handful of capable men. Without a moment's pause, he led his men out of the city. A shadow observed as Jun Xian's party exited the imperial city gates, a wicked smile creeping across its face. Lin Wang, no matter how cunning you are, you cannot allow your benefactor to meet an untimely demise. The figure in the darkness chuckled softly, turning away, hands clasped behind its back, as countless predatory eyes lurked in the shadows. Confirm that most of the Lin Wang mansion's guards have exited the city? The shadow inquired cautiously. Yes. I personally witnessed a large contingent of guards escorting several carts out of the Lin Wang mansion tonight. Do you know where they have gone? I do not know. The guards hail from the Rue Lin army, and once outside the city gates, there was no cover. I feared being discovered and could not follow them. However, I have just learned that most of the remaining guards have accompanied Lin Wang to capture Lin Yang. Now, only about 15 remain at the Lin Wang mansion. 15 Rue Lin soldiers? The shadow let out a low chuckle. Let us see if my 300 death warriors can wipe out the entire Lin Wang mansion tonight. Relay my orders. Attack the Lin Wang mansion immediately. I want no survivors by dawn, especially Jun Wuxia and that useless Jun Qing. Their heads must be presented to me. Understood. In an instant, All figures clad in black vanished without a trace. The leader ascended a tower within the imperial city, gazing in the direction of the Lin Wang mansion. After tonight, there will be no more Lin Wang mansion. No more Jun family. The moon was obscured by dark clouds, erasing the last remnants of light, as shadows slipped silently into the Lin Wang mansion under the cloak of night. The Rue Lin soldiers stationed there sensed the disturbance and emerged from the shadows to confront the uninvited guests. If you wish to visit the Wang, come in the morning. Our mansion does not entertain guests after dark. With his silver hair, Uncle Fu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his piercing gaze fixed upon the assassins charging towards him. Behind him, 15 resolute figures blocked the path of the dark-clad assailants, sealing off the way to the rear courtyard. We are not here to pay a visit. Someone seeks the lives of everyone within the Lin Wang mansion. We have come to send you on your way, sneered one of the black-clad men. A flicker passed through Uncle Fu's eyes as the gentle smile faded from his lips, replaced by an aura of impending violence. If you are enemies, then I shall not hold back. Those who trespass upon the Lin Wang mansion shall die. The moment his words fell, Uncle Fu and the 15 soldiers of the Rue Lin army surged forth into the throng of black-clad figures, their bright uniforms starkly contrasting against the darkness. The tranquil night was thick with the scent of death. The metallic tang of blood permeated the air, shattering the stillness of the night. In the courtyard, fierce battles raged on, while 2 other groups of black-clad men stealthily circled around to the rear of the Lin Wang mansion, slaughtering all guards in their path, armed with bloody blades as they advanced towards the rear courtyard. The air, infused with the scent of medicinal herbs, was eerily silent. Lotus flowers rippled in the pond, swaying gently in the cool night breeze. The appearance of a group of black-clad men abruptly marred this picturesque scene. Their freshly bloodied weapons dripped crimson, each drop staining the ground and leaving behind a trail of blood-red flowers. Disturbing the innocent's rest is intolerable. A melodious voice suddenly resonated through the quiet courtyard, causing the black-clad men to flinch and turn towards the source of the sound. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, bathed in moonlight, with a breathtaking visage that seemed unreal in the night. A smile played upon his lips, akin to the melting of spring snow, and his slightly squinted eyes radiated a menacing aura. Jun Weiyao regarded the vigilant black-clad men with an indifferent gaze, his attention drifting to the bloodied blades in their hands, his dark eyes glimmering with a hint of dark violet. Soiling the sacred grounds of the innocent shall cost you your lives. A chilling smile slowly spread across Jun Wuyao's lips, yet it bore an unsettling eeriness. Under the moonlight, the black-clad men finally recognized his face. His striking purple eyes pierced through their hearts like a dagger. A demon, a monster. How rude. Jun Weiyao lightly shook his head. How could I be such a mere demon? In an instant, the murderous intent within his purple eyes surged, and his figure transformed into an almost invisible shadow. At that moment, the quiet courtyard was enveloped in a torrential downpour of crimson rain, the warm liquid cascading to the ground in a mesmerizing hue. When Jun Wuxia opened the door, she momentarily felt disoriented. Amidst the surreal blood rain stood a graceful figure, head slightly tilted upwards, his exquisite features marred by droplets of vivid red. He smiled, his purple eyes half squinted as they gazed at her, his blood-stained lips curling slightly. Those eyes, exuding an unprecedented aura of slaughter, were an image Jun Wuxia would never forget, a beauty so striking, yet so chilling. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, nearly suffocating. Jun Wuxia's gaze swept over the corpses littering the ground, her expression remarkably calm. Wuxia, I have awakened you. Jun Weyao's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at the blood splatters staining his attire. I truly did not wish for you to witness this. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes, hearing the sounds of combat from the front courtyard. Her expression shifted subtly. Master, there's trouble. The small black cat arched its back in alarm. It is the Emperor. Jun Wuxia's gaze turned icy. Jun Weiyao. Yes. Jun Weiyao replied, a smirk dancing upon his lips as he observed Jun Wuxia. Eliminate them. As you wish, Jun Weiyao replied with a slight smile. his elongated figure morphing into a shadow as he dashed towards the front courtyard. "Master, it's about Uncle," the small black cat exclaimed in panic. In a swift motion, Jun Wuxia hurled the black cat, its form suddenly elongating into a formidable black beast that appeared in the courtyard. Jun Wuxia leaped onto its back, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Go!" The fierce black beast immediately bounded forward towards the courtyard where Jun Xing resided. The once tranquil night had been violently disrupted, and death loomed over the entire Lin Wang mansion. Jun Xing, seated in his wheelchair, narrowed his eyes as he observed the commotion from deep within the mansion. Gripping his sword with one hand, blood dripped from its tip onto the ground. 5 black-clad men lay lifeless by his wheelchair, yet more adversaries surrounded him, closing in. Such audacity from the young prince. Yet it seems the guards of the Lin Wang mansion are notably fewer today. There is no need to waste your breath on delay. Your mansion's guards have long been detained, and I fear your esteemed young lady has already met her demise. One of the black-clad men taunted. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered at the man's throat. His eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed silently. Amidst the encirclement of black-clad men, Jun Xing stood tall, his azure attire billowing with the evening breeze, his handsome features radiating an aura of cold ferocity as he brandished his long sword, unwaveringly gazing at the surrounding foes. "Those who offend the Lin Wang mansion shall die." Jun Xing's repressed fury, simmering for a decade, erupted within him. His sword danced gracefully as he moved with fluidity through the ranks of black-clad men, like a streak of light piercing through their defenses. The black-clad men, stunned, watched as the man they had deemed a cripple moved with astonishing agility. The chilling ferocity of his strikes instilled an unprecedented fear in their hearts. "White Owl!" Jun Xing shouted amidst the fray, his ring shining with blinding light as a massive white owl emerged, screeching as it dove towards the black-clad man. This was his spirit companion, the bone-eating white owl, a formidable 7th-tier spirit once feared on the battlefield. It had been a decade since Jun Xing had summoned it, nearly causing its existence to be forgotten. The 3-meter wings of the bone-eating white owl unfurled like a weapon from the abyss, unleashing a storm of blood amidst the black-clad men. "Curse it! How can his legs be unharmed?" The black-clad men, overwhelmed by the relentless assault from Jun Xing and the bone-eating white owl, felt cold sweat trickle down their spines as they witnessed their comrades fall one by one. One black-clad man, stepping out of the courtyard, let out a piercing scream, prompting the others to turn back. Suddenly, a massive black beast was seen gripping the neck of a cloaked figure, its sharp teeth piercing through the skin, crimson blood dripping from its gaping maw onto the ground. With a crunch, the beast severed the man's throat. All present today were doomed to perish. On the beast's back, a stunning young woman cast a fleeting glance over the panicked figures, her icy eyes radiating a chilling intent to kill. Sensing its master's bloodlust, the creature lunged ferociously at the group of cloaked figures. With Jun Xing behind, the bone-chilling white owl above, and this uncanny beast ahead, the black-clad men fell one by one amidst their screams, never comprehending what had transpired. How could the crumbling Lin Wang mansion possess such strength? Nearly 100 black-clad figures were annihilated in a matter of moments, the stench of blood transforming the once silent courtyard into a hellish battleground, strewn with corpses that were a sight to behold. "Xiaowu, are you unharmed?" After vanquishing all foes, Jun Xing looked in astonishment at Jun Wuxia, who sat atop the black beast, her eyes filled with shock. The bone-chilling white owl descended from the sky, its claws landing on a corpse, tilting its head as it regarded Jun Wuxia's mount. "Are you all right? Did my uncle sustain any injuries?" Jun Wuxia inquired. "You underestimate your uncle. These wretches could hardly inflict harm upon me," Jun Xing replied, casting a questioning glance at Jun Wuxia's steed. "What is this?" At first glance, the black beast resembled a panther, but upon closer inspection, it was much larger, its limbs more robust, and its ears not as rounded as those of the panther. The fierce creature opened its mouth, yet a soft mew emerged. Jun Xing's expression was as if struck by lightning. "This is Xiao He, whom my uncle has met," Jun Wuxia explained. Jun Xing recalled a small black cat Jun Wuxia had often cradled. finding it hard to connect the diminutive creature to the fierce beast before her, which stretched nearly 2 meters in length. "Is this your spirit ring?" Jun Qing gasped. "Yes," Jun Wuxie replied, unable to elaborate on Xiaohei's origins, considering it best to assume it was a spirit ring since Bai Lian was still being nurtured in the water. "Your spirit ring has awakened?" Jun Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. "It just awakened not long ago, rather late," Jun Wuxie answered. Jun Qing rejoiced, as he and Jun Xian had thought Jun Wuxie would be forever estranged from Spirit Ring, only to realize that fortune had smiled upon the Jun family in such a short span. While Jun Qing and Jun Wuxie conversed, the blood-soaked Fu Bo had already arrived with 15 members of the Rue Lin army. Upon seeing Jun Qing and Jun Wuxie safe, Fu Bo immediately knelt. "Sorted aside, I apologize for arriving late and frightening the young lord and young lady." "No harm done. You may rise," Jun Qing promptly replied. The front courtyard had been overwhelmed with black-clad figures, numbering at least 150. Fu Bo and his men, only 16 in total, faced an overwhelming number of foes, and they bore wounds, their clothes torn, blood staining them indistinguishably, whether from enemies or themselves. Jun Wuxie produced 2 white porcelain vials from her robes and tossed them to Fu Bo for internal and external use. Fu Bo, holding the vials with gratitude, looked at Jun Wuxie. "Thank you, young lady. Had it not been for the young masteress' intervention, we might not have resolved the situation so swiftly." Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow, acknowledging Jun Wuyao's efficiency, yet she could not find him among them now. Today's events were orchestrated against the Lin Wang mansion. "We managed to cope, but my father was summoned out of the city. Although he brought some guards, the circumstances of tonight indicate that the adversary was clearly prepared." Jun Qing's expression turned icy, realizing that the attack on the Lin Wang mansion had been meticulously planned. Had everything gone as the Lin Wang mansion appeared, the schemer would have succeeded. However, 3 unforeseen occurrences arose: Jun Qing's recovery, the awakening of Jun Wuxie's spirit ring, and the formidable Jun Wuyao. This sequence of unexpected events revealed the hidden strength of the Lin Wang mansion, far surpassing that of the black-clad figures, thwarting the schemer's plans. Yet, Jun Xian had no trump card to play. "Immediately seek out Lin Wang," Jun Qing ordered decisively. The Lin Wang mansion was engulfed in chaos. Even before the scouts could be dispatched, others had already come knocking. Shortly after leaving, the formidable General Li Ran arrived, pale-faced, bringing alarming news to Jun Qing and Jun Wuxie. Jun Xian led a team out of the city to apprehend Lin Yang, but encountered an unforeseen disaster. All accompanying guards perished, and Jun Xian himself has completely vanished. This news enraged Jun Qing, nearly causing him to spit blood as he glared at Li Ran. Wishing to strike him down, Jun Wuxie's gaze turned frigid as she abruptly rose, striding out of the Lin Wang mansion. "Wuxie!" Jun Qing exclaimed in surprise. Jun Wuxie did not look back. She exited the Lin Wang mansion and retrieved a silken pouch containing the Ling Yunxiang. A crimson light shot into the sky from outside the Lin Wang mansion, exploding in a fiery burst that resounded like thunder, shattering the night's silence. Illuminating the heavens with its fiery glow, Li Ran, a witness to the spectacle, fell to the ground in shock, trembling as he stared at Jun Wuxie. "Ling Yunxiang has sounded. The Rue Lin army is coming." What was the Jun family's young lady plotting? "Uncle, I must find grandfather." Jun Wuxie slowly turned her head, her cold eyes ignited by the flame's glow. That thunderous sound awakened the sleeping imperial city. Those who had been slumbering peered outside at the crimson horizon, their thoughts a tangled web. The common folk were perplexed, only aware that the red light was beautiful, gathering at windows to admire it. However, those in positions of power had no inclination to appreciate the sight, for they were all too familiar with that hue and the accompanying thunder. Each time that thunderclap echoed and that crimson light manifested, it heralded a storm of bloodshed. "Ling Yunxiang has sounded. The Rue Lin army is coming." These words, gradually forgotten by many, surged back into their minds, signaling a significant change. Inside the palace, the emperor, nestled in his chambers, was drenched in cold sweat from the sound. Rushing outside to behold the familiar red glow, his heart ablaze with anxiety. Who has summoned the Ling Yunxiang? In the dark of night, the earth trembled faintly. The whinnies of steeds, accompanied by the clang of iron hooves, as they charged out of the imperial city. The guard stationed at the city watched the flickering flames in the night, gazing at the fierce eyes, wild as beasts, exposed beneath their Qilin armor. Their legs weakened with fear, collapsing against the city walls as they beheld the roaring army surge into the imperial city, utterly unresponsive. The Rue Lin army. The Rue Lin army, mounted on magnificent steeds, flooded into the imperial city, hastening toward the Lin Wang mansion. This night, the inhabitants of the imperial city were destined to be sleepless. Outside the Lin Wang mansion, Jun Wuxie stood against the wind, the fierce gusts whipping her garments while the flickering flames illuminated her frost-like visage. The Rue Lin army halted before the Lin Wang mansion, clad in silver Qilin armor. Dismounting in unison, kneeling before Jun Wuxie, Long Qi knelt at the forefront of the formation, solemnly addressing Jun Wuxie, eldest sister. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes at this elite unit of Qi country, her icy gaze ablaze with fervor. Wuxie, what do you intend to do? Jun Qing watched from the hall, eyes flickering with concern as he observed Jun Wuxie standing at the entrance. To seize the palace. That dog emperor has the audacity. Jun Qing's heart jolted. Had Jun Wuxie lost her sanity? Li Ran, already shaken by the Rue Lin army, trembled against the wall, scarcely believing his ears. The eldest lady of the Lin Wang mansion sought to seize the palace. Cold sweat poured from him, soaking his garments. Black. Jun Wuxie called out coldly. A massive shadow advancing from the Lin Wang mansion's rear courtyard into the hall, its cold fangs still stained with traces of blood. Eradicate. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes. A sense of foreboding suddenly surged within Li Ran, and before he could react, the enormous black beast lunged at him. A piercing scream echoed through the heavens, and within a mere moment, the beast had severed Li Ran's neck. His warm blood stained the floor of the Lin Wang mansion. Jun Qing stared blankly at Li Ran's lifeless body as the beast dropped him and strode towards Jun Wuxie, who stood at the threshold. Outside the grand gates, the entire Rue Lin army bore witness to the scene. They recognized the formidable general, but could not fathom how Li Ran had offended Jun Wuxie to warrant such a brutal death. They coldly observed as Li Ran breathed his last, uttering not a single word. The Rue Lin army remained steadfastly loyal to the Jun family, forever bound by unconditional obedience. Chapter 0112. The Sound of Ling Yun 3. From the moment Jun Qing led Jun Wuxie into the Rue Lin army's camp, she had already secured the authority to command the troops. Jun Wuxie turned her gaze away from Li Ran's corpse and focused on the Rue Lin army before her. Bandits threaten the imperial city. You soldiers must protect our homeland. Tonight, join me in capturing these brigands. The command reverberated through the air. Jun Wuxie mounted the black beast, and Long Qi, her subordinate, watched her intently. It had been years since Ling Yunxiang had made an appearance, and he could hardly recall the last time. Yet, when the thunder echoed and crimson light illuminated the night, the blood within him surged with fervor. Bring me King Wu. Yes, the commanders responded, declaring, even if we must turn the imperial city upside down, we shall capture those bandits. Jun Wuxie's voice was cold. Dare to harm my grandfather, and I shall ensure the dog emperor learns that the Lin Wang mansion is not to be trifled with. Jun Qing stood in shock, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within her. Where do these bandits come from? She wondered. Jun Wuxie summoned the Rue Lin army to scour the city, but she was not hunting mere brigands. Her true target was Jun Xian. She sought to incite chaos throughout the imperial city, to demonstrate to the one within the palace what it meant to strike fear into the tiger. With the might of 100,000 Rue Lin soldiers, she could indeed force a coup. Jun Qing finally comprehended why Jun Wuxie had slain Li Ran. Jun Xian had been set up, although Li Ran was unaware. He had unwittingly become an accessory to the crime. Jun Wuxie's earlier mention of a coup in front of Li Ran had sealed his fate. Only the two of them, uncle and niece, were privy to this plan, while the Rue Lin army believed they were merely capturing bandits. Completely oblivious to the truth that Jun Wuxia sought King Lin Junxian. Uncle, the Jun family can no longer retreat. With this profound statement, Jun Wuxia led the Rue Lin army into the heart of the imperial city. In an instant, the vast army surged into the streets, illuminating the night with countless torches. The iron cavalry galloped forth, stirring up clouds of dust. That night, all inhabitants of the imperial city were roused, their hearts trembling as they beheld the rushing Rue Lin army. It had been years since they had witnessed the valor of the Rue Lin army. Yet none had anticipated that the bloodlust would return to the imperial city of Qi. Within the imperial city, every official residence was heavily surrounded by the Rue Lin army. The once dignified officials were now terrified by the menacing presence of the Rue Lin soldiers outside, shrinking back in fear, too afraid to step outside. Longqi burst into the residence of King Wu, dragging the startled king, who had been enjoying the company of his concubine, to the ground. The air was filled with the wretched screams reminiscent of a slaughterhouse as Longqi expressionlessly dragged the disheveled King Wu away. The stunning maiden halted before the palace gates, and the emperor, startled by the commotion, approached with a throng of followers. His eyes widened as he beheld Jun Wuxia standing at the forefront of the Rue Lin army. Once dismissed as a mere headstrong sister, she now stood resolutely, accompanied by a formidable contingent of soldiers, blocking the palace gates. The flames flickered, spreading throughout the royal city, appearing as serpentine dragons coiling around the entire imperial city. Mo Qianyuan stood amidst the crowd, gazing down at Jun Wuxia outside the palace walls, his expression one of shock and disbelief. Chapter 0113. The Sound of Lingyun 4. The Rue Lin army mobilized entirely, and the flames scattered across the imperial city signified their complete control over the area. What do you intend to do? Mo Xuanzi, standing behind the emperor, gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, his voice trembling with fear. Jun Wuxia raised her head, illuminated by the flames. Her beauty was breathtaking, yet her eyes were filled with a chilling, murderous intent. In the name of the Lin Wang mansion, we pursue the culprits who attacked the second prince. Jun Wuxia's voice was icy. What nonsense are you spouting? Mo Xuanzi glared at her. The incident involving the second prince had long since passed. Although it had been entrusted to Jun Xian for investigation, no results had emerged, and the matter had faded from memory. The Lin Wang mansion has fulfilled its duty and executed the bandits. Jun Wuxia paid no heed to Mo Xuanzi's protests, her fiery gaze fixed solely on the figure clad in the dragon robe. As her words fell, the Rue Lin army sprang into action, casting forth numerous incomplete corpses at the palace gates, their still warm blood staining the ground. The stench of blood wafted through the air as the bodies piled up before the gates, eliciting alarmed expressions from the emperor and Mo Xuanzi. These are the assassins who attacked the second prince. My grandfather was tasked with capturing them, yet they harbored malicious intent against him, intending to slay everyone within the Lin Wang mansion. They have now been justly punished by a commoner. Jun Wuxia coldly regarded the emperor and Mo Xuanzi atop the palace walls. Only she knew that the attack on them had not been orchestrated by a multitude of assassins, but rather by Jun Wuxia alone. Mo Xuanzi had deliberately fed false leads to Jun Xian. Now she intended to use this fire to show certain individuals the consequences of their actions. Mo Xuanzi's countenance shifted rapidly, unable to comprehend that the deception he had spun for Jun Xian would now be used against him. Those corpses were not the assassins from that day. They were clearly the remains of those dispatched to the Lin Wang mansion. 300 death warriors had become corpses in such a short time. Had not the guards of the Lin Wang mansion already departed? Could it be that merely 15 Rue Lin soldiers had slain 300 death warriors? The emperor covertly observed Mo Xuanzi's expression, understanding the implications. He suppressed his inner turmoil, donning a congenial smile. Well done. Since the bandits have been dealt with, I shall reward the Lin Wang mansion for their service. With 100,000 Rue Lin soldiers in the imperial city, the emperor would not dare to confront Jun Wuxia in a moment of anger. The Rue Lin army had always been a sharp blade for the nation of Qi, yet if that blade were to be turned against him, the emperor could find no humor in the situation. Jun Xian was known for his loyalty, even in the pursuit of assassins. He would never lead the Rue Lin army into the imperial city. The imperial guards and the eunuchs atop the palace walls gazed in utter astonishment at Jun Wuxia. They never imagined that the first to lead the Rue Jin army into the imperial city would be the seemingly inept eldest sister of the Lin Wang mansion. Even Jun Xian and Jun Qing lacked such audacity. Was Jun Wuxia truly reckless enough to gamble with her life? They could already see the veins bulging on the emperor's hands, a clear sign of his fury. Indeed, Jun Wuxia was remarkably bold. Did she not fear that her actions would be perceived as treasonous? The emperor's demeanor, so amiable, was evidently born from concern over a potential rebellion by the Rue Jin army. Once the army departed the imperial city, the emperor's wrath would surely descend upon the Lin Wang mansion. Regrettably, the emperor's authority had waned. Ignoring his words, Jun Wuxia boldly declared, "These thieves are exceptionally cunning. Most have already fled, hiding throughout the imperial city. I have ordered the Rue Jin army to conduct a thorough search. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Lin Wang mansion will not permit such rascals to harm the common folk." Her eyes narrowed slightly, icy and piercing, as if she had emerged from a frigid abyss, leaving onlookers chilled to the bone. Jun Wuxia rarely spoke, but when she did, her words were undeniably compelling. She was determined to unveil those who dared conspire against the Jun family and test the emperor's true capabilities. Having ignited this fire, she would not shy away from fanning its flames. The emperor nearly choked on his own blood upon witnessing the bodies strewn across the ground, assassins dispatched by Mo Xuanfei, their forms mutilated and their numbers nearing 300. The savage wounds they bore revealed the ferocity of their adversaries. The emperor could not fathom how, under the thunderous onslaught from the Lin Wang mansion, any of these assassins could possibly escape alive. Jun Wuxia's words were laden with ulterior motives. Her true intent was to exert pressure on him. With 100,000 Rue Jin soldiers occupying the city's thoroughfares, the flickering flames served as a clarion call to the royal family. The emperor, desiring to compel Jun Wuxia to withdraw her troops, found himself bereft of a valid justification. The citizens, roused from their slumber by the army's grand entrance, curiously craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the unfolding events. Unaware of the underlying machinations, they assumed the Lin Wang mansion was merely fulfilling its duty to apprehend criminals. They remained oblivious to the fact that all of this had been orchestrated by Jun Wuxia to compel the emperor into a precarious position. "If you wish to maintain your prestige among the populace, I shall oblige by capturing criminals in your name. You have no rebuttal now, do you?" The emperor felt the sting of his previous orders directed at Jun Xian, a resounding slap in the face that left him bloodied and forced to swallow his pride. To demand Jun Wuxia to withdraw her troops would be tantamount to self-contradiction, for it was he who had entrusted the task to Jun Xian. Yet, he could not dare to retract his orders. As he surveyed the city filled with Rue Jin soldiers, his heart tightened with anxiety, while others remained oblivious. He and Mo Xuanfei were acutely aware of the deadly intent directed at the Jun family. It was likely that the Jun family had already discerned this, and Jun Wuxia's actions today were merely a tactic to intimidate. The emperor, recognizing the escalating peril, discreetly inquired of Mo Xuanfei. "In Hushitonis, Montag Xuanfei replied. The plan has been executed. Jun Xian has been captured and is being secretly transported to the dungeons." There were two strategies against the Jun family: to eradicate the entire Lin Wang mansion or to lure Jun Xian outside the city for an ambush. While the plan to annihilate the Lin Wang mansion had failed, the capture of Jun Xian remained a relative success. It was evident that Jun Wuxia's actions today were aimed at locating Jun Xian. Remember, under no circumstances must the Rue Jin army discover Jun Xian's whereabouts. The emperor's gaze darkened with malice. He had resolved to eliminate the Jun family entirely. As long as the Rue Jin army could not find Jun Xian, no one could prove that the royal family had instigated violence against them. As long as Jun Xian was slain, half of the Jun family would fall. No matter Jun Wuxia's capabilities, she was but a mere girl, and Jun Qing was an utter failure. The Lin Wang mansion could only persist for a brief time. Once the attack commenced, there would be no turning back. The emperor understood the gravity of the situation. Even if Jun Wuxia harbored suspicions that the royal family was behind today's events, she possessed no evidence. should she dare to rebel with the Ruijin army. The emperor had ample excuses to suppress them, branding them as traitors, thus erasing all their military accomplishments. The emperor feared the Ruijin army, not only for their strength, but also for their esteemed reputation among the citizens of Qi. Even if he wished to disband the army in secret, he had to consider public sentiment. Dissolving a victorious army would invite public outrage. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen developments. Just as the emperor had conferred with Mo Xuanfei, a contingent of the Ruijin army approached from the east. Their ranks converged with Jun Wuxie's, and leading the advance was Long Qi, dragging a colossal burlap sack, which emitted desperate cries akin to a slaughtered pig. The familiar sound sent shivers down the emperor's spine. "Elder sister, the person has been brought," Long Qi announced, casting the sack aside with a bow. The black beast, accompanying Jun Wuxie, strode toward the sack, its razor-sharp claws ripping it apart with ferocity. A portly figure tumbled out, caked in dirt and blood, trembling as he attempted to flee, only to be pinned down by the beast's paw, his face pressed into the mud, muffled cries echoing in the air. The onlookers atop the palace walls immediately recognized the captive. "Jun Wuxie, why have you captured the king of Wu?" The emperor's complexion darkened with rage as he beheld the squirming figure beneath the beast's weight. It was his own brother, the king of Wu. Jun Wuxie regarded the emperor's contorted face with cold indifference, a faint smile curling at her lips, a smile that marked her first since her rebirth. Under the moonlight, this smile was haunting yet mesmerizing, sending chills through all who witnessed it, as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss. Jun Wuxie really smiled, and her smiles were the rarest of treasures in both her past and present lives. Yet, each smile seemed to unleash a Pandora's box of death and demons. Once, someone had remarked that her smile could enchant a city or break a soul. Her smiles were reserved solely for moments of slaughter. As the crowd remained captivated by her enchanting smile, Jun Wuxie spoke with serene resolve. The king of Wu colluded with thieves, plotting treachery against the crown prince. He shall face justice here and now. Her voice, cold enough to shatter ice, jolted the emperor into awareness. His eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "Jun Wuxie, you must not." A piercing scream interrupted his words. The king of Wu, trapped in the mud, met his demise as the black beast sank its fangs into his neck. His severed head rolled to the ground, blood mingling with dirt, his pale face contorted in horror, eyes wide with the terror of his final moments, staring lifelessly at the palace walls. "Grandfather, anyone who dares to insult you shall perish by my hand." Jun Wuxie's smile twisted into something more sinister as the king of Wu was brutally executed before the crowd. The gruesome sight rendered all spectators transfixed, as if they were witnessing a malevolent specter. The emperor trembled with rage. Though he was not close to the king of Wu, he was still a member of the royal family, his own brother. To have Jun Wuxie murder the king of Wu before him was a blatant affront to his authority. "You dare!" he shouted, his voice shaking with fury. Jun Wuxie remained composed. "Your Majesty, the king of Wu has already received his punishment, and the Ruijin army will sequentially apprehend all those involved in the assassination of the second prince." The emperor's heart skipped a beat. He no longer dared to speculate about Jun Wuxie's intentions with ordinary reasoning. This girl was nothing short of a madwoman. Jun Wuxie's smile grew ever more radiant, as if the chilling aura surrounding her had melted away. "Of course, I shall act in accordance with your Majesty's decree." The emperor felt his flesh twitch. Why had he ever permitted her to execute the king of Wu? "Longqi," Jun Wuxie declared boldly. "Summon Lord Wang, Lord Shangwan, and Lord Su." She enumerated over a dozen officials, each name striking terror into the hearts of those present. "Bring them to me. Tonight, I shall spare none." "Enough, Jun Wuxie. These are high-ranking ministers of the court. You have already slain the king of Wu. This matter should come to a close." The emperor, even in his dullness, understood her intent in executing the king of Wu before his very eyes. She was demonstrating her power, exacting revenge for all that had transpired at the Lin Wang mansion today, retaliating against him. The task of investigating the culprits was initially assigned to the Lin Wang mansion to give Jun Xian an incessant headache. However, the emperor had not anticipated that this order would become a sword of torment for him. Jun Wuxia waved the banner of duty, and even if the emperor was reluctant, he could not publicly dismiss her in front of the Don's populace. Yet, allowing her to continue this uproar would surely lead to bloodshed in the imperial city. Your Majesty. Jun Wuxia raised her gaze to the emperor, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. These individuals harbored malice against the prince and deserved their fate. Moreover, Your Majesty had previously stated that as long as the Lin Wang mansion apprehended those who conspired against the prince, they could handle the matter as they saw fit. These words were overheard by Jun Wuxia during a conversation between Jun Xian and Jun Qing. Even the Jun family would not have imagined that such casual remarks would be etched in Jun Wuxia's memory so vividly. The emperor was left speechless, his figure swaying slightly as he grasped the implications. He finally understood why the Rue Lin army had made such a grand entrance into the imperial city, to rouse the entire populace. Jun Wuxia discerned that the emperor was most concerned about public opinion, and thus, before the eyes of the citizens, the emperor would not dare utter any words that could tarnish his image. The authority of life and death had already been transferred to the Lin Wang mansion. With Jun Wuxia brandishing that banner, she could freely assign guilt to any minister she deemed unworthy and execute them at will. Unless the emperor had irrefutable evidence proving those ministers innocent, he could only watch helplessly as Jun Wuxia severed their heads. But what evidence did the emperor possess? The corpses littered the ground, sent by the royal family to assassinate the Lin Wang mansion. How could he explain this? Was he to publicly declare that the attempt on Mo Xuanfei's life was the doing of a single individual? The fact that it was a coordinated effort was not only to save face, but also to complicate matters for Jun Xian. Did he dare to reveal that the black-clad assassins were sent by them to eliminate the Jun family? Chapter 0117. A display of power 3. How could the emperor dare to utter such words in front of a multitude of citizens? It was well known that the Lin Wang mansion and the Rue Lin army held a prestigious position in the hearts of the populace. The emperor sought to eradicate the Jun family for this very reason. If such thoughts were revealed, he would be condemned for eternity. The emperor dare not, truly not. It was not merely the fear of disgrace. The sight of the Rue Lin army throughout the city made it clear that if the truth were revealed, the army would not hesitate to drag him from the palace and execute him. The burden of reputation tormented the emperor's heart. But what truly restrained his wrath was the presence of the 100,000 Rue Lin soldiers. Should Jun Wuxia issue a command, they would not hesitate to commit regicide. Longqi, do not delay. Jun Wuxia glared at the emperor, her eyes filled with cold resolve. From the emperor's clandestine methods against Mo Qianyu, she had already surmised that this cowardly emperor valued his reputation more than the lives of his subjects. She was curious to see how long he could endure. Her intention to kill the ministers and create chaos within the imperial city was aimed at forcing the emperor to surrender Jun Xian. Jun Wuxia, cold and unyielding, would not hesitate to slaughter all within the imperial city if the emperor continued to resist. Even regicide would not deter her from finding Jun Xian. Longqi received the command and immediately led a contingent of Rue Lin soldiers to apprehend the targets. The residences of the ministers were surrounded by the Rue Lin army, and they were not concerned about failing to locate their quarry. This was all part of Jun Wuxia's prior instructions. The emperor watched as Longqi and the Rue Lin army departed, his heart racing with anxiety. Yet, the trap Jun Wuxia had laid made it impossible for him to withdraw. He had never anticipated that the Jun family would produce such a ruthless elder sister. Nor could he believe that the girl who had once trailed behind Mo Xuanfei would display such lethal cunning. The stark contrast astonished the emperor greatly. Equally astonished was Mo Xuanfei, who stood behind the emperor, etching every one of Jun Wuxia's actions into his memory. The death of the king of Wu left a scar on his heart. He had never known Jun Wuxia's methods to be so merciless. If she were to discover that those sent to the Lin Wang mansion were all his subordinates, he could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. The once inconsequential Jun Wuxia now loomed over him like a nightmare, sending chills down his spine. Those on the palace walls could only watch as Jun Wuxia directed the Rue Lin army's relentless actions, their elevated vantage point allowing them to witness the entirety of the imperial city. The high walls, constructed to emphasize the emperor's grandeur, stood above all other structures in the city. Yet on this night, the view from such heights offered no comfort. They could only watch the torches of the Lin army fade into the distance, the flickering flames racing towards the residences of the ministers. Though the night was frigid, the emperor and Mo Xuanfei felt as if they were engulfed in a furnace, their bodies aflame with sweat. Mo Qinyu lingered at the back of the crowd, observing everything with a concealed smile at the corner of his mouth, unnoticed by anyone. Beware, do not provoke Jun Wuxia. How pitiful for his father and brother. Only now did they comprehend this truth. Alas, it was too late. Chapter 0118. A display of power, for this was a night that would forever be etched in the memories of the citizens of the imperial city. Countless civil and military officials were dragged from their abodes by the Lin army. Once exalted figures of authority were treated like dead dogs, forcibly removed by the invading soldiers. The guards and bodyguards, once kept to protect the high-ranking officials, attempted to thwart the Lin army's aggressive advance, only to meet their demise at the sharp blades of the soldiers. Blood and death enveloped the entire imperial city, as those who dared to resist were swiftly subdued and dragged from their homes, leaving behind trails of blood on the ground. What constituted tyranny and strength? The emergence of the Lin army completely overturned the populace's understanding of these terms. Even the current emperor would not dare to take such ruthless measures against so many high officials. Yet, the Lin army regarded them as mere tasks assigned by Jun Wuxia. Upon receiving their orders, they swore to fulfill their mission at all costs. Ordinary guards were utterly powerless to impede the advance of the Lin army, and slaughter spread throughout the imperial city. One high-ranking official after another was bound and forcibly mounted upon steeds. None among them could have fathomed that their esteemed positions would lead to such an outcome. The ferocity of the first-class war corps of the Qi kingdom was enough to bring even the most resolute individuals to tears. Jun Wuxia stood at the entrance of the palace, braving the night wind as she regarded the emperor. The iron cavalry, galloping swiftly to her side, halted, tossing the officials bound like dead pigs at the feet of the black beasts. The emperor recognized the identity of one of them at a glance. He was the father of the second prince's mother. After the decline of the empress's clan, this man had become a loyal dog of the emperor, often conspiring with the king of Wu to suppress the Lin Wang mansion. Upon witnessing the disgraceful treatment of her maternal grandfather by the Ruijin army, Mo Xuanfeng's eyes instantly filled with rage. Jun Wuxia, release my grandfather. How long do you intend to carry on this madness? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Jun Wuxia, in a fit of insanity, had audaciously seized the state grandmaster, subjecting him to such humiliation. How brazen could she possibly be? Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow, observing the frenzied second prince, her gaze inadvertently sweeping past the crowd to land on Mo Qinyuan. A surge of heat coursed through Mo Qinyuan, his blood boiling without warning as he fixated on Jun Wuxia, his eyes burning with a fervor akin to a raging flame. Kill! Jun Wuxia paid no heed to the state grandmaster. Don't! Mo Xianfeng shouted in desperation. With a swift motion, Longqi wielded his sword, cleaving the groaning state grandmaster in twain. Scalding blood gushed forth, splattering Jun Wuxia, the very essence she detested. The blood, hot to the touch, stained her skirt, mingling with the essence of souls, as if cursed, nurturing the seeds of slaughter within her heart. You have lost your mind. Capture Jun Wuxia at once. How dare she openly conspire to harm a high-ranking official? Mo Xianfeng, witnessing his grandfather being brutally slain before his eyes, his body racked with madness, drew his sword and pointed it at Jun Wuxia, his voice a continuous howl. Yet the only response he received was the howling wind. All within the palace remained silent, their horrified gazes fixed upon Jun Wuxia. Even the imperial guards dared not venture beyond the palace doors to witness the unfolding events. At this moment, even the emperor found himself suppressed by the Ruijin army. Who would dare to confront Jun Wuxia? If she could drag both the king of Wu and the state grandmaster before the emperor to be executed, what were they to her? Once a figure whose words commanded thousands, now rendered mute. Mo Xianfeng, with eyes aflame, surveyed the scene, his grip on the sword trembling. How had it come to this? Why had it turned out this way? The woman he had so disdainfully cast aside now stood before him, forcing him into utter isolation. Jun Wuxia's cold gaze swept over Mo Xianfeng, observing his increasingly contorted visage, yet her heart bore no trace of empathy. Her attention drifted to the emperor, awaiting his command to surrender Jun Xian. Jun Wuxia, you conspired against the second prince, and I might still believe it, but how could Lord Wei, the second prince's grandfather, possibly harm his own grandson? The emperor struggled to maintain an appearance of calm, though his hands, hidden behind his back, had begun to bleed from the pressure. After all, she was merely a young girl. No matter how ruthless her methods, there would inevitably be oversights. While the king of Wu's conspiracy against Mo Xianfeng might hold some plausibility, how could Lord Wei, Mo Xuanfeng's grandfather, inflict harm upon his own grandson? This point became the emperor's weapon for retort. Jun Wuxia observed the emperor's concealed fury, and suddenly raised her hand. Longqi, your subordinate is here. Longqi promptly stepped forward, kneeling before Jun Wuxia. She retrieved 2 scrolls from a bag on the black beast's back, tossing them at Longqi's feet. Read. Longqi immediately picked them up, unfurling the scrolls, his voice resonant as he began to read aloud. Wei Chuanhua, in the 23rd year of Kaiyuan, February, seized 32 residences in Donyue City, killing a total of 76 farmers. In May of the same year, accepted bribes totaling 13,000 taels of gold from Lord Linyang. Longqi's voice rang out, each word striking the hearts of the onlookers like a hammer. The records laid bare Lord Wei Chuanhua's acts of arson, murder, and extortion, detailing 367 crimes, resulting in 583 fatalities, and the acceptance of bribes amounting to 727,000 taels of gold. The charges against the state grandmaster were read aloud, shocking the populace. They gazed at the slain Wei Chuanhua, their eyes filled with hatred. Having relied on the emperor's favor, Wei Chuanhua had wreaked havoc within the imperial city, wielding his high status to persecute the common folk who dared not voice their anger. Now, all his misdeeds were unveiled before the public eye. No one mourned for such an unreasonable villain. His execution today was a source of great relief. The emperor's face darkened, realizing he had overlooked Wei Chuanhua's past transgressions, yet failed to intervene. Now, Jun Wuxia had exposed all of it. Even without the assassination attempt on the prince, Wei Chuanhua's crimes were sufficient to warrant 100 executions. The emperor had not yet recovered from this revelation when Longqi unveiled another scroll, detailing the various crimes of the king of Wu. The Ruijin army had slain 2 ministers, each deserving 1,000 deaths. The assembled crowd felt no pity for the king and Wei Chuanhua. They began to cheer for the Ruijin army. Were it not for their intervention, many would have never witnessed the day their enemies met their demise. In the midst of the gathering, as people feasted, a chapter was being penned. Do not wait for updates tonight. It will likely be late. I can only assure you that I will finish today's update before midnight. The emperor trembled with rage as he glared at Jun Wuxia, finally comprehending her intent to kill, not merely with brutality, but with a fade of righteousness, leaving no room for rebuttal. Among the populace, the calls for Jun Wuxia and the Ruijin army grew ever louder, the atmosphere surging as they reached the zenith of public favor. What astonished them further was that the previously maligned Jun Wuxia had transformed into such an imposing figure. The rumors that once plagued her had evaporated without a trace. Truly, she was a child of the Jun family, possessing such formidable presence at such a young age. As the citizens gazed upon Jun Wuxia, radiant under the moonlight, they could not help but wonder what madness had seized Mo Xianfeng, causing him to forsake such an exceptional woman. Jun Wuxia quietly observed the unfolding scene, the cold flames in her eyes quietly consuming all in sight. The reputation of the Lin Wangfu had been forged by Jun Xian, her grandfather, father, and uncle, who had sacrificed everything for its esteemed name among the people. She would not allow that name to be sullied. Even if it meant a palace coup, she would stand on the side of absolute justice, augmenting the Lin Wangfu's glory through her acts of slaughter. Jun Wuxia intended to force the emperor to witness his own henchman being slain, unable to retaliate, while she aimed to ensure that the Lin Wangfu's prestige remained unmatched throughout the entire Qi nation. Anyone who opposed the Lin Wangfu would face annihilation. Slaughter need not bear the weight of infamy. When executed with precision, it could transform into a mark of honor. Father, will you merely stand by and watch the Jun family descend into chaos? Mo Xuanfeng's face turned purple with rage. Not only had he witnessed his grandfather's murder, but now Jun Wuxia would unveil all of his past misdeeds. The emperor's complexion had turned pale. He had never anticipated that such a young girl would be so meticulous in her plotting. Each step she took intricately linked, forcing him to swallow the unbearable humiliation. Most infuriating was that he found himself utterly incapable of countering Jun Wuxia's claims. Jun Wuxia's actions were justified. She had not only acted under orders, but had also publicly exposed the crimes of the king of Wu and Wei Qianhua. These two formidable barriers served as the finest defense for her slaughter. Even though the emperor longed to devour Jun Wuxia alive, he currently found himself powerless to retaliate against her. Since ascending to the throne, he had never felt so defeated, whether it was the empress's family or the Lin Wangfu. Both had been rendered nearly extinct under his deliberate suppression. Yet, Jun Wuxia's emergence had turned everything on its head. The emperor racked his brain for a solution to the predicament, sensing that Jun Wuxia would not relent today. Immediately send someone to execute Jun Xian. The emperor gritted his teeth and instructed the elderly eunuch beside him, who promptly withdrew from the crowd. As long as Jun Xian was dead, Jun Wuxia could only make a commotion for this one night. Once the news of Jun Xian's death spread tomorrow, the Lin Wangfu would be utterly annihilated. If he could endure through tonight, he would ensure that Jun Wuxia met a fate worse than death. The emperor's heart was filled with murderous intent. Yet, Jun Wuxia's fury was merely the beginning. An increasing number of high-ranking officials were brought to the palace gates by the Rue Lin army. Bound tightly and kneeling in a row, the ministers, kneeling before the palace gates, looked up at the emperor atop the palace walls. Their spirits seemingly revived as they incessantly shouted for the emperor to save them. However, as they beheld the bodies of Wang Wu and Wei Qianhua lying in pools of blood, despair engulfed each of them. In that moment, they all sealed their lips. With Wang Wu and Wei Qianhua slain by the Rue Lin army, what hope could they possibly cling to? For the first time, these high officials felt the proximity of death. Jun Wuxia, what have you brought them here for? The emperor's voice trembled. He had initially believed that Jun Wuxia's murder of Wang Wu and Wei Qianhua was already the limit, but upon seeing the group of ministers kneeling at the palace gates, an ominous premonition washed over him. His gaze swept across the faces of the ministers, each reflecting despair. Without exception, they were all adversaries of the Lin Wangfu, having tarnished its reputation in one way or another. Not a single one was overlooked, nor was there an error. The Rue Lin army had captured every official within the imperial city who harbored intentions of opposing the Jun family. The emperor was frightened. As he gazed at Jun Wuxia's cold, mocking face, he felt fear for the first time. This madwoman was capable of anything. Let them read. Jun Wuxia cast a sack from the back of the black beast before the ministers, and a multitude of scrolls tumbled out onto the ground. Long Shi commanded the Rue Lin army to bring the scrolls before each minister, personally unfurling them so that they could see the contents plainly. In an instant, all the ministers turned ashen, trembling like willow catkins in the wind. Read. Jun Wuxia ordered coldly. Long Qi pressed his sword against the neck of the minister on the far right. The man was on the verge of tears, his trembling voice following the words on the scroll. Lu Pu, in the 30th year of Kai Yuan, forcibly abducted a common girl, killed her entire family. His stammering voice conveyed crimes that echoed in the ears of every onlooker. Only when cold sweat poured down his face did he finish reading the scroll, collapsing to the ground as if utterly spent. Kill. Yun Vusi commended. Unjust. I truly did not, wailed the minister kneeling in the center. But before he could finish, the Rue Lin soldier behind him had already severed his head in one swift motion. The bloodied head rolled across the stone floor of the palace gates, leaving a trail of crimson. The ministers who witnessed this were already terrified to the core. The scrolls before them detailed the crimes of one among them, and they were left wondering if others held evidence of their own misdeeds. Death loomed over each of their heads. They finally realized that Jun Wuxia was truly intent on killing them. Once the scrolls belonging to them were read aloud, it would be their heads that would fall. "Your Majesty, please save me. Your Majesty." The cries erupted as the ministers knelt upon the cold, hard stone, incessantly beseeching the emperor for protection. Yun Wuxi. These individuals have committed crimes. Naturally, there will be inquiries into their actions. Who do you think you are to interfere? Mo Xuanfei could no longer contain himself, pointing an accusatory finger at Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia raised her eyes slightly, saying, "The common girl is merely carrying out orders." "Nonsense. Whose orders?" "The current emperor's." "You lie." Mo Xuanfei wished to tear Jun Wuxia apart. Yet, she remained unfazed, calmly stating, "These individuals all participated in the conspiracy against the second prince. This matter has been entrusted to the Lin Wangfu for resolution by your Majesty." Thus, she was simply following orders to execute them. Is that not so? Mo Xuanfei had witnessed shamelessness before, but he had never encountered anyone as brazen as Jun Wuxia. How dare she frame others so openly, especially targeting some of the most important officials of Qi country? Just how much audacity did she possess? In that moment, even Mo Qinyu, who had been watching the spectacle, began to doubt if Jun Wuxia truly belonged to the Jun family. While the Jun family was indeed powerful, its members were known for their integrity. It was utterly inconceivable that they would commit such despicable acts as Jun Wuxia had. What was even more astonishing was that Jun Wuxia displayed such a serious demeanor while executing these actions, which was far beyond what one her age should possess. From where had she gathered such extensive evidence against so many officials? More terrifying was the realization that she had kept this information close at hand from the very beginning, indicating that she had meticulously prepared for this night since summoning the Rue Lin army, using others as a blade. What a profound strategy. Jun Wuxia, of course, did not possess the ability to gather this evidence. It was all meticulously prepared by Jun Xian himself. Yet, these materials had remained hidden within the family home, never used. Even as these officials conspired against him, Jun Xian understood that the emperor was aware of their misdeeds, and even if he exposed their crimes, the emperor would not impose any punishment. However, Jun Wuxia brought forth all this evidence, seeking not the emperor's judgment, but a legitimate pretext to execute this group. The voices of the common people would become her most potent weapon. Jun Wuxia wielded this strategy flawlessly. What Jun Xian and Jun Qing deemed beneath them, she would undertake. She cared not for the infamy she would bear. All she desired was to eliminate every enemy of the Lin Wangfu and force the emperor to hand over Jun Xian. One by one, the ministers fell to the blades of the Rue Lin army, staining the stone slabs before the palace with blood, creating a horrific sight. Yet, this was not the end. As long as the emperor refused to surrender Jun Xian, she would continue to sever his hounds' heads until he complied. In ruthlessness, Jun Wuxia would not yield to anyone. The emperor's body trembled on the brink of collapse, his pale lips and the veins bulging at his temples revealing the depths of his despair. The dignity of the emperor was ruthlessly trampled by Jun Wuxia. Every moment, her actions felt like a slap to his face. Yet beneath the pressure of the 100,000 Rue Lin army, he was powerless to resist. Jun Xian had been devoted to Qi country, yet faced relentless persecution from the emperor. Now, Jun Wuxia's disdain for imperial authority filled the emperor with profound fear. Kindness invites treachery. Jun Wuxia vowed never to be a benevolent person, even if she were to descend into the depths of hell. She would make those who crossed her understand that provoking her meant awakening the most fearsome demon in this world. As long as Jun Xian remained absent, her slaughter would not cease. Even if it meant burying everyone in the imperial city, she would find her grandfather. The hatred harbored by the emperor and Mo Xuanfei towards Jun Wuxia transformed into sheer terror under her merciless hand. They were utterly frightened of this remorseless girl, seeing in her a cruelty and ruthlessness never before exhibited by the Jun family. At this moment, the emperor was filled with profound regret for provoking the Jun family. Had he known that the eldest daughter, Jun Wuxia, was such a formidable force, he would never have dared to entertain thoughts against them. He would rather support the Jun family than risk their wrath. He urgently dispatched people to thwart any attempts to harm Jun Xian. She must not be killed. If Jun Xian were to perish, this madwoman would undoubtedly demand the lives of them all. Suddenly, the emperor was jolted awake. What did Jun Wuxia's reckless slaughter signify? Chapter 123. Murder as an Art. 5. Jun Wuxia was clearly determined to confront the emperor head-on. Having reached this point, she was unafraid of any repercussions. It was naive of the emperor to regard her as a mere threat. She had truly committed regicide. The emperor was drenched in cold sweat. Initially believing that if he could just survive the night, Jun Wuxia would retreat empty-handed. However, given the current circumstances, if Jun Wuxia did not find Jun Xian tonight, she was indeed capable of annihilating the entire palace. At this juncture, no matter how intricate the emperor's schemes were, they had all become futile. He had never encountered someone so recklessly determined. Jun Wuxia was more ruthless than any adversary he had faced. The eunuchs were commanded to swiftly organize the catastrophic events, while Mo Zhuafiai, upon hearing all of this, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at his father's capitulation. The emperor, a figure of power, was being coerced by a mere girl. Such a scenario was unfathomable. Father, how could you silence? Do you not see? If before dawn Jun Wuxia has not met Jun Xian, she will lead her troops into the palace. At that point, even I would not be spared. The emperor was now drenched in cold sweat, realizing for the first time the terror instilled by Jun Wuxia's brutal methods. Mo Zhuafiai gazed at the emperor in a daze, struggling to comprehend how she could commit such an act of regicide. The emperor frowned. What do you think she is doing? She is sending me a warning. She has already slain so many officials in public view and is beyond caring for the consequences. If she does not obtain her desired outcome, she would not hesitate to bring destruction upon us. Should she kill Jun Xian, she would undoubtedly march her Rui Lin army into the palace. Just the thought of Jun Wuxia's cold eyes sent chills down the emperor's spine. The few imperial guards in the palace could hardly stand against the 100,000 troops of the Rui Lin army. The Rui Lin army answered only to the Jun family. Despite her numerous heinous acts, in the eyes of the common people, she had become a hero, a champion of justice. Murder was not terrifying. What was frightening was that no matter how many lives she took, she would always stand on the moral high ground. Did one think it impossible for her to incite the Rui Lin army to commit regicide? Do not be deceived by her sparse words. With such intellect and resourcefulness, even a decade of training could not compare. The emperor was genuinely intimidated by Jun Wuxia, a scheming girl capable of orchestrating a coup, a prodigy who could incite hearts with just a few words, a demon-wielding command over the Rui Lin army. How could he possibly contend with her? The notions of imperial authority and the bond between sovereign and subject meant nothing to Jun Wuxia. To her, killing the emperor was akin to slaying a mere dog. The constraints once imposed upon the Jun family now seemed utterly insignificant in her eyes. The emperor was tormented by the emergence of such a formidable adversary within the Jun family, realizing that any hopes of usurping their power were mere fantasies. In his frustration, he wished he could strangle Mo Zhuafiai, who had so many interactions with Jun Wuxia yet failed to recognize the hidden menace she posed. Had he known, he would have bound her to the royal family when she was infatuated with Mo Zhuafiai. But now it was too late. Do not wait for updates. I am uncertain how much I can write by dawn. I have an early flight at 8 a.m., but I assure you there will be no shortage of updates tomorrow. Please do not wait up. Rest early. The specific timing of the updates will depend on when I can find the time to write. To the readers who are waiting for updates, I usually post them in the early hours, not from the previous night. I hope everyone understands this. I have never missed an update since the beginning, even when traveling far. I will ensure the updates continue. Chapter 124, Awaiting Death. 1. There is no remedy for regret. And both the emperor and Mo Zhuafiai were acutely aware of this. Now, they could only pray that their adversaries would delay their actions long enough for Jun Xian to survive. Otherwise, they would face her demise. The night air was frigid, yet it could not compare to the bloodshed that unfolded. The stench of blood churned the stomachs of many. As a third of the key officials of Qi country were brutally executed that night, their corpses discarded before the palace. As the last captured official fell lifeless to the ground, Jun Wuxia raised her arm, signaling the Rue Lin army to step back. She wiped the blood from her blade with her sleeve, sheathing it once more, now stained with the weight of lives taken. Jun Wuxia gazed at the emperor, a slight smile playing at her lips. The emperor, perched atop the palace walls, was terrified by that smile, unable to bear the thought of her speaking. Wuxia, your actions today were commendable, ridding Qi of so many malignant elements. You truly are the granddaughter of the esteemed Lin Wang. Rest assured, I shall reward Lin Wang handsomely. The curve of Jun Wuxia's lips smoothed into a cold line, her icy gaze sweeping over the emperor's sweat-drenched face. This was the first time the emperor had mentioned Jun Xian, and Jun Wuxia understood the implication perfectly. Splendid. This was the outcome she desired. The emperor, now unable to withstand the looming threat of death, chose to surrender Jun Xian. Yet, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed Jun Wuxia's eyes. The emperor's public praise did not elicit gratitude from her. She remained expressionless, seated atop the back of her dark beast. The emperor's lips twitched, but he could only suppress his inner displeasure. What Jun Wuxia sought was not mere verbal assurances, but the presence of Jun Xian herself. The two sides stood in silent confrontation. The emperor could only secretly hope that those dispatched would swiftly return with Jun Xian unharmed. At that moment, he desperately wished that Jun Xian would remember their past bond and prompt Jun Wuxia to relent. Time ticked away, and the cold sweat on the emperor's brow intensified. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from behind, and the emperor turned eagerly, his expression draining of color. The eunuch sent to avert the tragedy returned, pale and shaken. Without Jun Xian in tow. Where is Jun Xian? Where is she? The emperor spun around, gripping the eunuch's collar, his voice a harsh whisper. The eunuch, on the verge of tears, stammered, Your Majesty, when I arrived, the Lin Wang was long gone. All I found in the dungeon was a pool of blood. A thunderous roar exploded in the emperor's mind. Blood? Could it be that Jun Xian had already been killed? For years, the emperor had wished for Jun Xian's demise. Yet now, her death filled him with an unprecedented dread. Would Jun Wuxia still spare him? The emperor's heart raced, and he did not dare to glance toward the palace gates. His eyes widened in terror, cold sweat cascading down his face. Jun Wuxia would undoubtedly storm the palace, and she would ensure that they all paid for Jun Xian's death. Your Majesty. Suddenly, Jun Wuxia's voice rang out, imbued with a chilling calm that struck the emperor like a thunderbolt, causing him to shudder. What is it? The emperor feigned composure, determined not to reveal that Jun Xian had already been executed by his orders. Jun Wuxia's cold, penetrating gaze swept over the emperor. Abruptly, her pupils constricted, and a murderous intent radiated from her eyes. How dare he? Chapter 125. Awaiting death, 2. Longing for vengeance. Jun Wuxia's demeanor turned frigid and frenzied, her voice chilling enough to send shivers down the spine. The subordinate reported that the bandits had infiltrated the imperial palace, and with the assistance of the Rue Lin army, she sought to rescue the emperor. Jun Wuxia's eyes narrowed slightly, and the emperor's expression made her acutely aware of Jun Xian's plight. She intended for the entire imperial city to accompany her grandfather in death, commanding the Rue Lin army to eliminate all remnants of the treacherous officials immediately. Jun Wuxia issued 2 successive orders that sent a chill down the spine of the emperor atop the palace walls. It was over. Everything was over. Longqi responded promptly. In just 2 sentences, Jun Wuxia had sealed the fate of those ministers and their families, and now she signaled for the Black Beast to advance towards the palace gates, determined to leave no one alive. The Rue Lin army followed closely behind Jun Wuxia, inching closer to the palace doors. While the Imperial Guard station at the entrance were nearly suffocated by their rising tension, feeling a palpable aura of murder emanating from Jun Wuxia. Regicide. Jun Wuxia truly intended to commit regicide. Jun Wuxia, please don't act recklessly. You are a scion of the Jun family. The emperor cried out in a panic. Yes, I am a member of the Jun family, Jun Wuxia replied, a faint smile curling her lips, her enchanting beauty akin to a malevolent spirit that lured souls to their doom. Emerging from the depths of the Shura hell, she aimed to drag these people down with her. Grandfather, Wuxia is here to avenge you. Stop them, the emperor shouted in desperation. The imperial guards could only brace themselves to confront the Rue Lin army. A brief skirmish unveiled the stark disparity between the two forces. In the blink of an eye, the imperial guards suffered countless casualties, unable to retaliate as they were mercilessly slaughtered by the Rue Lin army. Onlookers stood dumbfounded, unaware of the unfolding chaos. Yet, Jun Wuxia's previous actions to rid the people of harm, coupled with the esteemed reputation of the Jun family among the populace, led them to instinctively believe her words. Surely, there were bandits hidden within the palace. The eldest daughter of the Jun family was risking it all to protect the emperor. As the imperial guards crumbled under pressure, the Rue Lin army surged forward, relentlessly assaulting the tightly shut palace gates. Those atop the palace walls could almost feel the ground trembling beneath them. How could this happen? The emperor stepped back in alarm, steadied by Mo Xuanfei. After decades of living in luxury, he seemed to age 10 years in an instant. It's over. It's truly over. With a thunderous crash, the palace gates were breached by the Rue Lin army. The murderous intent in Jun Wuxia's eyes reached its zenith as she rode her dark beast towards the palace, ready to unleash her frenzied vengeance. Wuxia! A familiar voice suddenly rang out, causing the aura of slaughter on Jun Wuxia's face to dissipate in an instant. She turned in astonishment. Among the crowd, a tall figure approached, his face a blend of authority and kindness, so familiar it tugged at her heartstrings. Jun Wuxia's eyes brimmed with tears as she whispered, "Grandfather." Jun Xian gazed lovingly at his granddaughter as he made his way through the throng. His appearance prompted the Rue Lin army to part respectfully, bowing their heads in the utmost loyalty before him. Beside Jun Xian, a slender figure trailed quietly, a handsome yet devilish grin adorning his face, his eyes observing the emotional Jun Wuxia with a hint of mischief. "Foolish girl." Jun Xian approached Jun Wuxia amidst the gazes of many, his heart aching yet filled with pride as he gently ruffled her hair. "I'm fine, grandfather." Jun Wuxia blinked, feeling the warmth in her eyes that she had long forgotten, quickly lowering her head to suppress the tears threatening to spill. Jun Xian patted her shoulder and turned to the pale-faced emperor atop the palace walls. "Your Majesty, please rest assured. The assassins within the palace have been eliminated, and Her Majesty will be safe." Jun Xian's presence not only astonished Jun Wuxia, but also left the emperor dumbfounded. "Isn't Jun Xian dead? Oh, my loyal minister. You have worked hard. Today, the Rue Lin mansion has achieved remarkable merit, and I shall not forget it. Someone, immediately convey my decree to reward the Rue Lin king with brocade and 1,000 taels of gold, and commend all the Rue Lin army who contributed to the protection today. No matter what, as long as Jun Xian was alive, everything would be all right." Heaven knows that Jun Wuxia had just been poised to commit regicide. Had Jun Xian not appeared in time, the emperor might have lost his head. Never before had the emperor felt such immense relief at Jun Xian's survival. Jun Xian remained silent, while Jun Wuxia composed herself and looked up at the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, today's events were not solely the merit of the Rue Lin mansion." The emperor felt his legs weaken at Jun Wuxia's gaze, hardly daring to respond. The treasonous acts of these officials were orchestrated by the Crown Prince himself. The Crown Prince has deliberately concealed his intelligence over the years, presenting himself as mundane, all to catch them off guard and grasp their incriminating evidence. The downfall of these treasonous rebels was entirely due to the Crown Prince's exceptional wisdom. For the sake of Qi country, he has sacrificed his own reputation and endured misunderstanding, all to ensure our nation's prosperity and strength. Jun Wuxia exalted Mo Qianyuan to the heavens in a single breath. Not only the emperor, but even Mo Qianyuan stared wide-eyed, utterly oblivious to Jun Wuxia's intentions. She was transferring the honor earned from the day's slaughter to Mo Qianyuan. "I implore your Majesty to bestow the rewards upon the Crown Prince. Otherwise, the Rue Lin mansion would feel undeserving." Jun Wuxia stated resolutely, disregarding whether others comprehended her actions. The emperor, somewhat bewildered, could only nod stiffly, compelled by Jun Wuxia's frenzied slaughter, and attempted to feign a benevolent demeanor as he looked at Mo Qianyuan. "Qianyuan, you have worked hard these years. Monta Qianyuan, momentarily dazed, seemed to realize something but remained uncertain. As Crown Prince, it is my duty. Today, you performed excellently. I shall reward you accordingly, the emperor said, his lips twitching. As the emperor and Mo Qianyuan exchanged praises, Mo Xuanfei seethed, gritting his teeth. Jun Wuxia's actions were clearly aimed at restoring Mo Qianyuan's reputation among the populace. Once word of today's event spread, Mo Qianyuan's prior indiscretions would be forgotten, and he would forever be regarded as a self-sacrificing crown prince for the nation. Who would still recall his past arrogance and rudeness? Jun Wuxia's strategy was swift, ruthless, and precise, surpassing everyone's expectations. With a single move, she completely reversed Mo Qianyuan's tragic image that had plagued him for years. I must catch my flight now. Chapter 0127. This is just the beginning, Father Emperor. You flatter me, Mo Qianyuan replied politely. Today, both the Crown Prince and the Rui Lin Mansion played pivotal roles. I shall ensure that everyone receives their due rewards. It is late, and the Rui Lin King must be weary. Please return early. Qi country cannot be without pillars like you. The emperor smiled kindly, yet inwardly. He was seething with frustration. He had never felt so constrained as he did tonight, manipulated by Jun Wuxia. He longed to send this anomaly back to the Rui Lin Mansion and ensure no further incidents occurred. Jun Xian did not rush to respond, but instead looked at Jun Wuxia, clearly entrusting her with the decision to hold back. The murderous aura in Jun Wuxia's eyes had calmed the moment Jun Xian arrived. With a frosty expression devoid of any smile, she slowly spoke, "Thank you, Your Majesty. But the bandits have not yet been completely eradicated. I would like to request the Crown Prince to visit the Rui Lin Mansion to discuss any remaining threats." The emperor was taken aback, realizing that the ruthless Jun Wuxia had already unleashed a massacre that night. Now that Jun Xian had returned, she showed no signs of relenting. How many must she kill to find satisfaction? Terrified after a night of shock, the emperor dared not resist. He could only force a smile and nod in agreement. Mo Qianyuan stepped out of the palace and approached Jun Wuxia. The events of the night had left not only the emperor and Mo Xuanfei shaken, but even he, her ally, was astounded by Jun Wuxia's brutal methods. Then I shall take my leave. Your Majesty has endured much fright today. Please rest early, Jun Wuxia said, turning to leave with an expression of calm, as if nothing had transpired. Her decision sounded the retreat of the Ruilin army, which followed her departure from the palace. The citizens lining the streets expressed their admiration and respect for them. Upon watching the Ruilin army depart, the emperor could no longer suppress his inner turmoil and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, prompting the surrounding palace attendants to hastily assist him back to his chambers. Triumphant, Jun Wuxia rode alongside Jun Xian on her black beast, while Jun Weiyao once again vanished into the crowd, and Jun Wuxia searched for him in vain. "Grandfather, are you well?" Yun Wuxi inquired, seemingly calm. "My body has grown frail. Had it not been for your care during this time, I fear I would not have lasted this long." Jun Xian, who had appeared radiant moments ago, now showed signs of fatigue once out of sight of others. Yun Wuxi is gesetokend. Longqi, having witnessed the night's events, was filled with profound admiration for Jun Wuxia. Others might not know, but he, who had remained by Jun Qing's side, understood the intricacies of the situation. "Convey my orders. The Ruilin army must remain stationed in the imperial city until the traitors are completely eradicated. No one is to leave, not even the royal relatives. Should anyone attempt to force their way out, they are to be dealt with immediately," Jun Wuxia commanded, her eyes barely open, sealing off the entire imperial city. Her words startled both Jun Xian and Mo Qianyuan, who vaguely grasped her intentions but refrained from voicing their shock. The events of the day were far from over. Jun Wuxia's vengeance was merely beginning. Upon returning to the Lin Wangfu, Jun Xian, having fought to maintain his composure, finally collapsed. Longqi promptly assisted him back to his room, followed closely by Jun Qing. "Uncle Fu, fetch my medicine box," Jun Wuxia said, her expression grim. Although Jun Xian appeared unchanged, she knew well that after her nurturing, while he may not compare to a sprightly youth, he had regained significant strength. Yet, now that he had returned to the estate, he could barely hold on. How grievously wounded he must be. Wuxiemo Qianyuan's mind was filled with questions that only Jun Wuxia could answer. She shot him a cold glance. If you wish to live, follow me. Speak another word, and I shall take matters into my own hands. Mo Qianyuan felt a chill run down his spine. Jun Wuxia swiftly entered Jun Xian's chamber, checking his condition in the shortest time possible. However, this examination caused her eyes to redden instantly. It's poison, she stated calmly, though her words struck the ears of others like a plunge into an icy abyss. Do not worry. I am here, am I not? Jun Xian leaned wearily against the bed, disregarding the immense pain, forcing a smile to reassure Jun Wuxia. She remained silent as Uncle Fu delivered what she had requested. Without hesitation, she retrieved silver needles and decisively pierced several acupoints on Jun Xian's body. Dark, tainted blood dripped from the needles onto the bedding, causing Jun Xian's complexion to grow increasingly pale, his lips slightly purple, an alarming sight. Father Jun Qing spoke, his heart aching. It's fine, Jun Wuxia replied, focused on her task. As long as she was alive, not even the king of hell could take her grandfather away. The tainted blood continued to flow out, and as Jun Xian's lips regained some color, though still pale, he appeared less alarming. Jun Wuxia quickly produced several pills and fed them to him. Soon, some color returned to Jun Xian's face, and his tightly furrowed brows relaxed as he began to regain his vitality. Still fatigued, he leaned against the bed. Seeing him somewhat revived, Jun Qing finally let out a breath of relief. Father, what happened tonight? With your skills and those you took with you, there should not be many in the imperial city who could rival you. Jun Xian's previously relaxed brows furrowed once more, his eyes filled with rage. Lin Yang was poisoned. By the time I found him, he was already somewhat delirious, repeatedly muttering about why they targeted his entire family, why they wouldn't spare him. At first, he didn't recognize me and fought with the guards. I couldn't harm him, so I had to have him subdued. Fortunately, Wuxia always has me carry some pills, and I managed to give one to Lin Yang, which helped him regain some clarity. Watching his former benefactor in such a deranged state broke Jun Xian's heart. Once Lin Yang regained his senses, he immediately shouted at me to leave quickly. Someone was using him to harm me, and his entire family had been orchestrated to die. Jun Xian's fists clenched tightly. His son's benefactor had perished because of him, with not a single one of his family members surviving. How could he bear such a burden? But just as he finished speaking, Lin Yang suddenly fell back in a madness, his body swelling before exploding. After the blast, we were left powerless, tumbling from our horses. After they fell, a group of men in black rushed in. Those accompanying Jun Xian were incapacitated and unable to resist. The black-clad figures slaughtered them all, leaving only Jun Xian, whose body, having been nurtured by Jun Wuxia, was in better shape than those soldiers, still possessing some ability to fight back. Yet outnumbered, he ultimately succumbed to the black-clad assailants who injured him and took him back to the imperial city. The soldiers were all elite members of the Ruelian army, many of whom Jun Xian had personally led. They were like family to him. Watching them be slaughtered by the black-clad figures made his heart bleed. He was taken to a dungeon, and had it not been for Jun Wiao's timely arrival, he might never have had the chance to see his son and granddaughter again. Jun Xian's demeanor was calm, but all that transpired was drenched in blood. A harrowing tale. As a member of the royal family, Mo Qianyuan could only lower his head, feeling powerless to speak, fully aware of the orchestrators behind these events. Jun Qing's face was ashen. This time, the emperor would go to great lengths to eliminate the Jun family, using Lin Yang as bait, fully aware that they would not stand idly by while their benefactor met with misfortune. The tragedy of the Lin family was a consequence of their involvement, implicating the Jun family. Jun Xian shut his eyes in sorrow. Having spent a lifetime on the battlefield, he had long since grown indifferent to life and death. Yet he had not expected the emperor, whom he had faithfully served, to be so cruel. The pain in his heart outweighed the pain in his body. Grandfather's health will improve with a few days of care, Jun Wuxia said quietly after listening to Jun Xian's account, gathering her things. Since leaving the imperial city, She had displayed an unusual calmness, a tranquility that made Mo Qianyuan, who had witnessed her ruthlessness, feel deeply unsettled. Today, both grandfather and uncle are weary. You should rest early, Jun Wuxia stated as she stood to leave. Wuxia, wait a moment, Jun Xian said, sitting up. He glanced at Mo Qianyuan, who understood that the Jun family must have something troubling to discuss. Just as he was about to leave, Jun Wuxia spoke up, you stay. Mo Qianyuan was momentarily taken aback, but complied, sitting back down obediently. Grandfather, I know what you wish to convey. Today, I was not reckless. Rather, I have resolved that those who harbor ill intentions toward the Jun family shall not remain in this world. I know you will try to dissuade me, but please forgive your granddaughter's lack of filial piety. This matter is one I shall not change. Yun Wuxi lifted her skirt and knit beside Yun Xian's bill, her gaze unwavering. She understood that Jun Xian, born of humble origins, gained the opportunity to excel on the battlefield due to the previous emperor's favor. Jun Xian's repeated tolerance towards the current emperor was a form of gratitude for the prior emperor's recognition. However, while Jun Xian could endure, she could not. Jun Xian stared in shock at Jun Wuxia, who knelt beside him, disregarding her fatigue as she pulled her up. What are you doing? Grandfather, my mind is made up. Despite being lifted by Jun Xian, Jun Wuxia's resolve remained unchanged. What a stubborn child. Who do you take after? Jun Xian sighed with a hint of helplessness. I wish to advise you, for fear that your brilliance will attract unwanted attention, leading you to commit acts that might endanger your life. If your mind is truly set, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety. I know that the bloodshed you have caused is to protect our Jun family from harm. Even in my old age, I will not allow you to bear such a heavy burden. A heart filled with unwavering loyalty had brought about calamity. Even Jun Xian, once blindly loyal, had awakened to reality. The emperor could no longer tolerate the Jun family. Had it not been for Jun Wuxia's decisive actions today, severing the emperor's retreat, it would have been the Lin Wangfu that faced disaster. Seeing Jun Xian accept her thoughts, Jun Wuxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. She feared not the scorn of the world nor the humiliation from society, but only the disdain from her grandfather and her uncle. Rest assured, grandfather, I am prepared. I will not allow the Jun family to face danger. I have heard from your uncle about your bold actions tonight. You truly possess remarkable courage. I am pleased to see you take such thorough precautions. However, you must inform me of your future plans. Do not keep anything from me. Yun Xian finally, yet his eyes brimmed with affection. Yes, Yun Wuxi nodded. I intend to force the emperor to abdicate and have the crown prince ascend the throne. Jun Wuxia's brief declaration startled everyone in the room. A palace coup. She intended to stage a coup. Jun Qing felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Everything done tonight was to compel the emperor to surrender grandfather, to eliminate the emperor's loyalists, and to create momentum. Rescuing Jun Xian was Jun Wuxia's primary goal, while the latter two were preparations for dismantling imperial authority. The massacre tonight eliminated the officials and generals who opposed the Lin Wangfu, most of whom were the emperor's most capable aides. Removing them would make it considerably more difficult for the emperor to enact his plans. With irrefutable evidence, executing treasonous ministers would elevate the Lin Wangfu to the pinnacle of public favor. You had this plan all along, didn't you? You aimed to transfer all the credit to His Highness, making this transition seem inevitable. Yun Xian immediately clasped Yun Wuxi's intentions. The emperor's power had been significantly diminished, and at this moment, Jun Wuxia had elevated Mo Qianyuan in the eyes of the people. All of this laid the groundwork for a shift in imperial power. Indeed, Jun Wuxia did not conceal her intentions. Since the current emperor cannot tolerate our Jun family, I shall ensure that another ascends to the throne. For His Highness to ascend rightfully, his reputation among the people is paramount, Jun Wuxia added. Mo Qianyuan, who had remained silent, felt a growing unease. Ever since Jun Wuxia had executed Wei Qianhua, he sensed that she had initiated their alliance prematurely. Had the emperor not targeted the Jun family, Jun Wuxia might not have acted so swiftly. It was the emperor's murderous intent towards the Jun family that had unleashed Jun Wuxia's own bloodshed. Then your order for the Rue Lin army to seal off the imperial city was to hasten the emperor's abdication? The more Jun Xian listened, the more she marveled at her granddaughter's profound strategy. Despite her fury, she had managed to arrange everything meticulously, leaving no room for error. Her intellect surpassed even his own. Yes, when I summoned the Rue Lin army, I was fully prepared. Should the emperor refuse to release grandfather, I will lead the troops into the imperial city. If he does release him, I will seal off the city, forcing him to abdicate. As long as the imperial city is under the control of the Rue Lin army, the emperor cannot seek aid from external forces. Once Mo Qianyuan ascends the throne, the Jun family shall have no more worries. Yun Vusi is isloled, her gaze glinting with sharp resolve, publicizing the evidence of crimes, executing ministers, sealing off the imperial city. Jun Wuxia had calculated every step before embarking on this journey. Whether the emperor complied or resisted, he was destined to meet his demise. Do not underestimate my Wuxia. Though she often keeps to herself, once she takes action, she leaves no opportunity for her adversaries to retaliate. Those who doubt her strength should reconsider. Jun Xian gasped in awe, while he had anticipated Jun Wuxia's plan. He had not expected her to execute it with such precision and ruthlessness. How old was she? Even as her grandfather, he felt a genuine sense of alarm. The girl, who seldom left home, acted with a decisiveness that rivaled any man. How strong must her inner resolve be? Jun Wuxia had not personally taken lives, yet her commands had stained the imperial city with blood. Not only Jun Xian, but also Jun Qing and Mo Qianyuan were astounded by her arrangements. Mo Qianyuan, in particular, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was grateful to have allied with Jun Wuxia early on, otherwise he might have fallen victim to her schemes. You did not summon me merely to discuss these matters, did you? You called me here to save me. Mo Qianyuan suddenly realized. Jun Wuxia glanced at him, tacitly confirming his assumption. You know that after tonight, that man will surely be enraged. While he may not dare to act against the Lin Wangfu now, if I remain in the Lin Yin Palace, he will undoubtedly seek to eliminate me. You have already indicated your willingness to ally with me. At such a time, he will not hesitate to take action against me. That is why you brought me here, to protect me from his schemes, isn't it? Mo Qianyuan finally understood why Jun Wuxia had invited him. The Lin Wangfu had severed ties with the emperor and given the emperor's disdain for him. Coupled with his frequent interactions with Jun Wuxia, he would likely choose tonight to eliminate him. You're not too foolish, Jun Wuxia remarked coolly. Mo Qianyuan's expression darkened further, torn between shock at the emperor's willingness to kill him and awe at Jun Wuxia's meticulous strategy. Ahem, Wuxia, Jun Xian cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed as he glanced at Mo Qianyuan. His granddaughter showed no regard for the prince's dignity. It's all right, she acted for my sake. Wuxia is my savior. Without her, I would have surely met an untimely end. Mo Qianyuan spoke with a hint of self-deprecation, reflecting on how his own father sought to kill him while an outsider came to his rescue. How ironic and tragic. Jun Xian sighed. He had heard whispers of royal affairs. It seems you have long harbored such intentions. Jun Qing observed Jun Wuxia and Mo Qianyuan, having previously thought there was some romantic tension between them. Considering that Jun Wuxia's time was divided between the Lin Wangfu and the Lin Yin Palace. However, the current situation suggested he had misread the signs. Well, not quite yet. Jun Wuxia replied calmly, oblivious to Jun Qing's peculiar gaze. Mo Qianyuan, however, noticed the misunderstanding and felt a blush rise to his handsome face, lowering his head shyly. Jun Qing noted their contrasting reactions but set the matter aside, as more pressing concerns awaited their attention. Without innocence, when did you harbor such thoughts? Jun Qing could not comprehend how Jun Wuxia, the girl who seldom stepped outside her abode, had conceived the notion of dethroning the emperor. Months ago, upon her return to the Lin Wangfu, this idea had already taken root, initially for her own sake, but now it had evolved into a commitment for the entire Jun family. As she stroked her chin, she realized that despite having written for so long, she had seldom solicited votes. This time, she decided to give it a try. Everyone loves to show affection, so present your votes. The updates below are merely a FAAD of indulgence in exchange for votes, which lacks any integrity. Chapter 132, Gratitude. 1. Jun Xing and Jun Xian fell silent, utterly unprepared for such developments to occur so soon. Back then, Jun Wuxia hadn't even ventured out of the Lin Wangfu, so how could she have conceived such ambitions? The father and son duo bombarded Jun Wuxia with inquiries, and after being thoroughly astonished by her plans, they finally allowed her to retire for the night. Mo Qianyuan was settled in a separate courtyard of the Lin Wangfu. Whether by design or accident, that courtyard was quite distant from Jun Wuxia's quarters. After exiting Jun Xian's room, Jun Wuxia exhaled sharply. The overwhelming stench of blood rendered her nearly numb. The dark beast sprawled at the door immediately rose upon her appearance, its massive form nudging against her feet. "Meow, master. You look incredibly handsome today. Stop it. You're filthy." Jun Wuxia frowned at her blood-stained skirt and hastened toward her courtyard. The dark beast morphed into a palm-sized black cat and leapt onto her shoulder. Upon entering the courtyard, the bodies of the assassins had already been discarded in front of the palace, yet the bloodstains remained, saturating the ground with a suffocating scent. Several servants were scrubbing the stone floor with water, but the sheer volume of blood made it impossible to cleanse entirely in a short span. Upon seeing Jun Wuxia, the servants bowed respectfully. "The steward has prepared hot water for the young lady. You may bathe now." Jun Wuxia nodded slightly, grateful for football is. The stench was driving her to madness. The scent lingered around her, constantly reminding her of the harrowing memories from her past life, suppressed until now, but rising to the surface with the scent of blood. Hastily returning to her room, Jun Wuxia tossed the small black cat into the living room and proceeded to the bathing chamber. The warm water filled the wooden tub, a cloud of steam rising. As she shed her garments, her fair skin met the cool air, causing her to shiver slightly before she quickly submerged herself in the water. The warmth enveloped her, loosening her tense skin, every pore rejoicing in relief. The gentle warmth of the water lulled her into a drowsy state, and, as she drifted off, she lost track of time. It was not until the water had cooled that she was roused from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback. A remarkably handsome face was leaning over the edge of her tub, a playful smile gracing his lips, his violet eyes half-lidded, intently observing her. Did you think you would scream at this moment? Jun Wuxia propped his chin on one hand, the other resting on the rim of the tub, his long fingers stirring the warm water leisurely, his amused gaze cutting through the mist to rest upon Jun Wuxia's face, his eyes flowing like liquid, tracing her features. "What are you doing here?" Jun Wuxia's brow furrowed slightly, the petals floating on the water, concealing her figure. "If I'm not here, where else would I be?" Jun Wuxia replied with a smile. "You just left." Jun Wuxia had not seen him on her way back. She had grown accustomed to his frequent disappearances. Jun Wuxia chuckled softly. His elegant fingers continued to play with the water. "The stench of blood is too overwhelming. I cannot let you see me like this, can I?" Chapter 133, Gratitude. 2. Suddenly, Jun Wuxia stood upright, his tall frame leaning closer to Jun Wuxia. "Can you still smell it now?" The unexpected proximity caught Jun Wuxia off guard. There was no trace of the nauseating scent of blood or sweat, only a refreshing, indescribable aroma. "Please step outside." Jun Wuxia instinctively turned her face away, sensing that the current situation between them was a bit peculiar. "Why should I leave? I have already cleaned myself, haven't I?" Jun Wuxia gazed at her with a smile, showing no intent of departing. "Yun Wuxi Faunil. This is not a good look, especially since grandfather has returned safely." Jun Wuxia raised a hand, his moist fingers gently smoothing the furrow of her brow, his touch easing her tension. "You shouldn't frown so much. It doesn't suit you." Jun Wuxia looked at him, her lips parting slightly, and after a moment, she uttered, "Thank you." Jun Wuxia's hand lingered on her face, his fingers brushing over her delicate cheek, the amusement in his eyes deepening. "What are you thanking me for?" "For saving grandfather," Jun Wuxia replied, somewhat stiffly. Had it not been for Jun Wuxia's timely intervention, Jun Xian might have suffered a dire fate. Despite her cold demeanor, she understood the importance of expressing gratitude to someone who had saved her dearest family member. Jun Wuyao's fingers trailed down to her lips, his thumb gently caressing her rosy mouth. There is no need for thanks between us. I stay not merely to repay a debt, but for my own reasons. Jun Wuyao's gaze dimmed slightly. To save Jun Xian was a trivial matter for him. The life and death of Jun Xian held no significance to him. He acted solely to bring her joy, and for her happiness, he was willing to try anything. Yun Vusi beat her lip, observing Yun Vuya. The notion of gratitude was merely an excuse she no longer believed in. Don't bite, it will hurt. Yun Vu's fingers pied open her mouth, freeing her lips from her teeth, his moist fingertip inadvertently brushing against her warm tongue, causing his violet eyes to darken slightly. Jun Wuxia. Though Jun Wuxia felt that Jun Wuyao's behavior was somewhat inappropriate, she was willing to be more forgiving today due to his saving of Jun Xian. If you truly wish to thank me, might I request something else? Jun Wuyao's gaze turned intense, his fervent eyes fixed upon her lips, a fire igniting in his depths. As long as I possess it, Yun Vusi maintained her contamino. If it were a medicinal pill, she would gladly procure it for him. Yun Vuya left softly at her earnest expression. The ruthless figure from earlier was, in a sense, as innocent as a blank slate. You certainly possess it. What is it? Jun Wuxia inquired earnestly. What you have, you will grant me, correct? Jun Wuyao did not rush to answer her question. Yes. Very well. You have given your consent. A wicked smile spread across Jun Wuyao's lips. Jun Wuxia sensed something unusual, yet before she could ponder it further, Jun Wuyao suddenly closed the distance between them. Jun Wuxia's eyes widened as a sudden warmth enveloped her lips. Chapter 134. Gratitude. 3. The searing sensation spread within her mouth, assertively claiming every breath she possessed. Jun Wuxia instinctively attempted to retreat, yet with her back against the tub's edge, there was nowhere to escape. Before she could think of fleeing, Jun Wuyao's hand grasped the back of her neck, gently yet firmly drawing her face toward him. This is what you agreed to. You cannot go back on your word. And remember to breathe through your nose. As their lips met, each taste became irresistible, drawing her deeper into the moment. Jun Wuyao's eyes, glimmering with an intensity that could drown her, held her captive. He breathed softly, offering a final reminder before plunging back into the kiss. Ugh! In the mind of Jun Wuxia, there was an utter void. The essence of Jun Wuyao pervaded her senses, leaving her drained of all strength, as if her vitality had been entirely siphoned away. Gradually, savoring the sweetness of the moment, Jun Wuyao's powerful arms lifted her from the warm water, enveloping her in his embrace. Outside the bathroom, a small black cat observed, its jaw nearly dropping to the floor as it witnessed Jun Wuxia being held and shamelessly taken advantage of by Jun Wuyao. It was painfully aware of its master's severe misconceptions regarding relationships, yet it was infuriated that this scoundrel dared to exploit that to ensnare its innocent owner. Master, resist. Fight back. This man is not merely asking for a thank you. He is violating you. Strike him down. Prick him into a porcupine. Eliminate this rogue. Alas! Jun Wuxia's mind was utterly incapacitated, incapable of receiving any of the black cat's frantic messages. The feline could only watch in despair as its master's first kiss across lifetimes was deceitfully taken away by a despicable rogue. Its heart was nearly shattered. The most tragic part was that it was powerless against this scoundrel, forced to silently sit aside and mourn for its master 100 times over. Time slipped by, and Jun Wuyao reluctantly released her lips. Jun Wuxia remained in a daze, her narrowed eyes filled with confusion. Yun Vuyu chuckled softly, wrapping her in his outer garment and lifting her effortlessly as he exited. I wish to devour you right now, but alas. He placed her gently on the soft bed, gazing at her slightly flushed cheeks, narrowing his eyes as he tenderly traced a finger across her face. So young, even though delectable, she is not yet ready for plucking. The essence of perfection lies in waiting until the flower blooms to capture her most exquisite beauty. Jun Wuxia was still a budding blossom, not yet at the prime moment for harvest. Patience is required. She must grow a little faster, Jun Wuyao murmured. At last, Jun Wuxia regained her senses, raising her hand to take action, but the garment draped over her slipped as she did so. An instant of silence enveloped the room. Jun Wuyo observed with a slight lift of his brow and an even more pronounced smile. Leave? Jun Wuxia quickly tightened her clothes, glaring at him. Who fetched the silver needles for her? Never mind. I have already accepted my gift, truly. It is the finest present I have ever received. Jun Wuyo laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with joy, relishing the moment, knowing they had ample time ahead of them. Content and satisfied, Jun Wuyo departed, and the black cat, having hidden in the corner, leaped onto Jun Wuxia's bed. Sitting solemnly on the soft bedding, it regarded its flushed master. Master, we need to discuss life. Jun Wuxia wrapped her clothing around herself, her brows slightly furrowed, her lips somewhat swollen, as if the domineering aura had not yet dissipated. You have grown up in a sheltered environment. Aside from medical knowledge, you have had no exposure to the common knowledge of normal life. Even after joining that organization, you remained confined within the laboratory, surrounded solely by female assistants, thus lacking experience in interacting with the opposite sex. The black cat gazed at Jun Wuxia with seriousness. Having lived so long in her past life, Jun Wuxia never encountered a situation of being alone with a male. Her knowledge on how to treat men was non-existent. If this continued unchecked, with Jun Wuyo's shamelessness, who knows what might happen to her? The cat absolutely could not allow such a situation to transpire. Jun Wuxia was unsure of the black cat's intentions. Suddenly, a soft pillow was hurled, striking the black cat's face and silencing its words. Meow. Be quiet. Jun Wuxia's face grew even redder. For some reason, she did not wish to hear any discourse regarding the recent events. The black cat was rendered speechless. Master, do you realize that your expression is utterly inappropriate? I am doing this for your own good. You truly need to catch up on normal human interactions. Yet, Jun Wuxia had issued a gag order, leaving the black cat to scratch its paws in frustration at the foot of the bed. Once she had changed her clothes and regained her composure, Jun Wuxia approached the table, resting her chin on one hand as she gazed at the half-open lotus seeds. The lotus had blossomed into a flower, its fragrance now rich and enchanting. Jun Wuxia could feel her spiritual power steadily increasing. The crimson energy she could gather within her palm growing ever stronger. As the fragrance enveloped her, her heart remained as tranquil as ever. The plans for the power transition were advancing much sooner than anticipated. However, her cultivation of spiritual energy was still inadequate. Although her energy was at the 7th tier, each elevation proved exceedingly arduous. As she understood, the red energy stage was the easiest to advance. Typically, it took a normal person 3 years to progress from red to orange energy, while those with superior talent could accomplish it in around 2 years. However, transitioning from orange to yellow energy took twice as long, requiring 6 years. As one ascended the tiers of spiritual energy, the time required became increasingly extensive, with the quality of one's innate abilities playing a more significant role. Those with superior conditions could not only shorten their training time, but also strive for higher realms. Conversely, those with average or inferior qualities faced a drastically reduced chance of ascending to higher levels if they spent too long at a specific tier. A practitioner at the orange level would have virtually no chance of breaking into the yellow tier if they exceeded 12 years in their training. After a busy day at the company, Jun Wuxia had to endure under the boss's whip. Do not wait for updates. Today's are likely to be posted in the afternoon. Just a notification for those waiting for an update, and it's best to get some rest. Chapter 0136. The Precarious Throne. 1. Jun Wuxia found herself quite unfamiliar with the spiritual energy of this world. She could not ascertain her current level within the red energy tier. The unfolding events compelled her to act swiftly. Eliminating the threats posed by the Jun family was paramount. Time was of the essence. In the palace of the Qi Kingdom, the emperor sat in his study, his face darkened with fury. Mo Qinyan sat beside him, not daring to lift his head. In a single night, the two men had tasted the bitter fruit of humiliation, their dignity trampled upon. You incompetent fool! Look at the mess you've made. How could you have been in contact with Jun Wuxia for so long without uncovering her background? Now look, that girl has turned the tables on us, humiliating me. The emperor glared at Mo Xuanfei. unable to fathom how the notorious female bandit of the capital had suddenly transformed into a fearsome force. Everything that transpired that night seemed far beyond the capabilities of a spoiled and willful girl. Mo Xuanfei lowered his head, enduring a torrent of scorn since entering the emperor's study, unable to find any rebuttal against the emperor's accusations. I do not understand why she has changed so drastically. When she was with me before, while not foolish, she certainly wasn't exceptionally clever. Otherwise, she would not have been deceived to the cliff's edge. As Mo Xuanfei muttered to himself, he pondered how Jun Wuxia could suddenly become so astute. How can you still bear to associate with me? Even if you despise Jun Wuxia, for the sake of the Linwang mansion, you should exercise some restraint. Yet to my dismay, you reckless fool acted prematurely. Fortunately, Jun Xian did not suspect you. Otherwise, he would have risked his life against mine. You have already committed the act, yet you allowed that Jun Wuxia to return alive. What a foolish emperor! His anger was not directed solely at Mo Xuanfei for his premature actions, but at his inability to eradicate the threat, allowing Jun Wuxia to reclaim her life. Had Mo Xuanfei succeeded in his plans, none of these events would have transpired tonight. Father, if I do not act, how can I draw close to Yun Xian? I have never liked Jun Wuxia. You initially instructed me to prioritize the greater good and to feign interest, and I accepted that. However, you later urged me to engage with by Yun Xian, who is the disciple of the sect leader of Qingyan sect. If I continue to cling to my engagement with Jun Wuxia, how could she ever consider me worthy? Mo Xuanfei felt frustrated. He had not anticipated Jun Wuxia's remarkable resilience, surviving a fall from such a great height. The emperor glared at Mo Xuanfei in anger, yet he understood the truth in his words. In reality, the emperor was not entirely unaware of Mo Xuanfei's actions. He had tacitly approved of them. Regrettably, Mo Xuanfei's scheme had still failed. Not only had Jun Wuxia survived, but she had also undergone a transformation. At this juncture, these matters were of little consequence. The Linwang mansion and the royal family had irrevocably severed ties. Why had Jun Xian returned alive? Since he had not perished, their plans against the Linwang mansion had been fully exposed. There was no turning back now. With Jun Wuxia's recent maneuvers, it was likely she was orchestrating something significant. Her frequent interactions with the crown prince and her invitation to the Linwang mansion suggested a collusion. The emperor keenly sensed the gravity of the situation. Father, do you mean to say that Jun Wuxia intends to elevate the crown prince? Mo Xuanfei was taken aback. Chapter 137. The Unstable Throne 2. The emperor nodded heavily. At that moment, a eunuch brought forth new intelligence, and upon reading it, the emperor's countenance paled instantly. Jun Wuxia dares to be this audacious. What has happened? Mo Xuanfei inquired, perplexed. The emperor furiously tossed the document provided by the eunuch to Mo Xuanfei, who quickly scanned it, his face draining of color. She has actually commanded the Rue Lin army to seal off the entire imperial city. What is her intention? What does she intend? It seems this girl has developed murderous intentions towards us. With the Rue Lin army controlling the imperial city, I cannot seek assistance from the troops outside. She aims to force my abdication. What a ruthless strategy. The emperor felt as though Jun Wuxia's grip on his throat had tightened, rendering his breaths labored. It was no wonder she had hastily invited the crown prince to the Linwang mansion. She feared that once the Rue Lin army sealed the city, I would realize her intentions and eliminate the crown prince preemptively. Without the crown prince, Jun Wuxia would lack the legitimacy to compel my abdication. To be outmaneuvered by a mere girl drove the emperor to the brink of fury. Mo Xuanfei's face turned ashen. He had never imagined Jun Wuxia could be so resolute. What is going on in her mind? How could she devise such intricate plans? What shall we do now? Are we to surrender without a fight? Montak Xuanfei panicked. Since the dissolution of their engagement, his relationship with Jun Wuxia had deteriorated to its nadir. If she intended to strike against the emperor, he would not escape unscathed. Do not panic. Perhaps things will not unfold as she wishes. We should disguise ourselves and escape the city under the cover of night, the emperor suggested, narrowing his eyes. The stench of blood had yet to dissipate from the imperial city, and those he sent out into the blood-scented night soon returned with grave news. All of his envoys had been slain by the Rue Lin army as they attempted to exit the city, with not a single one successfully escaping. Utilizing all available beast-type spirit warriors, the emperor's heart sank. He had never anticipated the complete annihilation of his dispatch personnel. He had deliberately instructed them to disguise themselves as commoners, yet the Rue Lin army had executed them without hesitation. Were they not concerned about inciting public outrage? However, the deployment of spirit warriors also ended in failure, as all creatures, be they avian or terrestrial, were mercilessly shot down by the Rue Lin army. In an instant, the emperor slumped heavily into his chair, cold sweat beading on his forehead. No one could escape the city, and communication within the imperial city was utterly severed. The emperor's hope for assistance was dwindling. Fetched by Yun Xian, the emperor suddenly recalled. He still possessed a trump card. Bai Yun Xian, the disciple of the Qingyun sect's leader, wielded immense influence, and even he dared not provoke her lightly. At this moment, only Bai Yun Xian had the capability to alter the tide of events. Mo Xuanfei hurriedly summoned Bai Yun Xian to the study. Awakened from her slumber in the dead of night, Bai Yun Xian's expression was far from pleasant as she glared at Mo Xuanfei. After a tense moment, she perfunctorily paid her respects to the emperor. What brings his majesty to summon me at this hour? Sister Bai, this is a matter of great urgency. I implore you to lend your assistance, the emperor urged. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his demeanor grave, Bai Yun Xian blinked in surprise. Her early bedtime, leaving her unaware of the turmoil that had beset the imperial city of the Qi Kingdom. Chapter 138. The Unstable Throne 3. What has transpired? Bai Yun Xian inquired, frowning as she noted the distress etched on the faces of the emperor and Mo Xuanfei. She could no longer afford to be irritated by Mo Xuanfei's interruption of her rest. The emperor exchanged a glance with Mo Xuanfei, who instantly understood the implication. With a wry smile, he elaborated on the events of the evening, embellishing the narrative to entangle Bai Yun Xian in the tale, suggesting that Jun Wuxia's erratic behavior stemmed from jealousy towards Mo Xuanfei. That Jun Wuxia has sealed off the imperial city and is demanding that I hand you over. But Yun Xian, how could I bear to do so? Even at the cost of my life, I will protect your safety. Mo Xuanfei held Bai Yun Xian's hand with deep affection, as if nothing else mattered in the world. Bai Yun Xian stared at him for a long moment, still grappling with shock. You, that Jun Wuxia, is threatening you to hand me over? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Jun Wuxia dared to target her? Did she not fear the repercussions from the Qingyun sect against the Jun family? Yun Xian, I will never allow her to have her way. That madwoman wants to harm you only over my dead body. Mo Xuanfei embraced Bai Yun Xian tightly, wishing to meld her into his very being. The emperor observed Mo Xuanfei with a silent nod of approval. Mo Xuanfei secretly smiled, realizing Jun Wuxia's audacity. Did she truly believe that by sealing off the imperial city, he would be powerless? What is the Rue Lin army to us? Bai Yun Xian, somewhat irritated, pushed Mo Xuanfei away, while she was touched by his affection. Jun Wuxia's actions had wounded her pride. It was ludicrous for a mere noble to threaten her. Her words brought a flicker of hope to Mo Xuanfei and the emperor, though they maintained their composure. Yun Xian, do you have a plan? Mo Xuanfei inquired. Bai Yun Xian nodded, raising her hand. The golden ring on her ring finger shimmered, radiating a white aura, and a white butterfly emerged from the light, almost transparent, fluttering its delicate wings, a sight to behold. This is my spirit warrior, Min Dai. Its form can transform at will, and in the darkness of the night, no one can detect its presence. The Rue Lin army's ambition to seal off the entire imperial city is but a foolish dream. Bai Yun Xian scoffed, having long held a disdain for Jun Wuxia. She never expected him to be so reckless as to attempt to provoke her. This is good. She intends to make that arrogant royal sister aware of the insignificance of the Lin Wangfu. With just a flick of her finger, she could crush them. With the aid of Min Dai, no matter how capable Jun Wuxia may be, he cannot entirely silence the news of the imperial city. Yun Xian, I entrust this matter to you. There are stationed troops 150 miles to the southeast. As long as you relay the information, the army will mobilize, and the Rue Lin army will be of no concern. Mo Xuanfei rejoiced. Indeed, choosing Bai Yuxian was not a mistake. No matter how ruthless Jun Wuxia may be, he commands only 100,000 Rui Lin troops, while the other troops of the Jun family remain at the borders, unable to reach the imperial city in time. Bai Yuxian glanced at Mo Xuanyi and gently stirred Min Dai. Min Dai flapped its wings and flew out of the window, its translucent figure completely vanishing into the night, as if it had disappeared. No, I must notify my master. She will let Jun Wuxia know that the Qingyun sect is not something he can provoke. Chapter 0139. The Precarious Throne. 4. The expressions of the Emperor and Mo Xuanyi darkened instantly. Sending a message to the Qingyun sect would take time, as it is still some distance from the Qi kingdom. How long will it take? If they sought assistance from the nearby station troops, they could receive reinforcements within days. Yet, now they had to request aid from the Qingyun sect 800 miles away. How much time would that entail? In that interval, what actions might Jun Wuxia take? Yinxian, this matter may not be suitable for the Qingyun sect. Since you're a guest of the Qi kingdom, I should handle these issues for you, Mo Xuanyi insisted, anxious that by the time the Qingyun sect arrived, Jun Wuxia might have already dealt a harsh blow to them. Bai Yuxian replied, "My Min Dai cannot speak. Only my master can interpret the information I convey through Min Dai. Even if I communicate with the station troops of your Qi kingdom, they would not comprehend it." Mo Xuanyi paused, realizing that typically spiritual beasts can only communicate with their masters and cannot relay messages to others. The thought weighed heavy on him. He had believed they had found hope, but now it seemed rather bleak. Observing Mo Xuanyi's sorrowful expression, Bai Yuxian frowned. "Min Dai is swift. My master will send someone within half a month. Given the distance from the Qingyun sect to the imperial city of Qi, that is already quite expedient. However, with Jun Wuxia commanding 100,000 Rui Lin troops, any potential movement on her part caused Mo Xuanyi concern. Having witnessed Jun Wuxia's decisiveness that night, he could not predict when he would strike. If she wishes to harm me, she must first prove her capability. Prepare some items for me. I have ways to buy time." Bai Yuxian's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Yinxian, what are you planning?" Mo Xuanyi felt a wave of unease at the cold expression on Bai Yuxian's face. Bai Yuxian smirked, her lips curling with malice. "Did you not arrange for the 100,000 Rui Lin troops to be stationed within the imperial city? If I possess the means to incapacitate them, what difference would 100,000 troops make compared to a swarm of ants? Do not forget, the elixir you administered to Lin Yang was provided by me." Mo Xuanyi's heart jolted. In his pursuit of capturing Jun Xian, he had reluctantly sought a type of elixir from Bai Yuxian, one that could disrupt a person's mind and, after a certain duration, induce a powerful toxin leading to self-detonation. The odor released post-explosion would render those who inhaled it incapable of resistance. He had never encountered such an elixir before, and prior to administering it to Lin Yang, he had conducted tests on others, proving Bai Yuxian's claims to be true. It was precisely due to the potency of Bai Yuxian's elixir that they managed to capture Jun Xian so effortlessly. However, its cruelty left even Mo Xuanyi feeling a chill. Bai Yuxian's words sparked a new thought. "Yinxian, do you possess a method to incapacitate the 100,000 Rui Lin troops?" Mo Xuanyi's gaze brimmed with excitement. Bai Yuxian replied coolly, "This is hardly a challenge. The Qingyun sect's proficiency in toxins is on par with our medical expertise." Chapter 0140. Drunken Lotus. 1. During the lockdown of the imperial city, the citizens felt apprehensive, unaware of the conflict between the Lin Wangfu and the emperor. The information they received indicated that those who attacked Mo Xuanyi had not all been apprehended, necessitating the lockdown to prevent their escape. Amidst the public's anxiety, Mo Qinyu began to frequently appear before the citizens, showing concern for their well-being and gaining their favor. In a short span, his reputation in the imperial city eclipsed that of Mo Xuanyi, making him the most beloved prince among the people. During this time, Jun Wuxia made no significant moves, choosing instead to continuously cultivate her spiritual power within the Lin Wangfu. "Master, are you not going to strike while the iron is hot?" The black cat lounged by the lotus pond, its fluffy tail sweeping across the cool water. Jun Wuxia sat beside a stone table, observing the lotus flowers in the basin gradually bloom, and replied softly, it is not yet the right moment. Mo Chinyu needs to garner popular support to ascend the throne legitimately. If it were so easy for him to take the imperial seat, I would have done so that night. The emperor harbored malicious intentions, yet his reputation among the people was favorable. She clipped his wings and sealed his retreat, but could not hastily oust him from the throne. Otherwise, Mo Chinyu's ascension would become exceedingly difficult. As she aims to be the catalyst for this transition of power, she must ensure that everything is executed flawlessly. It is not solely for Mo Chinyu. She merely seeks to protect the reputation of the Lin Wangfu. Any ruler will suffice. The Lin Wangfu and the Rui Lin army must not be tarnished. The black cat nodded thoughtfully, realizing that in certain aspects, its master represented the divide between genius and folly. As it pondered whether to discuss matters of affection with Jun Wuxia again, its expression abruptly contorted. Meow. A black figure suddenly leapt from the edge of the lotus pond, and mid-air, a plump child clung to the black cat's tail. Jun Wuxia widened her eyes slightly, watching as Bai Lian bit the black cat's tail, being dragged around the courtyard by it. "You little rascal! How dare you bite my tail?" The black cat flailed in distress. "Whoa, I didn't know. I saw something dark in the water and thought it was food." Bai Lian whimpered, pouting. "You fool. You're a plant spirit. You do not need to eat." The black cat accused, clearly irate. "That's not it." Bai Lian, intimidated by the black cat's fierce demeanor, shrank back. Truth be told, he could not comprehend why he had bitten the black cat's tail. It was as if he had amnesia, completely forgetting how he ended up by the lotus pond to begin with. By the time he realized what had happened, he was already covered in scratches from the black cat. Chapter 0141. Drunken Lotus 2. Jun Wuxia gazed calmly at the two bickering individuals. With a swift motion, he lifted the black cat onto the table and removed the lotus from the bowl of lotus water, presenting it to Bai Lian. He poured out the remaining liquor. The ancient text recorded that when nurturing the song, use snow lotus, one must not reuse the same bowl of jade liquid. When the essence within can no longer nourish the lotus roots, it must be replaced promptly. Thus, she would always pour the remnants into the lotus pond. Bai Lian nodded, clutching the lotus water bowl as he dashed towards the lotus pond. The rich aroma of the liquor filled his nostrils, and his face gradually flushed. Stealing a glance at Jun Wuxia, who was intently observing the lotus, he surreptitiously swallowed. Surely a little sip wouldn't hurt, he thought, bringing the bowl closer to his lips. "What do you think you're doing?" The black cat's voice cut through the moment. Startled, Bai Lian instinctively gulped down the entire contents of the bowl, his face turning crimson as he turned to the black cat, eyes wide with fear. "I didn't do anything," he stammered. The black cat leapt off the stone table, advancing towards Bai Lian. In fright, Bai Lian stumbled backward, his short legs teetering on the edge of the lotus pond. "Do not come any closer. You drank the liquor." The black cat squinted accusingly. "I didn't." At that moment, a shriek escaped Bai Lian's lips as he fell backward into the lotus pond with a splash, sending droplets flying. The black cat froze, taken aback. It had only intended to frighten him, not to see him tumble into the water. "Enough of this," Jun Wuxia remarked, holding the lotus with a weary expression as he watched the commotion. The black cat shrugged and awaited Bai Lian's reappearance. However, after a while, the plump figure did not surface. Could a plant in water actually drown? The black cat flicked its tail and approached the edge of the pond. Just then, a massive shadow loomed overhead, and a striking white figure burst forth from the water, scattering glistening droplets like diamonds. It was a stunning silver-haired youth, his silvery attire shimmering with a thin veil of moisture. As he leaped into the air, the droplets refracted sunlight, creating a dazzling spectacle. Meow. The black cat instantaneously transformed into a formidable black beast, darting back to Jun Wuxia's side to shield him. The silver youth landed gracefully, his bare feet lightly touching the damp stones, his silvery hair cascading behind him, a faint blush coloring his handsome face. "You, the one who constantly bullies me." He scowled, his blue eyes fixed on the transformed cat. "How utterly useless you've become, being tormented by such a foolish cat." The youth pouted, his eyes brimming with indignation. Jun Wuxia narrowed his eyes, assessing the unexpected arrival. "Who are you?" The silver youth, blushing slightly, replied, "Do you not even recognize your own spirit?" Chapter 0142, Drunken Lotus 3, Yun Wusi fell silent. It seemed her spirit was singular. The black beast stared wide-eyed at the silver youth. Plump one? It questioned uncertainly. The silver youth's expression contorted in disbelief. You dare call me plump? I am magnificent beyond compare. The black beast was at a loss. What was happening? Why had the soft, rotund individual transformed into this exquisite young man? Had he mutated? I am Tsang Yu Snow Lotus, or you may refer to me as Drunken Lotus. Do not conflate me with that useless fool. The silver youth crossed his arms, huffing in annoyance. How dare you grow so arrogant? The black beast thought, feeling its perception of reality shatter. Enough of this chatter. You, who relish bullying me, will pay dearly for your misdeeds. Drunken Lotus narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to confront the black beast, Jun Wuxia stood up abruptly. You are my spirit. I shall not harm you. However, this creature has tormented me enough. It shall not escape unscathed. Drunken Lotus hesitated before Jun Wuxia's icy demeanor compelled him to comply. Where's the lotus water bowl? Jun Wuxia asked, her gaze fixed on him. Drunken Lotus paused momentarily. Bring it to me, Jun Wuxia commanded coldly. In the water, Drunken Lotus swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable fear as he beheld Jun Wuxia's frigid countenance. Retrieve it, she ordered with a piercing glance. Drunken Lotus shivered, and without waiting for another word, he leapt into the lotus pond, splashing water everywhere. Moments later, the damp yet beautiful youth stood before Jun Wuxia, holding the lotus water bowl. You can transform, Jun Wuxia observed without taking the bowl, merely appraising Drunken Lotus. I am one with the Tsang Yu Snow Lotus. My essence was trapped during my cultivation process, and only by soaking in liquor can I temporarily regain my form. Was it you who bit the black cat? Yun Wusi pondered, bemusele Hauptbeilien. With his nature, could be so unruly. Yes, that wretched black cat clawed me. Drunken Lotus seethed. You pour so little liquor into the lotus pond. It barely allows me to regain consciousness, forcing my essence to briefly inhabit that fool. Not a fool. Drunken Lotus bit his lip, glaring at the black beast perched beside Jun Wuxia. The black beast burst into laughter, offering no regard for his feelings. Enraged, Drunken Lotus lunged at the black beast. However, with a splash, a cloud of mist enveloped him. In the next instant, the black beast felt a damp, soft weight on its face. As the mist cleared, Bailien clung to the black beast's face, his tear-filled eyes locking onto the beast's fierce gaze. In a heartbeat, he shrieked "Wah!" and scrambled down, scurrying to Jun Wuxia's side, trembling and clutching her leg, his eyes wide with terror at the imposing creature. Why had he suddenly found himself atop that ferocious beast? The transformation from a plump figure to a handsome youth was truly startling. Chapter 0143, The Malice of Women, 1, Within the Imperial Palace. Mo Xuanfei anxiously observed 50 Imperial guards kneeling before him, while Bai Yun Xian stood beside him. Behind her, several palace attendants carried trays, each adorned with 10 cups of medicinal liquor. Yun Xian, you summoned them here for what purpose? Mo Xuanfei inquired. Bai Yun Xian regarded the kneeling guards, a hint of cold amusement flickering in her eyes. Naturally, I have something beneficial for them. This is the medicinal liquor refined by my Qingyan sect. Consuming it will significantly enhance their spiritual cultivation. With the Rue Lin army running rampant, the Imperial Guards must bolster their strength. Mo Xuanfei pondered her words, hesitating momentarily before saying nothing further. Meanwhile, the 50 guards displayed expressions of delight. They were mere ordinary soldiers, summoned unexpectedly by the second prince, their hearts racing. The Rue Lin army had besieged the imperial city, leaving the Imperial Guards powerless to intervene, confined to the palace. Within the palace, the emperor had yet to act, and the ruthless actions of the Rue Lin army that night had instilled fear throughout the ranks of the Imperial Guards, rendering them too terrified to confront the Rue Lin army. I initially thought that being summoned by the second prince meant there was a formidable task at hand. However, it appears to be an extraordinary stroke of fortune. The treasures of Qingyun sect are coveted by many, and now they too have the chance to partake in them. You are the elite of the Imperial Guard, tasked with protecting His Majesty, and these medicinal wines will empower you in a short span of time. Bai Yunxian waved her hand, and the palace attendants immediately presented the tray of medicinal wines before the imperial guards. They gingerly grasped the vessels, their faces alight with longing. A glint of malice flickered in Bai Yunxian's eyes, yet she quickly composed herself. "Drink, and you shall possess the strength to safeguard His Majesty," she coaxed. 50 imperial guards immediately drained the medicinal wine, the bitter liquid coursing through them, igniting a warmth that flushed their skin. They could distinctly feel their internal spiritual energy surging, seemingly expanding, which filled their hearts with elation. With the royal city currently under threat from the Jun family, you shall emerge as the heroes of its salvation. This evening, I shall send someone to escort you out of the palace. The second prince has arranged lodgings for you throughout the city. Once there, you must remain discreet, concealing your identities. Stay within your rooms and devote yourselves to cultivation. The day of your counterattack will also be the day you earn your merit. Bai Yunxian's icy gaze swept over the group, her stirring words igniting fervor among the imperial guards. With the medicinal wine from Qingyun's sect and the royal family's trust placed in them, they envisioned a promising future filled with prosperity. Hardly anyone questioned Bai Yunxian's intentions. They were eager to bow before her in gratitude. Now, you may return and rest, disguising yourselves as commoners. You are the royal family's hope and must not let the outside Rue Lin army discover your true identities. The safety of the royal city rests upon you. Bai Yunxian said with a smile, her lovely visage adorned with a sweet grin. The imperial guards kneeling before her were momentarily entranced, lingering in silence until they trembled and departed under the displeased gaze of Mo Xuanfei. Once the imperial guards had left, Mo Xuanfei promptly dismissed the attendants, leaving only himself and Bai Yunxian in the courtyard. In the absence of others, his tense expression revealed a hint of concern. "Yunxian, what exactly are you planning? Those medicinal wines were meant to deal with the Rue Lin army, were they not? Why then allow the imperial guards to consume them?" In recent days, Bai Yunxian had been secretly concocting certain substances, the nature of which Mo Xuanfei was unaware, only knowing they were her leverage against the Rue Lin army. Yet, how had this leverage found its way into the bellies of the imperial guards? Bai Yunxian let out a cold laugh, her gaze chilling. Those substances are indeed intended for the Rue Lin army. But, she paused, her lips curling into a smile reminiscent of a predatory spider. There are no buts. Do you think the Rue Lin army is a bunch of fools who would drink poison if offered? I gave you pills before. Surely you recall their effects. What I have given the imperial guards to drink shares a similar purpose. She licked her crimson lips. Mo Xuanfei's heart raced at the realization. He was well aware of the effects of the pills Lin Yang had taken, but he had not anticipated that Bai Yunxian's invitation to the imperial guards served such a dire purpose. "Yunxian, do you intend to use the imperial guards as sacrificial pawns? Why not recruit some ordinary palace maids or eunuchs instead? The imperial guards are our current support. Using them against the Rue Lin army seems rather precarious." Bai Yunxian shot him an annoyed look, her smile vanishing. "What do you understand? The efficacy of this medicinal wine can only be maximized under the catalyst of spiritual energy. Those maids and eunuchs possess far too little spiritual energy to yield the desired effect. I had you position those men in various locations throughout the city to ensure that after their self-detonation, the poison spreads swiftly across the royal city. The spiritual energy within the imperial guards far surpassed that of the palace staff. Even the most mediocre of soldiers among them had reached the orange spirit realm. When they self-detonated, the poison would disseminate through the air with greater potency. What? You intend for that substance to permeate the entire royal city? Montag Xuanfei was utterly stunned. Unable to fathom that Bai Yunxian's plan would extend to all the inhabitants of the royal city. Is she mad? He wondered. After all, there were 100,000 Rue Lin soldiers within the royal city, scattered and not gathered in one place. To ensure they all succumbed to the poison, it was essential to expand the area of dissemination throughout the royal city. The medicinal wine I concocted will catalyze the spiritual energy within the consumer's body. As their energy reaches its limit, their bodies will be unable to withstand the surge, resulting in self-detonation. With their explosion, the poison will diffuse into the air, Anyone who inhales the scent will immediately become poisoned, exhibiting the same explosive effects as the original consumers. Even if the Rue Lin army's numbers are vast, they shall not escape my toxin. A frenzied glint danced in by Yunxian's eyes, her malevolence contrasting sharply with her noble visage, creating a twisted image that resembled a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell, devoid of beauty. The 50 imperial guards were strategically dispersed throughout the royal city, none positioned adjacent to one another, all according to Bai Yunxian's instructions. Initially, Mo Xuanfei had not grasped her intentions, but upon hearing her words, he finally understood. Bai Yunxian planned for the poison to first spread among the common populace. Once the citizens of the royal city became infected, the resulting self-detonations would accelerate the poison's transmission through the air. Even if the Rue Lin army was distributed throughout the city, they would inevitably fall victim to the toxic cloud. Even someone as ruthlessly calculating as Mo Xuanfei was taken aback by Yunxian's cruel scheme. She intended to sacrifice the entire population of the royal city. Yunxian, Mo Xuanfei exclaimed, taking a step back, his handsome face drained of color. He had always believed Bai Yunxian to be a proud and pampered noblewoman, cold yet uncomplicated. But now, it was clear he had grossly misjudged her true nature. She was willing to extinguish the lives of countless innocent citizens without a second thought. Rest assured, I have already prepared the antidote, which all within the palace may take in advance. If you truly care for those commoners, after the Rue Lin army is poisoned, I will provide you with the antidote. As a prince, you can use it to save the afflicted citizens, which is surely a better course of action, Bai Yunxian stated coldly. Montauk Xuanfei paused, the terror on his face dissipating as he stepped forward, grasping Bai Yunxian's hand tightly. Yunxian, you truly have thought this through. As long as the Rue Lin army and the Linwang mansion can be eradicated, what does it matter if a number of innocent lives are sacrificed? If the Rue Lin army is poisoned, he can, as Bai Yunxian suggested, present the antidote at an opportune moment to save the afflicted citizens, thereby further elevating his standing among the populace. Bai Yunxian smiled softly, nestling in Mo Xuanfei's embrace, assuring him that whatever he desired, she would assist him in acquiring it. Remember, after the Rue Lin army is poisoned, do not act against Jun Wuxia just yet. Mo Xuanfei was somewhat perplexed. Bai Yunxian lifted her head, the icy glint in her eyes transforming into a pool of venom. To kill her swiftly would be too lenient. I intend to dismember her, sever her tongue, extract her eyes, and submerge her in a cauldron of poison, subjecting her to daily torment until I have avenged myself. Those who dare oppose her must taste the bitterness of a life worse than death. A tender smile graced Mo Xuanfei's face, yet he was secretly drenched in cold sweat from Bai Yunxian's malevolence. Compared to Jun Wuxia's decisiveness in slaughter, Bai Yunxian's schemes were truly deranged. In the cover of night, 50 plain-clothed figures stealthily exited the palace through the back door, swiftly dispersing throughout the imperial city. If one were to pay attention, they would find that the rooms they entered were evenly distributed across every corner of the city. The night was silent, and within the 50 tightly locked doors, dark currents surged. No one knew that soon, the nightmare of the imperial city would erupt from these 50 chambers. A week had passed since Jun Wuxia summoned the Rue Lin army into the imperial city. During this time, she had not hastened her preparations, but instead focused on diligently refining her spiritual power within the Linwang mansion. Under her care, Junxian's health had completely recovered. The cleansed imperial city had returned to its former tranquility, and with Jun Wuxia's assistance, Mo Xuanfei had significantly enhanced his presence among the common people over the past week. Daily acts of kindness on the streets were essential for him. However, as he passed by a certain residence with a squad of Rue Lin soldiers, a locked door suddenly burst open, and a deranged figure wailed as he charged into the street. The morning was bustling, and the streets were particularly crowded. The moment he emerged, he collided with several passers-by. Quickly, go see what is happening over there. Mo Qinyu noticed the commotion and immediately ordered the Rue Lin soldiers to investigate. Amidst the crowd, a man with a vividly swollen body was emitting terrifying cries. His physique grotesquely expanded, causing his clothes to tear under the pressure of his bulging muscles. His skin could not withstand the tension. resulting in gaping wounds from which blood flowed profusely. The man's face had swollen to the point of obscuring his features, with numerous lacerations revealing flesh beneath, as if he had been brutally slashed countless times, a sight most horrifying. He rampaged toward the crowd, clawing at his own body. The Rue Lin soldiers attempted to restrain him, but he violently shook them off, exhibiting strength far beyond that of an ordinary man. His madness sent the citizens into a frenzy, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Mo Qianyu furrowed his brow. The chaos before him could not be ignored. He summoned his spirit, a silver spear adorned with dark tassels, and with a swift motion, he launched himself toward the deranged man. The spear struck like a dragon, piercing the man's arm and pinning him to the ground, halting his frenzied assault. Though pinned, the man thrashed violently as if oblivious to the pain, howling like a beast in a desperate struggle to rise. Standing beside him, Mo Qianyu scrutinized the man's bizarre behavior, feeling a surge of suspicion. Just then, the man let out a deafening roar and, in the blink of an eye, his body expanded dramatically. With a tremendous explosion, he was blown apart, flesh and entrails splattering, drenching Mo Qianyu, who had been closest, in a gruesome shower of gore. The violent eruption left a large area of the street enveloped in blood and viscera, resembling a monstrous red lotus blooming amidst the tranquil imperial city. Caught off guard by the sudden explosion, Mo Qianyu's expression twisted in shock. The unexpected detonation rendered him momentarily blank, and the surrounding silence was deafening. The citizens were paralyzed with terror at the bizarre spectacle. He fought to suppress his astonishment and maintained a composed facade, raising his hand to wipe the blood from his face. Immediately clean up this area and send someone to investigate the origins of this man, he instructed the Rue Lin soldiers. They swiftly sprang into action, efficiently restoring calm to the chaotic street. As the grateful citizens expressed their thanks, Mo Qianyu returned to the Lin Wang mansion, bloodied and grim. Upon entering the mansion, he unexpectedly encountered Jun Wuxia, who was heading out. "No, go away," she coldly rebuffed him before he could utter a single word. Before he could respond further, she had already furrowed her brow and turned away briskly. "Wait." Mo Qianyu felt a sense of bewilderment. Having intended to engage with Jun Wuxia, he was instead dismissed so ruthlessly. "Clean yourself up before coming to see me," she tossed over her shoulder, vanishing from his sight. Mo Qianyu felt utterly wronged. With eagerness, he had gone to enhance his presence among the people, only to be splattered with filth and then dismissed without a word of concern. Truly, he was the most unfortunate prince in existence. After a thorough cleansing, he finally felt somewhat less nauseated and proceeded toward Jun Wuxia's courtyard, where she sat by a lotus pond, engrossed in an ancient, tattered book. Upon hearing his footsteps, she looked up. "No, stay away from me." Jun Wuxia shot him a cold glance, still able to detect the lingering scent of blood. Mo Qianyu's heart shattered at her disdainful gaze. He could only touch his nose and step back a few paces, ensuring he was at a safe distance. He finally spoke. "I encountered something peculiar today." Jun Wuxia lowered her head, listening to him while still focused on her book. She vaguely sensed that her spiritual energy was advancing too quickly. In just a few months, she seemed to have reached the threshold of the orange spirit, a speed that compelled her to exercise caution. "I was patrolling the streets, as usual, when suddenly a madman charged into the crowd on Huayan Street. His body expanded grotesquely, and before long, he self-destructed," Mo Qianyu recounted. Jun Wuxia's gaze sharpened as she fixed her cold eyes on him. Self-detonation? Such inexplicable explosions have occurred before, notably with Lin Yang. Unlike Lord Lin's case, I was right beside him. After his explosion, I was splattered all over, yet I felt no other effects, nor did I lose any power. Mo Qianyu was aware of Jun Wuxia's skepticism. He too found the incident puzzling. However, the aftermath of Lin Yang's explosion bore similarities to his current experience. "Yun Wuxi is plaus nititaita." "Come here." "Sit down," Jun Wuxia commanded, and Mo Qianyu obediently complied. However, just as Jun Wuxia was preparing to check Mo Qianyu's pulse, Long Qi suddenly rushed into Jun Wuxia's courtyard, his countenance marked by a hint of anxiety. "Sister," Long Qi exclaimed, swiftly kneeling before her. "What is it?" Jun Wuxia's keen senses detected the faint scent of blood on Long Qi, a subtle trace that was not as pronounced as that on Mo Qianyuan, more akin to air inadvertently tainted by blood. "Something has happened," Long Qi replied, furrowing his brow. "Within a single day, 50 bizarre human explosions have occurred throughout the imperial city. Each of these individuals was located in different areas. Yet their appearances before death were identical to what Mo Qianyuan described. One explosion could be deemed an accident, but such a multitude occurring simultaneously cannot simply be dismissed as coincidence. The multiple explosions have caused significant unrest among the citizens, leading to widespread panic. The Rue Lin army has been dispatched to restore calm, but I fear these events are the result of intentional malevolence." After the palace incident, Long Qi instinctively reported the matter to Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia's dark eyes glimmered with cold intensity. Explosions had previously occurred in Lin Yang's case, albeit with different effects. Nonetheless, she believed there was a connection between the two events. Mo Qianyuan, listening nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. He had thought himself an anomaly, but now realized that such occurrences had transpired multiple times within the imperial city. Suddenly, Mo Qianyuan felt a soft, warm hand grasp his wrist. He looked in astonishment to find Jun Wuxia holding his hand, her fingers resting lightly on his pulse. In that fleeting moment, warmth surged to his cheeks, and he awkwardly averted his gaze. Yet the gentle touch sent his heart racing. When her hand was finally released, Mo Qianyuan felt a wave of calm wash over him. "Is something amiss?" he inquired. Jun Wuxia shook her head. Mo Qianyuan's pulse was steady, showing no abnormalities. "Could it be that we are overthinking?" Mo Qianyuan suggested. "When unusual occurrences arise, there is often a hidden agenda," Jun Wuxia countered, remaining vigilant. Mo Qianyuan's condition differed from ordinary individuals. He had ingested the concoction of white lotus, significantly enhancing his physical state, and the elixirs she had administered were largely antidotes, ensuring he would not fall prey to toxins in the Lin Yuan palace. Now, it seemed that using Mo Qianyuan's body as a gauge was futile. "Summon the Rue Lin army members who accompanied you today," Jun Wuxia instructed cautiously. "Monta Qianyuan complied," gathering the 10 Rue Lin soldiers present at the scene into Jun Wuxia's courtyard. Though young, appearing to be in their mid-20s, each soldier had served in the Rue Lin army for over a decade. Standing before Jun Wuxia, they were neatly attired, their gazes sharp, exuding an aura of military discipline. "You, come here," Jun Wuxia beckoned to a resolute-looking man. He promptly approached the stone table, rolling up his sleeve as per Jun Wuxia's direction, extending his arm before her. Soon, she allowed him to rise and summoned another to take his place for examination. In no time, all 10 soldiers had been assessed. Yet a layer of frost seemed to envelop Jun Wuxia's countenance. "Long Qi, summon Uncle Fu and have you all wait in my apothecary," Jun Wuxia commanded as she rose. "What is happening?" The gravity of Jun Wuxia's demeanor unsettled Mo Qianyuan. This child's trickery, aside from self-detonation, does he possess no other means to present? Jun Wuxia's tone was icy. Mo Qianyuan was left more perplexed. How did the disturbances in the imperial city become mere child's play in Jun Wuxia's eyes? Shortly, Uncle Fu arrived at Jun Wuxia's courtyard. "Sister, what are your orders?" "In my grandfather's name, mobilize all the apothecaries in the city to deliver their stock of herbs to the Lin Wang mansion immediately," Jun Wuxia commanded, her voice leaving no room for dissent. Uncle Fu stood stunned for a moment before snapping back to reality, not daring to question further, and hastily set to work. Meanwhile, Mo Qianyuan and Long Qi were increasingly bewildered by Jun Wuxia's series of arrangements. "Wuxia, what on earth is happening? Why do you need so many herbs?" Mo Qianyuan could not restrain himself from asking. Jun Wuxia's cold gaze swept over them. "Someone aims to annihilate the entire imperial city." "What?" Mo Qianyuan's face paled dramatically. The explosions were not mere accidents. They were orchestrated with malicious intent, reminiscent of what had afflicted Lin Yiyang, yet distinct in nature. The substances on Lin Yiyang had temporarily incapacitated individuals, while those involved in today's events harbored a potent toxin that would disperse into the air upon explosion. Just inhaling a trace would result in poisoning, and within days, the afflicted would self-detonate. Jun Wuxia spoke with an unperturbed demeanor, recounting these horrifying details, which only heightened the dread among her listeners. Not only Mo Qianyuan, but even Long Qi's complexion drained of color. After the 50 explosions, the Rue Lin army had been the first responders. If these toxins spread through the air, then those who had ventured out today would undoubtedly have been exposed. Who could be so vicious? Do they intend to slaughter the hundreds of thousands of citizens in the imperial city? Mo Qianyuan's face turned ashen, understanding that. As Jun Wuxia described, this toxin was colorless and odorless, spreading effortlessly. Once infected, individuals would become carriers of the toxin. Presently, only 50 explosions had occurred. Yet, if left unchecked, this could escalate to thousands in mere days. The prospect of tens of thousands self-detonating was a chilling thought. Jun Wuxia lowered her gaze, her cold eyes fixed on the tranquil waters. Their true target is not the citizens, but the Rue Lin army. Some desperate dogs, cornered, seek to retaliate with such extreme measures. It is not simple to strike at the Rue Lin army, but if the entire imperial city is dragged into chaos, the Rue Lin army cannot remain unscathed. Cunning indeed, but unfortunately for them, their adversary is me. Jun Wuxia exhibited little reaction to such insidious tactics. But Mo Qianyuan's fists trembled in anger. Have they lost their minds? The citizens of this city are utterly innocent. How could someone so concerned with their reputation resort to such heinous acts? Jun Wuxia cast a glance at the agitated Mo Qianyuan, her expression serene as still water. The Emperor and Mo Xuanfei do not possess such capability. These machinations must originate from Bai Yunxian. Very well, she concluded, now certain that the substances affecting Lin Yiyang had indeed been devised by Bai Yunxian. Dare to employ such tactics against my grandfather, and I shall ensure Bai Yunxian comprehends that, in my eyes, those trivial schemes amount to nothing. How could the Qingyun sect harbor such vile substances? Mo Qianyuan was taken aback. Jun Wuxia replied nonchalantly, medicine and poison are inextricably linked. Those skilled in healing possess equally adept skills in administering poison. What of our brothers? Long Qi interjected, disregarding the sordid matters of the royal family, his concern solely for the Rue Lin army members. Those men have already been poisoned. If the toxin is not neutralized, they will perish within 3 days. Jun Wuxia spoke without reservation. Long Qi's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately knelt, pleading, I implore you, sister, save them. Do you think I retain them for no reason? Jun Wuxia cast a cold glance at Long Qi, believing her actions had already communicated her intentions clearly. Long Qi was momentarily taken aback, then bowed deeply to Jun Wuxia several times. Having witnessed Jun Wuxia's medical prowess, Long Qi had faith that if she agreed to help, those afflicted would not perish. Wuxia, how confident are you in counteracting that poison? Mo Qianyu inquired cautiously. The poison capable of causing self-detonation was a rarity, and given its origin from the Qingyun sect, it was undoubtedly no ordinary substance. Jun Wuxia shot him a dismissive look, as if finding his question rather ignorant. What do you think? A child's play. Mo Qianyu realized he had posed an exceedingly foolish question. Jun Wuxia clearly regarded the Qingyun sect's concoctions with disdain. Had she not once left Bai Yunxian's Yulu pills in a state of disarray? However, according to your assertion, the rapid transmission of that poison suggests that the number of victims in the imperial city could be staggering. How shall we address this? Mo Qianyu could hardly estimate how many citizens had succumbed to the poison. Even if Jun Wuxia concocted an antidote, as long as even one person remained poisoned, the explosions would not cease. It is not as terrifying as you imagine. While the poison spreads swiftly, it dissipates rapidly in the air. At most, it lingers for the duration of 1/5 of a stick of incense before losing its potency. If it could persist, it would not require 50 lives to be sacrificed. I will prepare the antidote promptly. As long as the medicinal materials are sufficient, I find this trivial. She scoffed at Bai Yunxian's foolishness. Very well, I will ensure all herbs are delivered. Longqi responded decisively, knowing this poison was directed at their Rue Lin army and that they could not allow the enemy to succeed. Leave the herbs to Fu Bo. I have other matters for you. Jun Wuxia gazed at Longqi, a long-dormant killing intent flickering in her eyes. If they were so impatient to live, she would not mind offering them a swift demise. Chapter 0151. A display of incompetence. 2. The explosion incident had a profound impact within the imperial city, although the Rue Lin army's efforts had somewhat calmed the citizens' fears. Those who had witnessed the gruesome scene would likely never forget the blood-soaked tableau. Many of the onlookers fell ill from fright. Upon returning home that afternoon, they developed high fevers, their internal spiritual energy roiling like boiling water, causing them immense discomfort. Doctors were summoned from all corners of the city, yet they could not ascertain the cause. The afflicted citizens experienced excruciating pain as if set ablaze, unable to rise from their beds. Yet they remained unaware that they had been poisoned. The poison manifested more slowly in those with higher spiritual energy, continuously inflating the energy within them. The higher one's spiritual capacity, the more they could accommodate. Conversely, ordinary citizens possessed scant red spiritual energy, resulting in an even lower tolerance. Within the Lin Wang mansion, an influx of medicinal materials was continuously delivered, now that the imperial city was under the control of the Rue Lin army. Even the most reluctant apothecary owners had to tremble before the soldiers wielding weapons outside their doors, surrendering their inventories. Fortunately, these materials were not without compensation. The Rue Lin army had made it clear that these herbs were necessary for the crown prince, and payment would follow shortly, alleviating some of the apothecary's pain. Jun Wuxia's courtyard was already overflowing with herbs, with more needing to be stored in the temporary residence of Mo Qinyu. For half the day, Jun Wuxia remained in the pharmacy, diligently analyzing the toxins within the 10 poisoned soldiers. Utilizing a vial of blood drawn from them, she quickly identified a breakthrough. As night descended and the moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting a subtle glow, Jun Wuxia finally concocted the antidote amidst the chaos of the pharmacy. After administering it to the soldiers, she checked their pulses moments later, finding them stabilized and their spiritual energy returning to a calm state. Return and summon Longqi. The soldiers bowed respectfully to Jun Wuxia before departing, and shortly thereafter, Longqi arrived. Jun Wuxia had been working tirelessly, her legs aching slightly as she settled into a chair, nonchalantly rubbing her knees. Longqi approached silently and poured her a cup of warm water. His elder sister was not one to speak much, often wearing a cold expression that made her seem unapproachable. Yet, anything she chose to undertake, she accomplished with perfection. Before arriving, Longqi had already seen the 10 soldiers. Their normal complexion indicated that Jun Wuxia had successfully prepared the antidote. As a mere warrior, he could do nothing for her but clumsily express his gratitude in his own way. Jun Wuxia was not one to be overly sentimental. She raised the cup to her lips, the warm water soothing her dry throat and gradually dissipating her fatigue. My subordinates are incapable. We cannot uncover the identities of those individuals. Longqi lowered his head in shame. Jun Wuxia had tasked him with investigating the origins of the 50 victims. Yet he had gleaned no conclusions. Jun Wuxia was not surprised. Given the extent of the explosion, it was only natural. With bones shattered, it was impossible to glean any clues from appearances alone. Chapter 0152. A display of incompetence. 3. I have prepared the antidote. The number of poisoned individuals in the city is uncertain, so I have prepared a substantial quantity. Tomorrow, ensure that the Rue Lin army administers it to everyone and distributes it to the citizens. The poison's reach was too vast for Jun Wuxia to examine each individual in the imperial city. Thus, she opted for a clean and efficient approach of administering the antidote to all. Understood. You need not remind me how to proceed tomorrow. Her frigid gaze swept over Longqi. My subordinates shall not let you down, Longqi replied resolutely. The day following the explosion, the number of ailing citizens surged, and the doctors were at a loss for remedies, causing widespread panic. That afternoon, notices were posted throughout the imperial city, prompting furious outbursts from passing citizens upon reading them. A rumor quickly spread. Lurking within the imperial city, bandits harbored malicious intent, attempting to disseminate the poison throughout the city. The 50 who perished that day had succumbed to this toxin. In an instant, the citizens erupted in outrage, those with gravely ill family members weeping in despair. Amidst the turmoil, Crown Prince Mo Chinyu, accompanied by the Rue Lin army, commenced distributing the antidote to the entire populace. Each vial contained a remedy to counteract the toxin within their bodies. 80,000 soldiers were mobilized, tirelessly delivering the antidote into the hands of every individual. As the poisoned citizens ingested the remedy, their conditions improved almost immediately. Within half a day, news of Mo Chinyu's benevolence toward hundreds of thousands of citizens spread far and wide, elevating his reputation to unprecedented heights, even overshadowing that of the reigning emperor. The city was placed under strict martial law once more. The citizens who had previously murmured against the lockdown now harbored deep-seated hatred toward those who instigated the chaos. They began to actively cooperate with the actions of the Rue Lin army. As a result, not only did Mo Chinyu's standing soar, but the Rue Lin army also became the revered guardians in the hearts of the citizens. The scheme that could have led to the city's downfall was quietly dismantled with each pot of antidote that Jun Wuxia dispensed, while the orchestrators hiding within the palace remained blissfully unaware. Aside from the 50 who had perished on the first day, there were no further casualties throughout the city. To investigate the whereabouts of the poisoners, the Rue Lin army began to probe the identities of the 50 victims. Those individuals had been obliterated, making it impossible to extract clues from their appearances. Their focus shifted toward locations where individuals had gone missing. Within the Lin Wang mansion, Jun Qing observed Jun Wuxia as she prepared her elixirs, deep in thought. You allowed Longqi to spread rumors, suggesting that the poison was the doing of those lurking in the shadows. What is your true intention? Jun Qing is increasingly perplexed by his niece's plans. This chaos only serves to solidify the Ruilin army's control over the imperial city, yet Jun Wuxia does not intend to conclude matters here. How extensive are her schemes? As she busily attends to her tasks, Jun Wuxia remarks, what is concealed must inevitably be unearthed. Jun Qing is momentarily taken aback. Jun Wuxia has tasked the Ruilin army with investigating the identities of the 50 deceased. However, this task proves daunting given the sheer number of inhabitants in the imperial city. Even missing persons are not easily tracked down. While identifying these individuals might be challenging under normal circumstances, the current situation is quite different. Let us not forget that the city has recently been ravaged by potent poison, instilling fear among the populace. Even the families of those serving in the palace cannot help but worry for their loved ones' safety. Jun Wuxia raises an eyebrow as she examines the half-prepared herbal concoction in her hands. Chapter 0153. A display of skill. 4. Jun Qing's heart races slightly. Jun Wuxia seems intent on leveraging this turmoil to sow discord in Jiangdong. How can you be so certain that those 50 individuals were indeed from the palace? Under normal circumstances, the families of those employed in the palace might remain uninvolved, yet the current predicament affects the entire imperial city. Who does not fear for their family's well-being? Furthermore, Jun Wuxia has deliberately instructed Longqi to disseminate information among the populace, revealing that the antidote is only available to the citizens within the city, leaving the palace empty-handed. Naturally, the relatives of those poisoned will grow increasingly anxious to deliver medicine and inquire about their kin. There is no need for Jun Wuxia to intervene directly. The citizens will inevitably relay the information to her. Would they dare to involve outsiders in such matters? Jun Wuxia speaks calmly, with chaos spreading throughout the city. Even the emperor will be cast down from his throne by the enraged populace. Such circumstances would deter them from allowing any information to leak. It must be either palace maids, eunuchs, or the imperial guards. Jun Wuxia is certain of this. Yet, what if this were to be uncovered? Jun Qing shudders at the thought. If the populace were to learn that the initial 50 individuals who spread the poison originated from the palace, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Are you attempting to use the people's fury against the emperor? Jun Qing inquires. However, Jun Wuxia shakes her head. Revenge is something I prefer to undertake myself. Why would I seek satisfaction through another's hand? Moreover, the people's wrath directed at the imperial authority would yield far less impact. King gazes at Yuan Vusi, deeply shaken. While he is uncertain of her ulterior motives, he knows that whoever her target may be, their fate is sealed. The poison originated from by Yun Xian, Jun Wuxia states. You may not fully comprehend the depths of Qingyun's sect, but I believe that if you wish to confront the emperor, you could do so under the banner of Mo Qianyuan, making a grand spectacle of it. However, should you wish to contend with Bai Yunxian, you must tread carefully. She wields the entire Qingyun sect behind her. While eliminating her might not pose a challenge, dealing with the sect itself is a different matter. Jun Qing speaks cautiously. From the moment Jun Wuxia informed him that Lin Yang's poison, as well as this recent one, were orchestrated by Yunxian, he understood that Jun Wuxia would not rest until she exacted her vengeance against her. Jun Wuxia furrows her brow slightly. Her knowledge of the Qingyun sect is limited, gleaned solely from hearsay, which suggests it is a power grounded in medical expertise. The sect's mastery of medicine has garnered the attention and respect of various nations and factions, making it rare for anyone to oppose them. Not only do they possess significant influence, but they also hold the best medical practices. Everyone experiences life's vicissitudes. All desire assistance from the Qingyun sect in times of need. This reliance may appear subtle, yet when the time comes for action, it becomes profoundly formidable. Should the leader of the Qingyun sect call upon their allies, those indebted to them or those with requests to make or respond in droves, beyond the nations, there are also external forces and hidden masters to consider. All these factions could be summoned by the Qingyun sect to target the Jun family, rendering their situation far more perilous than it has ever been. Chapter 0154. The performance begins. 1. Jun Wuxia squints her eyes. If she wishes to avoid such a predicament, she must choose between two options: abandon her quest for vengeance against Bai Yunxian or prevent the Qingyun sect from discovering the truth. Allowing Bai Yunxian to go unpunished is something Jun Wuxia cannot concede. Those who dare to conspire against her grandfather must meet their end. Uncle, rest assured, I have my plans, she declares, having already devised a strategy. Jun Qing studies Jun Wuxia's expression, attempting to decipher any clues, yet her frosty demeanor reveals nothing. This girl harbors a depth of thought that renders her inscrutable. You must take care. Remember that the Jun family and the Royalian army will shield you should danger arise. Soon, the public sentiment that Jun Wuxia orchestrated began to manifest results. Over 20 families kneeled before the gates of the Lin Wangfu at midnight, brandishing torches and weeping for their kin. Upon learning of the situation, Longqi inquired and discovered that these individuals were relatives of the Imperial Guards. Upon hearing about the citywide poisoning, they immediately sought the Royalian army for an antidote, joining other families to deliver medicine to the guards' encampment. However, while others received the antidote, they could not even catch a glimpse of their loved ones. In a state of panic, they cried out at the gates of the Imperial Guards and were promptly dismissed. Fearing the severity of the poison, they hastened to the Lin Wangfu, imploring Prince Mo Qianyuan for assistance. When Longqi brought them before Mo Qianyuan, Jun Wuxia received word of their arrival. Sitting nearby, she observed the distraught families, their tears flowing freely with worry for their relatives, and discreetly signaled to Mo Qianyuan. The initial 50 deaths were of unknown origin, yet the Imperial Guards had suddenly lost over 20 personnel. Was this not too coincidental? With a conclusion already drawn, Jun Wuxia remains impassive, watching the unfolding drama. Mo Qianyuan, catching Jun Wuxia's subtle cue, immediately displays boundless sympathy for the citizens, pledging to ensure the safety of their loved ones. He then leads a contingent of Royalian army soldiers straight to the gates of the Imperial Guards. Terrified by the Royalian army, the guards dare not resist and can only welcome this formidable force with tearful eyes. Mo Qianyuan, flanked by grieving citizens, strides into the Imperial Guards camp, slamming his hand on the table and demanding the release of the soldiers' roster. A recent inspection reveals that 50 guards have inexplicably vanished in a short span. The commander, reddened with embarrassment, fails to account for their whereabouts. The assembled citizens erupt in outrage. What improbable coincidence. Just recently, there were 50 explosions, and now 50 guards have mysteriously disappeared. Before dawn, this news spreads throughout the imperial city. Everyone deduces that the 50 individuals who perished in the explosions were the same guards who have gone missing. The poison evidently originated from within the imperial guards. The entire imperial city is once again abuzz with discussions, and the guards, too fearful to venture outside, remain holed up in their camp. Meanwhile, within the Lin Wangfu, Jun Wuxia is preoccupied with a recently acquired lotus from the Jade Elixir, when Mo Qianyuan bursts in, radiating urgency and joy. Chapter 0155. The performance begins too. Jun Wuxia glances up, observing Mo Qianyuan's flushed countenance. During this period, the imperial guards have mostly been within the palace, leading the common people to suspect the presence of a traitor among them. Fueled by indignation, they urged me to uncover the culprit. Mo Qianyuan could hardly articulate the excitement coursing through him. He was acutely aware of Jun Wuxia's plan. She had been biding her time, allowing her reputation to swell among the populace. Even though this time, he took on the mantle of delivering medicine to the people. He had ascended in their esteem, standing in stark contrast to the inept crown prince. Jun Wuxia sought to usurp the throne, yet was fiercely protective of the Jun family's reputation. Thus, she awaited the right opportunity. Now, Bai Yunxian had unwittingly presented this once-in-a-lifetime chance to Jun Wuxia. How could she not graciously accept it, thus honoring Bai Yunxian's intentions? This time, both Mo Qianyuan and the Ruilin army had legitimate grounds to enter the palace. Should the emperor dare to obstruct them, Jun Wuxia could easily cast the blame upon him. The charges of poisoning the entire city's populace were too grave for the emperor to bear. Jun Wuxia responded with a calm affirmation, devoid of excessive emotion. However, Mo Qianyuan's eyes glistened with fervor. How could she remain so composed? Was she not excited? Given the gravity of the situation, Mo Qianyuan could never have anticipated this outcome. Orchestrated entirely by Jun Wuxia herself. With everything in place, once the Ruilin army gained entry into the palace, forcing the palace would be a mere formality. Why did Jun Wuxia appear unperturbed as her goal drew near? Excitement? Why? Tilting her head, her silky hair cascading over her shoulders. Her clear eyes reflected a hint of inquiry. Mo Qianyuan was taken aback. This was part of the plan. There was no cause for excitement. Jun Wuxia will do her gaze. She required no distracting emotions, only a meticulous review of each step of her strategy to ensure no errors existed. In her eyes, the emperor was already a dead man. She now needed to contemplate how to repay Bai Yunxian's goodwill. For a moment, Mo Qianyuan was at a loss for words. Aside from that night, when the Ruilin army threatened the palace, he had seldom seen any expression on Jun Wuxia's face. The smile from that night had brought death and emptiness, stunningly beautiful yet terrifying. When you plan to lead the team into the palace, Mo Qianyuan understood that from the moment Jun Wuxia brought the Ruilin army into the palace, the throne of Qi Kingdom would shift, leaving no chance for the current occupant to reclaim power. In an hour, Jun Wuxia replied, "So soon? While the populace is still incensed, I shall seize the opportunity." Mo Qianyuan nodded in understanding. "I will notify Longqi at once." With that, he hurried off to prepare. Jun Wuxia sat quietly in her chair, her gaze shimmering with a serene chill. The master is about to unleash a massacre. The black cat leapt onto the table, licking its fluffy paws, its tone laced with unabashed excitement. To compose a symphony of death with blood, how utterly delightful. Jun Wuxia cast a glance at it. "I only desire the safety of the Jun family. If no one provokes her, she will not retaliate. However, should anyone foolishly challenge her, she shall reduce them to ashes, ensuring their eternal downfall." Since the establishment of the Qi Kingdom, no other military force, aside from the Imperial Guards, has been able to enter the palace with such audacity. Today, that status quo shall be shattered. Mo Qianyuan led 5,000 Ruilin soldiers into the imperial city, and the citizens outside the palace not only felt no discontent, but rather cheered them on, as if the Ruilin army's entry was a momentous occasion. Within the grand hall, the emperor sat upon his throne, his face ashen, while the palace guards remained outside, tense with anxiety. "This is your doing." The emperor glared at Mo Xuanfei, unaware of the collusion between Bai Yunxian and Mo Xuanfei to counterattack. Had he known, He would never have permitted such reckless actions. To poison the citizens of the imperial city, what audacity! The people had already revered the Jun family and the crown prince, and now, with the emperor and the second prince confined within the palace, losing control over the city, Imo Xuanfei and Bai Yunxian concocted such a reckless scheme. Had it succeeded, it might have been acceptable, but now, the Rillian army had entered unscathed, casting all the blame upon the imperial guards, providing Jun Wuxia the pretext to enter the palace. Imo Xuanfei's face drained of color, despair engulfing him. Bai Yunxian's methods might have been ruthless, but if successful, they could have alleviated their plight. Yet, he never anticipated that the poison would be extinguished before it even took effect, instead igniting the fury of the people. I acknowledge my crime. Please, father, spare me. Imo Xuanfei knelt, trembling like a leaf in the wind. How can I save you now? Imo Qianyuan has already seized this opportunity to bring the Rillian army into the palace, and it won't be long before they arrive here. The emperor lamented. I thought you were astute, yet you prove utterly ineffectual. You dare trust the words of that madwoman, Bai Yunxian. She is a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Even with the Qi kingdom's fall, she has the sect backing her. Even the Jun family would hesitate to act against her. What am I to do with you? The emperor leaned wearily against his throne, experiencing an unprecedented fatigue. It is over. Everything is lost. They could have bided their time within the palace, awaiting rescue from the Qingyun sect to rectify their disadvantage. However, Bai Yunxian's fervor led her to believe her schemes could topple Jun Wuxia, a notion that now seemed utterly ludicrous. Where is Bai Yunxian now? The emperor inquired, his voice laced with fury. In the palace, Missouri Xuanfei stammered, having learned of the situation outside only upon arriving at the Grand Hall. Call her here. This predicament arose from her actions. As a disciple of the Qingyun sect's leader, she should provide some protection. We must delay at all costs, awaiting assistance from the Qingyun sect. The emperor rubbed his temples, the situation spiraling far beyond his expectations. Bai Yunxian's connections were indeed formidable, yet they also fueled her arrogance. Had she transmitted information to the nearby station troops, instead of relying solely on the Qingyun sect, they would not be facing these vexing challenges. If Bai Yunxian had not devised such a nefarious plan, the Rillian army would have lacked a pretext to enter the palace. Before long, Bai Yunxian was summoned into the Grand Hall, and from Imo Xuanfei, she finally grasped that her malicious plot had been extinguished before it even commenced. How is that possible? Bai Yunxian's face registered disbelief. The poison was concocted by my master, except for the elders and my masteress disciples. No one else can produce the antidote. Imo Qianyuan and the emperor exchanged glances, astonished. The medical prowess of the Qingyun sect was renowned, having saved countless lives, leading many to regard it as a sanctified place. Yet, in secrecy, the sect's leader had imparted such vile knowledge to his disciple. The myriad of speculations swirled in their minds, yet the father and son wisely kept silent. They wondered which exalted figure Jun Wuxia had enlisted to defuse this crisis. Now, alongside Imo Qianyuan and the Rillian army, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yunxian, rest assured, I will do everything within my power to protect you. Imo Qianyuan grasped Bai Yunxian's hand with fervor, showering her with sweet words as if they cost nothing. Let her come. I am eager to see what she dares to do to me. Mindai has already arrived at the Qingyun sect, and my master has sent someone. Should she harm even a hair on my head, my master will not let her off lightly. Bai Yunxian let out a cold laugh, initially intending to resolve these troubles before the arrival of the Qingyun sect's people. However, with her plans thwarted, she felt it was no great loss. What did it matter if her scheme failed? Unbeknownst to her, the emperor and Imo Xuanfei exchanged knowing smiles as they listened to her words. Pushing Bai Yunxian forward was undoubtedly their wisest choice. The ignorant are often fearless. Suddenly, a chilling snort echoed from outside the Grand Hall, prompting the three within to glance outward. There stood Jun Wuxia at the entrance, flanked by Imo Qinyu, and behind them, the Rillian army silently subdued all the guards outside the hall. The emperor's heart dropped, his throat constricting as he beheld Jun Wuxia's icy gaze, so frigid it sent shivers down one's spine. Despite lacking any visible emotion, it was enough to deter direct eye contact, causing him to instinctively shrink back on his throne. Father, Mo Qianyu accompanied Jun Wuxia into the hall with an air of calm courtesy. Upon seeing Jun Wuxia, Bai Yunxian gritted her teeth. Had it not been for Mo Xuanfei discreetly holding her hand, she might have rushed forward to slap that wretched girl. You've come. The Emperor's voice had lost its former authority, trembling beneath the pressure, and as he spoke, he realized something was amiss. He hurriedly adjusted his expression, striving to appear as composed as before. I report to you, Father. There are traitors within the Imperial Guard, intending to harm the people. I am concerned for your safety, which is why I rashly led troops into the palace. I do not seek your understanding, only wish to apprehend those who threaten the stability of our Qi nation. Once I capture the villain, I will leave his punishment to you. Mo Qianyu knelt in the grand hall, his resonant voice echoing powerfully. The emperor's lips twitched involuntarily. Oh, the audacity of such grandiose declarations. With Mo Qianyu bringing so many Rue Lin troops into the palace, how could he, as emperor, still wield the authority to punish him? What was even more infuriating was Jun Wuxia's unflinching demeanor, treating the emperor as though he were inconsequential, without even a formal greeting. The emperor was baffled, unable to comprehend how the once nearly discarded crown prince had suddenly risen from the ashes, earning the people's fervent support in such a short time. Everything seemed inexplicable. Yet upon closer examination, it appeared to stem from a moment Jun Wuxia and Mo Qianyu entered the stage. A once disregarded waste of a sister and a prince burdened by poison. These two, whom he could have easily dealt with in the past, had now united to bring him ruin, forcing a coup right into the grand hall. The emperor longed to unleash his fury, but recognized that times had changed. Rise. You serve the nation wholeheartedly. How could I resent you? The emperor swallowed his indignation, feeling as though he might faint from the pressure. I lack knowledge of medicine and poison, so I specifically invited Wuxia here. The antidote for the people's poison relies entirely on her expertise. Outside, Jun Wuxia sought to elevate herself in the hearts of the people. But within the palace, Missouri Qianyu would not allow her to hoard all the credit. Upon hearing this, the emperor's gaze flickered slightly. Meanwhile, Bai Yunxian, unable to suppress her displeasure, sneered. With her knowledge of poison, no one understands it better than she does. What can Jun Wuxia possibly do? Jun Wuxia's cold, detached eyes fell upon Bai Yunxian, her seemingly casual gaze making Bai Yunxian feel as though she were being pricked by needles all over. Bitter sorrow, ice melting, and the mandala flower. Jun Wuxia leisurely enumerated a series of herbal names, exceeding a dozen, save for 2 or 3 that were well known. The others were entirely unfamiliar to the others present in the hall. Confusion filled the room. Yet Bai Yunxian's complexion paled as she recognized the herbs Jun Wuxia named, each one precisely what she had used to concoct her poison. How could she possibly know? Bai Yunxian was incredulous, waiting for Jun Wuxia's response. Those ingredients were exclusive to the Qinyan sect. How could Jun Wuxia have knowledge of them? Jun Wuxia continued to list the herbs with a leisurely demeanor, a slight smirk gracing her lips as her cold gaze swept over Bai Yunxian's ashen face. Such childish tricks should not be displayed. Bai Yunxian's expression darkened completely, trembling with rage as she glared at Jun Wuxia. Mo Xuanfei sensed the shift and quickly drew Bai Yunxian into his embrace. However, upon meeting Jun Wuxia's increasingly menacing gaze, he felt a jolt of fear. That gaze was unforgettable, a remnant of that night, amidst the slaughter outside the palace, when Jun Wuxia stood amidst the blood like a vengeful spirit emerging from hell. Just one glance, and Mo Xuanfei almost collapsed. Yet, seeing Bai Yunxian's pale face, he steeled himself to confront Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia, what are you saying? Bai Yunxian is a distinguished guest of the Qi nation. How can you be so disrespectful? He knew they needed to protect Bai Yunxian until the Qinyan sect could provide aid. Jun Wuxia regarded the assertive Mo Xuanfei with a sudden smile that sent a chill through everyone in the hall. Kneel. Her voice, laced with mirth, resonated throughout the grand hall. Mo Xuanfei stared at her in disbelief, unable to grasp her words. Even Mo Qianyu, who had joined in the coup, appeared bewildered by Jun Wuxia's utterance. Before Mo Xuanfei could respond, Jun Wuxia unleashed two streaks of crimson light that struck his knees. Before anyone could react, a scream escaped him as his legs buckled, crashing to the ground before Jun Wuxia, pulling Bai Yunxian down with him. Yun Wuxi stood, coldly observing Mo Xuanfei's contorted face. Speak your mind while kneeling. Her smile grew brighter as blood trickled from Mo Xuanfei's knees, staining the polished marble beneath him. The archaic authority of the royal family, with its pretensions of regal dignity, had led to this moment of humiliation. The grand hall fell into a deathly silence as everyone stared in shock at Jun Wuxia. Bai Yunxian, flustered, rose to her feet, the blood from Mo Xuanfei's knees splattering her skirt. In a panic, she grasped his hand, attempting to help him stand. But even the slightest movement elicited a series of pained cries from him. Jun Wuxia, you mad woman. Bai Yunxian had never encountered. I have sealed the blood flow in his legs. If he cannot resolve the blocked acupoints within an hour, he will remain unable to stand for the rest of his life. The world mocks her uncle for being bedridden for a decade. Although the royal family seems to show affection by continuously sending ginseng and Ganoderma to their residents, they have never put a stop to the insults from others. Her uncle sacrificed his legs for the sake of the Qi kingdom for 10 long years. If the royal family truly valued loyalty, they could silence those slanderous tongues. Yet they remain indifferent, allowing the scandalous rumors to circulate, subjecting her uncle to relentless torment day and night. Today, she intends to let the emperor's most favored second prince experience the same bitter taste. This minor injury should be easily resolved by the disciples of the Qingyan sect, right? Jun Wuxia watched Bai Yunxian with a sly smile. The more they care about something, the more she wishes to crush it before their eyes. Mo Xuanfei holds himself in high regard, believing himself to be revered by all. Yet she will ensure that he can only kneel and gaze up at everyone from now on. Jun Wuxia, how long can you remain audacious? Let me inform you, my master will soon arrive in the imperial city, and when that happens, you will surely regret this. Bai Yunxian's curses were not yet finished when Jun Wuxia, with both hands, swiftly struck her 3 resounding slaps across the face. This time, it was a true face slap. The sound made even Mo Qianyu, who was listening nearby, instinctively retract his neck. The blows were ruthless. You think you can save someone without saying so much? Jun Wuxia smiled gently at Bai Yunxian, whose face was now marked with 5 distinct fingerprints. Bai Yunxian was stunned. She could not have imagined that someone would dare to strike her. Clutching her burning cheeks, she stared blankly at Jun Wuxia, still reeling from the shock of being hit. The emperor was utterly dumbfounded. Was Jun Wuxia truly insane? She actually dared to strike Bai Yunxian. You dare to hit me? Bai Yunxian trembled with rage, pointing at Jun Wuxia. Without hesitation, Jun Wuxia delivered another slap to Bai Yunxian's face and kicked her directly in the chest, sending her flying. Let me confirm once again, Jun Wuxia said with a smile, her exquisite features becoming even more mesmerizing with her radiant grin. Bai Yunxian's mouth bore traces of blood, her hair in disarray, and her once refined makeup ruined. She looked up at Jun Wuxia in terror, as if gazing upon a malevolent spirit. In the Qingyun sect, she was the disciple of the sect leader, and no one had ever dared to lay a hand on her. Outside, everyone feared the power of the Qingyun sect and treated her with respect and submission. However, in the Qi kingdom, encountering Jun Wuxia changed everything. Jun Wuxia made it clear through her actions that she not only would strike her, but would do so without mercy. For the first time, Bai Yunxian tasted fear, her pride utterly shattered. Bring her here. Jun Wuxia commanded the Rue Lin army behind her. 2 soldiers approached and dragged the limp Bai Yunxian before Jun Wuxia. Bai Yunxian struggled to free herself, but her feeble strength was no match for the Rue Lin soldiers, who firmly held her in place. You can't do this. My master is the leader of the Qingyun sect. Bai Yunxian trembled as she looked at Jun Wuxia, realizing for the first time the madness of her opponent, who cared not for the might of the Qingyun sect or her noble lineage. In Jun Wuxia's eyes, she was merely an ant that could be crushed at will. Oh, Jun Wuxia said, half closing her eyes as she raised her hand and slapped Bai Yunxian's face once more. Was the Qingyun sect to me? Bai Yunxian gazed at Jun Wuxia in panic, all her hatred replaced by fear. Under the scrutiny of those hollow eyes, she felt as if she had fallen into the depths of hell. To save your beloved, whether he can stand again relies on you, the disciple of the Qingyan sect. Jun Wuxia spoke with a smile, and the two soldiers immediately understood her intent, dragging the disheveled Bai Yunxian to Mo Xuani's side. At this moment, all of Bai Yunxian's former arrogance had vanished. She trembled uncontrollably as she sat beside Mo Xuani, staring at his legs, now stained with blood, causing her to shudder even more violently. The emperor closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight before him. He had thought that with the backing of the Qingyun sect, Jun Wuxia would never dare to lay a finger on Bai Yunxian. However, it was apparent that this was a naive fantasy. The idea that Jun Wuxia would refrain from harming Bai Yunxian was laughable. The severity of her actions against Bai Yunxian was no less than what she had inflicted on Mo Xuani. Mo Qinyu was left utterly dumbfounded. He had prepared elaborate schemes to force the emperor's abdication, only to be thwarted by Jun Wuxia's straightforward and brutal tactics. "Wuxia, what are you trying to accomplish?" Mo Qinyu asked, swallowing hard. Jun Wuxia glanced at him, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Can't you see?" He truly could not. Jun Wuxia had been meticulous in maintaining the Jun family's image, whether in executing ministers or controlling the imperial city, leaving no room for error. Yet today, she acted without restraint, giving no thought to appearances. "Humans are but fish and meat. I am the knife and chopping board. Why waste words?" Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow. The grand hall was filled only with the emperor and the two of them, while the Rui Lin army had secured the area outside, ensuring no one would witness her actions. Why bother with superficial displays? Mo Qinyu was on the verge of kneeling before Jun Wuxia. This elder sister was a master of schemes, yet her straightforward brutality was even more alarming. Truly, she demanded what she needed without hesitation or ambiguity. The torment Jun Wuxia inflicted on Mo Xuani and Bai Yunxian was nothing less than retribution for their past deeds. An hour passed swiftly, and Bai Yunxian was drenched in sweat, desperately trying to unlock Mo Xuani's blocked blood flow. Mo Xuani had lost the strength to even wail in agony, reduced to trembling on the ground. Why can I unlock it?" Bai Yunxian's eyes turned red with desperation. She applied all her skills, but to no avail, even emptying her pockets of the elixir she had brought from the Qingyun sect, only to meet with failure. "You're deceiving me, aren't you? He is already." Bai Yunxian trembled as she looked at Jun Wuxia, no longer daring to speak to her with arrogance. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow, observing the dazed Bai Yunxian as she stepped closer to her and Mo Xuani. Bai Yunxian instinctively recoiled in fear. Jun Wuxia did not even spare her a glance. Placing her hands on either side of Mo Xuani's knees and extracting two blood-stained silver needles. The silver needles had sealed his acupoints, unless they were removed by Yunxian's efforts. No matter how many miraculous elixirs she forced upon him, would be futile. "Try again," Jun Wuxia commanded coldly. Bai Yunxian's trembling hand reached for Mo Xuani's wrist, her eyes widening in disbelief. The once blocked blood flow had been restored, but the ensuing chaos revealed the grim truth. Mo Xuani's legs were irreparably damaged. An hour. It truly only takes an hour. The sealing of the acupoints had only taken an hour. Yet Mo Xuani was destined to live the rest of his life as a cripple. Bai Yunxian, who prided herself on her medical prowess and was considered an esteemed disciple within the Qingyun sect, hence her being favored by the sect leader, now found herself utterly incapable of removing the silver needles. Her extensive knowledge of medicine had been reduced to mere child's play in Jun Wuxia's eyes. All her pride and dignity crumbled in that instant as she gazed at Jun Wuxia, seeing her past glory and confidence shattered by Jun Wuxia's piercing gaze. During that hour, Mo Xuani endured the torment of the silver needles. The moment they were withdrawn, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his still numb legs filled his eyes with astonishment. He struggled to rise, but his legs refused to obey him, leaving him kneeling on the ground, staring up at everyone. "Bring me the wheelchair prepared for the second prince," Jun Wuxia said with a smile. A guard from the Rui Lin army promptly brought forth the wheelchair that Jun Wuxia had prepared and placed it in the great hall. Mo Xuanfei stared at the wheelchair, a visage all too familiar to him. It was the very one gifted by the emperor to Jun Qing after his incapacitation. Assist the second prince in taking his seat, Jun Wuxie commanded. 2 soldiers of the Rui Lin army immediately reached out to grasp Mo Xuanfei, who reacted as though struck by a tremendous shock, thrashing his arms wildly to evade their grasp. What do you mean? What are you attempting? I refuse to sit in that chair. I refuse. Despite the fervor of Mo Xuanfei's struggles, the soldiers executed their orders, forcibly lifting him from the ground. His bloodied legs were dragged onto the wheelchair, leaving a glaring trail of crimson behind. Since you are a cripple, you must accept your fate, Jun Wuxie declared with a radiant smile. Yet her words sent a shiver coursing through the emperor, who had been silently enduring nearby. Since you are a cripple, you must accept your fate, he had once pondered. The emperor glared at Jun Wuxie's retreating figure, feeling as if submerged in frigid water, every pore screaming with terror. Helplessly, he watched as his son and Bai Yunxian were toyed within the palms of Jun Wuxie. He was paralyzed by fear, not from a lack of will to escape, but from a realization that escape was impossible. The great hall was swarming with Rui Lin soldiers, and there was no way out. Mo Xuanfei, pressed into the wheelchair, bore a countenance twisted with madness. Yet, regardless of his unwillingness, the 2 Rui Lin soldiers steadfastly held his shoulders, pinning him firmly in place. The prince's status had crumbled into insignificance. Mo Qianyuan observed quietly, having witnessed Jun Wuxie's ruthless nature before. Now, he beheld her skill in tormenting others. It would have been simplicity itself to eliminate Mo Xuanfei and Bai Yunxian with a single stroke, yet she chose not to. Instead, she meticulously shattered everything they held dear before their very eyes, mercilessly tearing apart their dignity and pride, leaving them with naught but despair and fear. Once a soul is utterly annihilated, even if the divine were to descend and save their bodies, their hearts would remain irretrievably lost. I shall kill you, you wretched woman. Mo Xuanfei howled from the confines of the wheelchair, his eyes wild with madness. Suddenly, a ring upon his finger blazed with brilliant light, and a deafening roar of a lion echoed throughout the hall. Mo Qianyuan's expression tightened. He was all too familiar with that roar. It had once stunned the entire royal family on the day Mo Xuanfei, at the tender age of 14, awakened his spirit ring. As the light faded, a magnificent golden lion materialized in the great hall, its radiance akin to sunlight. This golden lion was the mightiest beast-type spirit ring ever awakened within the royal lineage of the Qi Kingdom. In that moment, Mo Xuanfei summoned the golden lion, intending to perish alongside Jun Wuxie. The regal golden lion unleashed a thunderous roar and lunged towards the Rui Lin soldiers flanking the wheelchair. Fortunately, the 2 soldiers were agile enough to evade the attack and swiftly summoned their own weapon-type spirit rings in preparation. Mo Xuanfei glared at Jun Wuxie, his bloodshot eyes brimming with mania. Jun Wuxie had ruined him, utterly destroyed him. He no longer cared for the consequences. He would kill Jun Wuxie. The atmosphere in the great hall grew tense. Mo Qianyuan conjured a silver spear, positioning it before Jun Wuxie. This was the golden lion, the most formidable beast-type spirit ring in the history of the Qi Kingdom. Kill her. Kill him, Mo Xuanfei bellowed, directing the golden lion to attack Jun Wuxie. The emperor, now thoroughly astonished, had risen from his throne, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. He understood the golden lion's strength all too well in all of Qi Kingdom. Few beast-type spirit rings could rival it. Mo Xuanfei's gamble was a final act of defiance. The golden lion charged at Jun Wuxie, its immense form radiating power, its massive claws capable of shredding flesh with the slightest swipe. Suddenly, a massive shadow lunged at the golden lion, forcefully diverting its grand form away from Jun Wuxie. It was a black beast, though not as large as the golden lion. Its eyes glimmered with the intent to kill. In an instant, Mo Qianyuan recognized the black beast. It was none other than Jun Wuxie's mount. The 2 colossal beasts clashed within the great hall, their roars resonating with an intensity that chilled the bones of all present. The spirit rings, manifested as beasts, bore no blood. Even as they tore open wounds upon one another, no trace of blood was evident. Everyone in the hall gaped in astonishment, while the Rue Lin soldiers stationed outside surged into the great hall, forming a protective barrier around Jun Wuxia and Mo Qinyuan. The black beast and the golden lion wrestled fiercely, their primal roars echoing in the ears of all, producing a cacophony that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. "Should we assist?" Mo Qinyuan whispered to Jun Wuxia, observing the black beast engaged with the golden lion. Jun Wuxia shook her head. Aside from Jun Qing's beast-type spirit ring, she had never encountered others. She was eager to discern how the black beast's combat prowess compared to the spirit rings of this world. In her previous life, even the fiercest beasts had paled before the transformed black beast. Yet here, she could not ascertain its capabilities. More observation was necessary. The black beast seemed to sense Jun Wuxia's thoughts, launching itself at the golden lion with frenzied ferocity, its elongated fangs tearing into the lion's flesh. Though no blood was shed, the wounds emanated a faint, shimmering light. The once invincible golden lion, now battered, had tufts of its mane ripped away, roaring in fury as it charged at the black beast. However, the black beast skillfully evaded the golden lion's attack, leaping over its head, and in midair, executed a swift turn, pouncing onto the golden lion's back, opening its massive jaws to sink its teeth into the lion's throat. A piercing scream erupted from the golden lion, which thrashed violently in an attempt to dislodge the black beast. Yet the creature clung tenaciously to its throat, its claws sinking deep into the lion's flesh. What was meant to be a restful night turned into an unexpected spectacle, as the unfolding drama captivated all present. The struggle between the two colossal beasts escalated, leaving everyone in the great hall in a state of shock. As the black beast began to gain the upper hand, Mo Xuanfei's madness seemed to shatter piece by piece. How could this be? His golden lion was being subdued by that black beast. Suddenly, Mo Xuanfei felt a powerful force tugging at the depths of his soul, a pain so intense that it rendered his breathing labored. Clutching his chest, he raised his head in disbelief. The black beast, now atop the golden lion, began to devour its flesh voraciously. Beast-type spirit rings were not composed of true flesh and blood. Their forms were merely manifestations of their power. Yet now, the black beast was consuming the flesh of the golden lion, swallowing it whole, with the wounds it inflicted shedding no blood, only radiating flickers of ethereal light. How could this be? As his soul was relentlessly torn apart, Mo Xuanfei gripped his chest, gritting his teeth against the onslaught of pain, as he beheld the horrific sight of the black beast consuming the golden lion piece by piece. The anguish he felt was unparalleled. Not only Mo Xuanfei, but even Mo Qinyuan and the Rue Lin soldiers were petrified by the black beast's actions. The act of devouring a beast-type spirit ring alive was an unprecedented phenomenon. The amalgamation of soul and power is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. And how could it ever be consumed by other beings? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Mo Qinyuan instinctively shifted his gaze to Jun Wuxia's countenance, only to observe the fading smile upon her lips. Her eyes contemplatively fixated on the sight of the black beast voraciously devouring its prey. Unbeknownst to her, Jun Wuxia was entirely absorbed by the little black creature. Throughout her past and present lives, regardless of her soul's location, this black cat had unfailingly lingered by her side. Others were oblivious to the fact that this feline, in a certain sense, constituted a fragment of her very essence. In her previous life, an unhinged individual had relentlessly employed various advanced technologies to conduct unspeakable experiments, with the black cat being one of the outcomes. Its true nature was that of a synthetic beast, possessing formidable strength beyond that of ordinary creatures, yet lacking in intellect. To be precise, the black cat was not a finished product. It was merely an experimental subject within that individual's trials, aimed at forcibly binding the fragmented soul of the synthetic beast with that of a human, intertwining two previously unrelated souls. Jun Wuxia's soul had already merged with that of the black cat, meaning wherever her soul resided, the black cat would follow. The black cat could be described as a product of the soul, somewhat akin to the spirit guardians of this world, yet not entirely the same. Just moments ago, The black cat had conveyed a remarkable revelation to Jun Wuxia. It could consume the golden lion, assimilating its soul power entirely. This was an unprecedented discovery. Jun Wuxia was filled with curiosity regarding the transformations the little black creature would undergo after devouring the golden lion. Would it be akin to the digestion of other foods, or would unforeseen variables arise? She calmed her mind, awaiting the final outcome. The majestic golden lion was being methodically torn apart and consumed by the black beast within the grand hall, witnessed by all present. Strangely devoid of bloodshed, this scene induced an even more chilling sensation. What precisely was this black beast, capable of devouring even spirit guardians? Chapter 165. Devoured Whole 3. The most powerful golden lion of the Qi royal family was gradually consumed by the black beast, leaving the disordered hall with only the satisfied creature standing, contentedly licking its razor-sharp claws. The black beast wagged its tail, advancing toward Jun Wuxia, emitting a sound that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Meow. Never before had it felt so full. As the black beast spoke, the terror that had enveloped the hearts of all present dissipated in an instant. The creature that could effortlessly devour the golden lion sounded adorable. The hearts of the once dominant men, captivated by the black beast's imposing presence, shattered into fragments. What was this sensation? Jun Wuxia remained oblivious. The stark contrast between the black beast's form and voice having already crushed the spirits of many. She gently patted its head, scrutinizing its physique. Meow? Not at all. Just feeling quite full and satisfied. May I take a nap? The well-fed black beast felt it could scarcely remain awake. Jun Wuxia nodded slightly, and the black beast circled around her, transforming into a shadow and vanishing from sight. Mo Qian Yuan gulped, having witnessed the black beast consume the golden lion. He suddenly felt that having been trampled by the beast was not such an embarrassing affair after all. At least he had not been eaten. The disappearance of the black beast restored calm to the chaotic hall. Mo Xianfei let out a wretched scream, tumbling from his wheelchair, convulsing on the cold floor. Gripping his collar tightly, his face paling from pain, beads of sweat cascading from him, his already blood-stained clothes appearing even more disheveled. Throughout history, they had never heard of anyone being able to strip a spirit guardian from its master. Yet just moments ago, Mo Xianfei's guardian had been entirely consumed by the black beast belonging to Jun Wuxia. Did this mean Mo Xianfei had lost his spirit guardian? The gaze of the crowd instinctively turned toward the ring on his finger, once gleaming with gold, now rusted and decrepit. As Mo Xianfei trembled, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the ring. With a resounding crack, the ring, transformed from the spirit guardian, shattered into countless fragments, falling to the marble floor. The spirit guardian ring, shattered? Such a scenario had never been witnessed before. Spirit guardians, once awakened at the age of 14, remained with their masters until their demise, dissipating only alongside them, never shattering in such a manner. People believed that while spirit guardians might weaken significantly after suffering severe damage, they would not perish. As long as their master lived, they would remain in a dormant state. However, the events unfolding before them utterly dismantled their understanding. Spirit guardians could not die, yet they could be consumed. To be devoured equated to death, resulting in the shattering of the ring and the master. Observing Mo Xianfei writhing in agony on the ground, the onlookers shivered, none wishing to experience the horror of having their spirit guardians obliterated. Merely witnessing the scene was akin to living a fate worse than death. Chapter 166. Devoured Whole 4. The emperor trembled as he beheld Mo Xianfei sprawled on the ground, his heart gripped as if by a vice. He could not deny that when Mo Xianfei had summoned the golden lion, he had harbored a glimmer of hope. If the golden lion could indeed aid their escape, it would be a fortuitous turn of events. However, witnessing his son's spirit guardian being consumed by Jun Wuxia's black beast plunged his heart into despair. A monster, Jun Wuxia was a veritable demon. The emperor could no longer regard her as human. Her youth belied a cunning capable of orchestrating schemes beyond the comprehension of adults, coupled with the audacity to stage a coup, and a black beast capable of devouring spirit guardians. Jun Wuxia was no mere mortal. She was an aberration, The emperor felt a chill coursing through him. Trembling as he returned to his throne, too fearful to utter another word, even a plead for Mo Xianfei's release. Take him away. Jun Wuxia frowned as she observed Mo Xianfei convulsing, already on the brink of collapse before she could even take further action. The soldiers of the Rui Lin army promptly lifted the trembling Mo Xianfei back into his wheelchair. This time he could offer no resistance, his eyes rolling back, suspicious foam pooling at the corners of his mouth, his skin taking on a bizarre crimson hue. The forced obliteration of the spirit guardian inflicted indelible trauma upon its masteress soul. White Yun Xian, witnessing the horror, was utterly terrified, curling her body and desperately seeking refuge behind a pillar in the hall, praying that Jun Wuxia would not notice her. Alas, how could Jun Wuxia forget a woman who had once cared for her grandfather? With a mere glance, Mo Qianyuan understood Jun Wuxia's intent. He seized White Yun Xian from behind the pillar, ignoring her desperate screams, muffling her mouth with cloth and dragging her to a corner, awaiting her fate. The prelude to the coup had concluded. It was time for the main event. The murderous glee had faded from Jun Wuxia's face, replaced by an icy demeanor as she approached the pale emperor seated upon his throne. Do not come any closer. The aging emperor, struck with fear, recoiled, yet could not escape the frigid gaze of Jun Wuxia. I shall pose but one question. Jun Wuxia's voice was cold. What do you wish to ask? The emperor's anxiety heightened as he regarded her. Was it you who orchestrated the demise of my father and the injury of my uncle? Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of cold light compelling the emperor to remain silent. Trembling, he met her gaze, terror written across his features. He dared not speak, nor could he. Should he utter a word, his life would surely be forfeit. Not me. Jun Wuxia coldly tugged at the corners of her mouth, her fingertips darting out 5 silver needles. This is what you brought upon yourself. At this point, if you still refuse to confess, then you are merely seeking your own demise. The decline of the Jun family is certainly not a coincidence. Although Jun Xian and Jun Qing were reluctant to speak of their father's death, she could vaguely surmise from their evasive words that it was the emperor who had worked behind the scenes. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. With the world in order, the emperor harbored thoughts of hiding his bow after the game was over. You shall write the edict of abdication yourself, Jun Wuxia spoke, turning her back to Mo Qianyuan. Mo Qianyuan was momentarily taken aback, still trying to grasp Jun Wuxia's intentions. However, the next moment, the piercing screams that echoed through the great hall caused him to drop the spear he held in shock. That's enough for now. Everyone should hurry off to bed. Good night. I shall also retire. Chapter 0167. Change of Weather. 1. 5 silver needles plunged directly into the emperor's eyes, embedding themselves in his eyeballs. The emperor's screams sent shivers down one spine as he struggled and writhed upon the throne. Jun Wuxia watched him coldly, devoid of any compassion. She would not allow the emperor to die so easily. He owed the Jun family a debt, and she would ensure he repaid it bit by bit. Take the 3 of them to the dungeon, Jun Wuxia commanded coldly. The Rui Lin army stood dumbfounded, stunned by Jun Wuxia's ruthlessness, completely disregarding the emperor's status. This was no mere coup. It was an outright act of regicide. After a long moment, the Rui Lin army finally dragged the emperor, the second prince, and by Yun Xian away, their dignities and pride long gone, reduced to the state of dead dogs being dragged to the dungeon. Inside the hall, Mo Qianyuan stared at the empty throne, momentarily at a loss. Is this it? He had prepared a plethora of grandiose speeches, yet not a single word escaped his lips as Jun Wuxia resolved everything so simply and brutally. The rebels had caused chaos in the palace, poisoning the late emperor and the second prince, leading to the unfortunate demise of the former. A nation cannot survive a day without a ruler. Jun Wuxia picked up a handkerchief to wipe her delicate hands, her cold gaze sweeping across Mo Qianyuan. He shivered at her words, which masked the original intent of the power transition. Her statement seemed riddled with flaws, yet it perfectly aligned with the poison that had infiltrated the imperial city. The poison originated from the imperial guard, who were stationed within the palace. Thus, its emergence within the palace was hardly incomprehensible. How do you plan to deal with them? Mo Qianyuan asked, his heart still trembling at the thought of Jun Wuxia's merciless actions towards those three. Leaving them alive was certainly not an act of benevolence. The disciples of Qingyun's sect would soon arrive at the imperial city. Bai Yunxian could not be allowed to die. Jun Wuxia's gaze lowered, recalling Bai Yunxian's earlier outburst. She had not forgotten how Bai Yunxian had managed to notify the Qingyun sect. For now, her life was still spared. You won't kill her? Monta Qianyuan questioned, his mind racing with the potential consequences. However, if she comes into contact with the people from Qingyun's sect and the matter gets out, he could hardly bear to imagine. He feared not the news reaching the ears of the people of Qi, but rather the unpredictable wrath of Qingyun's sect. Their leader was known for being fiercely protective. Years ago, when a disciple was robbed while traveling, Qingyun's sect not only annihilated the robbers, but also executed every official in the vicinity for their negligence. Bai Yunxian was a disciple of his sect's leader. Should he learn of her plight here, he would not rest until justice was served. The disciples of Qingyun's sect were afforded such treatment because of their leader's protective nature. No one wished for tragedy to befall them. Jun Wuxia glanced at Mo Qianyuan and replied coolly, "They will not know." "Ah, Bai Yunxian will not know?" Jun Wuxia affirmed. Mo Qianyuan regarded Jun Wuxia with uncertainty. He was unsure how many more abilities she had yet to reveal. However, since she claimed that Qingyun's sect would remain unaware, he need not worry excessively. He could simply observe the unfolding events. Focus on preparing for your ascension. There's no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. With that, Jun Wuxia departed the Great Hall. Chapter 0168. Change of Weather 2. The Crown Prince, Mo Qianyuan, led the Rue Lin army into the palace. And half a day later, news of the emperor's demise spread, engulfing the nation in sorrow. The late emperor had left a decree for Crown Prince Mo Qianyuan to ascend the throne. The coronation ceremony was set for 7 days hence. Thus, the nation of Qi underwent a silent transformation. Due to Jun Wuxia's earlier slaughter of the emperor's loyal hounds at the palace gates, not a single minister dared to question Mo Qianyuan's ascension. Who was unaware of the extraordinary bond between Mo Qianyuan and Jun Wuxia? With Mo Qianyuan ascending the throne, it was likely that the position of empress would eventually belong to Jun Wuxia. The Rue Lin army remained stationed within the imperial city. They were not fools willing to risk their lives. The ascension proceeded remarkably smoothly, as Mo Qianyuan thoroughly purged the palace, executing numerous servants and eunuchs loyal to the emperor and the second prince. The entire palace was now under his control, from a life of peril to ascending as emperor. In just a few short months, Mo Qianyuan felt as though all of this transpired in a dream. Were it not for Jun Wuxia, he feared he would have perished in the Lin Yuan Hall. "Your Majesty, the items you requested to be sent to the Lin Wangfu have been delivered," a eunuch reported. With 2 days remaining before his official coronation, Mo Qianyuan's attendants had already begun addressing him as Your Majesty. Mo Qianyuan remained non-committal, seated upon the throne, devoid of much joy. "Oh, have you seen Sister Jun?" Since their encounter in the Great Hall, Mo Qianyuan had not seen Jun Wuxia again. The 3 individuals imprisoned in the palace dungeon now hung in a precarious state, awaiting Jun Wuxia's decision. "Not yet," Mo Qianyuan replied with a nod. He had previously sent all the precious wine he had to the Lin Wangfu. He could tell that Jun Wuxia had little interest in anything else. But those jars of wine piqued her interest. Preoccupied with his coronation, Mo Qianyuan had not engaged in any other matters, trusting that whatever Jun Wuxia did, he need not worry about. That girl was far more perceptive than he was. Within Lin Wangfu, Jun Xian and Jun Qing sat before Jun Wuxia, their expressions grave. Jun Wuxia had been unable to leave the house these past few days, not for any reason other than being interrogated by these two. From the coup to the transition, the father and son of the Jun family had unearthed all of Jun Wuxia's plans, including her straightforward and ruthless methods in the palace. Listening to their accounts had left the two drenched in cold sweat. Although the Jun family were bold and meticulous, proficient in military strategy, they were not adept at the intrigues of the court. They had not anticipated that Jun Wuxia's actions over the past few months would completely resolve the Jun family's decade-long predicament. Everything had unfolded far too swiftly, too unexpectedly. The father and son had scarcely grasped the situation before it had all settled. You truly imprisoned the former emperor and the others in the dungeon? Jun Xian's heart raced as he listened. The Jun family had always been steadfast in their loyalty, yet they found themselves faced with Jun Wuxia, a decisive figure who regarded the principles of loyalty and sovereignty as mere trifles. Indeed, Jun Wuxia nodded without hesitation. Jun Xian and Jun Qing exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complexity. Your plan with the crown prince was executed flawlessly, but what do you intend to do about by Yun Xian's earlier remarks? Now that the matter is settled, there is no turning back. My current concern is her mention of the people from Qingyun's sect coming to the imperial city. Qingyun's sect is not as easily dealt with as the former emperor. Chapter 0169. Change of Weather 3. Rest assured, grandfather, she will not pose any threat. Jun Wuxia replied calmly. Not pose a threat? Jun Xian looked at her, puzzled. I have my own plans for this matter. Once the crown prince ascends the throne, I will address it. Bai Yunxian's life would certainly be spared. Not only by Yun Xian, but the former emperor and the second prince would not meet their end either. She would ensure they understood that living could be far more painful than dying. They had caused the Jun family to suffer for over a decade. How could she allow them such a simple release? Having reached this point, the father and son of the Jun family refrained from further inquiries. In truth, aside from this matter, they harbored another perplexity. Over the past few days, Imo Qinyuan had sent gifts daily to the Lin Wangfu, so abundant that they could scarcely be accommodated in the storerooms. Such fervent attentiveness genuinely troubled them. Previously, Imo Qinyuan and Jun Wuxia had shared a close rapport, and now, with Jun Wuxia's assistance in helping Imo Qinyuan ascend to the throne, Imo Qinyuan seemed to cater to Jun Wuxia's every whim. This peculiar dynamic aroused their suspicion. Imo Qinyuan had recently come of age, and during his time as crown prince, he had not a single woman by his side. Now, with the position of crown princess still unfilled, even the side consort's place remained vacant. He had rarely interacted with women, the only one with whom he shared a semblance of intimacy being Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia had not ventured outside these days, unaware of the rumors circulating among the populace, who speculated that once the crown prince ascended, he would take Jun Wuxia as his empress. With the Lin Wangfu and the Rui Lin army as backing, it seemed plausible that Jun Wuxia could indeed claim the position of empress. However, the father and son of the Jun family could not discern any intention from Jun Wuxia towards such a fate. Ever since she had compelled the late emperor to abdicate, Jun Wuxia had not met with Imo Qinyuan again. What, they wondered, could be her true intentions? In truth, Jun Wuxia harbored no such thoughts. To her, Imo Qinyuan was merely an ally in her quest to force the emperor's abdication, a sharp blade safeguarding her family's interests. Her recent seclusion was not due to anything else, but rather because of the black cat. After that day when the black cat had consumed the golden lion, it had been listless, spending 8 of every 12 hours asleep. This state of affairs left Jun Wuxia quite unsettled. Bidding farewell to the Jun father and son, Jun Wuxia returned to her courtyard, where the midday sun blazed fiercely. On the stone table in the courtyard lay a ball of black fur, snoring softly. The golden sunlight cascaded upon its sleek coat, casting a faint golden hue. Approaching, Jun Wuxia cradled the black cat in her arms. Having basked in the sun for long, its body was somewhat warm to the touch. She carried it indoors, patiently grooming its fur. "What's wrong?" she asked, noticing the cat's discomfort as it stirred in her embrace. "I feel bloated and a bit hot," the black cat murmured, seeking a comfortable position to rest, yet unable to find relief. Its very soul felt as if it were being scorched by flames, a searing sensation that disrupted its slumber. Jun Wuxia frowned slightly. The cat's body had paled, indicating a concentration of its soul, yet how could it feel such distress? Upon closer inspection, she noted that despite being indoors and shielded from the sunlight, the cat's pure black fur still shimmered with a faint golden glow, reminiscent of the golden radiance emanating from the lion. Jun Wuxia's frown deepened. The black cat's soul was incomplete. Before merging with her own, it resembled a mindless puppet. The golden lion was a manifestation of a ring spirit, essentially a fragment of spiritual power. The black cat had consumed it, digesting not flesh, but soul. In her past life, she had some knowledge of the experiments conducted by a certain individual, and the current condition of the black cat bore a striking resemblance to the reactions observed post-synthesis of beasts. Instinctively, Jun Wuxia channeled her own power into the black cat, assisting it in harmonizing the soul of the golden lion that had recently been digested. Unbeknownst to her, the black cat once again succumbed to slumber. In its dream, enveloped in darkness, it perceived a glimmer of golden light gradually emerging from the void. Roar! The golden lion, long since swallowed, materialized in the dream. The discomfort black cat stared at the colossal creature, a flicker of surprise coursing through it. It sought to transform into a great black beast, but found itself utterly incapable. The massive lion lunged toward the palm-sized black cat. Meow! A piercing cry erupted from the black cat, nestled in Jun Wuxia's arms, prompting her to look down at the feline. Its face was contorted in distress, eyes shut tightly, limbs stiff against her, sharp claws extending from its pads, swiftly tearing through her sleeve and leaving trails of blood upon her fair skin. The golden light surrounding the black cat surged with intensity. Taking a deep breath, Jun Wuxia tightened her embrace around the cat, allowing its claws to continue marking her skin. Through trials and tribulations, it had always been by her side. No matter the peril, she could not abandon it. Your ring spirit is quite unique, a voice laced with amusement suddenly whispered in her ear. Before she could process it, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, a large hand lifting her cat away, distancing her from its frantic clawing. Return it. Jun Wuxia reached out, yearning to reclaim the black cat, but the arm encircling her waist remained unwavering, holding her firmly in place. Jun Wuxiao rested his chin on her shoulder, a languid smile gracing his lips. You cannot aid it. Having consumed the golden lion, it must rely on its own strength to fully absorb it. However, I did not anticipate encountering soul extraction in such a setting. Inhaling the faint scent of medicine that clung to Jun Wuxia, Jun Wuxiao's striking eyes narrowed slightly. Soul extraction? Jun Wuxia ceased her struggles. While Jun Wuxiao was enigmatic, he had never shown her malice, and he seemed to possess knowledge surpassing that of the Jun family. To seize another's ring spirit for the benefit of one's own is not only a means to significantly augment its strength, but also to absorb the abilities of the other spirit. Jun Wuxiao, cradling Jun Wuxia, spoke with an air of satisfaction, patiently elucidating the matter to her. Seizing another's ring spirit? Jun Wuxia paused, taken aback. In her rebirth thus far, she had never encountered such a concept. The black cat's ability to consume the golden lion had already defied her expectations. And judging by Mo Qinyuan's reaction, such occurrences seemed implausible. Yet, why did Jun Wuxiao's tone suggest that this was commonplace? This is not knowledge meant for you. But it seems your ring spirit inherently possesses such capability, which saves us considerable trouble. Jun Wuxiao relished the closeness, smiling as he spoke. The updates over these past few days had not dwindled. They remained consistent at 4, though readers may feel it lacking due to the sheer thrill of the plot twists, causing them to unwittingly finish the chapters, followed by laughter. Jun Wuxia paused for a moment, certain that this method was at least within the borders of Qi country, unknown to anyone. Moreover, Jun Wuxiao had just arrived. This was not information they were meant to possess. Is it the soul snatching? Jun Wuxia inquired. Jun Wuxiao shook his head, his cheek brushing against her cool silk. Nonchalantly, he replied, soul snatching cannot be accomplished by a spirit beast alone. Your black is an anomaly. I have never encountered a beast-type spirit that can strip and devour other spirits on its own. It is exceptionally unique, just like you. The process of soul snatching had become significantly simpler. However, completely assimilating the power of other spirits was no trivial feat, fortunately. The spirit it had consumed this time was merely a 5th-tier beast-type spirit. If it were to exceed the 7th tier, it would likely be unable to bear the strain. 5th tier? 7th tier? Jun Wuxia felt increasingly perplexed. Jun Wuxiao chuckled lightly, patiently elucidating, in your realm, spirit beasts do not exceed the 7th tier. Hence the differentiation in levels is not prominent. I will explain how to distinguish the ranks of spirit beasts later. If your black successfully absorbs the soul of the golden lion this time, its power will receive a significant boost. Jun Wuxia bit her lip, sensing that Jun Wuyao was shrouded in more secrets than she had initially thought. His words are not entirely unfamiliar in this place. As if sensing her thoughts, Jun Wuyao smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Regardless of my origins, I will not harm you. You may let go of me now, Jun Wuxia said, glancing down at the arm encircling her waist. It was rather peculiar that he always preferred to embrace her whenever they met. Though she did not wholly reject such intimacy, she was not particularly fond of it either. Yet, Jun Wuyao had no intention of relinquishing his hold. With a roguish grin, he tightened his embrace around her waist. How heartless! Have you already grown weary of me? He tossed the black cat aside on a nearby table, and just as Jun Wuxia's brow furrowed in confusion, he swept her up into his arms. What are you doing? She asked, her gaze flickering to his handsome smile. Naturally, someone who is injured requires medicine, he replied, gesturing towards the bloodstains on her delicate arms caused by the cat's claws. I don't need it. You do, he insisted, his smile devilishly charming as he cradled her. Regardless of her protests, he paid them no heed. Noticing she had ceased to struggle, Jun Wuyao's mood lifted, and with a playful grin, he carried her to the bedside, adeptly retrieving a bottle of hemostatic ointment from under her bed. The creamy ointment emanated a faint, pleasant fragrance as he rolled up her sleeve, delicately applying it to her wounds. The cat's claws had inadvertently broken the skin. Although the wounds were shallow, they were quite conspicuous. The warmth of his fingers, dipped in the cool ointment, glided over the bloodied cuts, sending a slight sting from her arm to her heart, a peculiar sensation that was both soothing and numbing. Jun Wuxia lowered her gaze, observing him as he patiently tended to her injuries, ensuring no wound went untreated. With the ointment now applied to all her arm's cuts, he did not release her sleeve, but instead held her hand within his, gently toying with her soft, delicate fingertips. You may let go of me now, she repeated, feeling somewhat stiff as he embraced her from behind, his large hand enveloping hers, rendering her fragile form nearly imperceptible beneath his towering stature. Her back pressed firmly against his chest, she could distinctly feel the rhythm of his heartbeat. Jun Wuyao chuckled softly, noticing her rigid demeanor. Surely, she couldn't escape his keen observation. At least there is some reaction, is there not? You truly have no heart, do you? After tending to your wounds and offering you clarity, you wish to cast me aside? I go to such lengths to see you, bathing and changing clothes for our meetings. Yet you treat me so coldly. His tone was tinged with a hint of melancholy, as if he bore a significant grievance. Yet his handsome face nestled against Jun Wuxia's neck, nuzzling in a manner reminiscent of a child seeking comfort. That's not it. Jun Wuxia felt a headache brewing. She had never intended to foster closer ties with Jun Wuyao. From the very beginning, he had exuded an air of danger and mystery, and she had no desire to provoke him. Despite her wish to part ways, he always appeared at the most opportune moments. Is it not? He pressed, his low voice imbued with palpable disappointment, tugging at one's heartstrings. I do not dislike you, she replied, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. She bore no animosity towards him. They had aided each other in escaping the cliff, and though she felt no affection, she did not harbor any ill will. Moreover, he had saved her grandfather, a debt she could not easily disregard. In her past and present, Jun Wuxia had always maintained a cold demeanor, with a heart equally frigid. The number of individuals she could genuinely care for could be counted on one hand. These few were either comrades who had shared life and death or family members who treated her with sincerity. However, when it came to Jun Wuyao, she found herself at a loss for how to define his role. He was neither a companion nor kin, yet he frequently intervened when she was in need, only to vanish without a trace, as if he were both elusive and omnipresent. Did she dislike him? It seemed not. Not disliking me implies you must harbor affection, does it not? Jun Wuyao's eyes gleamed with mischief as he lifted her small hand, planting kisses upon her fingertips with exuberant delight. I'm truly glad to discover that you, little sieur, possess feelings for me. That is not the case. What was affection? She pondered, unsure of its meaning. Yet she recognized that Jun Wuyao's presence felt distinct from that of her comrades and kin. The only forms of affection she understood were those two. Since it was different, it could not be affection. "Oh, so you truly do dislike me?" His tone shifted dramatically, imbued with sorrow that could bring one to tears. Jun Wuxia fell silent. Had she not just declared that she did not dislike him? No, she stammered, feeling a greater headache coming on. Did not disliking him equate to liking him? She found herself at a loss for words, opting to ignore his persistent inquiries. Observing the slight frown on his small face, Jun Wuyao's amusement deepened. "No worries if you do not understand. I can teach you slowly. Your denial is tantamount to acquiescence," he teased, laughing heartily as he cradled her petite form. Jun Wuxia remained speechless, contemplating how to extricate herself from his hold when suddenly she felt a warm, moist sensation on her cheek. Jun Wuyao had pressed a kiss to her face, and as he smiled at her in surprise, his half-closed eyes sparkled with intoxicating delight. "How wonderful! I like you too." Jun Wuxia's heart skipped a beat. She stared wide-eyed at the handsome face so near, feeling as though it was dazzling enough to blind her. She should pierce his artery with a silver needle and push him away, yet he had rendered her a favor, making it difficult to repay kindness with enmity. Torn, she bit her lip and turned her head away. In an unabashed display of masculine charm, Jun Wuyao showed no restraint in his pursuit. He grasped her chin, turning her face towards him, his gaze lingering on her subtly quivering brows, and the mirth in his eyes intensified. "Well then, I believe it's time for today's gratitude." "What?" Jun Wuxia blinked in surprise, but before she could react, Jun Wuyao leaned down, one arm encircling her waist while the other cradled the back of her head, his lips, infused with a playful smile, sealed over her own in a domineering kiss. Jiang Wuxia widened her eyes, and almost instinctively, she retrieved several silver needles from her waist, piercing them into the forehead of Jiang Wuyao without a moment's thought. A trickle of crimson blood dripped from the silver needles onto his handsome cheek, cascading down onto her fair and delicate face. The sharp, metallic scent of blood mingled with the enchanting hue of the blood-colored flower, driving the tongue that had slipped into Jiang Wuxia's mouth into a frenzy, almost annihilating her as it seized every drop of sweetness that belonged to her. Chapter 0174. This is Abduction 3. The droplets of blood that fell upon her lips were violently drawn into her mouth, the iron-sweet liquid igniting her taste buds. Jiang Wuyao's dark eyes seemed to be provoked by this blood, the purple hue within them no longer concealed. The potent aroma of blood intertwined with Jiang Wuyao's essence dominated Jiang Wuxia's palate and sense of smell, simultaneously awakening memories from her past life, causing her to bite down fiercely on her silver teeth. A torrent of blood exploded in her mouth as Jiang Wuyao finally released her lips, his deep purple gaze unfathomable, a seductive trace of blood lingering at the corners of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wuxia escaped from his embrace and stood on the ground, panting as she stared at Jiang Wuyao. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, the sharp pain in his tongue reminding him that this girl was utterly merciless. Had he not reacted swiftly, his tongue might have been bitten off. A cat with claws, indeed, is not easily appeased. Do not be angry. The blood has stained your lips, and that is my fault. Without a hint of anger, Jiang Wuyao maintained a beaming smile, pulling the silver needles from his forehead and presenting them to Jiang Wuxia. Whether your cat can devour the soul of the golden lion depends on tonight. Should any mishap occur, simply call for me, and I shall remain vigilant. Jiang Wuyao spoke with a smile, entirely disregarding the icy glare emanating from Jiang Wuxia's eyes. After delivering his words, he exited her room. Once the door was closed, the smile upon Jiang Wuyao's face did not dissipate. His injured tongue bled persistently, the taste of it temporarily altering the hue of his pupils. A shadow lurking nearby quietly appeared beside Jiang Wuyao, kneeling on one knee while holding a vial of medicine. "My lord." The man in black observed the bloodstains on Jiang Wuyao's lips and forehead, his eyes narrowing slightly. Few could inflict harm upon the lord. Yet this elder sister from the Jiang family frequently left him bloodied. Witnessing the smile upon Jiang Wuyao's lips, The man silently swallowed his grievances. The Lord's expression of satisfaction was indeed unsettling. Did he not realize the significant issues in his relationship with the elder sister? Time and again, he returned, bloodied and wounded. No need. Jiang Weiyao did not even glance at the medicine, yet the mirth in his eyes intensified. The cold-hearted individual was gradually exhibiting emotional fluctuations, which was a positive development for him. It is merely a gift. There is no need for alarm. Remain here and guard. Jiang Weiyao inhaled the sanguine aroma on his body, fully aware that it was displeasing to the one inside. The man in black could only nod silently, watching Jiang Wuyao's refreshed figure depart, a twinge of worry gnawing at his heart. My lord, even if you harbor feelings for the elder sister, you cannot resort to such extreme methods. Pursuing a lady should not involve returning covered in blood. Are you truly employing the wrong approach? After a short while, having bathed and changed, Jiang Weiyao returned to the door of Jiang Wuxia's room, unhurried and composed, taking a seat on the railing outside. This fellow values the black cat greatly. Shall I watch over her in the meantime? With this thought, Jiang Weiyao raised his hand slightly, and under the watchful gaze of the man in black, a wisp of black mist dispersed into the air, slipping through the crack of the door and into Jiang Wuxia's room. Chapter 0175, Disposition 1. Inside the room, Jiang Wuxia rinsed her mouth several times. Yet the metallic taste of blood lingered stubbornly in her throat. She sat at the table, watching the black cat that struggled incessantly, a flicker of concern appearing in her usually icy eyes for the first time. She raised her hand and, as usual, caressed the soft fur of the black cat. Hang in there. The black cat was unaware of how long it had been struggling. It only remembered the massive golden lion being torn apart piece by piece. In the darkness, it was battered and exhausted, collapsing into the void, as if it had heard a voice that was deeply familiar. Meow. Jiang Wuxia awoke from her slumber, and upon opening her eyes, she immediately spotted the familiar black cat nuzzling against her face. How did you end up sleeping here? The black cat blinked its eyes, looking at Jiang Wuxia, who had fallen into a deep sleep with her head resting on the table. Jiang Wuxia sat up, not rushing to respond to the black cat's question. Instead, she scrutinized it from head to toe and noticed a golden patch of fur adorning its chest, resembling a chain embedded within its black coat. The black cat tilted its head, pawing at its own fur, and finally caught sight of the golden mark. Why does this look so much like that hulking creature? It mumbled. And how do you feel now? Jiang Wuxia inquired. I feel invigorated. That foolish lion somehow wandered into my dreams, and I devoured it once more, haha. The black cat proudly arched its neck, as if the golden mark on its chest were a badge of honor. Jiang Wuxia reached out, ruffling its head, feeling a weight lift from her heart. The black cat remained oblivious to any other changes in itself, dismissing the thought entirely. 2 days later, Crown Prince Mo Qianyuan ascended the throne, and the nation rejoiced in celebration. With the new emperor in power, a general amnesty was declared, releasing all prisoners with lighter offenses. On the first day of his reign, Mo Qianyuan reformed the court system, ousting a number of corrupt officials from their positions and promoting a talented commoner. The new emperor appointed officials based not on their lineage or family background, but solely on their capabilities, garnering greater acclaim among the populace. Amidst this nationwide festivity, a disheveled figure was forcibly dragged into a corner of the court by 2 guards from the Rue Lin army. Watching helplessly as Mo Qianyuan donned the dragon robe and assumed his rightful place on the throne. Was this scene even bearable? Jiang Wuxia emerged from the shadows, observing the elder with a face ashen as death. The former emperor appeared pale, his eyes filled with despair. The throne he had once strived to protect was now occupied by the son he despised, while he himself was compelled by the Rue Lin army to witness the entire coronation process. The silver needles Jiang Wuxia had plunged into his eyes did not render him blind. Rather, they forced him to keep his eyes wide open at all times. Even if he wished to look away, the silver needles prevented him from closing them. Jiang Wuxia wanted him to bear witness as his most cherished imperial throne was seized by the son he loathed. From a position of unrivaled power to that of a common prisoner, the blow was so severe that the former emperor aged decades within mere days. Jiang Wuxia, In the game of kings, I have fallen at your hands. I concede. But do not be too complacent. Since Mo Qianyuan can sit upon the throne after usurping his father's life, once he ascends, he will not allow you or the Lin Wangfu to grow stronger. The former emperor's venomous gaze fell upon Jiang Wuxia, fully aware of Mo Qianyuan's capabilities. Chapter 0176 Disposition 2. Had it not been for Jiang Wuxia's assistance, Mo Qianyuan would never have ascended to the throne. Jiang Wuxia cast a fleeting glance at the emperor, who resembled a stray dog, before her gaze swiftly returned to the imposing figure of Mo Qianyuan seated upon the throne. Do you think he has any reason for his actions? The former emperor paused slightly, then gritted his teeth. A wolf's ambition requires no justification. Jiang Wuxia's gaze remained unwavering. He was once a loyal dog, but you raised him to be a wolf. You killed his mother, slaughtered his maternal family, and poisoned him, having severed his means of survival and obliterated the bond between you as father and son. What face do you have left to claim the title of his father? Such circumstances felt eerily familiar. In her previous life, that person had not treated her as kin, but rather as a mere pet, confining her day in and day out. In this life, however, she understood from Jun Xian's perspective that her grandfather was truly like this. The consequences of one's own actions must inevitably be borne by oneself. The path that Mo Qianyuan has traversed leads him here, a result of the relentless pressure from the late emperor. The late emperor, in utter despair, realized it was time to address this matter. Jun Wuxia cast a glance at the emperor before signaling the Rue Lin army. A wave of terror washed over the late emperor as he felt the weight of fear towards Jun Wuxia swell within him like a tidal wave. He attempted to scream, but a soldier from the Rue Lin army forcefully covered his mouth and dragged him away from the corner of the Grand Hall. The palace dungeon, a place shunned by the royal family, lay hidden and dim, known to few outside the imperial lineage. Countless betrayals have met their end here throughout history. It was within these walls that Jun Xian was once imprisoned, awaiting death. As the late emperor was dragged into the dungeon, the iron chains binding his feet clanked sharply against the ground, echoing hauntingly in the empty space. On either side of the dungeon, behind iron bars, Mo Xianfei and Bai Yun Xian were confined, roused from their troubled slumber by the sound of the chains. They opened their eyes abruptly, peering outward. In that moment, Mo Xianfei no longer resembled the noble and elegant second prince he once was. His spirit bound and his legs rendered useless, his hands were shackled to the wheelchair, forcing him to sleep with his head tilted uncomfortably. His garments were soiled, stained with blood and dirt, and his disheveled hair was tangled with dry grass. The agony had drained the color from his face, leaving it a pallid gray, his cheeks slightly sunken, and his eyes hollow, filled with an abyss of fear. No longer resembling a man, let alone a prince of noble lineage, he was a wretched figure, unrecognizable to anyone who might chance upon him on the street. Awakened by the clanking sound, a look of terror spread across his gray visage as he witnessed his father being dragged back into the dungeon, tossed carelessly into the cage beside him. "Second prince, how do you fare?" came a voice laced with coldness from beyond the bars. Mo Xianfei's pupils constricted as he trembled uncontrollably. Turning his head with chattering teeth, he beheld Jun Wuxia standing just outside the bars, garbed in a pale blue gown that suited her demeanor perfectly, her delicate features devoid of expression, her deep-set eyes regarding him as one might regard a dead dog. Mo Xianfei wished to retreat, but the confines of his wheelchair offered him no refuge. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered, fear gripping him. The anguish of his shattered spirit tormented him both physically and mentally, and the mere sight of Jun Wuxia reignited that pain within him. She merely glanced at him before turning her attention to the depths of the dungeon. In the corner, a woman clad in white curled up, striving to shrink into the shadows. Beneath her lay a bed of dried straw, rustling as she trembled, compared to the disheveled and haggard Mo Xianfei. Bai Yun Xian's situation was markedly better. Despite her confinement, the Rue Lin army provided her with fresh food daily, warm water for washing, and clean garments, ensuring her relative comfort. This disparate treatment ignited a flicker of hope within her. Perhaps Jun Wuxia would spare her life. Yet, despite this glimmer, she dared not oppose Jun Wuxia any longer. Drag her out, Jun Wuxia commanded the Rue Lin soldiers. They promptly opened the cell door, pulling Bai Yun Xian into the light. She trembled, her neck drawn in as she gazed nervously at Jun Wuxia, uncertain of her fate, praying fervently for mercy. Bring him out, Jun Wuxia instructed, pointing at Mo Xianfei. Moments later, he was dragged out, wheelchair and all, while the late emperor remained inside, shaken and terrified at the sight of Jun Wuxia. How proficient are you in medicine, Bai Yun Xian? Yun Wuxi suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed on the pale woman. Bai Yun Xian trembled at the question, her confidence in her medical knowledge obliterated by Jun Wuxia's previous actions. Seeing her silence, Jun Wuxia remained unperturbed and instructed the soldiers, force open the second prince's mouth. Mo Xianfei's heart raced with alarm. He struggled against his restraints. But with his legs incapacitated and his hands bound, he was powerless. The soldiers from the Rue Lin army forcibly pried his mouth open, eliciting a pained cry from him. Jun Wuxia tossed a black pill into his throat, compelling him to swallow. Watch, she directed Bai Yun Xian. Bai Yun Xian swallowed hard, her eyes wide with horror, as Mo Xianfei began to wail in agony. His once handsome visage became marred with dark bruises, which soon swelled grotesquely, the skin appearing as if it were melting away, exposing raw, red flesh beneath. The discoloration spread from his face to his neck and then throughout his body, transforming the pampered second prince into a grotesque figure of decay. He howled endlessly, bits of rotting flesh falling to the ground, releasing a foul stench. Bai Yun Xian, overwhelmed by the sight, nearly collapsed, supported only by the soldiers. The once dashing and charismatic man had devolved into a vision of horror before her eyes. Open her mouth, Jun Wuxia commanded coldly. Bai Yun Xian, consumed by fear, succumbed to panic, struggling and weeping, pleading for her life. No, please, I don't want to die. I promise I won't oppose you again, she cried, realizing that Jun Wuxia's intent was to make her witness the effects of the poison on Mo Xianfei, a slow, agonizing decay akin to that of a corpse. In that moment of desperation, Bai Yun Xian managed to break free from her captors, collapsing at Jun Wuxia's feet, tears streaming down her face as she begged. I will do anything you ask. My senior sisters will soon arrive in Qi country. Please, do not kill me. Bai Yun Xian was frantic, knowing that her ally, Min Dai, had relayed news of their imminent arrival. What she had once considered her last hope now seemed extinguished by the poison Jun Wuxia had forced upon her. If this life were to be spent in such a grotesque manner, she would rather embrace death. Jun Wuxia gazed with satisfaction at Bai Yun Xian's plea, raising a hand to the side of the Rue Lin army, prompting the two soldiers to lift Bai Yun Xian once more. This medicine can suppress the poison within you. It must be taken every 3 hours, or else, once the effects begin, it will be futile to consume it again. Jun Wuxia presented a small pill before Bai Yun Xian, who almost eagerly opened her mouth to receive it. As she swallowed the antidote, a glimmer of cold satisfaction flickered in Jun Wuxia's eyes. Remember what you promised today. Should you renege, I shall ensure your suffering surpasses that of Mo Xianfei, Jun Wuxia warned coldly. Bai Yun Xian nodded hastily. Having long since lost the confidence to contend with Jun Wuxia after experiencing a series of his ruthless tactics, Jun Wuxia commanded the Rue Lin army to confine both Bai Yun Xian and Mo Xianfei back into their cage and insisted that Bai Yun Xian reveal the identities of the Qingyun sect members who had come to the imperial city. Kneeling in the dungeon, Bai Yun Xian held a brush in her hand, sheets of paper scattered around her. The haunting screams of Mo Xianfei echoed in her ears. And with each glance upwards, she could see the decayed remains of Mo Xianfei in the opposite cell, bones exposed. Each sight filled her with dread. Chapter 0179. The Power of the Qingyun Sect. 1. The former emperor, imprisoned alongside Mo Xianfei, silently observed Bai Yun Xian from across the way, a glint of malice in his chaotic eyes. Had it not been for Bai Yun Xian's reckless decision to send Min Dai to seek out members of the Qingyun sect, they would have already been rescued. if not for Bai Yunxian's insidious methods against the citizens of the imperial city. Jun Wuxia and Mo Qinyu would not have had such an excuse to invade the palace. He would not have been forced to abdicate, and Mo Xuanfei would not have been reduced to this monstrous state. It was all this woman's foolishness that led to their utter defeat. Overcome with fear, Bai Yunxian failed to notice the former emperor's venomous gaze. She merely prayed not to end up like Mo Xuanfei. At this moment, nothing mattered more than her own life. The former emperor looked coldly at Bai Yunxian, realizing that matters had escalated beyond hope. However, to deceive the Qingyun sect through Bai Yunxian would not be a simple task. Some matters were private agreements between him and the sect's leader, things even Bai Yunxian was unaware of. The individuals sent by the Qingyun sect were not merely there to rescue Bai Yunxian. He intended to watch Jun Wuxia, Mo Qinyu, and Bai Yunxian suffer. The former emperor's malevolent thoughts elicited a low, twisted laugh. In fear, Bai Yunxian glanced at him, only to find his hateful eyes fixed upon her. As if she were the enemy he yearned to tear apart. She shrank her shoulders, feeling no remorse, and not believing that her situation stemmed from her own foolishness. She considered herself a victim. Had it not been for the madman Jun Wuxia from the Qi Kingdom, she would not have endured such torment. It was the incompetence of the former emperor and Mo Xuanfei that had dragged her down. She had merely sought to preserve herself. What fault was there in that? 5 days later, a splendid convoy of carriages slowly approached from outside the Qi Kingdom's imperial city. The banners raised outside the carriages depicted the totem of the Qingyun sect. Upon seeing the banner, the soldiers at the city gates immediately granted passage, daring not to obstruct their way. The totem of the Qingyun sect commanded respect, and none dared to oppose the convoy adorned with it. At the heart of the procession, within the most extravagant carriage, sat a woman in a light blue gown. Her beauty unparalleled. Through the carriage window, her bright eyes scanned the citizens of the Qi Kingdom, peering curiously from the streets. A gentle smile graced her rosy lips, radiating elegance. The blue-clad woman withdrew her gaze from the scene outside and smiled. Indeed, elder sister. Accompanying her in the carriage was an elderly man, his age apparent. Yet his sharp and astute gaze revealed that his vitality rivaled that of youth. That girl Yun Xian has been trapped here. How unfortunate. The woman sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her gentle expression, though her lowered eyes betrayed a flicker of disdain. The news from Mindai regarding Sister Yun Xian is as such. The elder reported respectfully. I observe that the guards within and outside the imperial city are sparse. Has not the city already been surrounded by the so-called Rui Lin army? The woman remarked, resting her chin on her hand dismissively. The Qingyun sect's convoy has traveled without incident. There appears to be no sign of trouble. The soldiers inside and outside the city are rather few, which contradicts the information from Mindai. Chapter 0180. The Power of the Qingyun Sect, 2. This journey is not only for Sister Yun Xian, but also to retrieve what our sect leader desires. It has been a long time since you last ventured out. It is a good opportunity for some fresh air, the elder spoke with a smile. The blue-clad woman smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. On the bustling streets, the citizens were captivated by the convoy, crowding the sidewalks to get a glimpse. In a tavern on the second floor, overlooking the street, Jun Wuxia observed the procession of carriages entering the imperial city. The Qingyun sect, Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes. The convoy comprised 10 carriages, and aside from the coachman outside, each carriage contained at least 2 individuals. Bai Yunxian had indicated that approximately 10 members of the Qingyun sect had arrived, led by Qin Yuyin, the daughter of the sect leader. Accompanying her were Elder Jiang Qinqing and 8 inner disciples of the Qingyun sect, along with 15 formidable outsiders. Sitting beside her, Mo Qinyu meticulously cross-checked the information provided by Yunxian. The Qingyun sect was renowned for its medical prowess, and many powerful individuals were willing to serve them. The 15 unidentified individuals were among them. Bai Yunxian was unaware of their identities, yet she was confident in the integrity of the Qingyun sect's members. Jiang Qinqing had recently broken through to the Qingling realm, a rare feat among experts, while the other disciples also surpassed the Huangling level. The Qingyun sect's display of strength was impressive, not only releasing Jiang Qinqing, but also recruiting 15 external allies. It was likely that these 15 individuals were as formidable as Jiang Chenqing. Jun Wuxia listened intently. Under normal circumstances, an individual would need to exceed a century to break through to the Qingling realm. Yet according to Bai Yunxian, Jiang Chenqing was merely in his early 70s, having condensed 30 years of training into a mere fraction of time. In all of Qi Kingdom, no one had achieved the Qingling breakthrough. Her uncle's talent was remarkable but merely reached the pinnacle of Huangling, while her grandfather had struggled for over 20 years in the Greenling realm without success. Although the gap between the Greenling and Qingling levels seemed slight, the journey from one to the other required nearly 60 years for a typical individual. Even after awakening their spiritual energy, most people needed to be over 107 years old to achieve the Greenling level, assuming they faced no obstacles during their advancement. Any mishap could double that time frame. The process of enhancing spiritual power appeared simple. Yet the challenges of advancement had dashed the hopes of countless aspirants. Many dedicated their lives to training, yet remained at the orange spirit level. Jun Wuxia clenched her teeth, realizing that she was merely at the red spirit level. Although she sensed an imminent breakthrough to the orange spirit, she feared that in the presence of Qingling experts, she would be extinguished in an instant. Not yet. She was not strong enough. The mere thought of the Qingyun sect's power weighed heavily on Jun Wuxia's heart, making her breath shallow. The might of the Qingyun sect only solidified her resolve. She could not allow the Jun family to confront them at this moment. Chapter 181. The Power of the Cloud-Tilting Sect. 3. How are things on that end? Jun Wuxia asked, retracting his gaze. Mo, Qianyuan replied. Everything is proceeding according to your plan. Bai Yunxian is currently residing in my Linyuan palace, and I assure you that even if the members of the Cloud-Tilting sect see her, they will not suspect anything unusual. Mo, Qianyuan paused, casting a hesitant glance at Jun Wuxia. Do you truly believe Bai Yunxian will remain tight-lipped? What if she sees her rescuer and turns against us? What she has witnessed in recent days will guide her choice. Jun Wuxia sipped his tea, the fragrance enveloping his senses. Did you intentionally leave Mo Xuanfei in such a wretched state? Mo Qianyuan was momentarily taken aback. For Mo Xuanfei's condition over the past few days was enough to chill one's blood. A grotesque sight of decaying flesh and rot in a filthy dungeon, attracting numerous vermin that feasted upon his remains, enhancing the horror. Mo Qianyuan had witnessed Mo Xuanfei's body reduced to a mere layer of flesh clinging to bones. Many areas exposing white skeletal remains, resembling a corpse. Yet in no time, new flesh would grow, accompanied by further decay. Bai Yunxian's troubles lay directly opposite Mo Xuanfei. Even if she wished to avert her gaze, the stench of rot and the sound of gnawing rodents would haunt her. Even the most resolute individual would hesitate to allow such suffering to befall themselves after witnessing Mo Xuanfei's torment. Bai Yunxian cherished her life. It was natural for her to contemplate betrayal, but before she acted on it, she must ascertain whether the Cloud-Tilting sect could concoct an antidote for her. Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow, propping his chin in contemplation as he observed the departing convoy. So, you intend for me to release Mo Xuanfei, allowing him to remain in the palace as a prince? This is to enable Bai Yunxian to test the Cloud-Tilting sect's ability to cure his poison? Mo Qianyuan fixed his gaze on Jun Wuxia. Just 2 days prior, not only had Jun Wuxia liberated Bai Yunxian from the dungeon, but the barely alive Mo Xuanfei had also been brought to his former chambers. Initially, Mo Qianyuan did not grasp Jun Wuxia's intentions, but it became clear that all that Mo Xuanfei endured was a means to coerce Bai Yunxian. Are you truly certain that the individuals from the Cloud-Tilting sect cannot cure your poison? Mo Qianyuan inquired cautiously. It was crucial to determine whether Bai Yunxian could be silenced. Just them? Jun Wuxia snorted derisively, making his stance clear. Your mere words suffice. The members of the Cloud-Tilting sect will soon arrive at the Imperial Palace, and, as Emperor, I must prepare to welcome our esteemed guests. Despite his position as Emperor, Mo Qianyuan still habitually referred to himself in the first person before Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia waved him off, and Mo Qianyuan quietly departed. After Mo Qinyuan left, Long Qi ascended the stairs. Did you notice anything unusual? Jun Wuxi inquired. Long Qi replied, the coachman was merely an ordinary person, and the occupants of the carriage have yet to reveal themselves. However, I did catch a glimpse of a young girl through a window as one of the carriages passed. The daughter of the cloud-tilting sex leader? Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow slightly. My subordinate does not know. Keep an eye on them, but do not get too close and ensure you remain undetected. Chapter 182. The Power of the Cloud-Tilting Sect. For the Cloud-Tilting Sect's carriage halted outside the Imperial Palace, where the guards appeared to be well prepared, already lined up to welcome them. At the palace gate, Mo Qinyuan, adorned in a dragon robe, stood with a smile against the wind. Qin Yuyin disembarked from a carriage, her breathtaking beauty capturing countless gazes. It is an honor to welcome Miss Qin. Mo Qinyuan approached with a smile, showing no pride in his imperial status. You are the Emperor of Qi? Jiang Qinqing frowned, addressing the youthful emperor with a tone devoid of respect. Mo Qinyuan remained unfazed and replied with a smile. The previous emperor's health was failing, and he recently passed the throne to me. Thus, I am now the Emperor of Qi. You are Mo Qinyuan? Jiang Qinqing stated. Indeed. Upon hearing this, a hint of coldness flickered across Jiang Qinqing's face, his spiritual energy beginning to radiate. The overwhelming pressure made it difficult for Mo Qinyuan to breathe. It seems Bai Yunqian's words were not mistaken. It is you and that scoundrel from the Jun family who have bullied the disciples of the Cloud-Tilting Sect. As Jiang Qinqing prepared to strike, Bai Yunqian had previously relayed messages to the Cloud-Tilting Sect, mentioning Jun Wuxia and Mo Qinyuan's collusion. Now, upon witnessing the imperial throne in Mo Qinyuan's hands, Jiang Qinqing immediately believed Bai Yunqian's words. Elder, please allow the younger generation to explain. No one in Qi would dare to lay a finger on Bai Xiaojia. The messages she conveyed to the Cloud-Tilting Sect were for a reason, and they're not as she described. Mo Qinyuan felt cold sweat trickling down, forcing himself to remain calm. Uncle Jiang, allow him to finish. Qin Yuyin, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, halting Jiang Qinqing. Jiang Qinqing snorted and withdrew his overwhelming aura, yet his gaze remained fixed on Mo Qinyuan. Mo Qinyuan was drenched in cold sweat. He had thought Bai Yunqian's demeanor was already quite audacious, but in comparison to a madman like Jiang Qinqing, Bai Yunqian seemed far less threatening. Qin Yuyin stepped forward, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Your Majesty need not be anxious. Uncle Jiang is merely concerned for Yunqian's safety. If there are any misunderstandings, it would be best to clarify them early. Qin Yuyin's voice flowed like a mountain spring, soothing all who listened. Her amiable tone and rational words earned her silent admiration from those present. Truly, as the eldest daughter of the Cloud-Tilting Sect, her grace and refinement were unparalleled by ordinary women. Thank you, Miss Qin, for your mercy. This matter is indeed related to my Qi nation. Since everyone has traveled a long distance, why not rest in the palace first? Once we meet Bai Xiaojia, everything will be clarified. Mo Qinyuan wore a smile on his face, though his heart felt devoid of joy. A dignified ruler, standing before the elders of the Cloud-Tilting Sect, felt as if he could be struck or killed at will, leaving him with little dignity. Qin Yuyin nodded with a smile. That will be splendid. I appreciate it. Not all. With Qin Yuyin's intervention, the others could not voice any objections. Jiang Qinqing shot a glare at Mo Qinyuan, warning him that he could not pull any tricks should he enter the palace and exhibit even the slightest dishonesty. He would soon discover that the Cloud-Tilting Sect was not to be trifled with. With that, Jiang Qinqing followed in Qin Yuyin's footsteps into the imperial city. Mo Qinyuan watched the Cloud-Tilting Sect members depart, a cold sweat coating his back, yet the tension did not instill fear within him. He gritted his teeth, observing the proud figures before him. In the grand scheme of things, the small nation of Qi held little significance, especially beneath the formidable dominion of the Qinyun sect. Were it not for the message conveyed by Bai Yunqian, they would never have ventured to this place. Before long, a young girl clad in white gracefully approached. Bai Yunqian, adorned in exquisite satin garments and a hairpin embellished with Eastern pearls, possessed a delicate visage that radiated vitality. As she entered the hall and beheld the assembled crowd, her gaze momentarily faltered, but she quickly composed herself and stepped forward. Yunxian pays her respects to senior sister and the elders. Bai Yunshin greeted with a courteous bow. From the moment she appeared, Jiang Qinqing's attention was riveted upon her. His keen eyes scrutinized her from head to toe, ensuring she bore no signs of mistreatment. Only then did his displeasure begin to dissipate. Yunxian, are you well here? Your father has been deeply concerned upon receiving your message. Alas, he remains in seclusion and cannot leave the sect, which is why Uncle Jiang accompanied me to ascertain if you have suffered any grievances. Qin Yun rose with a gentle smile, pulling Bai Yunshin to her feet. Her expression was tender enough to evoke tears, yet Bai Yunshin's countenance appeared slightly stiff. In that brief moment, Qin Yun's hand found its way to Bai Yunshin's pulse. I apologize for troubling Master with my worries. I acted thoughtlessly in my haste, and I implore you, senior sister and elders, to forgive my indiscretions. Bai Yunshin spoke softly, her head bowed, refraining from any sudden movements. Qin Yun's medical expertise far surpassed her own, though Bai Yunshin was a disciple of the Qin Yun sect's leader. She could not compare to the leader's own daughter. As Qin Yun discreetly examined her pulse, Bai Yunshin feigned ignorance while her heart was tumultuous. After being poisoned by Jun Wuxia, she had once examined her own pulse, which had shown no signs of affliction. Could her senior sister possibly discern the poison within her? If she could, would it indicate that she possessed the ability to save her? Bai Yunshin lifted her gaze, filled with anticipation as she looked at Qin Yun. However, after a brief moment, Qin Yun withdrew her hand, her serene smile unwavering. Bai Yunshin's expression dimmed slightly. Qin Yun, it seems you have not discovered anything, she thought. What on earth has happened to you, my dear? The news relayed by Mint Dai was so startling. If someone truly bullied you, I would certainly seek justice on your behalf, Qin Yun said with a gentle tone, as if comforting a child. Bai Yunshin's pulse appeared normal, not indicative of any hidden injuries. Yet the current situation contradicted the account Bai Yunshin had sent back to the Qin Yun sect, leaving Qin Yun to observe silently. Bai Yunshin's heart bore a bitter smile as she expressed her guilt. I truly had no other choice. Xian Fei has been poisoned, and despite my best efforts, I have been unable to save him. He is nearing death, and only Master can save him, which is why I concocted that story. Her words left the assembly momentarily stunned. The narrative she shared was starkly different from what they had heard prior to their arrival. Before coming, they were aware of the audacity of Qi's citizens in attempting to harm Bai Yunshin. Yet now, the tale she recounted was entirely dissimilar. Xian Fei? Who is he? Qin Yun inquired, slightly taken aback. A faint blush crept onto Bai Yunshin's fair cheeks as she shyly admitted, he is the second prince of Qi, now honored as the suspended king by the new emperor. He has been quite kind to me, and we have pledged our lives to one another. With her fate hanging by a thread, was it not the suspended king she spoke of? This revelation left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Had it not been for Bai Yunshin's own words, they would have found it hard to believe that the disciple of the Qin Yun sect's leader would fabricate a message to rescue her beloved, rallying such efforts for the sake of a man. The collective gaze from the crowd caused Bai Yunshin's face to flush crimson, even causing Qin Yun to lose her smile. Ahem, Miss Bai, you have undertaken this course of action for the sake of my brother. I share the responsibility. If the esteemed elders of the Qin Yun sect are willing to assist in the healing of the suspended king, then both I and the nation of Qi shall express our profound gratitude, Mu Qinyun remarked, echoing the sentiment. What was initially perceived as coercion had been replaced by the fervent affection of a couple, leaving the members of the Qin Yun sect in a state of disarray. For the sake of Bai Yunshin's predicament, they had mobilized both the eldest daughter and the elders, even inviting formidable experts to accompany them, only to find themselves caught in such a farcical situation. Jiang Qinqing's face darkened, his lips twitching in silent frustration. After a prolonged silence, the emperor declared, "It is getting late. I have prepared a banquet to welcome you all. Please, let us adjourn to dine. As for the matter of treating the suspended king, I do not wish to impose." Mu Qinyun spoke with a smile, and after observing Bai Yunshin for a protracted period, Qin Yun finally said, "Since the nation of Qi is our ally, and we have come this far, It is only fitting that we do not turn a blind eye to their plight. After we dine, I shall accompany Uncle Jiang to examine the suspended king." Feigning surprise, Mu Qianyun nodded eagerly, promptly arranging for the Qingyun sect members to partake in the meal, while he himself made his way to the Lin Yuan Hall. Having ascended to the throne, Mu Qianyun had moved out of the crown prince's quarters, yet the Lin Yuan Hall retained its original appearance, serving both as a place of remembrance and as temporary accommodation for Jun Wuxia within the palace. At that moment, Jun Wuxia had already entered the palace, necessitating caution given the arrival of guests from the Qingyun sect. To avoid complications and to better assess the strength of the Qingyun sect, she chose to remain in the Lin Yuan Hall for the time being. As Mu Qianyun knocked on the door, he was greeted by a striking young eunuch. Surprised, he realized that the palace attendants in the Lin Yuan Hall had been personally selected by him, yet the young eunuch before him bore an unusual countenance. Have they believed it? The young eunuch gazed calmly at the emperor, and upon speaking, elicited a hint of astonishment on the latter's face. "Wuxia?" Mu Qianyun exclaimed, taken aback by the transformation of Jun Wuxia. Had it not been for the familiar voice and tone, he would have found it difficult to associate the young eunuch before him with Jun Wuxia. Her features and visage had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Who could have guessed? Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow, her icy demeanor unaltered despite her changed appearance. "How did you come to look like this?" Mu Qianyun stared in disbelief. Do they believe by Yunshin's words? Jun Wuxia disregarded Mu Qianyun's astonishment, speaking with confidence. Indeed, and their reactions were quite entertaining. The thought of Jiang Chunqing's haughty demeanor, darkened by Yunshin's explanation, brought Mu Qianyun satisfaction. "Have you promised to treat Mu Xuanfei?" Jun Wuxia inquired further. "I have. While Jiang Chunqing may be a scoundrel, their esteemed eldest daughter, Qin Yuyun, is remarkably prudent in her actions." I did not expect them to genuinely agree. Among those from the Qingyun sect that Mu Qianyun had encountered, Qin Yuyun was the only one who had left a favorable impression. Jun Wuxia cast a sidelong glance at Mu Qianyun, stating, "I wish to observe their treatment of Mu Xuanfei personally." Mu Qianyun was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the reason behind Jun Wuxia's disguise. Her identity and appearance precluded her from being present there. Yet if she were to assume the guise of an ordinary young eunuch, no one would suspect her presence within the palace. "Are you concerned they might discern the poison afflicting Mu Xuanfei?" Jun Wuxia shook her head. "I possess confidence. My presence is merely to gain a better understanding of the Qingyun sect." Though she may not have been well versed in the intricacies of the Qingyun sect, through Yunshin's prowess and the abilities of other physicians within the imperial city, she could surmise the disparities between her medical skills and those of the local practitioners. Here, both medicinal practices and poison were rooted in the most fundamental herbal remedies, representing the primordial methods of traditional Chinese medicine. In contrast, in the world she had inhabited previously, not only could the efficacy of herbs be altered, but even genes could be modified. Were it not for the absence of laboratories in this realm, the innovations she could create would surely surpass the wildest imaginations of those around her. The chasm in medical expertise would allow Jun Wuxia to outshine the local physicians by an insurmountable margin. The poison she administered to Mo Zhuafiai and Bai Yunxian not only caused their bodies to rot, but primarily destroyed the cells within them, rendering their bodies' natural self-repair and defense mechanisms ineffective. Even the slightest injury would perpetually spread, failing to heal autonomously, resulting in an ever-expanding wound. The additional components of the poison contributed to a dreadful cycle within their bodies. Such phenomena could not be discerned through mere pulse diagnosis by the people of this world. Without advanced scientific instruments, discovering traces of the poisoning in Mo Zhuafiai and Bai Yunxian would be a futile dream. The disciples of Qingyun's sect, attempting to match wits with Jun Wuxia, a miraculous healer from modern society, were truly naive. Mo Qinyu was unaware of Jun Wuxia's secrets. He only recognized that her medical skills surpassed all he had encountered, having been saved by her himself. Thus, he harbored unconditional trust in her. "There's no issue with arranging for you to go, but you must exercise caution. Although Qin Yuyin's spiritual power is not high, Jiang Qinqing by her side possesses formidable strength. Yuan Wuxi noticed slightly. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she inquired, "Did they agree to treat Mo Zhuafiai because Bai Yunxian requested it?" Mo Qinyu promptly shook his head. "No. I initially planned to wait until the banquet to discuss it with them, merely to conduct a formality. In truth, I believe that even without my prompting, Bai Yunxian would not let this opportunity slip. Without receiving responses from the other members of Qingyun's sect, she would not easily relent. Until she confirms that this poison cannot be neutralized by Qingyun's sect, she will obediently comply. I estimate that even if I remain silent, she would find ways to have Qin Yuyin and the others intervene to save Mo Zhuafiai, as this would reveal whether she could turn against them." He paused and continued. "However, unexpectedly, neither Bai Yunxian nor I said anything, yet the people of Qingyun's sect agreed immediately. The decisiveness of Qingyun's sect's agreement to assist was rather surprising. Even though Mo Qinyu held a favorable view of Qin Yuyin, he sensed that this was not characteristic of Qingyun's sect, having been outsmarted by their own disciple. Losing face, yet managing to agree to treat Mo Zhuafiai was entirely out of character for them. Before they acquiesced, I distinctly saw Jiang Qinqing's face darken with anger. I thought he would erupt at any moment, yet to my astonishment, Qin Yuyin suddenly agreed. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes, unfamiliar with the entire unfolding of events. She had presumed that Qingyun's sect's willingness to intervene stemmed from Bai Yunxian's relentless entreaties. However, the current situation diverged entirely from her expectations. If Qingyun's sect truly acted under the principle that saving a life was worth more than constructing a pagoda, it would be absurd. Numerous patients had perished at the foot of Qingyun's sect's mountain without receiving aid. They never wasted effort on those deemed unworthy. The relationship between Qi country and Qingyun's sect was not particularly close. With Mo Qinyu ascending the throne, Mo Zhuafiai had lost any chance of regaining power, making it even less likely for Qingyun's sect to save a powerless prince. Furthermore, to assist this prince, their own disciple had created a scandal, bringing them shame. Looking at it from every angle, the possibility of Qingyun's sect taking the initiative was non-existent. Yet, they proceeded nonetheless. Have a servants who attend Qingyun's sect observe their actions closely. If they overhear anything, they must inform me immediately. Jun Wuxie realized she had to be cautious. If Qingyun's sect discovered her covert activities, not only would she face peril, but the entire Lin Wangfu would also be implicated. Until she grew sufficiently strong, she had to tread carefully with every step. Perhaps their hearts have simply swelled with benevolence. Mo Qinyu suggested. Jun Wuxie shot him a glance. When things seem amiss, there is often a hidden motive. Mo Qinyu was startled. He understood her concerns. I will ensure to keep a watchful eye. That evening, after the guests had feasted, Mo Qinyu, alongside Bai Yunxian, led Qin Yuyin and Jiang Qinqing to the palace where Mo Zhuafiai resided. Just before entering the chamber, Qin Yuyin detected a putrid stench. The air was thick with the mingled aroma of various herbs, yet they failed to mask the foul odor. Upon entering, they found a man seated in a wheelchair. No, to be precise, he resembled a decaying corpse, rotting flesh clinging to exposed bones. Despite the clothing that attempted to conceal him, the skin visible beyond it was entirely ravaged. Yellow pus mixed with dark red blood continuously dripped from his face, neck, and hands. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, one might mistake him for a lifeless entity. Even the seasoned Jiang Qinqing gasped upon witnessing Mo Zhuafiai's condition. That gasp only intensified the noxious air that flooded his lungs, leaving him dizzy. This was no longer a living being. It was a putrefying corpse. The relentless decay had stripped Mo Zhuafiai of all his black hair, leaving a thin, tattered scalp with his skull starkly visible. The smile that had graced Qin Yin's lips froze, her hands trembling slightly at her sides. Mo Qinyu observed their reactions, feeling a sense of vindication within. He discreetly glanced at the figure Khan Jiang Qinqing, suppressed the urge to vomit as he took Mo Xuani's pulse, his face betraying a clear disdain. However, the moment he felt the pulse, he froze, his expression turning to one of shock. How could this be possible? His exclamation caught the attention of Qin Yuyin and Bai Yunxian. "Uncle Jiang, what's wrong?" Qin Yuyin inquired. Jiang Qinqing's face was filled with disbelief. He no longer cared how repulsive Mo Xuani's wrist appeared. He examined it again meticulously, and his astonishment only deepened. "Miss, perhaps it would be better if you took a look yourself." Jiang Qinqing was reluctant to elaborate. His reticence only heightened by Yunxian's anxiety, who could only stare helplessly. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yin steadied her mind, striving to maintain a facade of calm as she approached to examine Mo Xuani's pulse. Yet, this examination mirrored Jiang Qinqing's shock. The individual before her was clearly on the verge of death, yet the pulse felt entirely normal. Had it not been for Mo Xuani's evident condition, Qin Yuyin would have been led to believe she was examining a healthy person. "What is going on? Senior sister, is there still hope for him?" Bai Yunxian could not contain her curiosity. Qin Yuyin pressed her lips together, stepping away from Mo Xuani. His pulse was normal, not indicative of poisoning. Bai Yunxian was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hope vanishing from her eyes. Indeed, after taking Jun Wuxie's medicine, she had also checked her own pulse, resulting in the same findings. No abnormalities. It seemed that neither Qin Yuyin nor Jiang Qinqing could remedy her condition. "Your Majesty, based on our examination of the Crown Prince, he is not poisoned, and there is nothing we can do but try to alleviate his suffering for as long as possible," Qin Yuyin remarked as she turned to face Mo Qianyuan, seemingly unfazed by her own powerlessness. Mo Qianyuan feigned a sigh of regret. "So be it. Perhaps this is fate. Thank you both for your efforts." Qin Yuyin was in a foul mood. Her intention had been to save Mo Xuani first, thereby placing Mo Qianyuan in her debt to the Qingyun sect, making her subsequent requests easier to negotiate. However, with Mo Xuani beyond saving, she could only present her case directly to Mo Qianyuan. With that thought, she promptly produced a vial of elixir and presented it to Mo Qianyuan. "This is the Longyin pill, a secret elixir of the Qingyun sect. It can prolong life and nourish spiritual energy," she explained. Mo Qianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Qin Yuyin's actions were indeed perplexing. First, she openly sought to save a life, and now she was offering such a precious elixir. If she had no ulterior motives and was simply acting out of kindness, Mo Qianyuan found it hard to believe. Such a valuable elixir, how could I possibly accept it? He quickly declined, believing that with Jun Wuxie around, he had no need for the Qingyun sect's elixirs. In the shadows, Jun Wuxie perked up. She had long suspected that the Qingyun sect would not be so benevolent. Upon seeing Mo Qianyuan refuse, Qin Yuyin wasted no time with pleasantries and stated directly, "To be candid, the change of emperors in the Qi kingdom took us by surprise. Prior to this, my father had made a deal with the late emperor. Yun Xian's visit is to retrieve something, though she is unaware of it. Now that the late emperor is gone, the agreement between the Qi kingdom and our Qingyun sect still stands. Thus, I hope your majesty will honor the arrangement made by our fathers and fulfill our transaction." "What transaction?" Mo Qianyuan was truly taken aback. He had never heard of any private dealings between that man and the Qingyun sect. "It concerns the soul jade." Qin Yuyin replied. "You mean the soul jade?" Mo Qianyuan's expression shifted slightly. "Indeed, the Qi kingdom possesses 2 soul jades, originally belonging to the founding emperor. After the establishment of the Qi kingdom, the founding emperor split 1 soul jade in 2, keeping 1 half in the palace and gifting the other to General Xian, who fought alongside him. While this soul jade may merely symbolize past glory to you, it holds significant importance for our Qingyun sect. We are willing to exchange a batch of precious elixirs for it, a matter that was previously agreed upon by the late emperor. Our purpose here is twofold: to bring Yun Xian back and to complete this transaction with the Qi kingdom. The elixirs have already been delivered by Yun Xian, so I kindly request that your majesty hand over the 2 soul jades to us at your earliest convenience." Qin Yuyin spoke calmly, yet as her discourse continued, a subtle assertiveness became increasingly apparent. Mo Qianyuan was troubled. He had not anticipated that the Qingyun sect would seek the soul jades. They had been in Qi kingdom for decades, serving as a mere symbol of former glory without further significance. However, The crux of the issue lay with the soul jade in General Xian's possession. If memory served, that soul jade had been buried alongside General Xian's eldest son, who was also Jun Wuxia's father, after he fell in battle. Retrieving it would necessitate disturbing Jun Gu's grave. A cold sweat trickled down Mo Qinyuan's brow. Knowing that Jun Wuxia must have heard everything, he dared not mention to the Qinyun sect that the soul jade belonging to the Jun family had been laid to rest alongside Jun Gu. Otherwise, given the Qinyun sect's assertiveness, they would likely order the exhumation of his grave immediately. Of course, I shall ensure that the two soul jades are delivered to you as swiftly as possible. Caught off guard, Mo Qinyuan could only comply verbally. Qin Yan nodded in satisfaction and exchanged a few words with Jiang Chunqing before being escorted back by Mo Qinyuan. Inside the palace chamber, Bai Yunxian gazed in despair at the nearly lifeless Mo Xuani, enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. Have you given up? A cold voice suddenly pierced through the silence, causing Bai Yunxian to shiver at the familiar sound. Jun Wuxia emerged from the shadows, her appearance restored, clad in the garb of a eunuch, yet exuding an icy aura that left Bai Yunxian's legs trembling. I. Bai Yunxian stammered, fear etched across her face. No one can save you except me. If you understand, you should know what to do, Jun Wuxia said frostily, her gaze fixed on Bai Yunxian. Bai Yunxian collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. I understand. I will do whatever you say. Just let me live. Jun Wuxia averted her eyes with a cold command. Leave. Bai Yunxian fled the chamber in haste, colliding with Mo Qinyuan, who had just returned. Upon seeing Bai Yunxian's pallor, he realized that she had once again been intimidated. Entering the chamber, Mo Qinyuan found palace attendants transporting Mo Xuani from a hidden passage to the dungeon. The room was already infused with incense, attempting to dissipate the stench of decay. Jun Wuxia stood silently observing him. You heard what Qin Yan said? Mo Qinyuan cleared his throat, attempting to broach the subject. Jun Wuxia nodded. What do you think should be done? Mo Qinyuan lacked the courage to suggest digging up Jun Wuxia's father's grave. Let us proceed as they suggested. Jun Wuxia said without hesitation. It's merely 2 pieces of jade. Now is not the time to confront the Qinyan sect. What? Mo Qinyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jun Wuxia. You agree to relinquish the soul jades? Why not? Jun Wuxia tilted her head, studying Mo Qinyuan. She had never heard of the soul jades from Jun Xian or Jun Qing. If they were truly significant, they would have mentioned them. Since they had not, they were likely just ordinary trinkets. She was not foolish enough to antagonize the Qingyun sect over mere decorations. Mo Qianyuan scrutinized Yun Wuxi, feeling increasingly perplexed. I realize I'm growing more and more unable to understand you. I thought you were fiercely protective, yet you were willing to disturb General Jun's grave. However, it's likely that the general would not wish for you to confront the Qingyun sect. Before Mo Qianyuan could finish his thought, Jun Wuxia shot him a sharp glare. What did you say? I didn't say anything. Mo Qianyuan hurriedly replied, silencing himself. Whose grave are you planning to disturb? Yun Wuxi negotiated. Mo Qianyuan swallowed hard and replied, It's Jun Gu, the great general. The soul jade from the Jun family was buried alongside General Jun when he was laid to rest. Was it not? Jun Wuxia's expression changed slightly. You don't know? Mo Qianyuan detected the anomaly. I don't know. Jun Wuxia frowned. When Jun Gu passed away, she was still quite young. Her memories of her father were scarce, and she could hardly recall the items buried with him. Mo Qianyuan understood, realizing why Jun Wuxia had so readily agreed. Are you still planning to give it? He inquired. Jun Wuxia furrowed her brow. She had never met Jun Gu, and her feelings for the Jun family were limited to Jun Xian and Jun Qing. She saw no wrong in disturbing a grave, yet it was ultimately a matter concerning the son and brother of Jun Xian and Jun Qing, and this was not a decision she could make unilaterally. Above all, she wished to avoid causing harm to the Jun family. I will give you an answer by tomorrow. Jun Wuxia contemplated. She needed to discuss this matter with her grandfather and uncle. At the very least, she had to confirm whether the soul jade had indeed been used as a burial item. All right, I will keep the people from Qinyan sect at bay. You need not worry. Qian Yuan assured with a smile. He had already decided that if Jun Wuxia could not present the soul jade by tomorrow, he would first deliver the royal family's half of the soul jade to Qin Yuyan to appease her and buy time for Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia nodded. She had no intention of lingering in the palace and needed to return to the Lin King's residence to discuss this matter with Jun Xian. Upon returning to the Lin King's residence, Jun Wuxia summoned both Jun Xian and Jun Qing to the study to discuss the matter of the soul jade. The moment Jun Xian learned of it, his expression changed instantly. The soul jade has already been buried with your father. Yun Wuxi remained silent. From the expressions of Jun Xian and Jun Qing, she understood that the father and son of the Jun family had no desire to disturb her father's eternal rest. From Jun Xian, she learned that in this world, it was customary to place a beautiful jade in the mouth of the deceased during burial, symbolizing protection against evil and hoping that the spirit of the departed could find peace. Jun Wuxia had heard of such practices in her previous life. In ancient times, it was indeed a common custom. The soul jade was a gift from the first king of the Qi kingdom and a symbol of its glory. When Jungu passed away, Jun Xian was desolate, and the past glories had become thorns in his heart, leading him to bury the soul jade with Jungu. Who could have anticipated that after so many years, Qingyun's sect would suddenly come to Qi kingdom in search of the soul jade? I will handle this matter with your uncle, Jun Xian sighed, already having made up his mind. The deceased had departed, but the living must continue to endure in this chaotic world. The power of Qingyun's sect was not something the Lin King's residents could contend with. Even if they refused to act, the fact that the soul jade was buried with Jungu was known to most people in Qi Kingdom. It would not be difficult for Qingyun's sect to find out. Given Qingyun's sect's dominance, even if the Jun family did not wish to disturb Jungu's grave, they would not hesitate to do so. Rather than waiting for Qingyun's sect to take coercive action, it would be better for them to act themselves. Jun Wuxia fell silent, observing the helplessness and sorrow on the faces of Jun Xian and Jun Qing. Her hands clenched quietly. The disparity in strength was brutally clear. The weak could only await the slaughter of the strong. Despite their unwillingness, they found themselves powerless to resist. What did it matter that they could force the former emperor to abdicate? The strength of Qingyun's sect was far too great. Now, Qingyun's sect could compel the Jun family to unearth Jungu's grave. Should Qingyun's sect discover what Jun Wuxia had done to Bai Yunxian, they would surely obliterate the entire Jun family. Even with the protection of 100,000 Rui Lin troops, the strength of over 20 members of Qingyun's sect, especially someone as formidable as Jiang Qinqing, could easily eliminate the 3 members of the Jun family. Jun Wuxia gritted her teeth secretly. She despised seeing the Jun family subjected to such humiliation. You should return and rest, Jun Xian sighed. Despite his reluctance, he was unwilling to gamble with the lives of his granddaughter and son. A man is innocent, yet bearing a jade can lead to his demise. This was the plight of the Jun family. Qingyun's sect had already learned that the other half of the soul jade resided with the Jun family. Even if they did not voluntarily surrender it, Qingyun's sect would come knocking. Jun Wuxia rose without a word and departed. As she stepped out of the study, she gazed at the dark sky. The bright moon hung high, and the stars twinkled, yet she felt no inclination to appreciate their beauty. What are you thinking? A voice laced with amusement echoed softly. Jun Wuxia did not turn around, already knowing who it was. Yun Vuya. She gazed at the starry sky and spoke. Are you strong? Jun Wuya, who had stopped behind her, did not rush forward as usual to engage with her. Instead, he half squinted his eyes, observing her solitary figure. Perhaps, he replied. How strong? Jun Wuxia still did not turn. How strong do you hope I am? Jun Wuyao asked with a smile. Can you kill those people? Jun Wuxia finally turned to face him, her clear eyes now filled with determination. No one could comprehend the pain she felt upon witnessing the despondent and helpless expressions of Jun Xian and Jun Qing. Her family should not be so humble. Jun Wuyao raised an eyebrow slightly. It was the first time Jun Wuxia had asked him to kill someone, and he was somewhat taken aback, having thought she had little interest in him. As long as you wish, there is nothing I cannot accomplish, he replied with a smile. They seek something from the Jun family, but if it is given, my grandfather and uncle will be very upset. Jun Wuxia bit her lip. Perhaps she was still unfamiliar with the emotions between people, yet the pain in her heart was undeniably clear. She did not know why she suddenly felt the need to confide in Jun Wuyao. This man was mysterious, dangerous, and audacious, yet for some reason, she felt that if she spoke, he would certainly be capable of fulfilling her wishes. This inexplicable trust left her feeling perplexed. If you do not wish to give it, then do not. Jun Wuyao noticed that Jun Wuxia was different tonight. Her eyes were filled with a multitude of complex emotions, as if she were pondering or learning something. He was indeed strong, much stronger than the Lin King's residents. If they did not comply, Qingyun's sect would strike. Jun Wuxia was certain that in the eyes of Qingyun's sect, the Lin King's residence was insignificant. Not only the Lin King's residence, but even the entire Qi kingdom likely held little interest for Qingyun's sect. This was evident from Jiang Qinqing's attitude towards Mo Qianyuan. Should it be a time to rise in rebellion or to endure in humility? Then kill them. Jun Wuyao smiled wickedly, as if taking a life were no different from eating or drinking to him. You are wondering whether to endure for a moment of tranquility, aren't you? Jun Wuyao looked at Jun Wuxia and asked. Jun Wuxia hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. She had the confidence to strike against the former emperor and the second prince, ensuring that none would remain to pose a threat. However, she lacked such assurance against the power of Qingyun's sect. Killing those in the imperial city was not difficult. The challenge lay in the potential retaliation from Qingyun's sect afterwards. Jun Wuyao approached Jun Wuxia, raising his hand to grip her shoulders, his dark eyes unwaveringly fixed on hers. To retreat is always the choice of the weak. Taking a step back leads to a habit of constant tolerance. You do not wish to endure, do you? Yun Wuxi nodded. The Jun family had endured far too much over the past decade. She did not want her grandfather and uncle to live under such oppression any longer. While surrendering the soul jade might alleviate their immediate crisis, the Jun family's hard-won confidence, established after the change of power, would soon be overwhelmed by negative emotions. And there is no need to endure. I owe you a debt of gratitude, so please feel free to utilize me. The smile on Jun Wuyao's lips widened as he bent down to take Jun Wuxia's hand, placing a gentle kiss upon it. I can become your sword, or I can serve as your shield. How to wield me is entirely your decision. The gaze of Jun Wuxia flickered slightly. Why? After they had long settled their debts, was this person willing to assist her? Chapter 0193. I wish to grow stronger. 3. Jun Wuyao replied with a smile. I am willing. Such a capricious and arrogant response. Jun Wuxia looked at him, attempting to decipher what thoughts occupied the mind of this man. Do what you desire. I will always stand by your side. I am your brother. Is it not natural to protect one's sister? Jun Wuyao raised his hand to ruffle Jun Wuxia's hair and suddenly felt that if this fellow could speak to him so kindly on a daily basis, even without embracing or kissing her, it would still be quite delightful. Jun Wuxia was momentarily taken aback. Brother, that was one form of family, was it not? She glanced again at Jun Wuyao, her gaze now markedly different from before. She nodded at him and immediately turned to dash towards the study. She needed to inform Jun Xian and Jun Qing that she opposed disturbing their father's grave. Even if they were to confront the Qingyun sect, the Jun family's backbone must never bend. As she watched Jun Wuxia's figure gradually recede from his sight, the smile on Jun Wuyao's lips could not be contained. This was the first time Sierra had spoken to him so amiably. It felt quite pleasant. Jun Wuyao stood alone in the courtyard, seemingly conversing with himself. A shadow quietly appeared beside him, akin to his own shadow. Eldest sister knows the Lord's worth, the man in black murmured, having witnessed the entire scene. He cast a furtive glance at Jun Wuyao, feeling that something was amiss. Aside from Jun Xian and Jun Qing, she had never spoken so kindly to anyone else. Jun Wuyao was in high spirits, thinking of how this fellow addressed that detestable prince with such authority, and recalling the look in Jun Wuxia's eyes before she left tonight, made his hardened heart feel remarkably uplifted. Eldest sister values family. The man in black spoke with implication. Unfortunately, the jovial gentleman seemed oblivious to the unusual tension. Indeed, the man in black observed his lord's refreshed expression, feeling a mix of urgency and hesitation. Should he alert the Lord that eldest sister's change in perception was misguided? It was evident that she was beginning to view the Lord in the light of an elder brother. He did not believe that the Lord desired to be merely an elder brother to her. Rather, he should be regarded as her romantic counterpart. Investigate that place called the Qingyun sect thoroughly. Unmatched. If Jun Wuxia truly intended to resist, then annihilating those from the Qingyun sect within the imperial city was merely the beginning. Given Jun Wuxia's temperament, she would likely seek to eradicate the root of the problem. Understood. Observing his fierce lord, who, spurred by his eldest sister's encouraging gaze, began to prepare for the subsequent events. The man in black was left uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Such considerate actions were hardly characteristic of their lord. My lord, it seems the Qingyun sect has some connection to a certain palace, the subordinate reported. Suddenly, the smile on Jun Wuyao's face shifted, all traces of his good mood transforming into a sinister shadow. The reach of the 12 palaces is becoming excessively extensive. They dare to meddle in matters of the lower realms. The man in black, witnessing the Lord's darkening countenance, could not help but murmur to himself, "Yet your own reach is not short either. Regardless of which palace was involved, they all deserve death." Yun Vuya scoffed. Chapter 0194. Opening the coffin. 1. When Jun Wuxia arrived at the study, Jun Xian and Jun Qing were already gone, along with Long Qi and a squad of soldiers from the Lin Wangfu. Jun Wuxia quickly sought out Uncle Fu, only to learn that Jun Xian and Jun Qing had made a decision to rush to Jun Gu's burial site overnight, intending to ensure the safety of the Jun family. The intent was unmistakable. Jun Wuxia immediately released the black cat, which transformed into a massive black beast in the night. The golden streak on its chest extended into a magnificent golden mane, appearing even more formidable. Every year, the Jun family would take Jun Wuxia to pay respects to Jun Gu, so she naturally remembered where his grave was located. Under the cover of night, Jun Wuxia rode atop the black beast, racing towards Jun Gu's burial site. The backbone of the Jun family could not bend, and Jun Gu's grave must not be disturbed. After pursuing outside the imperial city, Jun Wuxia arrived at the cemetery, where many soldiers and generals who had once served the Jun family were buried, loyal heroes who had died in battle. Jun Xian had previously mentioned that the Jun family's brothers and comrades should be buried together. Even in the afterlife, they would not feel lonely. Upon reaching the cemetery, Jun Wuxia noticed 2 soldiers standing guard, dressed in the Lin Wangfu's attire. They were momentarily stunned upon seeing her, and before they could speak, the black beast had already sped away with Jun Wuxia. The guards, who had just prepared to salute, were left in a state of utter disbelief. Within the cemetery stood a dozen soldiers from the Rue Lin army, each holding torches, their faces etched with sorrow and reluctance. Long Qi had begun to dig up Jun Gu's grave, and with every inch of earth removed, his eyes grew redder. Here lay the war god in their hearts, a figure they all revered above all others. Yet today, they were compelled to disturb his eternal rest. Jun Xian stood with his eyes tightly shut, unable to bear the sight, while Jun Qing silently stood by his father's side. "Son, for the sake of the Jun family, you must endure this," Jun Xian spoke softly, his voice laden with endless sorrow. Jun Qing hung his head, his fists clenched tightly. The coffin, covered in dust, was finally lifted out, and upon seeing it, Jun Xian's tall figure swayed slightly. "Lin Wang, must we?" Long Qi, his eyes reddened, gazed at Jun Xian, his hands beginning to tremble. Jun Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the pain within, and gritted his teeth. "Open it." In order to protect the Jun family, Jun Wuxia had already taken action against the late emperor. He did not wish for that child to witness this event. Even though Jun Gu had passed when Jun Wuxia was still young, how could he bear to let her see her father's resting place being desecrated? Thus, Jun Xian and Jun Qing, after Jun Wuxia had left, immediately set out, determined not to inform her of the matter. Long Qi gritted his teeth, and the nearby soldiers pushed aside the heavy coffin. As the muffled, creaking sound echoed, a massive black shadow suddenly darted forward. "Do not open the coffin." Jun Wuxia's voice rang out, startling both Jun Xian and Jun Qing, who turned in surprise toward the source of the voice. There was Jun Wuxia, riding the black beast, her fair face marked with urgency. Wuxia, why have you come? Jun Xian momentarily hesitated, quickly signaling to Jun Qing. Jun Qing understood immediately and stepped forward to block Jun Wuxia's path. Wuxia, why are you here? You must return. Jun Qing scolded for the first time, unable to bear letting her witness the desecration of her father's grave. Chapter 0195. Opening the coffin. 2. Jun Wuxia dismounted from the black beast, gazing at the tense-faced Jun Qing. Uncle, I will not hand over the soul jade. Do not disturb the coffin. What? Jun Qing was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Longqi suddenly exclaimed, Lin Wang, come quickly. The coffin of Jun Gu had been opened, and shock spread across Longqi's face. The three members of the Jun family rushed over. When Jun Wuxia and the others beheld the situation within the coffin, they were all left speechless. How could this be? Jun Xian's face was filled with astonishment, his tall frame visibly trembling. A handsome young man lay quietly within the coffin, and upon seeing that visage, the surrounding Rue Lin soldiers nearly broke down. 10 years. It has been 10 years since we last saw this face, they murmured. 10 years ago, when Jun Gu's body was laid in the coffin, everyone believed that would be their final memory of him. Who could have anticipated that a decade later, when the coffin of Jun Gu was opened, he would lie within as if he were merely asleep? Were it not for the fact that this was a cemetery and he rested within a coffin, one might easily dismiss any connection between him and a man who had been dead for 10 years. The passage of 10 years typically alters even the living, let alone a corpse entombed beneath the earth. Yet, Jun Gu appeared as he did at the time of his burial, his sun-kissed skin supple and vibrant, his dark hair resting beneath him, eyes closed, with elegantly arched brows and a straight nose, his slightly parted lips cradling a piece of exquisite jade. His hands were clasped upon his abdomen, still holding the sword with which he had fought countless battles. The blade glimmered ominously in the moonlight, its edge sharp and fearsome even after a decade of absence. Jun Xian and Jun Qing were immediately overcome with emotion. The years had left no mark upon Jun Gu. In fact, compared to Jun Qing, who was just a few years his junior, Jun Gu seemed even more youthful. How could it be that 10 years had passed, yet his corpse remained so remarkably preserved? Jun Xian's voice faltered, the sight of Jun Gu pulling him back to that moment 10 years prior, when Jun Gu was laid to rest. They had traversed a decade, yet the Jun Gu in the coffin seemed to have experienced but the blink of an eye. The notion of a body remaining intact and unmarred for 10 years was almost unfathomable. Even if such a phenomenon were possible, it would require a corpse to be maintained in an unyielding cold, encased in ice and snow. Yet Jun Gu had not enjoyed such conditions. The oppressive air of extracting the jade dissipated in an instant as they gazed upon Jun Gu, who appeared to be peacefully slumbering. The Jun family and the nearby Rue Lin army quietly wiped their tears. Although he had departed for a decade, he had never truly left their hearts. Jun Wuxia looked at Jun Gu lying in the coffin, her eyes filled with complexity. Jun Gu bore a resemblance to Jun Qing, sharing 3 parts of his features. Yet he surpassed Jun Qing's beauty by 5-fold. If Jun Qing's features were largely inherited from Jun Xian, then it seemed that Jun Gu had taken after his mother. With a visage as radiant as jade, he was strikingly handsome. Jun Wuxia bore no less exquisite looks, having inherited equally from Jun Gu. Jun Gu had passed away at the tender age of 28, still in the bloom of youth. A decade ago, Jun Qing had been just 20, yet now he appeared older than Jun Gu. Upon first encountering her father, Jun Wuxia felt an intricate mix of emotions. Had Jun Qing merely turned to dust, perhaps she would have felt indifferent. However, gazing upon that familiar face, she found it difficult to regard him as a mere remnant of the past. Let me take a look, she urged, brushing aside her tumultuous feelings. In this era devoid of preservation techniques, Jun Qing had been buried for 10 years and should have long since turned to bone. Yet his current state resembled that of someone who had just passed away. Jun Qing instinctively stepped aside for Jun Wuxi, having grown accustomed to trusting her words. As she examined Jun Gu's body, she noted the absence of a heartbeat and pulse. His body was cold, undeniably deceased. Yet, she discerned peculiar anomalies. Jun Gu's flesh remained remarkably supple, and his limbs showed no signs of rigor mortis. an inconsistency with the time elapsed since his death. Jungu appeared as if he had just recently succumbed to death. 10 years, with flesh uncorrupted and limbs unyielding. This was indeed perplexing. Jun Wuxie's gaze unwittingly drifted to the jade piece nestled within Jungu's mouth, which, if her suspicions were correct, was the soul jade. It was an object of such significance that it had compelled the Qingyun sect to mobilize forces for its retrieval. Could it be that the reason for Jungu's incorruptibility lay within that jade? As her fingers brushed against the cool, smooth surface of the soul jade, an unfamiliar force surged through her, flooding her mind with a resonant explosion, scattering her thoughts as it invaded her consciousness. A powerful pull began to ensnare her very soul, as if a vast vortex had manifested within her, striving to absorb her essence. The anguished cries of the black beast pierced the air, and an overwhelming pain coursed through her body. At that moment, Jun Qing noticed the anguish etched upon Jun Wuxie's face. She seemed to lose her strength and began to fall backward. He quickly caught her in his arms. The instant her fingers parted from the soul jade, the relentless force dissipated, leaving her gasping for air, her eyes wide with lingering terror. The sensation of her soul being uncontrollably drawn away was an experience unlike any she had ever endured. That brief contact had rendered her powerless, her clothes drenched in sweat, her delicate features pale, devoid of color. The sight of her distress alarmed both Jun Xian and Jun Qing. Wuxia, what has happened to you? Jun Xian's heart tightened at the transformation of his once vibrant granddaughter into this fragile state. He recalled her earlier actions and fixed his gaze upon the soul jade in Jungu's mouth, a realization dawning upon him. Wuxia had only begun to exhibit such symptoms after touching the jade. Could it truly possess some extraordinary power? Observing the pallor of his granddaughter's face and the lifelike form of his son within the coffin, Jun Xian reached toward the soul jade. Grandfather? No. Jun Wuxie cried out in alarm, clutching her chest. Father is surely dead. It is impossible for him to remain alive after 10 years underground. At the moment Jun Wuxie spoke, Jun Xian's fingers brushed against the jade. The icy touch sent a shiver through him, and he frowned slightly. Yet, he felt no ill effects. Wuxia, what is wrong? Do not frighten your uncle. Jun Qing held her tightly, drenched in cold sweat, as he realized that the black beast accompanying Jun Wuxia had also shown signs of distress, panting heavily on the ground. In a mere blink, both she and the beast seemed to have suffered tremendous trauma, raising grave concern. I am fine, Jun Wuxia insisted, shaking her head, striving to regain her composure. The pain she had felt was unlike any physical wound. The harm to her soul was far more terrifying. She forced herself to stand and looked at Jun Xian. Grandfather, are you well? Her gaze fell upon the soul jade he had touched. Jun Xian hesitated momentarily before abandoning his exploration of the jade, moving to Jun Wuxie's side. I am perfectly well. How about you? Yun Wuxie nodded. Please. Just moments ago, she had experienced a profound disturbance to her soul upon touching the jade. Yet her grandfather seemed unaffected. Why was that? Mew, the black beast, having finally regained its strength, approached Jun Wuxie and rubbed against her hand. Its tone filled with sorrow. This feeling is utterly dreadful. I had thought I would never endure such an ordeal again. Jun Wuxie blinked in surprise, looking down at the black beast. You have experienced this before? The black beast nodded. Indeed. When my soul was forcibly separated from my body before merging with you, this was precisely the sensation I endured. Upon hearing the black beast's words, Jun Wuxie began to comprehend the nature of their recent experience. If she were not mistaken, the soul jade possessed the power to siphon souls, yet this ability was likely limited. As her soul was not the original essence of this vessel, it was unstable. Conversely, Jun Xian's soul was intact. Thus the jade posed no threat to him. The soul jade possesses the ability to absorb unstable souls, a fact that does not align with Jun Wuxie's preferences. However, the effects of the soul jade on souls cannot elucidate the phenomenon of Jungu's body remaining uncorrupted. Could it be that the soul jade harbors secrets yet to be unveiled? Jun Wuxie furrowed her brow, certain that Jungu's preservation was intrinsically linked to the soul jade. If it were removed, his body would soon deteriorate. Gazing at the handsome Jun-gu within the coffin, she wished to preserve the tranquility of his present state. "Grandfather, I wish to confer with you." She approached Jun-sien. "I do not intend to relinquish the soul jade to the Qingyun sect, and it is likely that my father's body remains so intact due to the soul jade. If we were to part with it, I fear." Jun Wuxia left her sentence unfinished, yet Jun-sien comprehended her concern. Such a relic that could preserve a corpse for a decade is indeed unparalleled in this world. Previously, Jun-sien might have been resolute, but upon witnessing Jun-gu's serene visage, he could not bear to disrupt this tranquility. Chapter 0198. Opening the coffin. 5. Observing the conflicted expression on Jun-sien's face, Jun Wuxia understood his reluctance to pit the Jun family against the Qingyun sect. This notion had crossed her mind as well. Although the matter concerning Bai Yun-sien had been concealed for now, she believed that no secret remains hidden indefinitely, and the Qingyun sect would eventually uncover the truth. When that day arrives, they would not hesitate to exact retribution. Therefore, it is prudent to take initiative. "It is as you wish," Jun-sien sighed, unable to voice the command to surrender the soul jade. Jun Wuxia nodded and instructed Long Qi. "Ensure my father is discreetly transported back without arousing suspicion." Her words astonished Jun-sien and Jun-qing, their gazes laden with complexity. "Wuxia, do you possess a method to ensure your father's preservation without implicating the Jun family?" They pondered, reflecting on Jun-qing's remarkably well-preserved corpse, and Jun Wuxia's previous actions that had continually astonished them. The father and son of the Jun family could not help but wonder if Wuxia might also hold the key to reviving Jun-gu. "I currently have no solution." Jun Wuxia thought of the numerous methods to revive the freshly deceased. Most individuals hover in a state of suspended animation immediately after death, with organs gradually failing before true death ensues. However, Jun-gu had been dead for a decade, even if the soul jade preserved his body impeccably. The optimal window for revival had long passed. True death signifies the soul's departure. And even if Jun Wuxia could restore Jun-gu's body to a state akin to that of a living being, what of the soul? Without it, Jun-gu would remain merely a well-preserved corpse. Having been dead for 10 years, his soul had likely long since entered the cycle of reincarnation. Nevertheless, Jun Wuxia found a peculiar thought lingering in her mind. If the soul jade can absorb souls, did it perhaps draw Jun-gu's spirit before it departed? If his soul truly resides within the soul jade, revival might not be an impossibility. This notion was audacious, and Jun Wuxia dared not share it with Jun-sien and Jun-qing. Until she had clarity, she did not wish to burden them with further disappointment. The father and son of the Jun family experienced a wave of despondency, yet they recognized the inevitability of their situation. No skilled physician had ever been known to resurrect the deceased. "We cannot leave my father here, should the Qingyun sect discover that we possess half of the soul jade. A mere inquiry would reveal that it was interred with my father. They would not seek us. They would simply dig up the grave," Jun Wuxia stated. With Jun-gu's coffin already unearthed, there was no possibility of returning it. Jun-sien understood Jun Wuxia's concerns were not unfounded, and upon observing Jun-gu's current appearance, he found himself in agreement with her decision. The Rue Lin army quietly transported Jun-gu's coffin onto a carriage, skillfully covering it with earth from the side, ensuring that no signs of disturbance remained. Jun Wuxia mounted the back of the black beast, her thoughts drifting far afield. If the soul jade genuinely held the power to resurrect Jun-gu, then she would not only retain the half possessed by her family, but also refuse to surrender the half held by Mo Qianyuan to the Qingyun sect. Very well. My father may be irrevocably gone, but the pursuit of resurrection lies with his daughter. Chapter 0199. The Soul-Subduing Jade, 1. At Jun Wuxia's behest. Jun-gu's body was kept in her courtyard. Unable to touch the soul jade herself, Jun Wuxia could only examine Jun-gu's body. The results were astonishing. It appeared as though his body had been frozen at the moment of death, with all organs intact and showing no signs of deterioration. 10 years. Beyond mere time, Jun Wuxia could think of no other explanation for Jun-gu's remarkable preservation aside from the soul jade. Based on her interactions with the soul jade, It exerts a tremendous pull on unstable souls. Jungu had been swiftly returned to the Lin Wang residence upon his death, and by the following morning, he was already interred. The half of the soul jade had been placed upon him from that moment. Jun Wuxia had reason to believe that at that time. Jungu's soul had not yet fully dissipated. It was highly probable that his spirit had been drawn into the soul jade. If she could locate Jungu's soul, reviving him would not be an insurmountable task, given his body's exceptional preservation. Yet, Jun Wuxia faced a dilemma. She could not make contact with the soul jade. Doing so would attract its power towards her soul. She could not even discern the patterns etched on the back of the soul jade. Staring at the enigmatic artifact, all she could do was gaze helplessly, her swirling conjectures robbing her of sleep. Bai Yin, barefoot, scampered to the coffin's side, standing on tiptoes to peer at Jungu's tranquil visage. He glanced between Jungu and Jun Wuxia, his wide eyes brimming with wonder. "Master, this big brother resembles you so much." Bai Yin had met Jun Xian, Jun Qing, and Jun Weiyao, all related to Jun Wuxia, but this was his first encounter with someone so strikingly similar. "Big brother." Jun Wuxia chuckled, ruffling his hair. "He is my father." "Big brother? That's a generation off." Bai Yin tilted his head. "But Master's father, why does he possess something from our ghost realm?" Jun Wuxia was momentarily taken aback. Something from the ghost realm? She had heard the term ghost realm from Bai Yin before. Though she was not entirely certain what it entailed, it was evident from his words that it was likely the abode of the spirit guardians. She had only heard of this realm through Bai Yin, having subtly inquired with Jun Xian and Jun Qing, yet they seemed unaware of such a place. It made sense, as ordinary spirit guardians were either weapons or beasts. While they could resonate with their masters, they could not engage in conversation. Bai Yin, being a plant-type spirit guardian, possessed the unique ability to assume human form, which allowed Jun Wuxia to hear what others could not, the voices of spirit guardians. Isn't that the soul-subduing jade? Bai Yin climbed into the coffin, pointing at the half of the soul jade in Jungu's mouth. But how did this soul-subduing jade get damaged? Why is there only half left? Bai Yin scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 0200. The soul-subduing jade, 2. The soul-subduing jade? Isn't this the soul jade? Jun Wuxia gazed at the little Bai Yin, noticing that the name he uttered contained one more character than what she was familiar with. Bai Yin blinked her eyes hesitantly and said, "What is soul jade? I haven't heard of it. However, I have seen the illustrations of the soul calming jade in the ghost realm, and it looks exactly like this. Moreover, this jade possesses the soul energy of my ghost realm." What is soul energy? Jun Wuxia pondered, increasingly perplexed by the multitude of terms that only a spirit would comprehend. Noticing the confusion reflected in Jun Wuxia's eyes, Bai Yin hesitated momentarily before jumping down to the ground. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Jun Wuxia. "It seems the master knows little about the ghost realm. Very well, I shall explain it slowly. Soul energy is the power cultivated by spirit guardians, also referred to as the power of the soul. We spirit guardians are, in essence, souls. Thus, our power is a part of that essence. The soul calming jade is one of the 7 treasures of the ghost realm, possessing the ability to protect and heal souls. No matter how turbulent a soul may be, under the influence of the soul calming jade, it will gradually find peace and return to its true self. However, I have never seen a genuine soul calming jade. I've heard that the 7 treasures were lost during a great war, and now, in the ghost realm, only illustrations of the treasures remain. The realm's master has dispatched many spirit guardians to search for their whereabouts." As Bai Yin spoke, a foolish smile spread across his face. "I can't believe my luck in discovering the soul calming jade. If I can bring it back to the ghost realm, I am certain to receive abundant rewards." The more he thought about it, the happier he became, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Jun Wuxia's face. A foolish little spirit was audaciously speaking of pilfering her treasures in front of her. There were no words to describe such reckless behavior aside from self-destruction. "Master, may I dispose of this little fool?" The small black cat squinted, eyeing the eager Bai Yin. Bai Yin immediately shivered, hastily masking his smile and looking timidly at the black cat. "Why you? Don't come closer. Could you be any more foolish?" Being useless is one thing, but daring to covet the master's treasures? A worthless little white-eyed wolf like you is just a waste. I might as well devour you. The small black cat licked its sharp fangs with delight at the thought of consuming a spirit guardian. Bai Lian froze, staring blankly at the black cat. In the next moment, large tears rolled down his cheeks, and he collapsed at Jun Wuxia's feet, clutching her skirt with chubby little hands, sobbing. I didn't mean it like that. I never intended to take the master's belongings. I only said that if the master were to pass away, I would bring back the soul, calming jade. He claimed to be a loyal flower, not one to steal from his master. Jun Wuxia's expression darkened further. This foolish flower had escalated his actions of petty theft to a curse of wishing her dead. The black cat sharpened its claws, pouncing toward the foolish flower. In an instant, the room was filled with the overwhelming scent of lotus flowers, accompanied by the continuous cries of Bai Lian. Yun Wuxi Hauptia Timpus. Observing the chaotic scene of the cat and flower rolling together. Would she ever find the answer she sought? In the aftermath of the black cat's onslaught, Bai Lian huddled in the corner, hugging his knees and sobbing. Jun Wuxia picked up the gasping Bai Lian, patiently trying to soothe him. Can you be certain that is indeed the soul calming jade? Filled with curiosity about the soul jade, or the soul calming jade, she mused that if this fragment truly was the soul calming jade from the ghost realm, it would indeed possess the power to absorb souls. The purpose of the soul calming jade is to protect and heal souls, only effective on incomplete souls, which is why ordinary people would feel no difference even if they encountered it. However, she was different. Her soul had already merged with that of the black cat, and now having traversed to another realm, occupying Jun Wuxia's body, her soul had yet to fully integrate with this form. To the soul calming jade, her soul was still incomplete, which explained its desire to absorb her soul for healing. I don't know. I just know that it looks exactly like the illustrations I've seen and possesses the soul energy of the ghost realm. Under Jun Wuxia's comforting words, Bai Lian finally regained his composure. Stealing a glance at the black cat, he noticed it was still watching him, prompting him to bury his face deeper into Jun Wuxia's embrace. Bad cat, having confirmed the appearance and power of the jade, Bai Lian felt almost certain it was indeed the soul calming jade. Yet, how could an object from the ghost realm appear in Qi country? What exactly was the ghost realm? Was the Qingtian sect so eager to obtain the soul jade because they knew it was the soul calming jade? This single soul jade had sparked countless uncertainties, leaving Jun Wuxia feeling utterly lost. If the soul jade truly was the soul calming jade, possessing the power to heal souls, it could very well serve as a medium for Jun Gu's revival. The only thing she was certain of was that she would never hand over the soul jade to anyone from the Qingtian sect, and the one in Mo Qin Yuan's possession must also be retrieved. With this resolution in mind, Jun Wuxia prepared to head straight to the royal palace. Where are you going at this late hour? Jun Wuxiao leaned lazily against the door, observing Jun Wuxia in the room, his half-closed eyes sweeping over an open coffin beside her. What unusual interest you have, setting up a coffin in your room. Upon seeing Jun Wuxiao, Jun Wuxia was momentarily taken aback. However, this time, she did not display the previous indifference but instead maintained a calm demeanor. Come with me. She looked up at Jun Wuxiao. This time, Jun Wuxiao was genuinely stunned. Did he just hear her correctly? Come with me? Just hours prior, she had shown him such a gentle countenance, and now she was asking him to elope? The sudden turn of events brought a smile to his face that nearly melted away. With a light heart, Jun Wuxiao approached Jun Wuxia, his eyes radiating warmth that could drown anyone in its depths. Where do you wish to go? Jun Wuxia gazed at the beaming Jun Wuxiao and decisively replied, The royal palace. Perfect timing. With your strength, it should be no issue for you to evade the Qingtian sect and accompany me into the palace. Jun Wuxia spoke earnestly, fully aware of Jun Wuxiao's undeniable prowess. Jun Wuxiao's smile remained, yet the warmth in his eyes had receded like the tide, never to return. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Jun Wuxia continued, There's no need to harm anyone. I merely wish to meet Mo Qianyuan. Ah, so you wanted to take you to that insufferable prince. Jun Wuyao's eyes began to brew a fierce, killing intent. Very well, he would take her there, and along the way, he would dispose of that bothersome new emperor. After waiting in vain for Jun Wuyao's response, Jun Wuxia looked up and noticed a change in his expression. She bit her lip, recalling that their relationship was not merely one of mutual exploitation. Drawing upon the family dynamics she had observed after her rebirth, she awkwardly opened her mouth and weakly called out, "Brother?" In Jun Wuyao's heart, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck. With winter fading into spring, the ice and snow melted, and life began anew. The bloodlust that had filled him dissipated in an instant, transformed into a flowing river of warmth in his heart. Without uttering a word, Jun Wuyao swiftly moved to Jun Wuxia's side, wrapping his strong arms around her petite frame. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air. Instinctively, Jun Wuxia wrapped her arms around his neck, and in a single bound, they ascended into the sky, where he carried her gracefully among the stars, as if they could be touched with a mere reach. Wuxia. The voice of Jun Wuyao drifted through the air, mingling with a whisper of the wind. Call me again. Beneath the slightly hoarse tone lay a hint of anticipation. Jun Wuxia was momentarily taken aback, contemplating for a moment before realizing what he meant. Brother. The arms encircling Jun Wuxia's waist tightened, as if attempting to merge her into his very essence. Where do you wish to go in the future? What do you wish to do? I will accompany you. All right? Jun Wuyao lowered his head, gazing at the delicate figure of Jun Wuxia in his arms, feeling the weight of her presence despite her slightness. Without exerting all his strength, he felt she might silently slip away from his embrace. Jun Wuxia observed the unusual expression on Jun Wuyao's face, her heart tinged with confusion, yet she quickly found solace. This formidable individual, perhaps, harbored the same vulnerabilities as herself. Wasn't her own heart similarly stirred when she first experienced the affection of Jun Xian and Jun Qing? Jun Wuyao, apart from her, never engaged with others. His reliance on her might stem from the life-saving bond he often spoke of. With her emotional intelligence lacking, Jun Wuxia instinctively connected Jun Wuyao's odd behavior to her own experiences. All right, she nodded slightly. She had her grandfather, her uncle, and perhaps in the future, a father. Having another brother wasn't such a bad thing after all. Jun Wuyao smiled with immense satisfaction, unaware of what had prompted this naive little girl to suddenly awaken to these feelings. Nonetheless, whatever the reason, his current sensation